Chapter 1. One Day in July. One day in July, a scruffy, dark-haired boy with emerald eyes was dozing off in his cupboard under the stairs. He dreamed of flying motorbikes and other adventures. Suddenly, he woke up with a start when his Aunt Petunia, a thin blonde woman with an unusually long neck, rapped harshly on his cupboard door. "Up," she instructed, more coldly than usual. She had been treating him this way since the incident with the boa constrictor. Harry idly wondered if the snake had found its way to Brazil yet. If it had, he hoped it would be happy there. Since he could talk, Harry had learned that it was usually best to pretend he was non-existent. He only spoke when addressed and, most importantly, never asked questions. But where was a 10, nearly 11-year-old boy supposed to get his answers? Harry discovered that most of the answers he wanted could only be attained through observation. There was no second option, so he figured the questions with unattainable answers just had to remain unanswered, stored away in the depths of his mind. His most recent question with an unattainable answer was about the boa constrictor incident. The glass had disappeared. Judging by how his aunt and uncle treated him, Harry assumed they blamed him, which wasn't much of a surprise. Whenever Dudley messed up his homework, it was always Harry's fault for disturbing him. Perhaps he had been too loud while washing the dishes. It was always something like that. "Boy! Are you up yet?" Petunia's sharp voice called again. Harry sighed and composed himself. It would be no use to throw a tantrum. Besides, he really. Harry did not want to be on the receiving end of Dudley's new smelting stick. Not that Dudley had the hand-eye coordination to hit him with it. It was just that Dudley carried the stick everywhere, making it an easy weapon for Uncle Vernon if he felt the urge to strike. Uncle Vernon preferred to punch Harry most of the time, but his arms weren't that long, and he sometimes struggled to catch Harry. Harry was small and nimble enough to raise suspicion. An angry Uncle Vernon was like Dudley's favorite sport, hunting Harry, but played by an adult. In the end, Uncle Vernon would always find a way to get to Harry. There was no place for Harry to hide from his uncle until the man calmed down. Another survival tip Harry learned early on was to gauge his uncle's anger. If it seemed like Uncle Vernon would only get angrier if he couldn't catch him, Harry preferred to get the beating over with sooner rather than later. Slinking into the kitchen as quietly as he could, Harry tried not to recoil from the smell. He quickly found the source, a huge metal tub by the sink. Inside were what looked like decade-old kitchen rags soaking in grey water. Knowing how much Aunt Petunia hated questions, Harry decided to keep quiet. Aunt Petunia had already made breakfast that morning, which was a surprise. Harry had expected to have to do it, but he said nothing and moved to clean the pans Aunt Petunia had used. The smell of lemon from the dishwasher soothed his emotions more than it should have. Washing the dishes and cleaning always made the small boy feel calm. The chores were a routine, something he was always expected to do. Harry felt a consistent tension in the air, a stark contrast to his uncle's unpredictable temper. "What's that terrible smell?" Dudley asked, showing no hesitation in voicing his thoughts. Harry knew that Dudley didn't have to face Aunt Petunia's tight-lipped glare every time a question was asked. "Harry's new school uniform," Aunt Petunia replied, dismissing it as if the odor was a minor issue. Uncle Vernon had already entered the kitchen, scrunching his nose at the unpleasant smell just like his son. He plopped into a chair, and Harry wondered how long it would hold up under his weight. Uncle Vernon opened his newspaper, while Dudley banged his stick on the table, causing Harry to wince. As Harry finished washing the last pan, he pondered for the 1000th time why Aunt Petunia used so much oil when cooking breakfast. Suddenly, he heard a click from the letterbox, followed by the sound of letters landing on the doormat. Without looking up, Uncle Vernon commanded from behind his paper, "Get the post, Dudley." "Make Harry get it," Dudley shot back defiantly. "Get the post, boy," Uncle Vernon repeated. Harry hesitated, wondering if he would be reprimanded for leaving the last pan unwashed. In that brief moment, he decided he didn't want to take the risk. He rinsed the pan as quickly as the water would allow. Wiping his hands on one of Dudley's old pants, he placed the pan on the drying rack and quietly walked out of the kitchen, passing his cupboard on the way to the front door. On the doormat lay 3 letters. One was a postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, who generally left him alone if he stayed quiet. Another was a brown envelope that Harry guessed contained either the electricity or water bill. The last was a thick letter made of yellowish parchment. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up, his eyes drawn to its unusual appearance. Harry's eyes widened when he read the first line. Mr. H. Potter. The letter was addressed to him. He processed this slowly. A part of him began to feel excited. Perhaps he had a long-lost relative from his father's side who had come to claim him. Surely, no relative could be worse than the Dursleys. 2 seconds passed, during which Harry scolded himself. It would do no good to get excited. He didn't want to set high expectations, as they often led to disappointment. Fortunately for him, his cupboard was on his way back to the kitchen. This meant he could discreetly slip the letter through the little shafts of his cupboard door. Even though he didn't want to feel excited, it was thrilling to think of it as his letter. He imagined how angry his aunt and uncle would be if they discovered he had received a letter. If he had to guess, the most likely outcome would be getting locked in his cupboard again after watching Uncle Vernon tear the letter to pieces in front of him. "Hurry up, boy!" Uncle Vernon shouted from the kitchen. "What are you doing, checking for letter bombs?" He chuckled at his own joke. As quickly as possible, Harry walked back into the kitchen, wearing mismatched socks that helped him make little noise against the floor. He was proud of his ability to walk silently. Quietly, he set the 2 remaining letters on the table in front of Uncle Vernon and retreated to the sink to clean up the splashes of water he had made while wrestling with the oily pans. The smell of his uniforms, dyed from Dudley's old clothes, was strongest by the sink, but he managed to push the urge to vomit back down. The night before, Dudley had been parading around in his new Smeltings uniform. While his uncle and aunt had been busy getting emotional over their ickle Dudleykins, Harry had never been gladder that his aunt wasn't affectionate enough to give him a similar nickname. He snagged more dinner than usual. By the time he finished wiping the sink, Dudley was already 3/4 through his breakfast, which consisted of a whole platter of greasy bacon. It didn't look very healthy to Harry, but both Dudley and Uncle Vernon liked bacon, so Aunt Petunia made it for breakfast often. She had already set aside a small plate of bacon for Harry, along with the pieces of burnt scrambled eggs that Dudley refused to eat. Uncle Vernon ripped open the brown envelope, the bill, with distaste and set it aside in favor of the postcard. "Marge's ill," he informed Aunt Petunia as he read the back of the card. "Ate a funny whelk." Harry tuned out the rest of the conversation, silently retrieving his plate before sitting in the corner of the kitchen, where there was a rug. It was better than sitting on the floor, as Harry's back still hurt from sleeping on his lumpy mattress on the floor the night before. It didn't take long for him to finish his skimpy meal. Once he was done, he placed the plate in the sink and washed it. Soon, the rest of the Dursleys finished eating as well and discarded their plates for him to clean. The family left him in the kitchen to clean up, which Harry was grateful for. He appreciated the rare moments of quietness and peace. Aunt Petunia wouldn't be snapping at him for any reason, Uncle Vernon wouldn't be sneering and calling him boy, and Dudley wouldn't be making fun of him or whacking him with the smelting stick. As he washed the dishes, Harry could only think about one thing. It repeated in his head over and over, a restless chant that wouldn't leave him alone. His letter. His letter in his cupboard. His letter, in his cupboard, addressed to his cupboard. The urge to. Harry knew he had to bide his time. It wouldn't be wise to let the Dursleys know too early about the letter. Knowing them, they would snatch it away, and that would be the end of it. It was a lovely afternoon outside, but Harry wanted nothing more than to stay indoors. Dudley had gone out to play with Piers, Dennis, Gordon, and who was it? Harry frowned for a moment, trying to remember their names as he ran away. No, it wasn't Mark. Oh, right, it was Malcolm. Dudley had left to play with his friends, which meant they were all outside. That made the last place Harry wanted to be outside with Dudley. Harry felt tired from his restless night. His spine felt like it was pressed against the cold floor of his cupboard, and his lumpy mattress offered little comfort. He didn't feel like playing a Harry hunting at the moment. Not that they would listen if he told them so. Uncle Vernon, who had taken the day off, was watching television with Aunt Petunia. They hadn't bothered with him since they left him in the kitchen, so Harry felt it was safe to sneak out. He crept out of the kitchen, silent as ever. The television was still blaring in the living room, so he crouched next to his cupboard door, hand on the handle. There was a drama show on, and the female lead had just burst into tears, accompanied by heart-wrenching music. Luckily for Harry, he didn't have to wait long, as his knees were starting to hurt. The male lead suddenly burst into the room, yelling about who had upset the female lead. The noise was loud enough for Harry to sneak back into the cupboard without his aunt or uncle hearing the squeak of the door. Breathing quietly, Harry's eyes shone as he fumbled for the letter, sitting obediently on his mattress. Taking care. Not making any noise, Harry traced his hand over the purple wax seal. He held it up to see it properly under the light streaming in from the cracks in his door. Amazed, he carefully ran his fingers over the 4 animals pictured: a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. The snake's eyes seemed to shine brighter than the others, capturing Harry's attention. He studied it curiously, half wishing he could open the letter in better lighting, even though he would rather not risk being caught. Suddenly, the snake blinked at him, causing Harry to do a double take. Did an animal on a wax seal just blink? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The snake appeared normal, one of the 4 creatures surrounding the letter H in the center. He decided that his vision must be getting worse. Yes, Harry knew what myopia was. He had read about it once in his primary school library, which was his favorite place to hide from Dudley during school hours. The librarian was very kind and understanding about how isolated he felt. No one wanted to get close to Harry, who was the target of Dudley's bullying. In fact, she even promised not to tell anyone about his situation when he asked, and let him take his meals into her office to avoid his bullies. Harry carefully tore the envelope, making sure the wax seal remained undamaged. Just as he was about to take the letter out, his cupboard door burst open. "If you've got nothing better to do, go weed the yard," Aunt Petunia faltered as her eyes fell on the letter in her nephew's hands. "Give me that," she snapped, snatching it away from him, much to Harry's dismay. Her cheeks flared a sharp red before turning a sickly green as realization dawned on her. "V.V. Vernon," she squeaked, suddenly breathless and turning the color of old porridge. "Come quick." "No." For the first time in a while, Harry felt a surge of defiance. Harry opened his mouth to speak. He hardly said anything anymore. Once, Piers's mother, who had come over for the boys' sleepover, even asked if Harry was mute. It's mine," he said. Deciding he had said enough, he shut his mouth and hoped he wouldn't be punished too badly for speaking on impulse. "Not anymore," Uncle Vernon said, his eyes gleaming beadily. If anything, he looked delighted that Harry had been so upset he'd used his voice. That delight quickly faded when he saw the letter Aunt Petunia was holding up. Uncle Vernon flushed red in anger, turning a sickly green like a traffic light. This is." The two stared at each other for a moment, standing in front of Harry's cupboard. "Vernon, look at the address. How do they know where he sleeps? You don't think they're spying on us?" Aunt Petunia's whispers trembled as she grew more horrified. "Watching, spying, following us," Vernon replied, his voice rising despite his attempts to stay quiet. He looked around wildly, as if a man would suddenly appear and introduce himself as the spy. Then, as if he'd suddenly remembered Harry's existence, he put on his darkest glare. "Back to your cupboard," he barked. Harry stared at him for a moment, not wanting to point out that he was already in his cupboard. "Oh, out," Aunt Petunia said, still shaking. "Get out. Go weed the yard." Harry's heart clenched slightly, and for a moment, he wanted to refuse. But then he thought it through. Dudley and his gang would do less damage than an angry Uncle Vernon, which was not something Harry felt like risking. If Aunt Petunia wanted to give him a chance to escape, he wasn't going to turn it down. Hurriedly, Harry stepped out from his cupboard and headed to the front door. The afternoon meal, Harry had been able to eat more than usual. He felt a mix of relief and guilt. The letter still nagged at him, a reminder of what he had lost. He wished he could have read it. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Harry focused on the dishes. The warmth of the soapy water felt good against his hands. He worked quickly, determined to finish before Aunt Petunia noticed him slacking off. He didn't want to face another one of her lectures about how lucky he was to be taken in by the Dursleys. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of Dudley's heavy footsteps thundering toward the house. Harry's heart sank. Dudley would be furious that he had missed out on the chance to torment him. Without a word, Harry slipped into the kitchen, his shirt damp with sweat from the heat of the day. As he grasped the sponge, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. He began to wash the dishes with practiced efficiency, letting the tension of the day seep away into the bubbles. He rinsed the pots and pans his aunt used for dinner, pushing the nagging thoughts of the letter to the back of his mind. He chided himself again for not being more careful. He had been lucky to have extra food the night before, especially since Dudley had been at the park with his friends and missed lunch. Harry was grateful for the small reprieve, but he knew that the moment Dudley returned, the chance for peace would vanish. Lunch was not a priority for Aunt Petunia, who hadn't bothered to call Harry in. Harry felt a bit hungry from skipping a meal, but he reminded himself that he could have been hungrier and should be thankful he wasn't. Dinner was brief, much like breakfast. Aunt Petunia served him a plate filled with scraps and burnt food, which Harry accepted without complaint. He squeezed into the corner of the table, eating quickly in case Dudley changed his mind and wanted his leftovers too. After they finished eating, Dudley and Uncle Vernon went into the living room to watch television. Harry remembered it was Thursday, and Dudley's favorite show was starting soon. Aunt Petunia, uninterested in the program, stayed behind to make sure Harry didn't break anything, even though he had always been careful and hadn't broken anything since he was 6. "Could I have my letter?" Harry asked quietly, deciding the risk was worth it. Aunt Petunia didn't hit him often, and when she did, it was just a slap on the cheek, not a punch to his ribs. "Absolutely not," she hissed sharply, making Harry jump and hunch his shoulders to appear smaller. "Don't think about asking again," she said, waggling her finger at him, her eyes filled with scorn. Vernon burned the letter. "Don't think about seeing it again, either." Harry nodded quietly, his back pressed against the kitchen wall. He stood under her gaze for a moment longer before she scoffed and walked away, leaving him alone. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Harry slid down the wall until he was on the floor, feeling sick to his stomach. Someone out there had reached out to him, and just because he had gotten careless, his chance was gone. Hope faded away, just like his letter. Before he realized what was happening, tears streamed down Harry's cheeks. With all the emotion of a neglected 10-year-old, the last Potter alive wept silently. In the living room, Petunia joined her husband and child, pretending she couldn't hear the sniffles coming from the kitchen. For a brief moment, when Harry looked up at her with the hopeful face of a child, Petunia saw her sister for the first time in over 10 years. Lily's eyes gazed up into hers, and upon realizing this, the woman lashed out at her nephew, crushing any hope he had of a world beyond number 4, Privet Drive. The next evening, Friday evening, Uncle Vernon did something he had never done before. He visited Harry, who was mourning quietly in his cupboard. Harry tried not to look too bewildered as his uncle squeezed himself into the small space under the stairs, causing a few spiders to fall when he hit the doorframe by accident. Harry stared at his uncle as the man took a few large, shuddering breaths. The boy wanted to point out that there was a spider on his uncle's shoulder but thought better of it when Uncle Vernon painfully arranged a smile on his face. Yes, Harry," Uncle Vernon began. Harry couldn't remember the last time his uncle had addressed him by his name, so he immediately tensed up. Something serious was going on if his uncle had taken the time to remember his nephew's name. "About your cupboard?" Uncle Vernon cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable as he fought to remain smiling. "Your aunt and I have been thinking. You're really getting big for it. We think it might be nice if you moved to Dudley's second bedroom." Harry squinted at Uncle Vernon for a few seconds longer, considering the possibility that the man had knocked his head a little too hard on the doorframe. Harry stood in the doorway, feeling the weight of the moment. "So, take your things upstairs," Uncle Vernon said, adjusting his jaw as if smiling at Harry caused him physical pain. Harry chose not to question anything. He nodded and gathered his belongings, which included a stack of Dudley's old clothes and a couple of textbooks. He waited as Uncle Vernon struggled to free himself from the doorframe. When Uncle Vernon finally stepped out, the stairs rattled slightly. Harry held his breath, trying to avoid the dust and sand falling from the ceiling of his cupboard. The Dursleys' house had 4 bedrooms, one for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one for visitors, usually Uncle Vernon's sister Marge, one for Dudley, and one where Dudley kept all his toys and things that wouldn't fit in his first bedroom. It took Harry only one trip to move everything he owned from the cupboard to his new bedroom. Most of the items in the room were broken, which meant they were unwanted, just like Harry himself. From downstairs, he could hear Dudley's shouts of "I don't want him there," and "I need that room," along with "Make him get out." These cries drifted up into what was now Harry's new room. He caught snippets of Aunt Petunia's responses, standing firm as she told Dudley, "I'll buy you some new toys this weekend, all right, Dudleykins." Harry listened a little longer, hoping the Dursleys wouldn't send him back downstairs. He didn't want to start cleaning up only to have his efforts wasted. Chapter 2: The Letters from Someone Out There. The next morning during breakfast, everyone was rather quiet, except for Dudley. He screamed, whacked Harry with his smelting stick, kicked his mother, whacked Harry again, threw his tortoise through the greenhouse roof, and whacked Harry once more. Despite all of this, he still didn't get his room back. To be fair, he hit his father too, but not as often as he hit Harry. This was odd, considering Harry was actively staying at least 3 meters away from the stick at all times. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged countless dark glances throughout breakfast. For once, Harry had been invited to sit at the table. The vacant chair, usually occupied by Marge, was offered to him. Suspicion quickly rose within him. Did they want him to sit closer so Dudley could hit him more often? He already had 5 bruises and was counting. By the end of breakfast, he expected to have at least 5 more. When the post arrived, Harry made a move to get up to retrieve it. To his surprise, Uncle Vernon, who he supposed was trying to be nice, told Dudley to go get it. Dudley was clearly unhappy about this, judging by the irregular banging of his smelting stick down the hallway. The tension felt almost suffocating, as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia kept looking at each other and then back at him. "No way! There's a letter addressed to Harry!" Dudley shouted from the hallway. "Mr. H. the Potter, the smallest bedroom, for Privet Drive." Uncle Vernon burst out of his chair with a strangled cry and darted down the hallway as fast as he could. The chair scraped against the floor as Aunt Petunia stood abruptly, her face paler than her faded flower print curtains. A series of howls and cries scrambled down the hallway. Uncle Vernon wrestled Dudley to the floor for the letter in the hall. Aunt Petunia left the dining room to join them, and Harry was relieved he hadn't gotten up either when both his aunt and uncle returned, looking rather beaten up. If Harry had to guess, it was likely the smelting stick. "Go to your cupboard, your room," Uncle Vernon panted, his cheeks puffed and red like a ripe tomato. He held the crumpled letter in his hand, looking miserable. After taking a moment to gasp for breath, he continued, "Dudley, go, just go." Obediently, Harry left the room, moving out of the way as Dudley thundered past. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia rarely said no to Dudley. In fact, Harry could count the number of times on both hands. It was strange that Dudley seemed more upset than Harry about not being able to see Harry's letter, but Harry was used to disappointment. As he sat on his bed, Harry wondered how the sender had known he'd switched bedrooms. In his first letter, the address had included a cupboard under the stairs, and now, in his second letter, it was written the smallest bedroom. It was peculiar how they knew of the change. It was even more peculiar that they seemed to know he hadn't read his first letter. A spark of hope reignited in Harry's chest as he realized that the sender of his letters was likely to try again. Looking out onto the gravel of Privet Drive, Harry managed a slight smile, allowing himself a moment of happiness. There was someone out there, determined enough to reach him, determined enough to send a second letter. There was someone out there. One of Dudley's old alarm clocks, the one with a Mickey Mouse face behind the hands and round black ears as the bells. The clock rang quietly at 6 in the morning. Harry had managed to snag a lighter from the kitchen the night before. He used it to heat the dent on the clock where Dudley had dropped it. Then, he blew on the metal quickly, hoping it would expand and contract, returning to its original shape. With his small hands, Harry pried the hammer away, leaving the clock to vibrate only when the time arrived. He dressed quietly, pulling one of Dudley's old beige sweaters over his head. The sleeves hung over his arms, so he folded them up, preparing to do the morning dishes in an hour or two. The Dursleys had given him Dudley's old socks, but all of them had holes and made his feet feel cold. Harry resorted to stealing one sock from the washing machine. Since Dudley refused to wear his socks unless they matched, Harry would take the other sock while it was still in decent condition. That meant he couldn't wear matching socks, but that was okay. Harry crept down the stairs quietly, holding onto the railing as he skipped the 5th step. It creaked, and he knew that because he counted how many steps Dudley took before stomping on the loose one. The house was completely dark, with the nearest source of light being the lamppost outside, which was blocked by a giant fir tree, providing little help. His plan was to slip out of the house and greet the postman at the corner of Privet Drive to collect number 4's letters. Then, he could return and leave the rest of the letters on the doormat, as if they had been slipped in through the letterbox. His letter could wait snugly under his mattress until midnight, when the rest of the house was asleep. Then he could use Dudley's flashlight to read it in the dark. At least, that was the plan. His heart hammered in his chest as he reached the end of the staircase, creeping through the darkness. As Harry crept down the hall to the front, his breath caught in his throat, drowning out the erratic thump of his heart. Lying sprawled across the hallway was Uncle Vernon. Harry couldn't tell for sure if it was him, but there was a giant mass taking up the entire floor, and he was certain it wasn't Aunt Petunia. There was no way little Harry, with his scrawny hands and short legs, could cross the hallway and reach the door without waking his uncle. Glumly, Harry slinked back into his room, feeling disappointed as he spotted the mailman making his rounds. With nothing else to do, he decided to sift through the rest of Dudley's broken toys, picking a few apart for their parts. He felt proud of himself for fixing the Mickey Mouse clock. Dudley had received it from Disneyland and had thrown it against the wall during a tantrum about getting a new computer. Among the heap of unwanted objects was a small, working tank that Dudley once drove over the neighbor's dog. Harry wondered if he could find a screwdriver. He wanted to see the mechanics inside the tank. There was also Dudley's first television set, which he had broken by putting his foot through it when his favorite show got cancelled. A bird cage for the parrot Dudley had traded for a real air rifle was also in the room, now with a bent tip because Dudley had sat on it. The other shelves were filled with books that Harry had either already read or had no interest in. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. The sun started rising over the brown rooftops of Privet Drive, and birds soared across the sky in search of early worms. He watched them wistfully for a moment, wishing he could fly away too. Deciding to get up before Aunt Petunia woke him up unceremoniously, Harry slipped down the stairs once more, eyeing the stack of letters beside his snoring uncle. Aunt Petunia entered the kitchen 15 minutes later. She nodded approvingly when she saw Harry frying his second batch of bacon. There was already one plate on the table, oil dripping down onto the white ceramic, much to Harry's disgust, though he would never say that aloud. "You better not burn that," Aunt Petunia said casually as she took the remaining 4 eggs from the fridge. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence. Speaking would only cause trouble. He never seemed to say anything right around the Dursleys. Suddenly, Uncle Vernon stomped into the room, startling Harry as he slammed the kitchen door shut. "Another dratted letter!" Uncle Vernon exclaimed. Harry turned immediately, and his uncle was indeed holding another heavy-looking, yellowy parchment. Harry watched in horror as Uncle Vernon lit a match, placed the letter on an old ceramic plate, and let the parchment catch fire. A cruel smile spread across Uncle Vernon's lips when he saw Harry watching. The boy jolted and turned back to the dishes, biting his lip and repeating to himself, "Do not cry, do not cry, do not cry." Tears were not tolerated in the Dursley household. If even a single droplet fell from his eyelids, he would face a long lecture about how pathetic and emotional he was. Dudley cried, or rather wailed, for attention from his parents, while Harry didn't cry because he didn't want attention from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Once upon a time, Aunt Petunia's attention was all that Harry ever wanted. He would wake at dawn, dutifully helping her with chores, never complaining and doing everything she instructed. He would endure the splashes of boiling oil while frying bacon if it meant he could earn a nod of approval from her. Harry would spend hours in the afternoon sun, weeding the front yard without asking for water if it meant his aunt would spare him a small smile and a good job by the time he was done. But never once did she give him that little bit of love, that little bit of affection, or that little bit of her time. Eventually, Harry learned to give up, keep his mouth shut, and pretend he didn't exist. On Friday morning, Harry was astonished to see Uncle Vernon march into the kitchen, his face red as a tomato, steam blowing out from his ears like a volcano ready to explode. Gathered in his arms were no less than 12 letters, all made with the same yellowing parchment and stamped with the same wax seal. Uncle Vernon crumpled the letters with a crazed yell, startling both Aunt Petunia and Harry. Uncle Vernon had nailed up the letterbox the day before with a triumphant laugh, saying, if they can't deliver them, they'll just give up. He had seemed confident about it, which explained why he was so angry about getting thwarted. Apparently, the letters had been stuffed under the door, slotted through the sides, and 2 had even been forced into the small window in the downstairs toilet. Before Dudley could come downstairs, see the letters, and demand to read them, Uncle Vernon had already brought out a ceramic plate, which now had a couple burn marks, dumped all 12 letters on it, and lit them on fire. Harry, not wanting to get yelled at for staring, turned back to his bacon, feeling alarmed when he smelled something burning. It took him 3 seconds to figure out it was his letters and not the bacon, so he forced himself to look at the pan and not turn around. Uncle Vernon stayed at home again that day, spending the whole afternoon boarding up the cracks around the front and back door, as well as the window in the toilet. Harry wanted to point out that the toilet already had poor ventilation. Ventilation aside, he knew it would smell worse if the window was blocked, but he thought better of it and held back. On Saturday, things began to spiral out of control. 24 letters found their way into the house, rolled up inside the 24 eggs that the bewildered milkman handed to Aunt Petunia through the living room window. Uncle Vernon spent at least an hour on the telephone, yelling and demanding answers from the post office and the dairy. Harry was sure that the phone number of number 4, Privet Drive, would be blocked from both places very soon. Meanwhile, Aunt Petunia shredded the letters in her food mixer, glaring at it so fiercely that Harry thought she might want to set fire to the parchment. "Who on earth wants to talk to you this badly?" Dudley asked Harry in disbelief, as if he couldn't fathom anything interesting enough about Harry to warrant a conversation. On Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon plopped down on the kitchen chair. Harry heard it creak and estimated it would only be 2 more months before it collapsed. Uncle Vernon looked rather tired and ill but happy. No post on Sundays, he reminded them cheerfully, not noticing that he was spreading marmalade on his newspaper instead of his toast. No damn letters today. Suddenly, something was down the kitchen chimney. Before anyone could react or tell Uncle Vernon about the marmalade on his newspaper, a letter shot out and struck him sharply on the back of his head. In the next moment, 30 or 40 letters came rushing down like bullets, hitting anyone who wasn't quick enough to duck. Uncle Vernon seized Harry by the waist, lifting him as if he were nothing more than a sack of leafy vegetables, and hurled him out into the hall. Harry hissed in pain as his spine collided with the floor. His back aches had just begun to ease after he started sleeping in Dudley's old bed. Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Aunt Petunia rushed out of the kitchen after Dudley, wrapping her hands around his head to protect him. Uncle Vernon followed, slamming the kitchen door shut. They all stood in the hallway, listening to the sound of letters pelting the kitchen walls. "That does it," Uncle Vernon said, breathing heavily like a bull about to charge. He pulled at his moustache as he spoke. "I want you all back here in 5 minutes, ready to leave. We're going away. Just pack some clothes. No arguments." He looked so fierce with bits of his moustache missing that no one dared to argue. They marched upstairs. Petunia went to their room, Dudley headed to his second bedroom, and Harry went to the smallest bedroom. 10 minutes later, they forced their way through the boarded door and got into the car, speeding towards the motorway. Sitting beside Harry in the back was a sniffling Dudley. He had gotten hit on the head by his father for trying to pack his television, computer, and video games into his sports bag. A few minutes before they entered the motorway, Dudley had wailed about missing some television programs that afternoon, but he quickly fell silent when Uncle Vernon raised his voice. Harry flinched at the sound. They drove on for an hour, with Uncle Vernon showing no signs of stopping. Even Aunt Petunia didn't dare ask where they were going. Occasionally, Uncle Vernon made sharp turns, driving in the opposite direction for a while. Harry sighed and leaned against the window, wondering if his uncle's sudden urge to drive cross-country would lead to something good or bad. They didn't stop to eat or drink all day. By nightfall, Dudley was howling. He had never had such a bad day in his life. Harry felt miserable. He was hungry, he had missed 5 television programs, and he had never gone so long without blowing up an alien on his computer. Uncle Vernon finally stopped outside a gloomy-looking hotel on the outskirts of a big city. They checked in quickly, with Aunt Petunia guiding the 2 boys. Dudley was still wailing and causing a scene, so the Dursleys wanted to get out of the public eye as fast as possible. Dudley and Harry ended up sharing a room with 2 single beds. The sheets were musty, and there were dots of mold at the edges. The wailing must have tired Dudley out, for he was snoring within a minute and a half. Harry, on the other hand, sat by the window sill, fascinated by the cars driving back and forth. His letters still lingered at the back of his mind, but he tried not to dwell on them. Instead, he thought about what he would do when he grew up. Perhaps once he turned 16, Aunt Petunia would allow him to get a part-time job at a restaurant or somewhere like that. He could create a bank account for himself and save up money until he had enough. Then, once he turned 18, he would be free. To be honest, he had no doubt that the Dursleys planned to kick him out once he was of age, so he wanted to be prepared and have some money saved before he was thrown out onto the streets. Breakfast the next day consisted of stale cornflakes and cold tinned tomatoes on toast. Harry thought it was a nice change from greasy bacon and scrambled eggs. They had just finished eating. Harry had a decent portion and was starting to feel that the impromptu road trip wasn't too bad when the owner of the hotel approached their table. "Excuse me, but is one of you Mr. H. Potter? I got 100 of these at the front desk." The lady held up a letter for them to see. Printed on the front of the yellowing parchment were the words, "Mr. H. Potter, Room 17, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth." "That's me," Harry said. Uncle Vernon rudely snatched the letter from the lady, who stared at him for a moment. "I'll take them," he gritted out, nearly causing his chair to topple over when he stood. A few hours later, Aunt Petunia timidly voiced, "Wouldn't it be better just to go home, dear?" But Uncle Vernon didn't seem to hear her at all. They had been driving for most of the day, stopping only a few times. The first time, Uncle Vernon had driven them into the depths of a forest, gotten out, shook his head, then got back in the car and started driving again. At that point, there wasn't even a road for them to be on. Harry briefly wondered if it was still considered a road trip if they weren't on a road. Uncle Vernon stopped a couple of other times, once in the middle of a plowed field, halfway across a suspension bridge, and once more at the rooftop of a multi-level car park. Harry wasn't complaining, though. It was the first time he'd gone sightseeing in his entire life. While the circumstances weren't exactly ideal, he didn't mind the exposure to the world outside Privet Drive. "Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he?" Dudley asked his mother, looking glum. Harry, on the other hand, was having the time of his life. Uncle Vernon had parked them by the coast. Harry had never really seen the ocean before, and seeing it through the living room television didn't count. The cobalt blue waves soothed him, even though he couldn't really hear them properly. If Uncle Vernon hadn't locked them all in the car, Harry might have risked asking his aunt for permission to go outside and stand for a while. It started to rain, which made Harry all the more delighted. The patter of raindrops always soothed him and often helped lull him to sleep. "Dudley, on." Harry sniffled. "It's Monday," he told his mother. "The Great Imberto's on tonight." I want to stay somewhere with a television. He rolled the word Monday around in his mind absent-mindedly. If it was Monday, and Dudley always knew the days of the week because of television, then tomorrow, Tuesday, was Harry's 11th birthday. Of course, his birthdays were never much fun. Last year, the Dursleys gave him a coat hanger, and the year before, they gave him one of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Soon, Uncle Vernon returned, smiling as if he had just won the lottery. He was carrying a very long, thin package and did not answer Aunt Petunia when she asked him what he had bought. "Found the perfect place," he said cheerfully. "Come on. Everyone out." Neither Aunt Petunia nor Dudley seemed eager to step out into the raging winds, but they complied nonetheless. Harry, on the other hand, was delighted. The storm danced around him, tousling his hair into an even messier state. Not too far away, the ocean roared, crashing onto the shores. The bubbly foam looked like a giant dragon's claw digging into the damp black beach. There was a distinct smell of salt in the air, and Harry tried to take in as much of it as possible. Who knew when he would next breathe in the scent of the ocean? Uncle Vernon pointed at a large rock out at sea. It looked like a tiny black island from where they were standing. Perched on the rock was the most miserable little shack you could imagine. Harry didn't really mind staying there for the night. Sure, it looked cold, damp, and moldy inside, but it was better than spending his birthday in the cupboard under the stairs. From the disdainful look on Dudley's face, however, it was clear he was much less happy about the shack. One thing was sure. It definitely did not have a television. "Storm forecast for tonight," Uncle Vernon said gleefully, rubbing his hands together. "And this gentleman has kindly agreed to lend us his boat." A toothless old man came ambling up to them, pointing with a wicked grin at an old rowing boat bobbing in the water below. Harry thought the man looked rather like a gender-bent version of the evil queen from Snow White's tale, but he brushed that thought away, feeling it was rude. "I've already got us some rations," Uncle Vernon said. "So all aboard." It was freezing in the boat. Icy sea spray and rain crept down their necks while a chilly wind whipped against their faces. Oddly, Harry didn't seem to mind. His thin flannel shirt was keeping him warm, and the sound of the wind howling was strangely pleasing. It darted around him like an airborne dragon, sweeping its long, thin body in circles around the boat. Fear didn't penetrate his blood, but awe did, filling him with a giddiness he didn't dare show, just in case Uncle Vernon decided to slap him for feeling happy. After what felt like only a couple of minutes, Harry sadly wished the boat ride had lasted a little longer. They reached the rock, where Uncle Vernon, slipping and sliding, led the way to the broken-down shack. The inside was damp and musty, reeking of seaweed. At least that's what Harry assumed. He wasn't very sure what seaweed smelled like. Wind whistled through the cracks in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was wet, having not been used in at least 6 years. There were only 2 rooms, the first being the living area and the second being a walled-off bedroom. Uncle Vernon's rations turned out to be a packet of crisps each and 4 bananas. He set those on a rotting coffee table and happily tried to start a fire. And failed miserably. Empty crisp packets, which Dudley devoured in just 3 minutes, were not very flammable. They only produced a lot of smoke before shriveling away. "Could do with some of those letters now, eh?" Uncle Vernon said cheerfully, despite everyone being wet and cold. Well, mostly Aunt Petunia and Dudley. They were completely soaked through. Once Dudley finished the distraction of the crisps, he began shivering and complaining loudly. Aunt Petunia was not much better off, her teeth chattering as she hugged Dudley to keep them both warm. Much to his surprise, Harry was already more or less dry. His flannel was the thinnest piece of clothing among them, so he guessed it didn't retain much water. He had warmed up considerably by the time Uncle Vernon gave up on starting a fire with the potato crisp packets. As night fell, the promised storm blew up around them. Spray from the high waves shot off the exterior walls, and a fierce wind rattled the windows like a robber trying to break in. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had already retired to the other bedroom after digging out some moldy blankets to make the couch comfortable for Dudley. Harry was left with the challenge of finding the softest spot on the floor to lie on for the night. Once he did, he curled up to fit under the thin, ragged blanket he had been given. The storm raged more fiercely as time went on. Harry lay awake, listening to the drums of thunder and wishing the windows were clean enough for him to see through. The lightning must look spectacular, he thought, especially with such a dark sky. Rain continued to pound against the walls, so Harry focused on that instead, wondering if it would be painful if the rain were pelting against his skin. The lighted dial of Dudley's watch, which hung limply over the side of the couch, told Harry he had 10 minutes left. Harry counted down the minutes until he turned 11. He mentally synchronized his countdown with his watch. His birthday was getting closer. 5 minutes to go, he thought as he heard a creak from outside. He hoped the roof wouldn't collapse. If it did, he doubted there were any firefighters nearby. Even if there were, he didn't think they would jump onto a boat to a rocky island during a raging storm. For minutes. 3 minutes. Was that the sound of the ocean crashing against the rocks? Harry furrowed his brow. He had heard the foam crashing on the jagged stones earlier, and he was sure it didn't sound like thump, thump, thump. 2 minutes to go. What was that funny crunching noise? Was the rock crumbling into the sea? 1 minute until he was 11. Harry lay awake, staring at the ceiling. 30 seconds. 20. 10, 9. Maybe he would make a wish when the watch struck 12. What should he wish for? Oh, his letter. 3, 2, 1, boom. The whole shack shook from the force, and Harry sat up, wide awake, jolted out of his birthday wish. He stared at the door, his heart pounding in his ears, louder than the thunder. Someone was outside, knocking to come in. There was someone out there. Chapter 3, Keeper of Keys. Boom. Harry stared at the door, feeling absolutely terrified. Who on earth was behind the door, and how strong were they to cause a knock that rattled the foundations of the shack? Dudley jerked awake, looking around wildly. Where's the cannon? He asked, his eyes still unaccustomed to the dark. There was a crash behind them, and Uncle Vernon came skidding into the room. The mystery of the long package he was carrying had been unveiled. It was a rifle, gleaming cruelly under the little light. The man looked rather terrifying, with his moustache still uneven and hair messed up from sleep. If Harry had to describe him in one word, it would be feral. Who's there? Uncle Vernon shouted, actively trying to sound menacing. I warn you, I'm armed. There was a pause, in which everyone held their breaths, their gazes stuck to the door like iron to a magnet. Then, smash! The door was hit with such force that it swung cleanly off the hinges and, with a deafening crash, landed on the floor. Harry leapt up, his flight or fight instinct kicking in. Never in his life had he ever chosen fight, mind you. Quickly, he ducked behind the couch, his heart threatening to escape from his chest, as if it wanted to run across the country and never come back. Harry's curiosity, however, got the best of him, so he peered over the top of the couch. He noticed Dudley had turned pale with fear. A giant of a man stood imposingly in the doorway. His face was almost completely hidden by a long, shaggy manet of hair and a wild, tangled moustache. Only his eyes were visible, a pair of black beetles under all the hair. The giant pushed his way into the hut, stooping, but still his head grazed the ceiling as he entered. He bent down, picked up the door, and easily fitted back into place. Into the door frame. The thunder of the storm quieted a bit, muffled by the walls. The giant patted his hands together, appearing satisfied with his work. Then he turned to them and said, "Couldn't make us a cup of tea, could you? It's not been an easy journey." He strode over to the couch, where Dudley sat frozen in fear. Harry squeezed back further, realizing he was no longer safe where he was. The giant could easily spot him just by turning to look at the back of the couch. If Harry got up to run for a better hiding place, he would be seen instantly. Trying not to make a sound, Harry stayed put, biting his lip and breathing as quietly as possible. "Bud up, you great lump," the stranger said, pointing at Dudley. Dudley squeaked in response and darted away to hide behind his mother, who was crouched behind Uncle Vernon. The stranger scoffed as he watched Dudley retreat. He then twisted his massive waist to look behind the couch, where Harry was hiding. Ah! And here's Harry. Harry felt his blood run cold when the stranger called his name. Taking a big risk, he looked up into the fierce, shadowed face and found a pair of large, dark eyes. Now that he looked closer, they were almost a dark walnut brown. Most importantly, he noticed that the eyes were crinkled into a smile. "Last time I saw you, you were just a baby," said the giant. "You look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Uncle Vernon made a rasping noise, like he was choking on something and trying to force it back up. "I demand that you leave at once, sir," he said, looking very much like someone who should not be making demands of a giant almost twice his height. "You are breaking and entering." "Ah, shut up, Dursley, you great prune," the giant said, rolling his eyes. He reached over the sofa, causing Harry to duck instinctively. The giant snatched a rifle from Uncle Vernon's trembling hands, bent it into a knot that looked rather like a pretzel, and tossed it into the corner of the room. Uncle Vernon made a strange noise, like a mouse being stepped on. "Anyway, Harry," the giant smiled, turning away from the Dursleys, "a very happy birthday to you. I've got something for you here. I might have sat on it at some point, but it'll taste all right." From inside his great overcoat, the giant pulled out a slightly squashed box. Harry, thinking that if the giant wanted to harm him, he would have done so already, took the box with shaky hands. He counted 1, 2, 1, 2 in his mind to help steady his breathing. Slowly, he pried the box open. Inside was a large, sticky chocolate cake with "Happy Birthday Harry" written in green icing. "Thank you" would have been the appropriate response, but the word stuck in Harry's throat. Instead, he stared at the giant for a moment longer and asked softly, "Excuse me if I'm being rude, but who are you?" The giant chuckled. "True. I haven't introduced myself. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He held out a hand and shook Harry's entire arm. "What about that tea then, eh?" he said, rubbing his hands together. "I wouldn't say no to something stronger if you've got it, mind." Hagrid's eyes fell on the damp fireplace, trailing over the empty crisp packets. A loud snort escaped him. Harry figured that a big man had big lungs, and big lungs could produce a big snort. The giant leaned over the fireplace, fiddling with it. Harry assumed Hagrid was fiddling with something, as the giant's broad back blocked his view. When Hagrid stepped aside, Harry saw a roaring fire in the fireplace, consuming shriveled crisp packets and anything else it could reach. The flickering light filled the room, and Harry felt more relaxed as the crackling fire droned on. Hagrid settled back onto the couch, which groaned under his weight, and began pulling various items from his coat pockets. He took out a copper kettle, a squishy package of sausages, a poker, a teapot, a few chipped mugs, and a bottle of amber liquid, from which he took a swig before starting to make tea. Soon, the house was alive with sound and filled with the aroma of sizzling sausages. No one spoke while Hagrid worked, but as he slid the first 6 fat, juicy, slightly burned sausages off the poker, Dudley fidgeted. Uncle Vernon snapped, "Don't touch anything he gives you, Dudley." Hagrid chuckled. "You're great puddin' of a son, Don, and eat fattening many more, Dursley, don't worry." He handed the freshly cooked sausages to Harry, who thought that if he was going to die from poisoning, he might as well enjoy the food first. A grumble came from his stomach. Harry had eaten nothing more than a small banana Uncle Vernon had, and the smell of the sizzling sausages made him feel famished. Politely, Harry accepted the sausages with a soft "thank you" and took a bite, humming appreciatively at the chewiness. The entire sausage disappeared within a minute. Harry reminded himself not to gobble the food like a savage but to pace himself. Finally, as no one seemed willing to explain anything, Harry opened his mouth again. "I'm sorry, but I still really don't know who you are," Harry said. The giant took a heavy sip of his tea and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Call me Hagrid," he replied. "Everyone does. And like I told you, I'm the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You'll know all about Hogwarts, of course." "No," Harry said, bowing his head in embarrassment. Hagrid looked quite shocked, his mouth dropping open in surprise. "Sorry," Harry said quickly, already feeling bad. He stared down at his mismatched socked feet. A heavy feeling pulled at the bottom of his ribcage, tugging him toward the damp earth with an unknown force. "Sorry?" barked Hagrid, turning to glare at the Dursleys, who shrank into the shadows. "It's them who should be sorry. I knew you weren't getting your letters, but I never thought you wouldn't even know about Hogwarts, for crying out loud. Did you never wonder where your parents learned it all?" "All what?" Harry asked, instinctively shrinking into himself. He wished the giant would lower his voice. A part of him wanted to flee, to run away, but another part was intrigued. The giant clearly knew something about his parents, and he was eager to gather any information he could. "All what?" thundered Hagrid. "Now wait just 1 second." He leapt to his feet, vaulting over the couch with ease. In his burst of anger, he seemed to fill the whole hut, towering over the cowering Dursleys. Frightened by the loud voice, Harry ducked down, trying to make himself smaller than the couch, holding his arms in front of his face for protection. Things were uncertain, the giant could turn on him at any moment, and the scruffy, small boy that was Harry Potter would never stand a chance against him. "Do you mean to tell me," the giant growled at the Dursleys, "that this boy, knows nothing about anything?" Harry panicked, his heart racing so loudly he was surprised there wasn't a drum next to his head. The Dursleys looked just as frightened, if not more so, than he was. He didn't really like them, but they provided him a roof over his head and enough food to get by. If the giant hurt them, or worse, killed them, where would Harry go? He wasn't sure he wanted to end up in an orphanage or be handed over to social services. Then again, if the giant killed the Dursleys, he would probably kill Harry too. "I know some things," Harry said at last, his voice timid even to his own ears. A burst of courage surged within him, like a water balloon bursting. I can do math and stuff." Moments after he spoke, he realized how lame he sounded. All he wanted was to bury himself in the soil and hope the waves would rise high enough to drown the shack. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "About our world, I mean." "Your world." "My world." "Your parents' world." Feeling rather stupid, Harry stared blankly. "What world?" Hagrid looked ready to explode. "Dursley!" he boomed, his voice shaking the shack to its very foundation. Aunt Petunia whimpered, torn between looking at Hagrid and the ceiling, probably wondering if they would die at the hands of the giant or from the instability of the hut. Uncle Vernon, who had gone very pale, whispered something that sounded like Mimblewimble. Hagrid turned, his shaggy mane brushing against the Dursleys' faces, and looked wildly at Harry. The expression on his face was intense, as if he were about to unleash a storm. Hagrid looked at Harry and said, "But you must know about your mom and dad. I mean, they're famous." "You're famous." "What?" Harry replied, feeling overwhelmed and ready to give up. He didn't hold back anymore. "My mum and dad weren't famous, were they?" You don't know." Hagrid ran his fingers through his hair, grunting when they got tangled. He fixed his bewildered gaze on Harry, looking almost frantic. After a deep breath that rattled the windows, the giant collected himself and said, "You don't know what you are." Uncle Vernon finally found his voice. "Stop," he commanded. Harry looked at him as if he had no sense of self-preservation. "Stop right there, sir. I forbid you from telling the boy anything." A man less foolish than Vernon Dursley would have kept quiet. Hagrid was now glaring at him with fury, and if looks could kill, Vernon would have been done for. When Hagrid spoke, his voice trembled with rage. Uncle Vernon would have been better off keeping his thoughts to himself. "You never told him?" "Never told him what was in the letter Dumbledore left for him?" "I was there. I saw Dumbledore leave it, Dursley." "And you've kept it from him all these years?" Very quietly, Harry asked, looking into Hagrid's eyes, "Keep what from me?" "Stop!" Uncle Vernon yelled in panic. At that moment, Harry thought his uncle must have a death wish or no survival skills at all. I forbid you. Aunt Petunia gasped in horror, her bony hands gripping her husband's arm as she pushed Dudley behind them. Ah, go boil your heads, both of you, Hagrid said disdainfully. Harry, you're a wizard. Silence filled the hut. As silent as it could be, with the storm howling, the waves crashing, and the wind shrieking, Harry asked, I'm a what? He spoke as calmly as an 11-year-old could when their entire understanding of the universe had just crumbled. A wizard, of course, Hagrid replied, sitting down on the couch, which groaned and sagged even lower, now only 10 centimeters from the ground. And a thumping good UN, I'd say, once you've trained up a bit. With a mum and dad like yours, what else would you be? And I reckon it's about time you read your letter. Harry finally stretched out his hand to take the yellowing parchment from Hagrid. Wonder filled his eyes as he stood, now safely holding the letter addressed to Mr. H. and Potter, the floor, hut on the rock, the sea, in emerald green ink. He pulled out the letter and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July. Harry looked at Hagrid, his fear dissipating. If this man knew his parents and had travelled so far to deliver the letter he had longed for, then he posed no threat. Sure, it was possible that Hagrid was still trying to kidnap him and that the whole thing was a ruse, but Harry chose to focus on the fact that he finally had his acceptance letter. Galloping Gorgons, that reminds me, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping a hand to his forehead with enough force to rattle the room. Harry looked concerned for a moment after hearing the loud smack. From another pocket in his overcoat, Hagrid pulled out an owl. It was a real, live, rather ruffled-looking owl that seemed quite disgruntled. Harry figured no living creature would be happy about being stuffed in the coat of a giant. Hagrid retrieved a long quill and a roll of parchment. With his tongue sticking out, he scribbled a note that Harry could read upside down. It said, Dear Mr. Dumbledore, given Harry his letter. Taking him to buy his things tomorrow. Weather's horrible. Hope you're well. As Hagrid wrote, the owl hopped from his hand onto the couch, peering at Harry with curiosity. Harry watched in amazement as the bird hooted softly at him. With a steady hand, he reached out and smoothed the owl's tawny feathers. The owl seemed to enjoy that, leaning into his hand and cooing like an affectionate cat. Hagrid finished writing, rolled up the note, and handed it to the owl. The bird clamped the note between its beak, looking unhappy, before hopping back onto Hagrid's arm. Hagrid crossed the hut in 2 large strides, yanked the door open, and sent the owl into the storm before Harry could protest. He then returned to his spot on the couch as if the whole thing had been as ordinary as answering the phone. Is the owl going to be all right? Harry asked, worry tugging at his heart as he thought of the poor creature braving the storm. Oh, they're used to it, Hagrid replied with a chuckle. Now, where was I? At that moment, Uncle Vernon, who looked ashen-faced but still very much like an angry tomato, moved into the firelight. The orange glow lit up his face like a flashlight, illuminating the faces of people telling a horror story on a camping trip. For a moment, Uncle Vernon, with his uneven moustache, looked quite menacing. He's not going. Uncle Vernon stomped his foot, signaling that his word was final and that no arguments would be tolerated. Dudley didn't often hear that tone, so when Uncle Vernon used it, he meant business. Hagrid grunted, which might have been a laugh, but Harry couldn't tell from under all his hair. I'd like to see a great muggle like you stop him, Hagrid said. In case you didn't know, Harry, muggle is what we call non-magic folk like them. And it's your bad luck that you grew up in a family of the biggest muggles I ever laid eyes on. We swore when we took him in we'd put a stop to that rubbish, Uncle Vernon said, ignoring the latter part of Hagrid's statement, though Harry could have sworn he saw his uncle's eyes twitch. Swore we'd stamped it out of him. Wizard, indeed. You knew? Harry asked quietly, his heart still drumming in his chest. You knew I'm a wizard? The 11-year-old boy was still trying to wrap his head around the whole wizard idea, but he didn't need to understand it to feel upset about the fact that his aunt and uncle had kept it from him. New. Aunt Petunia shrieked suddenly, reminding everyone that she was still in the room. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Aunt Petunia's face was wide and livid. The trachea under her long neck became more pronounced as she raised her voice. Knew. Of course we knew. How could you not be, with my dratted sister being what she was? Scorn laced her voice, much like the overly fancy tablecloths Aunt Petunia had back at Privet Drive. Oh, she got a letter just like that. She glared at the yellow parchment in Harry's hand. And disappeared to that school, and came home every holiday with her pockets full of frog spawn, turning teacups into rats. I was the only one who saw her for what she was. Aunt Petunia inhaled a crazed breath. A freak? But for my mother and father, oh no, it was Lily this and Lily that. They were proud of having a witch in the family. She paused to take a deep breath and continued her rant. It seemed like all that emotion had been weighing on her for her whole life, and she had wanted to speak her mind for years. Then she met Potter at that school, and they left, got married, and had you. Of course, I knew you'd be just the same, just as strange, just as abnormal, and then, if you please, she went and got herself blown up, and we got landed with you. Harry felt the blood drain from his face as all the warmth he had felt that night disappeared. His toes felt cold, his skin clammy, and there was a heavy stone in his stomach. Blown up, he murmured slowly, softly, carefully, handling the words as if they were pieces of priceless china. The spiraling, endless emerald universe in his eyes faded to a dull, lifeless green. You told me they died in a car crash, he said quietly, just as his eyes began to water uncontrollably. Car crash, roared Hagrid, jumping up angrily, causing the Dursleys to scuttle back into their corner. How could a car crash kill Lily and James Potter? It's an outrage. A scandal. Harry Potter not knowing his own story when every kid in our world knows his name. Then what happened? Harry hastily wiped his tears away on his sleeve. Crying never helped him, and it was a sign of weakness, a soft spot for the Dursleys to exploit. The anger faded from Hagrid's face, retreating as quickly as the waterline before a tsunami. It was replaced with anxiety, as the giant suddenly looked unsure and slightly uncomfortable. I never expected this, he said in a low, worried voice. I had no idea, when Dumbledore told me there might be trouble getting a hold of you, how much you didn't know. Ah, Harry, I don't know if I'm the right person to tell you, but someone's got to. You can't go off to Hogwarts not knowing. He threw one more dirty look at the Dursleys for good measure. Well, it's best you know as much as I can tell you. Mind, I can't tell you everything, it's a great mystery, parts of it. Hagrid heaved a big sigh, sitting down and staring at the fire for a few seconds. It begins, I suppose, with a person called, but it's incredible you don't know his name. Everyone in our world knows. Who? Harry asked softly. Well, I don't like saying the name if I can help it. No one does. Harry let the silence linger for a moment. Why? Gulping gargoyles, Harry, people are still scared. Blimey, this is difficult. See, there was a wizard who went bad. As bad as you can go. Worse. Worse than worse. His name was? Hagrid gulped, opening his mouth. Harry didn't see if it was open, but the giant's jaw moved, so he assumed that his mouth was open, though no words came out. Could you perhaps write it down? Harry suggested quietly, his voice lacking emotion. Inside, however, his mind was raging, wilder and fiercer than a storm at sea. Big waves crashed against each other amid the turmoil. Ships were tossed around like rag dolls, completely defenseless against the crushing grip of the sea. Nah, can't spell it. All right, Voldemort, Hagrid said, shuddering. Don't make me say it again. Anyway, this wizard, about 20 years ago now, started looking for more followers. He got them too. Some were afraid, some just wanted a bit of power, because he was getting himself power, all right. Dark days, Harry. Didn't know who to trust, didn't dare get friendly with strange witches or wizards. Terrible things happened. He was taking over. Of course, some stood up to him, and he killed them. One of the only safe places left was Hogwarts. I reckon Dumbledore's the only one Voldemort was afraid of. He didn't dare take the school, not just then, anyway. Harry nodded, rapt with attention. Now your mum and dad were as good a witch and wizard as I ever knew. Head boy and girl at Hogwarts in their day. Hagrid wiped his very dirty, spotted handkerchief and blew his nose loudly. Sorry, he said. But it's that sad. I knew your mum and dad, and you couldn't find nicer people. Anyway, you know who killed them. And then, here's the real mystery, he tried to kill you, too. He wanted to make a clean job of it, I suppose, or maybe he just liked killing by then. But he couldn't do it. Have you ever wondered how you got that mark on your forehead? That was no ordinary cut. That's what happens when a powerful, evil curse touches you. It took care of your mum and dad and your house, but it didn't work on you. That's why you're famous, Harry. No one ever lived after he decided to kill them, except you. He killed some of the best witches and wizards of the age, the McKinnons, the Bones, the Pruitts, and you were just a baby, and you lived. Something very painful was going on in Harry's mind. He winced and tensed to avoid making a sound. As Hagrid's story came to a close, he saw a blinding flash of green light, just like the ones that always plagued his dreams and forced him to wake up sweating. This time, however, it was clearer than he remembered, and for the first time, a high, cold, cruel laugh accompanied the flash. When Harry managed to force his eyes open, they had uncontrollably closed. During the green flash nightmare, he saw that Hagrid was watching him sadly. I took you from the ruined house myself, on Dumbledore's orders. Brought you to this lot. Hagrid looked almost apologetic as he said this. Load of old tosh, said Uncle Vernon. Harry jumped. He had almost forgotten that the Dursleys were there. Vernon seemed to have regained his courage. He had mustered the audacity to glare at Hagrid, fists clenched, as if he were ready to throw a punch or two. However, he could only reach Hagrid's lower chest at most, since the giant was nearly twice Uncle Vernon's height. Now you listen here, boy, Uncle Vernon snarled. I accept there's something strange about you. Probably nothing a good beating wouldn't have cured. Harry shrank at the word beating. And as for all this about your parents, well, they were weirdos, no denying it. The world's better off without them in my opinion. They asked for all they got, getting mixed up with those wizard types. I always knew they'd come to a sticky end. At that moment, Hagrid jumped from the sofa and pulled a battered pink umbrella from inside his coat, brandishing it like a sword. Pointing it at Uncle Vernon, he said, I'm warning you, Dursley. One more word. Faced with the threat of being poked by a giant wielding an umbrella, Uncle Vernon's newfound courage faded. He pressed himself against the wall, as much as he could, given his size, and fell silent. That's better, Hagrid said, his breaths coming out in big puffs, like a Great Dane after running a couple of miles. The couch creaked in protest as Hagrid sat down again, finally sagging onto the floor. Harry had processed what Hagrid had told him but still had questions. Neither his aunt nor uncle had answered his questions about his parents and his past, so he planned to take full advantage of Hagrid's presence. But what? What happened to Vol? Harry started, then added hurriedly, sorry, when he noticed Hagrid flinch. He made a mental note to avoid saying the dark wizard's name in front of Hagrid. He understood that some words could trigger strong reactions and he didn't want to be the one to upset Hagrid, especially since he had been so kind to him since he first arrived. I mean, you-know-who? What happened to you-know-who? Good question, Harry. Hagrid nodded in approval. Disappeared. Vanished. Same night he tried to kill you. Makes you even more famous. That's the biggest mystery, see? He was getting more and more powerful, why'd he go? Harry remained silent, knowing that rhetorical questions required no response, and he waited for Hagrid to continue. Some say he died. Hagrid shook his head. Codswallop, in my opinion. I don't know if he had enough humanity left to die. Some say he's still out there, biding his time, but I don't believe it. People who were on his side came back 2 hours. Some of them came out of kind of trances. I don't reckon they could have done that if he was coming back. Hagrid took a deep breath before continuing. Most of us think he's still out there somewhere but lost his powers. Too weak to carry on. Because something about you finished him, Harry. There was something going on that night he hadn't counted on. I don't know what it was, no one does, but something about you stumped him, all right. Hagrid looked at Harry with warmth and respect shining in his eyes. But instead of feeling pleased and proud, Harry was certain that there had been a horrible mistake. A wizard? Him? How could he possibly be? He was just little Harry Potter, thin and scrawny, the one all the bullies picked on. He had spent his life being hunted by Dudley and bullied by Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Harry wondered if he was really a wizard. Why hadn't the Dursleys been turned into warty toads every time they locked him in his cupboard? If he had once defeated the greatest sorcerer, he assumed Voldemort was the greatest, as he sounded very powerful in Hagrid's stories. How come Dudley could kick him around like a football? Hagrid, he said quietly, fidgeting with his fingers instead of looking at the giant, I think you must have made a mistake. I don't think I can be a wizard. To his surprise, Hagrid chuckled. Not a wizard, eh? His black beetle eyes twinkled playfully. Never made things happen when you were scared or angry. Hagrid's tone suggested he was very sure of himself, and as Harry thought about it, he began to reconsider. He looked into the fire, his mind wandering. Maybe he was just making excuses for the odd things that had happened to him, but for a moment, he wanted everything to be true. Whenever he was terrified of Dudley's gang chasing him, he somehow found himself out of their reach, crossing more than half the park in just 2 steps. And when he dreaded going to school with that ridiculous haircut, the one where Aunt Petunia shaved him bald except for his fringe, which was meant to cover his scar, he had managed to grow it back overnight. When he felt upset about the boa constrictor never going to Brazil, a slow smile crept onto Harry's face. He looked up to see Hagrid beaming at him, or at least he thought he was beaming under the beard. See? Hagrid said triumphantly. Harry Potter, not a wizard, Hagrid scoffed at that. You wait, you'll be right famous at Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon, however, wasn't giving in without a fight. Haven't I told you he's not going? He hissed, glaring. Harry stared beadily at Hagrid. He's going to Stonewall High and he'll be grateful for it. I've read those letters, and he needs all sorts of rubbish, spell books and wands. If he wants to go, a great muggle like you won't stop him, Hagrid growled, his size increasing once more. Stop Lily and James Potter's son from going to Hogwarts? You're mad. His name's been down ever since he was born. He's off to the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. 7 years there and he won't know himself. He'll be with youngsters of his own sort for a change, and he'll be under the greatest headmaster Hogwarts ever had, Albus Dumbledore. I am not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks. Uncle Vernon yelled. Jumping and ducking instinctively, Harry lowered himself below the couch. Bad things always happened when adults started yelling at each other. If they couldn't take out their anger on one another, they would take it out on him. It had happened before, when Uncle Vernon had a potential partner over and they ended up arguing. There had been raised voices and raised hands, and in all the chaos, Harry tripped and spilled coffee all over the floor. Both men had laid hands on him that night, and he had felt the soreness and sting for weeks after. Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me. Hagrid thundered, his eyes blazing with fury. He waved his umbrella above his head. Despite its lovely, faded pink color, the giant still looked very menacing with it. The umbrella swooshed through the air until it was pointed at Dudley, who had stolen Harry's birthday cake and was stuffing his face with it. There was a flash of violet light and a sound like a firecracker, and a sharp squeal pierced the air. Harry dared to peek, raising himself slightly from his hiding spot behind the couch. Dudley was howling in pain, his hands pressed over his bottom. When Dudley turned his back, Harry noticed a curly pig's tail sticking through a hole in his striped blue and white trousers. Uncle Vernon roared, his face shifting from ghostly white to a deep tomato red. He pulled Aunt Petunia and Dudley into the other room, casting one last terrified look at Hagrid before slamming the door behind them. Distantly, through the thin walls, they could hear Aunt Petunia wailing about her poor, ickle Dudleykins, while Dudley's distinct, whiny howls soared above everything else. Hagrid looked down at his umbrella and stroked his beard, wincing as he tugged on a few tangles. "I shouldn't have lost my temper," he said ruefully. "But it didn't work anyway. I meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was so much like a pig already that there wasn't much left to do." He cast a sideways glance at Harry, who was now kneeling on the floor, ready to duck for cover if needed. "Be grateful if you didn't mention that to anyone at Hogwarts," Hagrid said, looking like a guilty child who had stolen candy from the pantry. "I'm, not supposed to do magic, strictly speaking. I was allowed to do a bit to follow you and get your letters to you and stuff. One of the reasons I was so keen to take on the job." Why aren't you supposed to do magic?" Harry asked, peering curiously at Hagrid through a frame of plastic and sellotape. "Oh, well, I was at Hogwarts myself, but I, got expelled, to tell you the truth. In my 3rd year. They snapped my wand in half and everything. But Dumbledore let me stay on as gamekeeper." "Great man, Dumbledore," Hagrid explained. Harry supposed he knew why the giant reacted violently to Uncle Vernon tarnishing Dumbledore's name. "Oh," Harry said quietly, wondering if the rules at Hogwarts were strict. If he got expelled, he would be so embarrassed that he'd never be able to look anyone in the eye again. "Can I ask why?" "It's getting late and we've got lots to do tomorrow," Hagrid said loudly. Harry accepted the avoidance of his question and didn't push further. Clearly, it wasn't something Hagrid wanted to talk about, and Harry didn't blame him. Besides, it was rather personal, and Harry admitted that he thought he'd crossed some lines. "Gotta get up to town, get all your books and that." Hagrid took off his thick black coat and threw it to Harry, who nearly fell over under the weight of it. Strangely, it didn't smell as bad as Harry had thought it would. In fact, the basin of rags that Aunt Petunia was dyeing for him smelled worse than the coat. Instead, the coat smelled like pine, undergrowth, and a mixture of items that Harry couldn't quite identify. "You can keep under that," Hagrid said with a warm smile. Harry's heart skipped a beat when he realized that Hagrid had noticed the thin blanket he was using to cover himself and had been thoughtful enough to offer him something warmer. "Don't mind if it wriggles a bit. I think I still got a couple of dormice in one of the pockets." Harry settled down on the couch, lying next to a giant who could easily crush him with one hand. Yet, he slept soundly, feeling safer than he had ever felt since he was 1. Chapter 4: The World Beyond Privet Drive. Harry woke up early the next morning. Daylight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. Despite this, he kept his eyes firmly shut, wanting to remain in his dream for a few more minutes. It was just a dream, he told himself. "I dreamed a giant called Hagrid came to tell me I'm going to a school for wizards. When I open my eyes, I'll be at home, under my cupboard." Suddenly, a loud tapping noise interrupted his thoughts. "And there's Aunt Petunia," he thought glumly, his heart sinking. "Knocking on the door, telling me to get up and make breakfast and scrub greasy pans." He still didn't open his eyes, it had been such a nice dream. Tap. 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 "All right," said Harry, rubbing his eyes. "I'm getting up." He sat up with some difficulty and quickly realized why. Hagrid's heavy, lumpy coat was draped over him and slid off onto the ground. The storm was over, and light flooded into the room through the translucent windows. They were supposed to be clear, but were so covered in dust and lizard droppings that Harry couldn't see through them. Hagrid was still asleep, sitting upright at the foot of the couch, snoring soundly. The tapping sound hadn't been Aunt Petunia at all, it was an owl, tapping at the window with an annoyed expression. Harry was sure that if it didn't have a newspaper in its beak, it would have hooted angrily at him. Harry scrambled to his feet, feeling so happy that it was like a large balloon was swelling up inside him. He unlatched the window, his eyes following the pretty owl in awe as it swooped over him and dropped the newspaper in Hagrid's lap. Making a displeased noise, the owl began attacking Hagrid's coat, which Harry had left on the couch. "Please stop that," Harry said softly, reaching out with his hands, palms open wide, hoping he could calm the bird. Calm the angry bird. Don't do that." The owl, with its feathers in a lovely light brown color, similar to the coats worn by young adults, tilted its head, its big round eyes studying Harry curiously. It cooed and paused its pecking at the coat, stepping forward with one of its small claws to inspect the scruffy boy further. "You're so pretty," Harry said softly, inching his hand forward so the owl could see his movements. "May I pet you?" The owl made a rumbling sound and blinked happily as it hopped closer, allowing Harry to stroke and smooth out the ruffles caused by the wind among its feathers. Harry's heart warmed when the owl nestled against him, rubbing its head on his chest, much like a cat would brush its tail along its owner's legs to show affection. "You're such a pretty little thing," Harry marveled. The feathers felt soft and delicate under his fingers, so he was careful not to tug on them as he ran his hand along the bird's back. So pretty and majestic at the same time. It seemed that owls loved being complimented, or at least this one did, because it snuggled closer and made little chirpy sounds, hooting in protest when Harry stopped petting it. "Hagrid," Harry said at last, feeling that the giant would know what to do. He was sure the owl wasn't meant to stay at the shack all day. "There's an owl." "Pay him," Hagrid grunted, shifting and tucking his face into his neck. "What?" Harry asked, distracted by smoothing out a fray in the owl's feathers. "He wants paying for delivering other papers," Hagrid explained, shifting again. "Look in the pockets." Hagrid's coat seemed to be filled with pockets, and Harry didn't feel like asking the giant to specify which one. Hagrid seemed quite tired, and Harry didn't think he'd be pleased to be disturbed. Harry woke up and began digging through pocket after pocket, hoping to find the payment. The owl decided to perch on his shoulder, its sharp talons pinching him slightly. Despite the discomfort, he liked the weight of the bird and did not brush it away. He pulled out bunches of keys, dark-colored pellets, balls of string, a half-finished knitting project with its needles, mint humbugs, and tea bags. Finally, he discovered a handful of strange-looking coins. The owl cooed its approval, recognizing the currency even though Harry did not. "Give him 5 nuts," Hagrid said sleepily. "Nuts?" Harry asked. "The little bronze ones," Hagrid replied. Obediently, Harry counted out 5 nuts and placed them in the leather pouch tied to the owl's left talon. The bird cooed and nuzzled his cheek once more before soaring out the open window. Harry felt a slight pang of sadness as he watched it go. He had grown fond of the bird and wished it could stay a little longer. Hagrid yawned loudly and stretched, a loud crack echoing from his back. Harry's face showed a mix of horror and concern, but Hagrid paid it no mind as he stood up. "Best be off, Harry. Lots to do today. Got to get up to London and buy your stuff for school." Harry inspected the coins, letting them roll across his hand, enjoying the clink of the currency. However, his amusement faded as a troubling thought crossed his mind, making him feel as if someone had popped the happy balloon inside him with a needle. He deflated a little. Hagrid," he said, looking a bit down. Hagrid replied, pulling on his large boots. I haven't got any money," Harry admitted, shifting from foot to foot miserably. "And you heard Uncle Vernon last night. He won't pay for me to go and learn magic." "Don't worry about that," Hagrid reassured him. Hagrid grinned as he scratched his head absent-mindedly. "Do you think your parents didn't leave you anything? But if their house was destroyed, they didn't keep their gold in the house, boy. Nah, our first stop is Gringotts. Wizard's Bank. Have a sausage, they're not bad cold. I wouldn't say no to a bit of your birthday cake, either." Hagrid had put on his coat and pulled out a string of sausages he had cooked the previous night, offering one to Harry, who took it gratefully. "Wizards have banks?" Harry asked, wide-eyed as he took a bite of the sausage. His toothbrush and other hygiene products were in Aunt Petunia's bag in the other room. He felt a little disgusted at the thought of not brushing his teeth in the morning, but he didn't think Aunt Petunia would be particularly happy to fetch his cleaning things for him after what happened the previous night. Just the one. Gringotts. Run by goblins. Harry nearly dropped the piece of sausage he was holding but caught it thanks to his quick reflexes. Goblins? He said, his eyes wide with revelation. Yeah, so you'd be mad to try and rob it, I'll tell you that. Never mess with goblins, Harry. Gringotts is the safest place in the world for anything you want to keep safe, except maybe Hogwarts. As a matter of fact, I have to visit Gringotts anyway. For Dumbledore. Hogwarts business. Hagrid stood tall with pride. He usually gets me to do important stuff for him. Fetching you, getting things from Gringotts, he knows he can trust me, see? Harry nodded, filing away all the information for future reference. Got everything? Come on, then, Hagrid said merrily, leading the way to the door. Unsure, Harry looked back at the door of the other room. His relatives had no trouble leaving him behind. With a stranger the previous night, so they wouldn't have any problems with him leaving with the giant man. In fact, they might even hope that Hagrid wouldn't bring him back. Despite that, the Dursleys were his only family. Even though they had ridiculed, neglected, and beaten him, they had still provided a roof over his head. Hagrid gave him an expectant look, as if he couldn't understand why Harry was hesitating. Harry shook his head and followed the giant out the door, hoping he wasn't making the wrong decision. Even if he didn't want to go, Hagrid could easily make him, either by using magic or by simply dragging him along, or even picking him up as if he weighed less than a puppy. The sky was clear now, a sharp contrast to the roaring wind of the night before. Harry had loved the storm, but the bright blue sea was beautiful too. Seagulls squawked above, spreading their pure white wings to glide on the wind as they returned to their nests hidden among the cliffs on the shore. The wind was playful, dancing around Harry's dark hair. A salty scent filled the air, a sign of the sea's presence as little foamy waves dashed against the rocks. The boat Uncle Vernon had hired was still there, docked on the shore and filled with water from the storm. Hagrid easily tilted it to the side to pour out the seawater. "How did you get here?" Harry asked curiously, moving quickly down the rocks to keep up with Hagrid. It hadn't occurred to the giant that not everyone had strides as big as his. When Harry first came out of the hut, he hadn't seen any other boat or vessel. Did Hagrid swim to the rock? The answer was even more surprising than that. Flew, Hagrid said simply, as if he were stating that the sky is blue. Flew. Yeah, but we'll go back in this. Now I'm supposed to use magic now that I've got you. Hagrid plopped down in the boat, which sank a few inches lower under his weight. Harry sincerely hoped he remembered the little bit of swimming he picked up from a compulsory class in primary school. They settled into the boat. Harry distracted himself from the possibility of it sinking by staring at Hagrid and trying to imagine him flying. Would he be upright like Mary Poppins with her pink umbrella, hanging onto the handle as the wind carried him around? Or was he more like Superman, holding one fist forward while the other hand was drawn back to his waist as he zoomed forward? Either way, it was an interesting image to think about. "Seems a shame to row, though," said Hagrid, snapping Harry out of his mental image of Hagrid as Superman. The giant was giving him another one of his sideways looks. "If I were to speed things up a bit, would you mind not mentioning it at Hogwarts?" "Promise," Harry said firmly. He had never broken a promise before, and he didn't intend to start now. Besides, there was a tiny part of him that was excited to see more magic. His world was beginning to unfold right before his eyes. The world beyond Privet Drive was blossoming before him. While the sensible part of him reminded him not to expect the whole experience to last long, he still wanted to enjoy himself before it ended. Hagrid grinned widely, tapping his pink umbrella twice on the side of the boat. Suddenly, as if a machine had appeared behind them, they were propelled toward the shore, the boat whizzing and riding the waves like a speedboat. A laugh slipped from Harry's mouth as the sea sprayed against his face, a cool breeze drifting in and out of his flannel. He had never felt so exhilarated in his entire life. Once he got used to the speed, Harry calmed down. Harry thought about the questions he wanted to ask Hagrid. Why would you be mad to try and rob Gringotts? He asked. Spells and enchantments, Hagrid replied, unfolding his newspaper. They say there are dragons guarding the high-security vaults. And then you've got to find your way. Gringotts is hundreds of miles under London, deep under the underground. You'd die of hunger trying to get out, even if you did manage to get your hands on something. Harry sat and pondered this while Hagrid read the Daily Prophet. He had learned from Uncle Vernon and Dudley, who was always bothering Uncle Vernon, that people liked to be left alone while they read. However, it was tough for Harry, who was bursting with questions and had finally found someone who wouldn't snap at him for asking. Ministry of Magic messing things up as usual, Hagrid muttered, turning the page. There's a Ministry of Magic? Harry couldn't resist asking, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Of course, said Hagrid. They wanted Dumbledore for minister, but he'd never leave Hogwarts, so old Cornelius Fudge got the job. Bungler if there ever was one. So he pelts Dumbledore with owls every morning, asking for advice. Harry didn't know much about politics. The only bits he knew came from Uncle Vernon's occasional biased rants whenever there was something in the paper about the government. A minister writing letters to a headmaster asking for advice sounded pretty pathetic to him. But what does the Ministry of Magic do? Harry asked, sensing that Hagrid wasn't annoyed by his questions. Well, their main job is to keep it from the muggles that there are still witches and wizards up and down the country, Hagrid explained patiently. Why? Harry asked. Blimey, Harry, everyone would be wanting magic solutions to their problems. Nah, we're best left alone. At that moment, the boat bumped gently against the harbour wall, as if it were the boat's way of telling them they had arrived. It reminded Harry of how Aunt Petunia gently shook Dudley awake the night before when they reached Railview Hotel. The sudden memory of his aunt made Harry think of something important. Hagrid, Harry started, sounding a little timid. My aunt and uncle and Dudley are still on the island, and we used their boat. He wanted to say they were stuck on the rock, but instead, he opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish out of water under Hagrid's scrutinizing gaze. The giant chuckled and patted him on the back. You inherited your mother's kindness, eh? Hagrid said thoughtfully, looking into the distance as if recalling a memory. Your mother was one of the nicest people I knew. Hagrid sighed. Loved her sister even though her tunny hated her guts. I suppose you're the same. Well, it's just, Harry fiddled with his words, nervousness pumping through his veins. I don't like the thought of them being stranded out there. All right, chuckled Hagrid, waving down a fisherman who was relaxing by some shipments. The fisherman, previously occupied with lighting his cigarette, did a double take when he noticed Hagrid's size. Hey, do you mind taking this boat back to the rock over there? There's a family there. Row them back to shore, won't you? The fisherman would have asked for payment if it were any other ordinary person making the request, but Harry guessed he was too intimidated by Hagrid's towering presence to say no. Keeping his head down, the fisherman climbed into the rowboat they had just left, picked up the oars, and hurried back. Out to sea, relieved that the Dursleys would probably be okay, Harry picked up his pace to follow Hagrid up the stone steps into the street. Passers-by stared at Hagrid as they walked through the little town to the station, and honestly, Harry couldn't blame them. Hagrid was twice as tall as everyone else, and he kept pointing at perfectly ordinary things like parking meters, saying loudly, "See that, Harry? Things these muggles dream up." Harry counted stitches under his breath. He took the parchment envelope out of his pocket. The paper felt nice to touch, with a mildly rough texture that made a soft sound when rubbed against his skin. Good, Hagrid said, grumbling when he lost count and had to start again. There's a list there of everything you need. Harry carefully pried the letter open, not wanting to rip it. He was still worried that the whole wizarding experience would not last long, that Hagrid's world would send him back to the Dursleys before he could say Privet Drive. He wanted to keep the letter as a memory, something he could hide under his pillow and look at wistfully. There it was, hidden behind the letter he had read the night before. The someone out there had turned out to be the deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. He really liked the name, as he had gone through a Greek and Roman mythology phase where he read every book his school library had on the topic. He noticed a second piece of paper he hadn't seen before. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Set books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emeric Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Sport. Magical Draft and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set of glass or crystal files. 1 telescope. Brass scales. Students may also bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Can we buy all this in London? Harry asked curiously as he put down his letter, following the fold marks to arrange it back into the envelope. Hagrid paused from his knitting and gave him a knowing grin. Hagrid smiled widely, a pair of black beetles glinting at Harry under all the hair. If you know where to go. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. Harry had never been to London before. The beige brick walls and dark green columns fascinated him as he followed Hagrid through busy crowds. He was thankful that the man was so big, practically parting the crowd like the Red Sea. Harry felt a little underdressed in his flannel shirt and oversized jeans, surrounded by people in smart suits and creaseless dresses. But it didn't matter. He was in London, and he was too busy looking around to care. Although Hagrid seemed to know where he was going, it was clear he wasn't used to getting there the ordinary way. Harry paused for a moment to think that the Muggle way was probably not Hagrid's definition of ordinary, since he lived in a different world than Harry did. I don't know how Muggles manage without magic, Hagrid said after getting stuck in the ticket barrier in the underground. He complained loudly to the crowd in the entire station that the seats were too small and the trains were too slow. By now, Harry was sure that half of London had heard of the giant who was twice the height of everyone else. Hagrid grumbled once more as they climbed a broken-down escalator that led up into a bustling road lined with shops. The streets would have been hard to navigate for a small, scruffy 11-year-old who looked no taller than an average 7-year-old. But since the crowd parted for Hagrid, all Harry had to do was stick closely behind him. This was easier said than done, as Harry had to take 10 steps for every 2 of Hagrid's. They passed bookshops and music stores, hamburger bars and cinemas, but nowhere that looked as if it could sell a magic wand. This was just an ordinary street full of ordinary people. Harry suspected that someone was just fooling him. They might want to keep him unharmed to sell him into slavery or take him to a human trafficking ring. He was pretty sure there would be plenty of people on the black market who would be more than happy to buy his kidneys. Then again, he was small and, in the friendly librarian's words, malnourished. Healthy would be the last word to describe little Harry Potter. Surely, people on the black market wanted organs from healthy donors. This is it, said Hagrid, coming to a stop and interrupting Harry's thoughts. The Leaky Cauldron. It's a famous place. Harry looked at the tiny, grubber-looking pub. If it were up to him, he would say it looked anything but famous. Before Hagrid pointed it out, Harry had never noticed the shop, just like the people walking by who didn't spare a second glance at the front. Their eyes slid from the big bookshop on one side to the record shop on the other, as if they couldn't see the Leaky Cauldron at all. Suddenly, Harry had a peculiar feeling that only he and Hagrid could see it. Before he could mention this, however, Hagrid had steered him inside. For a so-called famous place, it was very dark and shabby. A few old women were sitting in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. One of them was smoking a long pipe that was about the length of Harry's arm. A little man in a top hat was talking to the old barman, who was quite bald and looked like a good candidate to play Humpty Dumpty. Harry winced at this thought, feeling it was rather rude, and instantly apologized in his head to the bartender. The low buzz of chatter stopped when they walked in. Everyone seemed to know Hagrid. They waved and smiled at him, and the barman searched for a glass, asking, the usual, "Hagrid?" "Can't, Tom." "I'm on Hogwarts business," Hagrid replied, clamping his great hand on Harry's shoulder with such force that the boy's knees buckled. "Lord," said the barman. "Tom," Harry recalled. "Sorry, Tom," he thought. Could this be? The leaky cauldron fell completely still and silent. Harry felt as if ants were crawling up his legs and back under his shirt, and the temperature of his fingers dropped significantly. Every eye in the room was on him, and he thought about how terrible life must have been for the boa constrictor, if being in a glass display case felt anything like his current situation. "Bless my soul," whispered the old barman. "Tom," Harry reminded himself. "Harry Potter. What an honor." He hurried out from behind the bar, rushed toward Harry with tears in his eyes, and seized Harry's hand. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," said Tom. "Welcome back." Harry was at a loss for words. All the vocabulary he had learned from hours in the library had abandoned him, leaving him defenseless in a room full of people who looked at him as if he had solved world poverty. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor, and before he knew it, Harry was shaking hands with everyone in the leaky cauldron. "Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can't believe I'm meeting you at last. So proud, Mr. Potter. I'm just so proud. Always wanted to shake your hand, I'm all of a flutter. Delighted, Mr. Potter. Just can't tell you. Diggle's the name. Daedalus Diggle." A familiar-looking man in a top hat said. Harry squinted at him for a moment, searching his memories for a reference. "I remember you," Harry said suddenly, recalling the time Aunt Petunia was forced to take him on a grocery run because she didn't trust him alone at home. A strange, tiny man in a violet top hat had bowed to him, leaving Dudley upset and Aunt Petunia fuming. He had never known why, and at that time, never dared to ask as Aunt Petunia was. Harry was absolutely livid about the whole incident. "You bowed to me once in a shop," he said. "He remembers me," cried Daedalus Diggle, as if Harry had just given him credit for solving world poverty. "Did you hear that? He remembers me." Harry shook hands again and again, feeling like it would never end. Doris Crockford kept coming back for more. Harry was sure he had memorized the shape of her hand, and now a numbness was creeping into his arm. A pale young man made his way to the front of the crowd, wearing a lovely lilac turban. Harry thought Aunt Petunia would love that shade of purple for the kitchen curtains. The man seemed very nervous, as one of his eyes was twitching uncontrollably. "Professor Quirrell," greeted Hagrid, clapping Harry on the back with such force that Harry nearly choked. "Harry, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts." "P.P. Potter," stammered Professor Quirrell, his eyes darting around the pub, avoiding Harry's gaze. "See can T tell you how pleased I am to meet you." "It's nice to meet you too, Professor," Harry replied, trying to resist the urge to hide behind Hagrid. Everything felt too loud, and he was overwhelmed by the endless number of people who looked up to him as if he were a hero, not just an ordinary, scruffy 11-year-old. He could sympathize with his professor's nervousness. Anxiety often got the best of Harry too. If you don't mind me asking, what do you teach, sir?" "Defense against the DD Dark Arts," muttered Professor Quirrell, as though he'd rather not think about it. "And not that you need it, eh, P.P. Potter?" He laughed nervously. "You'll be getting all your equipment, I suppose." "I've got to pick up a new book on vampires, myself," he said, looking terrified at the thought. The others wouldn't let Professor Quirrell keep Harry to himself. The nervous man was pushed away by a crowd of witches and wizards eager to shake hands with the boy who lived. It took almost 10 minutes for them to escape, and even then, Hagrid had to raise his voice. It seemed that it took about 30 people to create enough noise to overpower Hagrid. Must get on, lots to buy. Come on, Harry, Hagrid said finally, much to the disappointment of the sulking crowd. Harry felt relieved. He had never talked to that many people all at once in his entire life and was already feeling very drained. Doris Crockford shook Harry's hand one last time before letting Hagrid lead him away through the bar and an old wooden door with crossing metal plates into a walled courtyard. It contained a waste disposal bin and a few weeds. Told you, didn't I? Hagrid grinned at Harry. Told you were famous. Even Professor Quirrell was trembling to meet you, and mind you, he's usually trembling. Is he usually this nervous? Harry asked, hoping the question didn't come off as impolite. For a moment, he wondered if people in the wizarding world used antidepressants. He had read about them in a book, and the librarian had kindly let him use the spare laptop in her office to learn a bit about it online. Oh, yeah, Hagrid answered. Poor bloke. Brilliant mind. He was fine when he was studying out of books, but then he took a year off to get some first-hand experience. They say he met vampires in the Black Forest, and there was a nasty bit of trouble with a hag. He's never been the same since. Scared of his students, scared of his subject. Now, where's my umbrella? Harry blinked slowly, trying to process everything. Focused on, admiring its sleek finish. His mind buzzed with excitement, filled with thoughts of all the things he could learn in this magical world. Vampires and hags were only the beginning of his curiosity. Meanwhile, Hagrid seemed preoccupied, counting bricks as he muttered, 3 up, 2 across. Then, with a triumphant grin, he said, Right, stand back, Harry. Harry's curiosity intensified, growing like a plant nourished by rich soil. Hagrid tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. Harry watched in awe as the brick he touched began to tremble, wriggling as if it were trying to escape its place. Moments later, the brick popped out, creating a hole in the courtyard wall. A radiant light streamed through, illuminating the area like sunlight breaking through after a storm. As if inspired by the first brick, more began to move, shifting and folding back until an archway opened up, revealing a cobbled street that twisted out of sight. Welcome, Hagrid said proudly, gesturing toward the street ahead. To Diagon Alley. Harry felt a rush of excitement. Magic never failed to amaze him. He eagerly followed Hagrid into the winding street. When he looked back at the archway, he saw that the bricks had already returned to their original position, as if they had never moved at all. Sunlight glinted off the cauldrons displayed in the nearest shop window. They came in a variety of gleaming colors, including tinted copper, shiny silver, and elegant gold. One cauldron, made of polished ebony, particularly caught Harry's eye. Cauldrons, copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, collapsible, said the advertisement sign above them. Yeah, you'll be made in one, Hagrid said, noticing where Harry's gaze had wandered. But we gotta get your money first. Harry wished he had 8 more eyes. He turned his head rapidly as they walked down the street, looking left and right and behind, trying to take in everything, the shops, the items in the shops, and the people doing their shopping. A plump woman outside the apothecary shook her head, looking quite like Aunt Petunia when she couldn't bargain for a cheaper price on groceries. Dragon liver, 16 sickles an ounce, they're mad. A chorus of low hoots came from a dark shop with the sign Elop's Owl Emporium, Tawny, Screech, Barn, Brown, and Snowy. Harry remembered that his letter said he could get an owl and made a mental note to ask Hagrid if they could look later. Several boys about Harry's age, but a good head taller than him, pressed their noses against the glass of a shop displaying brooms. Look, Harry heard one of them say, the new Nimbus 2000, fastest ever. There were also shops selling robes, telescopes, and intricate silver instruments Harry had never seen before. There were windows with barrels of bat spleens and jars of eel eyes, tottering stacks of colorfully bound books, quills, rolls of parchment, tubs of luminescent ink, potion bottles, and globes of the moon. Gringotts, said Hagrid, stopping abruptly. A slender marble building towered above them. Pillars that reminded Harry of Greek temples framed the entrance, built at tilted angles that didn't quite match up across the 3 floors. Faded gold embellishments told Harry that the bank was once the grandest structure on the street, but time had worn it down into a greyish building that was intimidating in an older, wiser way. Standing by its burnished bronze doors, dressed in a uniform of scarlet and gold, was a goblin. "Yep, that's a goblin," Hagrid whispered as they walked up the white stone steps. The goblin who bowed to them was about a head shorter than Harry, with a swarthy, clever-looking face and unusually long fingers. Harry reprimanded himself not to stare, thinking it was rude. Now they faced another set of doors, this time silver, with the following words engraved: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits. The sin of greed for those who take but do not earn must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned. Beware of finding more than treasure there. Like I said, you'd be mad to try and rob it," Hagrid remarked. A pair of goblins bowed them through the silver doors, and they entered a wide marble hall. The room was shaped like an octagon, although it had perhaps 30 sides, which was a polygon Harry didn't know the name of. Hundreds of goblins were working in the room, sitting on stools and scribbling on ledgers. Some were weighing coins on brass scales, while others were examining jewels through thick eyeglasses. There were too many doors leading off from the hall for Harry to count, but the goblins seemed to know their way around as they guided customers without faltering. "Morning," Hagrid said after he and Harry made their way to a counter with a free goblin. "We've come to take some money out of Harry Potter's safe." Having seen another customer bow lightly to a goblin, Harry thought he should do the same. Awkwardly, he dipped his head gently, not noticing the surprised expression that flitted across the goblin's face. By the time he looked up, the goblin had returned to a businesslike demeanor. Hagrid turned back to Harry and asked, "You have his key, sir?" "Got it here somewhere," Hagrid replied as he began emptying his pockets onto the counter, scattering a handful of moldy dog biscuits over the goblin's book of numbers. The goblin wrinkled his nose. The tunnel extended beyond Harry's sight. Griphook whistled, and a small cart sped up the sloped tunnel. The goblin climbed in, and Harry followed. Hagrid clambered in last, struggling a bit, and they were off. Awe filled Harry's eyes as they sped down the rails. He imagined this must be what a roller coaster ride felt like. Dudley had bragged about the rides at Disneyland, and Harry had felt glum hearing about them. They hurtled down the passage, reaching crossroads several times, going left, right again, then down the middle fork, left, right, left, left. The rattling cart seemed to know its way, as Griphook wasn't steering. In fact, the goblin looked like he was enjoying himself, watching Hagrid turn greener by the second. Harry had to hold on to his glasses to keep them from flying off. Cold air rushed toward them like a stampede of terrified horses, yet Harry kept his eyes open. At one point, he thought he saw a burst of fire at the end of the passage and turned to look for a dragon, but it was too late. They were already plunging deeper, now miles under London. Finally, the cart turned into a small passage, and ahead of them stood a great gold door surrounded by complex contraptions. Wheels interlocked across the entrance to the vault, with its plate number above the frame. They all got out, and Harry swore he saw Griphook stifle a snort when Hagrid leaned against the wall for a moment to let his stomach settle. Anticipation tingled in Harry's fingertips as Griphook inserted his key into the lock, tucked in a corner with just enough space between the wheels and knobs. With a dramatic whoosh, the door swung open, releasing puffs of green smoke. Harry gasped as the green smoke cleared. Inside the vault were mounds of gold coins, columns of silver coins, and heaps of little bronze nuts. "All yours," smiled Hagrid. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. All this time, while the Dursleys had been yelling at him for being a burden and a sinkhole of money, there was a small fortune in his name, miles beneath London. There was no way Harry could ever let Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia find out about this money. They would take it from him before he could blink. Harry smiled so wide that he was surprised his cheeks hadn't started hurting. He had worried that the Dursleys would throw him out once he turned of age, leaving him a penniless, homeless wanderer in the streets of London. But now that he knew he had funding, Harry was eager to look into ways to invest his money so he would be well off once he was kicked out. Hagrid helped Harry pile some of the money into a bag and let him hold onto it. The smile on Harry's face was unshakable as they walked back to the cart, the jingle of coins echoing around them. "The gold ones are galleons," Hagrid grunted, climbing back into the cart. 17 silver sickles to a galleon and 29 nuts to a sickle. It's easy enough. Right, that should be enough for a couple of terms. We'll keep the rest safe for you. He turned to Griphook. "Vault 713 now, please, and can we go more slowly?" Griphook grinned widely. "One speed only." They hurtled back into the depths of London, going faster now that the rails were steeper. The air around them got colder and colder, although neither Hagrid nor Griphook seemed to mind. Hagrid, Harry supposed, didn't mind because he was big and wore a huge coat. Griphook, on the other hand, didn't seem like he would generate much body heat. Were goblins cold-blooded? Harry wanted to ask, then, but he hesitated, fearing it might sound rude. He hoped that Hogwarts would have a library filled with books about goblins, where he could find his answers. Curious, he leaned over the cart as they rattled over an underground ravine, feeling disappointed when he couldn't see the bottom. Griphook seemed amused by his interest, while Hagrid groaned and pulled him back from the edge. At last, they slowed down and got off in front of the door to Vault 713. This vault had no keyhole. "Stand back," Griphook said importantly, a smile spreading as he noticed how intently Harry was watching him. He gently stroked the door with one of his long fingers. To Harry's growing wonder, the door simply melted away. The molten gold sank into the ground, disappearing even though there was no place for it to leak. If anyone but a Gringotts goblin tried that, they'd be sucked through the door and trapped inside, Griphook explained. "How often do you check to see if someone's inside?" Harry asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Griphook's eyes twinkled as he smiled, a nasty grin forming on his face. "Once every 10 years. For some reason, Harry felt that the goblin particularly enjoyed that task. Eager to see what treasure the top security vault held, Harry leaned forward as Hagrid shuffled inside. He had expected to see mounds of money, jewels, and artifacts, but his eyes found none of that. At first, he thought the vault was empty, until Hagrid bent over and picked up a small, grubby package the size of Harry's hands when clenched together. It was wrapped tightly in brown paper and tied with twine. Hagrid tucked the package into the depths of his coat, and they were off again. One wild cart ride later, they were back on the surface. Hagrid looked ready to kiss the floor when they finally stopped. Harry thanked Griphook, offering the goblin a polite smile for his help. Aunt Petunia still took Harry out for grocery trips. He had learned that the workers behind the counters were easily pleased by a simple thank you and a smile. Some even told him he made their day. Harry loved making others smile like that, especially since he rarely pleased the Dursleys. He vowed to do it as often as possible. However, the desired effect didn't always happen. Griphook looked like he wanted to say something after Harry's gesture, but he just nodded and walked away. Hagrid sighed happily as they stepped out of the Gringotts doors, bathed in the light of mid-morning London. Harry didn't know where to go first now that he had money. He didn't need to know the exchange rate to understand that he had more money than the Dursleys could ever dream of. Besides, if the exchange rate favored pounds, Harry could always melt the gold coins he had, sell the molten gold, and use the money to buy a lot of silver. He was sure that the price of silver was much lower compared to gold. With the large amount of silver he could get, he could have someone mold it into sickles. 17 sickles equaled 1 galleon, and based on the current gold-to-silver ratio, he would probably end up with about twice the amount of galleons he had in the first place. "Might as well get your uniform," Hagrid said, nodding towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Listen, Harry, would you mind if I slipped off for a pick-me-up in the leaky cauldron? I hate those Gringotts carts." The giant looked rather sick, so Harry nodded and reassured him that he would be fine. Hagrid stumbled off toward the pub, and Harry entered the shop alone, feeling very nervous now that he was by himself. The inside of the shop was painted a lovely dark purple. Unending oak shelves lined the walls. Racks lined the walls, filled to the brim with garments in every color Harry could imagine. A few headless mannequins stood in the display window, dressed in flowy silk dresses fit for a royal tea party. Rolls of fabric with moving silver embroidery were stacked for customers to choose from if they wanted a customized garment. There were classy dark blues and mossy greens among vibrant magentas and eye-catching scarlets. The entire shop was a palette of the world's most exquisite colors, and Harry couldn't take his eyes off it. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch dressed all in mauve. Her smile reminded Harry of the librarian from his old school. She felt like the kind of neighbor everyone wanted, the neighbor who would bake extra cookies and bring them over every weekend. "Hogwarts, dear?" she asked, amused when Harry opened and closed his mouth, fumbling for words. He nodded shyly, flushing as she gave him a knowing smile and a reassuring pat on the head. "Got the lot here, another young man being fitted up right now, in fact." She led him to the back of the shop, her warm hand pressed against his back as she ushered him next to a pale, sharp-faced boy standing on a footstool. A second witch was pinning down the flappy black robe draped over the boy, shaping it to his size. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a stool just like the one the other boy was on, draping a ready-made robe over him. She used what seemed to be magical white chalk to draw a thin line, ensuring Harry wouldn't drag an oversized robe that he might trip on. "Hello," said the boy, raising an eyebrow importantly. "Hogwarts, too?" "Yes," mumbled Harry in reply. He wasn't very keen to have a conversation with a wizard just yet. His lack of knowledge about the magical world could lead him to unknowingly insult someone. "My father's next door buying my books and my mother's up the street looking at wands," the boy drawled, sounding bored, as if getting custom-fitted robes was something he experienced every day. Harry couldn't remember the last time he had clothes that fit. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully my father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." Harry was strongly reminded of Dudley. No, he chided himself as Madame Malkin pinched the fabric around his arm. "I shouldn't prejudge him and make assumptions. Have you got your own broom?" The boy continued his mostly one-sided conversation, and Harry was happy to keep his mouth shut and listen. However, now that the blonde boy was staring at him expectantly, Harry felt pressured to reply. "No," Harry said, focusing on what Madame Malkin was doing instead of looking at the boy. He could already imagine being ridiculed for not having a broom, just like he was for having glasses and a scar. "Play Quidditch at all?" "No," Harry mumbled. The blonde boy gave him a strange look before shrugging and continuing. "Well, I do. My father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree. Know what house you'll be in yet?" Feeling more stupid by the minute, Harry mentally prayed for Madame Malkin to finish up on his robes as soon as possible so he could escape. "No," he said, hoping he didn't sound like a complete idiot, in case houses were common knowledge in the magical world. "Well, no one really knows until they get there, do they? But I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family has been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" "Not like that at all," Harry said, finding his voice. He felt a surge of protectiveness for Hagrid. He's really nice and takes care of all the magical creatures. The blonde boy rolled his eyes. "Sure, if you say so. But I've heard stories." Harry frowned, feeling the weight of the boy's dismissive attitude. "Stories can be wrong," he replied, trying to stand his ground. The boy shrugged, clearly uninterested. "Whatever you say. I still think he's just a glorified servant." Madame Malkin, sensing the tension, glanced over with a disapproving look. Harry took a deep breath, determined not to let the boy's words get to him. He's a friend to the students, and that's what matters. The boy smirked, clearly unconvinced. "Well, we'll see how you feel about that once you're at Hogwarts." Harry felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach but tried to shake it off. He knew Hagrid was more than what the boy described. As they continued their conversation, Harry resolved to stand up for what he believed in, no matter how intimidating the other boy might be. "Brilliant," Harry mumbled the last part. "Do you?" the boy asked with a slight sneer. "Why is he with you? Where are your parents?" Harry felt his heart drop onto the floor. It landed on the footstool with a solid thump before rolling onto the cold stone. Sneers and jeers filled his mind. Soon enough, everyone at Hogwarts would know that his parents were gone. Everywhere he went, people would turn their noses away from him, looking down on him as he was buried under their whispers. Often, they would say, "It's him, the one whose parents died." They're dead, Harry said softly, certain that no one heard him. "Oh," the boy said stiffly. "But they were our kind, weren't they?" "They were witch and wizard, if that's what you mean," Harry replied after a moment. "Does it matter?" A sharp laugh came from the boy, as if Harry had just asked a ridiculous question. "Of course it matters." "The other sort." He scrunched up his nose in disgust, as if saying the words left a foul taste in his mouth. "They're just not the same. They've never been brought up to know our ways. Some of them have never even heard of Hogwarts until they get the letter. Imagine. I think they should keep it in the old wizarding families. What's your surname, anyway?" Thankfully, before Harry could enter a panic mode, Madame Malkin spoke up, giving him a kind smile. "That's you done, dear." The conversation was getting on his nerves, and Harry was more than happy for a reason to get away. "Well, I'll see you at Hogwarts, I suppose," the boy drawled. "Name's Draco Malfoy, by the way." "From the House of Malfoy." Harry had no idea what the House of Malfoy was, but it seemed pretty important. For all he knew, the blonde boy might be some sort of royalty in the magical world, and Harry wasn't keen to get on the bad side of an important family. "See you," Harry said, giving Draco a polite nod. Harry forced a small smile as he tried not to stammer. Have a nice day." "What's up?" Hagrid asked. Apparently, he was much more perceptive than Harry had thought. Harry had been quiet while enjoying his ice cream, chocolate and raspberry with chopped nuts. It was the best thing he had had in weeks, and the big man had noticed. "Nothing," Harry lied. They dipped into a shop for parchment and quills. Harry cheered up a bit as he picked up a batch of regular-looking quills, eager to start practicing writing with them. His smile brightened even more when Hagrid let him buy an ink that changed color as he wrote, creating a page of writing that transitioned from red to pink, yellow, and orange. When they left the shop, Harry remembered something he wanted to ask. "Hagrid," he started politely, hoping he wouldn't sound too dumb. "What's Quidditch?" "Blimey, Harry, I keep forgetting how little you know, not knowing about Quidditch," Hagrid exclaimed, smacking his face with his hand as if berating himself for not mentioning it earlier. Reluctantly, Harry confessed about his conversation with the blonde boy at Madame Malkin's. And he said people from Muggle families shouldn't be allowed in. Before Harry could finish, Hagrid cut him off. "You're not from a Muggle family. If he'd known who you were, he's grown up knowing your name if his parents are wizarding folk. You saw how everyone in the Leaky Cauldron reacted when they saw you. Anyway, what does he know about it? Some of the best I ever saw were the only ones with magic in them in a long line of Muggles. Look at your mum. Look what she had for a sister." The direction of the conversation started to irk Harry. He knew Hagrid wasn't exactly praising the Dursleys. Sure, he wasn't fond of Aunt Petunia, but he didn't like people talking about the only family he had. Harry had never heard anyone speak in that tone and manner before. So, hoping to steer the conversation in a better direction, Harry spoke up. "What is Quidditch?" "It's our sport, wizard sport. It's like football in the Muggle world. Everyone follows Quidditch. It's played up in the air on broomsticks, and there are 4 balls. It's sort of hard to explain the rules." Hagrid waved his hand around aimlessly as he spoke. Harry felt a bit bewildered. He had played football in school and was always picked last. He found it dangerous enough with his feet planted on the ground. Quidditch sounded pretty dangerous to Harry, but he supposed it also sounded a little fun. "And what are Slytherin and Hufflepuff?" he asked, remembering the strange terms Draco Malfoy had used. Curiosity lit up his eyes as he recalled how the blonde had been repulsed by the idea of Hufflepuff. "Schoolhouses." There are 4. Everyone says Hufflepuff are a lot of duffers, but Hagrid winced a bit as he said that, like it was something everyone said but knew was mean. Harry drooped immediately. I bet I'm in Hufflepuff, he mumbled gloomily. Better Hufflepuff than Slytherin, Hagrid said darkly. There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. You know who was one? Harry blinked. Voldemort. Sorry, you know who was at Hogwarts? He found it hard to imagine an evil wizard once attending school just like everyone else. If it were up to him, he would picture Voldemort spending his early years in terrible, dreary places instead of behind a desk with a quill in hand. Years and years ago, said Hagrid. Harry pondered this for a moment. So if you're sorted into Slytherin, he said slowly, you're destined to be evil? Words seemed to fail Hagrid for a moment. Sorry if this is rude, he said. Wouldn't it be awful if someone like me, who knows nothing about houses, went to Hogwarts and ended up in Slytherin? Then they learn that everyone in their house turns out bad? Harry hesitated. Hagrid finally found his voice. I suppose it's a bit of a bias, really. There are a handful of good Slytherins. Take Severus Snape, for example. He's your potions professor. Harry nodded. But you can't deny, Hagrid continued as they stopped in front of a shop called Flourish and Blots, that a good number of them turn out bad. Flourish and Blots was the dream bookstore of Harry's primary school librarian. The shelves stretched up to the ceiling, curving inward as they reached the top. Books as large as paving stones sat on the lower shelves, bound in leather. Smaller books, the size of postage stamps and done in silk colors, were placed in little baskets that could be pulled from the shelves. There were books with peculiar glowing symbols on the spine, calling out to Harry from their places in the shop. If Harry had to describe the bookshop in one word, it would be magical. His eyes were captivated by the rows and rows of titles. Eagerness bubbled up within him as he forgot about his worries for a moment. Knowledge was gathered in the store like gold in a dragon's hoard. It was absolutely endless, and Harry couldn't wait to get started. A kind lady in the shop noticed them, or rather, she noticed Hagrid, it was hard not to, and offered her help. Harry shyly handed her the letter containing the books he needed. She gave an understanding ah and withdrew a slim, mahogany wand from her robes. The wood was carved in a way that swirled around the core and tapered towards the tip. With a simple flick, flick, and swish of her wand, books flew from all corners of the shop, swooping around the other customers until they all settled, stacked upon each other, in her hand. Wow, Harry said. Harry couldn't help himself. He was breathless at the display of magic, and the awe in his eyes showed it. The lady gave a light giggle. Thank you. No problem, dear, she smiled. It's always such fun to show off a little magic in front of those who are easily amazed. They spent a little longer in the bookshop, leaving only when Hagrid pried Harry away. Harry felt a bit sad as they exited the store. There were so many interesting titles on the shelves, and he knew he could be entertained for weeks, if not months, if he had the chance to read everything in the shop. Next, they went to buy him a cauldron. Harry was pleased with his pewter one, which was the perfect color. It was a sharp kind of black that felt muted at the same time. It wasn't too bright, and it wasn't too heavy either. It was just the right weight for a small 11-year-old boy to carry. At the same shop, which seemed to specialize in metal equipment, they also got some copper scales for measuring potion ingredients, as well as a collapsible telescope. The apothecary was next on their trip, and despite the smell, it was interesting enough. The place smelled like someone had blended bad eggs and rotten cabbages together before spraying it everywhere like air freshener. Barrels of slimy substances stood on the floor. Jars of herbs, dried roots, and bright powders lined the walls. Bundles of feathers, strings of fangs, and snarled claws hung from the ceiling. There was something to look at in every inch of the place, so Harry kept himself entertained while Hagrid asked the man at the counter for basic potion supplies. Outside the apothecary, Hagrid checked Harry's list again. Just your wand left, Hagrid hummed thoughtfully. Oh, and I still haven't got you a birthday present. Harry didn't need a mirror to know he had turned red. You don't have to, he began. Harry had lived a brief dream outside of Privet Drive. It was already the best present he could ask for. He knew that the trip would be etched in his memory for many years to come. Whenever he felt particularly upset, or whenever Uncle Vernon locked him in his cupboard or room, he would think about Diagon Alley and the kind, great man known as Hagrid. "I know I don't have to," Hagrid said gruffly, ruffling Harry's hair. A twitch of a smile appeared beneath his beard. "Tell you what, I'll get you an animal. Not a toad. Toads went out of fashion years ago. You'd be laughed at. And I don't like cats, they make me sneeze. I'll get you an owl. All the kids want owls. They're dead useful, carry your mail and everything." 20 minutes later, Harry's eyes were filled with more joy than he had ever experienced in his life. They were just walking out of Elop's Owl Emporium, which had been dim and full of rustling sounds and jewel-bright eyes. Harry carried a large cage in his hands, cradling it like his most prized possession. Sitting inside the cage, calmly observing the commotion around the alley, was a beautiful snowy owl. She had watched him since he stepped into the shop. Unlike the other owls that hooted for his attention, the Snowy simply observed him quietly, beckoning to him with a silent call. Eventually, he was drawn in by her calm demeanor and approached her cage with a soft tone. To show her approval, the Snowy shifted along her perch, moving closer to the edge of the cage to preen and coo softly. At that moment, the bird captured Harry's heart, and he didn't think he'd be getting it back anytime soon. He didn't mind, though. A couple of minutes passed, and Harry was still stammering his thanks, doing his best impression of Professor Quirrell. "Don't mention it," Hagrid replied. Hagrid chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair again. "Don't expect you've had a lot of presents from the Dursleys. Just Ollivander's left now. It's the only place for wands, and you've got to have the best wand." Harry's jaw dropped onto the cobblestone pavement. He read his list. He knew he needed a wand, but it still felt so unreal that he had to do a double take to register what Hagrid had said. He was getting a wand. The thought filled him with joy, pushing away any lingering sadness. Ollivander's was a narrow shop, tucked cozily away in Diagon Alley. The letters on the sign, once of vibrant gold, were now peeling off, but Harry could still make out what they said: Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the one tiny display window the shop had. Fascination surged through Harry as he stepped inside, feeling as though he had entered a fairy tale. A single bell rang somewhere deep in the shop when the door closed behind them. The walls were lined with shelves that tilted and slanted at odd angles, stacked with boxes piled on top of each other. Harry thought it looked rather like a messy shoe warehouse. There was no other furniture in the shop except for a thin, spindly chair that Hagrid sat on. The chair squeaked in protest as it sank a few inches under the giant's weight, but Hagrid didn't seem to notice. Harry continued to look around, feeling the weight of invisible gazes prickling at the back of his neck. Magic was present in the silence of the shop, evident in the silvery dust particles that danced with every small step he took. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry jumped, and Hagrid must have too, for the boy heard the sound of the chair creaking again. The chair let out a telltale, pain squeak. The dark-haired boy remained on high alert. Something deep within him sensed that Ollivander's was a shop filled with years of accumulated magic, much like an old library with collections of ancient texts. Yet, despite his heightened awareness, Harry had not noticed the old man's presence. "Hello," Harry said, as it seemed polite. "Good afternoon," he added shyly. "May I buy a wand?" The old man had bright, shiny eyes that resembled two moons framed by a pair of wizened glasses. "Of course you can," he replied with a soft, grandfatherly chuckle. "I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." Harry felt his heart skip a beat when his name was whispered, like the sound of wind brushing through crisp tree leaves. The old man squinted through his narrow glasses and continued, "You have your mother's eyes. It seems like only yesterday she was here, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. A nice wand for charm work." Harry was speechless, his words caught in his throat as he stared at the man. "Your father, on the other hand," favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches, pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Mr. Ollivander waved his hand aimlessly. He stepped closer to Harry, close enough for Harry to see his slightly frightened face reflected in the old man's silvery eyes. A light finger came up to Harry's forehead. Before Mr. Ollivander could trace the lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath Harry's dark, messy bangs, the boy slipped beyond reach, looking wary. A quizzical expression crossed the old man's face, but if he found Harry's behavior peculiar, he did not voice it. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it, Mr. Ollivander said softly, continuing as if nothing had happened. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. Ollivander pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? Well, I'm right hand, Harry replied. Hold out your arm. That's it. Mr. Ollivander measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to floor, from knee to armpit, and around his head. As he measured, he said, every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. Harry realized with a start, as the measuring tape took the width of his nose, that it was measuring all on its own. Mr. Ollivander was flitting from shelf to shelf, selecting boxes with a discerning eye, looking busier than a shopkeeper on Christmas Eve. That will do, said Mr. Ollivander. The measuring tape jolted to a stop and dropped into a heap on the floor, as if the gravity button on it had finally been switched on. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave. Feeling foolish, Harry waved the wand awkwardly, trying to recall what the magician, who his primary school hired for Children's Day, had done. Mr. Ollivander snatched it away before Harry could do more, and for a moment, Harry felt his heart drop. He half expected the man to give him a disappointed look, saying something like, "You're awful. Go back to where you came from. You're not suited to be a wizard," before sending him home with Hagrid and instilling a ban preventing Harry Potter from ever interacting with the magical world again. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try. Ollivander interrupted Harry's thoughts by handing him another wand. Feeling a bit dizzy, Harry took it, but before he could even grip the wood, Ollivander snatched it away again. No. Here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, springy. Go on, try it out. Harry tried wand after wand, growing increasingly embarrassed as the number of stacked boxes piled up around him. He was surrounded by identical showbox-sized cuboids, but Mr. Ollivander showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, he looked happier with each box he pulled from the shelves. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, Ollivander chirped. This didn't ease Harry's nerves, but he felt relieved that the man wasn't annoyed with him for taking so much time. I wonder, now, yes, why not? Unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry reached for the wand, feeling warmth at his fingertips even before he touched the polished wood. The warmth spread from his hands, coursing through his body, flowing in his blood and passing from cell to cell. It was as if the wand had developed invisible roots the moment it touched his palm, anchoring itself to the depths of his soul, clinging on as if to assure him that his magic would never leave. Filled with sudden excitement, Harry raised the wand and flicked it sharply. The shape of the handle engraved itself into his right hand. A burst of silver and green sparks exploded from the tip, mirroring the awe and amazement in Harry's eyes. The sparks soared above him, forming fireworks that spread out in a flower-like pattern. Oh, "Bravo!" cried Mr. Ollivander as Hagrid whooped and cheered. "Yes, indeed." "Oh, very good. Well, well, well. How curious. How very curious." Harry felt his heart clench a little as Mr. Ollivander took the wand back and wrapped it in brown paper. "Curious. Curious," the man muttered thoughtfully. Feeling a bit more confident after his success, Harry asked, "Sorry, but what's curious, Mr.?" Ollivander hesitated before turning to meet Harry's eyes with a pale, fixed stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed hard, feeling his flight or fight instinct stirring within him. It felt like a sea monster awakening, flicking its great tail just beneath the surface. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember? I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great," Mr. Ollivander said ominously. Harry tried to keep his body still, locking his joints and keeping his muscles rigid, but he still shivered slightly. The wand maker didn't seem to have any bad intentions, and while Harry wouldn't say he hated Mr. Ollivander, he would admit that the man made him feel uneasy. He couldn't wait to get away. They paid 7 galleons for the holly and phoenix feather wand. Harry bowed in return when Mr. Ollivander did so to bid them farewell. The late afternoon sun hung low as Harry and Hagrid retraced their steps through Diagon Alley and back into the Leaky Cauldron. The morning crowd had disappeared, and Tom was behind the counter, wiping glasses with an old rag. He waved as they passed, leaving the magical world behind and stepping into a judgmental London. Harry was too distracted to notice the stairs. Every pair of eyes nearby followed Hagrid's large form, Harry's skinny figure, and the collection of oddly shaped packages they carried. On the train, Harry cooed softly to reassure Hedwig, who glared and screeched at the other passengers, aware of the scrutinizing gazes directed at her boy. They got off at their stop and climbed what felt like the longest escalator for Harry's tired legs. Paddington Station surprised him, as he had been a bit out of it. He had been trailing after Hagrid, letting his mind run on autopilot. "Got time for a bite to eat before your train leaves," Hagrid said. He bought Harry a hamburger. Technically, Harry was the one who made the purchase as the giant grumbled about Muggle currency, but the money was Hagrid's. They sat down on bright yellow and green seats. Harry looked around, finding the Muggle world strange after experiencing the magical world beyond the Leaky Cauldron. Hedwig sat on the plastic seat next to him, her head tucked into her wing as she dozed off. "You all right, Harry? You're very quiet," Hagrid asked. Harry paused, trying to find the right words as he neatly folded back his hamburger wrapper. He had just had the best birthday of his life, yet something inside him felt uneasy and on edge. His fight or flight instinct never returned to deep slumber. It lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for something to rouse it. "Everyone thinks I'm special," he said at last, feeling exceptionally self-conscious. "All those people in the Leaky Cauldron, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander? But I don't know anything about magic at all. How can they expect great things from me? I'm famous, and I can't even remember why. I don't know what happened the night my parents died." Hagrid leaned across the table, a kind smile sparkling in his dark eyes. "Don't you worry, Harry. You'll learn fast enough. Everyone starts at the beginning at Hogwarts. You'll be just fine. Just be yourself. I know it's hard. You've been singled out, and that's always tough. But you'll have a great time at Hogwarts. I did, and I still do, as a matter of fact." Harry absorbed Hagrid's words, repeating them in his mind. The monster within him remained in a light sleep, retreating a little further from the surface. There was still a weight on Harry's chest, but it had lightened somewhat, thanks to the kind man sitting across from him in the fast food restaurant. Hagrid helped Harry onto his train, the one that would take him back to the Dursleys. Once Harry was settled, the giant handed him an envelope with a grin. "Here's your ticket for Hogwarts," he said. "1st of September, King's Cross. It's all on your ticket. If you have any problems with the Dursleys, send me a letter with your owl. She'll know where to find me. See you soon, Harry." The engine began to rumble as the train stirred, stretching like a majestic predator preparing for a day of hunting. Harry turned to the window, wanting to watch Hagrid until he was out of sight. He pressed his nose against the glass, a slight smile on his lips, but then he blinked, and Hagrid was gone. Chapter 6: Journey to Hogwarts. Harry's last month at the Dursleys wasn't enjoyable. Dudley had become so frightened of Harry that he wouldn't stay in the same room. Whenever Harry entered a room, Dudley would turn pale, as if he had just seen a ghost, then he would flee, quite literally, as the springy, pink pig's tail was still sticking out of Dudley's bottoms. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon ignored Harry, pretending as if he wasn't there, which was pretty normal. However, it was unusual for Aunt Petunia not to demand that Harry do his chores, and for Uncle Vernon not to yell boy every time he caught sight of the scrawny brat. It was absolutely awful. Harry wasn't fond of how he was treated by his relatives, but he'd rather go back to their previous behavior than endure the silent treatment they were giving him. Each morning, Harry would come down, preparing to start breakfast, but Aunt Petunia would freeze and push him away without making eye contact. The same thing happened at lunch and dinner. With no chores to do, Harry found himself quite bored. Left to his own devices, he began to page through his textbooks, absorbing knowledge like a sponge in a bowl of water. He would jump from charms to defense to potions, and perhaps dabble a bit in herbology and transfiguration. He named his snowy owl Hedwig after a German which he found in his History of Magic textbook. Hedwig slept for most of the day, and Harry used a clean flannel shirt to cover her cage in the morning so she wouldn't be disturbed by the sunlight. In the evening, right after dinner, Hedwig would begin to coo softly, and Harry would respond by telling her all the interesting things he'd read that day. At night, Harry would open his windows to allow Hedwig free rein of the house. Skies, and she would return from her adventures with a present, usually a rat. Thankfully, Aunt Petunia never came to check on him. She would have a meltdown at the sight of a dismembered rat in his room. Every night, before going to bed, Harry counted down the days until September 1st, with Hedwig perched on the windowsill to keep him company. He would gently pet her before tucking himself in, falling asleep to the reassuring coos of his companion and the sounds of her pattering wings. On the last day of August, Harry realized he could no longer delay asking the question. He needed to request that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon take him to King's Cross Station the next day. Reluctantly, he put down his potions textbook, halfway through, and ventured into the living room where they were watching a quiz show. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon sat together on the love seat while Dudley claimed the single couch for himself, snacking on popcorn bought from a convenience store. Harry cleared his throat to announce his presence. Dudley jumped, letting out a terrified screech, dropping the popcorn onto the floor, and raced out of the living room into the kitchen. Uncle Vernon?" Harry started nervously. Uncle Vernon grunted to show he was listening. I need to be at King's Cross Station tomorrow. To go to school." Harry continued, omitting Hogwarts, as he sensed it wasn't a favorite word of his relatives. Uncle Vernon grunted again. Would it be all right if you gave me a lift?" Harry finished hopefully. Another grunt. Harry crossed his fingers and prayed that it meant yes. "Thank you." He was about to go upstairs when Uncle Vernon opened his mouth to speak. "Funny way to get to a wizard's school, the train. Magic carpets all got punctures, have they?" Uncle Vernon half sneered, his eyes still glued to the television. Harry remained silent. "Where is this school, anyway?" "Scotland," Harry answered, relieved that he had been reading History of Magic. The book had a section on Hogwarts that included information on its location, its founding, and its founder. "The Highlands of Scotland." HMPH, scoffed Uncle Vernon. What train are you taking, anyway? The Hogwarts Express, Harry fumbled awkwardly, starting to fidget with his fingers. My ticket says to be at platform 9 3/4 at 11. His aunt and uncle stared at him. Platform what? NN 9 3/4, Harry mumbled, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He disliked the interrogating tone Uncle Vernon used. It made him feel like he had slugs, ants, and spiders crawling up his back under his shirt. All he wanted was to run and hide in his bedroom until the sensations faded away. Don't talk rubbish, Uncle Vernon said, disbelief written all over his face. Harry mumbled inaudibly. Speak up, boy. There it was, Harry thought. The term boy felt unnatural, as Uncle Vernon hadn't used it on him for a while. It's on my ticket, he repeated, just loud enough to be heard. Barking, Uncle Vernon replied, turning back to the television. Howling mad, the lot of them. You'll see. You just wait. All right, we'll take you to King's Cross. We're going up to London tomorrow anyway, or I wouldn't bother. Harry was curious about why his aunt and uncle were going to London, but he thought it wise to keep his mouth shut. As it turned out, he didn't have to ask. Got to get that ruddy tail removed before he goes to Smeltings, Uncle Vernon grumbled. Uncle Vernon muttered to himself, while Aunt Petunia nodded vigorously in agreement. Harry woke up at 5 o'clock the next morning, filled with so much excitement that he couldn't go back to sleep. Hedwig had returned sometime during the night and was perched on the end of Harry's bed frame, watching over him. She hooted in greeting when he woke, hopping into his reach happily when he reached out to pet her. Today's the day, Hedwig, Harry whispered, his eyes bright with anticipation. The snowy owl cooed, pressing her head into his palm, providing encouragement even though she couldn't speak. A warm feeling swelled inside Harry's chest as he smoothed out Hedwig's feathers while he continued to talk. I'm feeling kind of nervous, he confessed, working through Hedwig's left wing. The owl let him raise her wing gently without complaint. Typically, owls were quite bristly, but she couldn't help but respond to Harry's soft, kind touch. What if I mess up? What if people hate me? Hedwig snapped at him playfully, as if to say, don't be ridiculous, Harry. Get rid of that thought. Even if everyone hates me, you won't, right? Harry asked softly, brushing past Hedwig's snowy white feathers and admiring the black specks scattered among them. The owl nipped his fingers gently, careful not to leave a mark with her sharp beak. Harry spent the next hour petting Hedwig while reading his potions textbook, animatedly explaining to her the procedures for making a forgetfulness potion. At 6:30, he got up and changed into jeans and a t-shirt, knowing his relatives would throw a fit if he wore his robes on the way to King's Cross. Besides, he didn't want to be stared at by everyone. At the station, Harry checked his Hogwarts list once more to ensure he had everything he needed. With a little coaxing, Hedwig hopped into her cage. He checked the lock 3 times to make sure she would be safe. He had prepared a shirt in advance to cover Hedwig, just in case she felt uncomfortable with the crowd at King's Cross. For the time remaining, Harry paced his room restlessly, memorizing potion ingredients to help ease his anxiety. Hedwig cooed the entire time, providing him with some comfort. His companion was quickly becoming his best friend. 2 hours later, Harry's large, heavy trunk had been loaded into the back of the Dursleys' car, and Aunt Petunia had convinced Dudley to sit next to Harry. Hedwig's cage sat between them, which should have helped, but it didn't. Dudley poked at the cage like he had done with the snake's enclosure at the zoo. Hedwig snapped her beak angrily, warning Dudley to keep his distance. They reached King's Cross Station at 10:30. Harry wished they had arrived earlier, but Uncle Vernon seemed to have set the GPS to take the longest route to the station. Harry wouldn't have been surprised if that was exactly what the man had done. They all clambered out of the car, Dudley much more reluctantly than everyone else. Uncle Vernon dumped Harry's trunk onto a cart and wheeled it into the station for him. Harry found this strangely kind of Uncle Vernon and stayed on alert, expecting his relatives to pull something on him. Just as he suspected, there was no way Uncle Vernon would be nice to him just because he was going away for a year. The man stopped dead, a nasty grin on his face. Just ahead of them were platforms 9 and 10. Well, there you are, boy. Platform 9 and platform 10. Your platform should be somewhere in the middle, but they don't seem to have built it yet, do they? Uncle Vernon was quite right. There was a big plastic number 9 over one platform and a big plastic number 10 over the one next to it, but in the middle, there was nothing at all. Have a good term, Uncle Vernon said with an even nastier smile. He turned around, his arm around Aunt Petunia's bony waist and his other hand on Dudley's back. The family walked away, laughing as they left Harry behind. Harry felt a tightness in his chest as his relatives drove off. He might have been used to their treatment, but some things still hurt. He glanced at the large clock over the arrivals board. There was no train listed for 11 o'clock, but his letter had said otherwise. The clock seemed to be taunting him, ticking down to 13 minutes until departure. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Harry pushed down his panic and focused on thinking logically. People were starting to stare at Hedwig, so his first priority was to cover her. He knew he wouldn't like being stared at like that, so why would Hedwig? All right, Harry whispered under his breath, counting 1, 2, 1, 2 to keep his breaths even. Platform 9 and 3/4. He tried his best to remember if Hagrid had mentioned something about tapping the third brick from the right or something similar. Briefly, Harry considered taking out his wand and trying every brick along platform 9. No, he thought, that's ridiculous. People will think I'm mad. At that moment, a large group passed behind him, and Harry overheard part of their conversation. Packed with muggles, of course, he turned, his eyes bright. The speaker was a middle-aged, plump woman talking to 4 boys, all pushing a cart with a trunk on it. They all had the same flaming red hair, with slight variations in shade. Most importantly, one of them, the one who looked the oldest, had an owl. Harry's heart hammered in his chest like a great drum as he pushed his cart after them. He struggled a little with the weight of his textbooks in the trunk. Panting quietly, he wondered how the 4 boys managed to push their carts effortlessly, as if they weighed little more than a feather. He thought for a moment that there must be some sort of spell to make your things lighter. He decided to add that to his list of top priorities to learn. 9 3/4. The youngest boy chirped. She was a small girl with long red hair cascading down her back. Right there. All right, said the plump woman, placing a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Percy, you go first. The oldest, Percy, marched onward without hesitation, heading toward platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched, forcing his eyes wide so he wouldn't miss anything. Just as Percy reached the dividing barrier between the platforms, a surge of tourists moved forward. By the time the last backpack cleared, Percy was already gone. Harry blinked. Percy was nowhere on platform 9 or 10. He had simply vanished. Fred, you next, the plump woman said. I'm not Fred, I'm George, replied a tall, lanky boy. Beside him stood another boy of the same height with the same face. Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother? Can't you tell that I'm George? Sorry, George, dear, she said. Only joking, I'm Fred, the boy replied, and off he went. He called after his twin, who Harry assumed must be George. As Harry focused on George, Fred disappeared, so he made sure to keep a close eye on the remaining twin. This time, he didn't blink or look away. George approached the barrier briskly, and then quite suddenly, he wasn't there anymore. There was nothing else to do now. Excuse me, Harry said in his most polite tone. A plump woman looked up at Harry with a kind smile. Her warm eyes scanned his trunk and the flannel covering the cage-shaped object on top. Hello, dear. First time at Hogwarts? Ron's new too. She pointed to the youngest of her sons, a tall, thin boy with a sprinkle of freckles across his nose and cheeks. Yes, Harry replied, feeling a bit nervous now that the panic had faded. The thing is, you see, I don't know how to. How to get on the platform? She asked kindly. Harry nodded shyly. If you could just point me in the right direction. Not to worry, dear. Her soft smile eased Harry's stomach. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. It's best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on, go now before Ron. Harry stared at her for a moment. A stranger was telling him to run straight at a wall. It sounded a bit ridiculous, and he worried that Hedwig, who was sleeping, would be jolted awake if he collided with the wall. Oh. All right. Thank you, miss. Feeling unsure, Harry retrieved Hedwig's cage to carry it under his arm. He turned his trolley and faced the wall. It looked solid, and he was sure it would hurt if he crashed into it. Mustering his courage, he started walking toward it. People jostled between him and the barrier, and Harry wondered if some kind of magic was preventing them from seeing him. He picked up speed. The barrier was 10 meters away. He leaned on his cart and broke into a heavier run, 7 meters. Wondered if he would get scolded by the station security if he caused a commotion. He was 5 meters away and moving too fast now. It would be too late to stop. 2 meters left. Now it was less than a foot away. He squeezed his eyes shut to prepare for the crash, but the crash never came. Harry opened his eyes, letting out a breath of relief that quickly turned into one of awe. Ahead of him was the most majestic scarlet steam engine, puffing out smoke like a dragon. Black markings adorned the beautiful, rich red of the train, and gold letters boldly spelled out Hogwarts Express. Each train carriage had its own number. A sign overhead announced Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry looked behind him and spotted an iron-framed archway with the words Platform 9 3/4 above it. He had done it. Don't stand there, said the oldest boy from earlier, Percy, as he pulled Harry out of the way. The sudden touch startled Harry, and he jumped back faster than a snake could recoil. Sorry if I scared you, Percy said. But standing in the middle of the archway will cause the next person to hit you head-on. Oh, mumbled Harry, feeling embarrassed. Sorry. Percy gave him a strange look. Sure. It's just my job as a prefect. Smoke from the engine rose above the heads of the large crowd on platform 9 3/4. The first few carriages of the train were already packed. People were sticking out of windows, talking to their families, and fighting over seats. Cats of every color wound between legs as if they owned the platform, lounging on the steps leading up to the carriages without a care in the world. Owls hooted at each other in a disgruntled manner over the noise of the engine and the scraping of trunks. Harry pushed his car down the platform, hoping to find a less crowded carriage to spend his journey in. Harry passed a round-faced boy who was saying, "Gran, I've lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," sighed the old woman, wearing a pale green coat, her hair in a bun and tucked into a lilac beaner-like hat. A boy with dreadlocks was surrounded by a huge crowd of students, all chanting for him to open the large box he was holding. "Go on, Lee, go on." The boy grinned and complied, lifting the lid of the box. Screeches echoed as a large, hairy, spider-like leg slinked out of the box. Harry pressed on through the crowd until he found an empty compartment at the end of the train. He put Hedwig, who had woken up, inside first, muttering a quick apology for disturbing her. Taking a deep breath, Harry strengthened his resolve and started tugging and heaving the trunk towards the train door. He began to wish he had asked the red-haired woman for that spell. He tried over and over again to pull the trunk up the steps, but to no avail. Twice, he dropped it on his foot. Want a hand? It was one of the twins he had followed over the barrier. Yes, please, Harry panted, thankful that someone had offered. He hadn't been particularly keen on asking for help. All you had to do was ask, the twin grinned, pulling his wand out of his jeans. Wingardium Leviosa. The twin pointed his wand at the trunk and flicked it upwards. Sure enough, the trunk started to levitate, and using his wand, the redhead guided it into the compartment, tucking it into the corner easily. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry breathed, trying to embed the spell into his mind. Don't you worry, the twin grinned. You'll learn that spell soon enough. First-year syllabus. Oi, George, the other twin had wandered over. Who's this? Harry, Harry said as he brushed his sweaty hair off his forehead. Harry Potter. The twins gaped at him. Each other, their eyes darting from their identical faces to Harry's forehead. You've really got a lightning-shaped scar. Harry nodded awkwardly. The twins stared at him, and Harry felt himself blush under their attention. They, like everyone else he had met so far, treated him like a hero, even though he was just an 11-year-old boy who had only survived to be a burden to his relatives. To Harry's great relief, a familiar voice called out. Fred? George? Are you there? Coming, Mum. The twins replied in unison. With one last look at Harry, they hopped off the train. Harry settled into a seat by the window, half hidden, and watched the red-haired family with a flicker of longing in his heart. The mother had just taken out her handkerchief and was signaling for the youngest boy to come to her. Ron, you've got something on your nose. The youngest boy tried to pull away, but his mother was quicker and had already grabbed his wrist. He squirmed and tugged, desperate to escape, but the woman was determined and wiped his nose. Mom, get off. He protested, managing to break free. Has Uncle Ronnie got something on his nosy? One of the twins teased. Shut up, Ron shot back. Where's Percy? Asked their mother. He's coming now, said the other twin. The oldest boy appeared, striding into view, looking very important with his long black robes billowing behind him. His red and gold tie was perfectly neat, and Harry noticed that Percy had a badge with a piece pinned to his chest. Can't stay long, Mother, he said. I'm up front. The prefects have 2 compartments to themselves. Oh, are you a prefect, Percy? One of the twins exclaimed with a dramatic tone. He pressed a hand to his forehead and pretended to swoon. You should have said something. We're family, for Merlin's sake. We had no idea. Hang on, I think I remember him saying. Something about it, said the other twin. Once? Or twice? A minute? All summer? Oh, shut up, snapped Percy, his face slightly flushed. How come Percy gets new robes, anyway? Asked one of the twins, crossing his arms. Because he's a prefect, their mother said fondly. All right, dear, well, have a good term. Send me an owl when you get there. Percy allowed his mother to kiss him on the cheek with an exasperated sigh. The tips of his ears turned red as the twin swooned at the scene. Soon enough, he was a distant figure, his robes flapping widely behind him. The mother turned to the twins with a stern look. Now, you two, this year you behave yourselves. If I get one more owl telling me you've blown up a toilet or... Blown up a toilet? We've never blown up a toilet. Great idea though, thanks, Mom. It's not funny. And look after Ron. Don't worry, Ickle Ronikins is safe with us. Shut up, groaned Ron, his nose still a little pink from when his mother rubbed it. Oh hey, Mom, guess who we just met on the train? Harry leaned back so they wouldn't see him, just in case Fred or George decided to point him out to their mother. You know that black-haired boy who was near us in the station? Know who he is? Who? Harry Potter. Harry heard the girl's excited voice almost instantly. Oh, Mum, can I go on the train and see him? Please? You've already seen him, Ginny, and the poor boy isn't something you gobble at in a zoo. Is he really, Fred? How do you know? Asked him. Saw his scar. It's really there, like lightning. Poor dear, no wonder he was alone. I wondered. He was ever so polite when he asked how to get onto the platform. Never mind that. Do you think he remembers what you know who looks like? I forbid you to ask him, Fred, their mother said sternly. Harry silently thanked her for helping him avoid what could have been a very awkward conversation. No, don't you dare. As though he needs reminding of that on his first day at school. All right, keep your hair on. A whistle sounded, and a loud clamor of rushing students filled the air as last goodbyes were called out. "Hurry up," their mother urged, ushering them on. The three boys clambered onto the train and leaned out of the window for her to kiss them goodbye. Their youngest sister began to cry. "Don't, Ginny. We'll send you loads of owls. We'll send you a Hogwarts toilet seat." "George." "Only joking, Mom." The train rumbled to life, stretching its muscles and warming up for the 4-hour journey. Harry saw the mother waving and the younger sister, half crying, half running along the side of the train until it picked up too much speed. Then she fell back and waved, still sniffling. Harry watched them until the train rounded a bend and they were out of sight. A wistful feeling settled in his chest. Would his parents have seen him off like that if they were alive? Would he have had a little sister? He liked that second thought. If he had a little sibling, he would swear to protect them to the best of his ability. A twinge of envy stirred in his heart. It must be nice to have such a big family, with so many people who cared for you. The door of the compartment slid open, and the youngest redhead stepped in. "Anyone sitting here?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." Harry shook his head, and the boy sat down. The redhead glanced at Harry, jolted when their eyes met, and quickly looked out the window as if he hadn't been staring. There was still a smudge of something on Ron's nose, maybe dust, and Harry contemplated whether he should mention it. "Hey, Ron," one of the twins peered into the compartment, the other following closely behind. "Listen, we're going down the middle of the train." "Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there," said the other twin. Ron flinched. "Right," he mumbled. "Harry, this one was Fred?" Harry thought. One of the twins had a more crooked nose than the other. Once Harry noticed that, he could tell them apart. Now, he just needed to figure out which was which. "Did we introduce ourselves?" "We're Fred and George Weasley. And this is Ron, our brother." "Are you Fred or are you George?" Harry asked politely. The twins looked surprised at his question. "Well," the one on the left began. "I'm George," said the one on the right. "And he's Fred," the other finished. Harry blinked. "We'll be going. See you later, then." The one on the right winked. "George? Fred?" Harry wasn't too sure. "Bye," said Harry and Ron as the twins closed the compartment door behind them. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted out, clearly having held back until now. Harry nodded, feeling a sense of dread fill him. He had a feeling this wasn't going to be a conversation he would enjoy. "Oh, well, I thought it might be one of Fred and George's jokes," Ron said lamely. "And have you really got, you know?" He pointed awkwardly at Harry's head. Harry shifted, already feeling uneasy and uncomfortable. "Why, yeah," he mumbled. "Well, do you remember?" "You know who I mean?" Ron asked eagerly, leaning forward. Harry instinctively retreated, but he was already backed up against his seat with nowhere to go without looking rude. "No," he mumbled again, choosing to look at his hands. Was disappear into his shoes instead of facing Ron's disappointment. "Well, I?" The flash of disappointment on Ron's face stirred something within Harry. He let down his relatives almost every day. Did he have to let down one of his classmates before the school year even started? I remember a flash. A flash of green light. "Wow," Ron said, wide-eyed. He sat in silence for a moment, then abruptly turned to watch the scenery, realizing he was staring at Harry. Harry wished he hadn't packed all his textbooks away. If he had left one or two out, he could have read to pass the time. Instead, they were left in uncomfortable silence that neither of them knew how to break. "So, Ron cleared his throat. The silence clearly bothered him. He shifted in his seat and tapped his foot nervously, then stopped suddenly. "I heard that you went to live with Muggles. What are they like?" Harry thought carefully about his answer. He didn't want to tell everyone his relatives were terrible. They were still his family, after all. Besides, he couldn't blame them. He was an unexpected burden they never asked for. It was no surprise they weren't particularly fond of him, especially considering how much they had to spend on him. He was reminded of that often enough. "They're all right, I suppose," Harry said, choosing his words carefully. They don't really like me. I'm a bit of a burden. They never asked for me. I'm just an extra responsibility for them." His voice grew quieter as he spoke, and he wanted to curl up and block out the world. Ron wasn't a bad person, and Harry knew he hadn't meant to touch on such an uncomfortable topic. All Harry wanted was to escape the conversation. Harry read quietly, occasionally sharing interesting things he found with Hedwig. The snowy owl had been lightly dozing. As if she had a magical sixth sense, she stirred awake at Harry's distress and peeked her head out from under her wing. Hedwig cooed softly, wishing she could leave her cage and nuzzle into Harry's neck to comfort him. Her amber eyes turned to Ron, and she shot him an angry glare, as if to say how dare he upset her Harry. "Well," Ron stammered. As annoying as he could be at times, he wasn't completely oblivious. Harry was sending signals like fireworks on bonfire night, and it didn't take much to see that he was on the verge of a quiet meltdown. "My name's Ronald Weasley." Harry paused, his face turning bright red as Ron remembered that Harry already knew his name. "I have 5 brothers. I'm the 6th in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say I've got a lot to live up to. Bill and Charlie, my oldest brothers, have already graduated. Bill was head boy, and Charlie was Quidditch captain. Now Percy is a prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but they still get really good marks, and everyone thinks they're really funny. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others, but even if I do, it's no big deal because they did it first. You never get anything new either, with 5 brothers. I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat." Ron reached inside his jacket and pulled out a fat, grey rat that was fast asleep. Hedwig hissed. "His name's Scabbers, and he's useless. He hardly ever wakes up. Percy got an owl from my dad for being made a prefect, but they couldn't afford one for me. I mean, I got Scabbers instead." Ron's ears turned pink. He seemed to feel he had said too much and returned to staring outside. Window. This made Harry feel a little sad. Earlier, he had been gloomy, thinking about how much of a burden he was to the Dursleys. Hearing about Ron's family had brightened his spirits. "I wish I had brothers," Harry said quietly. "I've only got one cousin, Dudley, but he pushes me around and he hits me." "All brothers are like that," Ron mumbled. Harry sensed that Ron was still feeling down. He remembered what Ron had said and realized that his family wasn't very wealthy. He decided to tread carefully around that topic. "Well," Harry began, "I've been wearing my cousin's clothes since I was young, too." This seemed to cheer Ron up. Harry then shared that he never received birthday presents and never got anything new from his relatives. As they talked, the train carried them through London and into endless meadows. The grassland stretched for miles, a vast expanse of green as far as they could see. Occasionally, a cow would look up as the train passed, then return to munching on the sweet grass. Eventually, Harry gathered the courage to fetch some books from his trunk. He crossed his fingers, hoping Ron wouldn't label him as a nerd. He had carried that title throughout his primary school years, and it hadn't been fun, especially with Dudley at the same school. Ron was a bit surprised that Harry found reading the textbooks interesting but didn't say anything more. They chatted lightly as Harry showcased his multitasking skills, reading his charms textbook while listening to Ron at the same time. About an hour into the journey, Hedwig had fallen back asleep, and Ron was starting to get drowsy. Harry was happily flipping through his potions textbook when, around 12:30, there was a great clattering outside. A sudden noise in the corridor woke Ron from his nap. A smiling woman with dimples slid open their door and asked, "Anything off the cart, dears?" Harry, who had skipped breakfast, thought it would be nice to have something to fill his stomach for the rest of the ride. He was used to small portions, so he didn't need much. He noticed Ron's longing gaze at the cart and recalled his assumptions about Ron's family's financial situation. Would you like something? Harry asked politely. Ah, it's all right, Ron replied quickly, his smile looking forced. Mum packed lunch for me. Harry thought Ron was terrible at hiding his true feelings but chose not to say anything. He stepped into the corridor and smiled at the cart lady. Afternoon, miss, he greeted. What do you have? Good afternoon, dear, the cart lady said with a warm smile that reminded Harry of the red-headed mother at the station. Well, I've got Betty Bott's every flavor beans, Drooble's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands, among other things. What would you like? Harry blushed, feeling shy. What would you suggest? The cart lady looked him over, noting his bony shoulders, scrawny body, and thin hands. Malnourished was her first thought. Take these, she said, handing him a couple of pumpkin pasties. And take some chocolate frogs, too. Oh, Harry said awkwardly, his arms suddenly filled with the food she had given him. How much would that cost? 2 sickles, dear. With a bit of effort, Harry managed to pay the cart lady and thanked her multiple times before heading back to his compartment. Ron watched with keen interest as Harry returned, setting the food on his seat next to Hedwig. Want one? Harry offered. Harry held out a pumpkin pasty to Ron. The cart lady had given him more than he could eat, and he didn't like wasting food. It's all right, Ron declined quickly, unwrapping a lumpy package and grimacing at the sight of the dry sandwiches his mother had packed for him. I've got these, corned beef sandwiches. Ron tried to smile, as if corned beef sandwiches were his favorite food in the world. However, he was a poor actor, and Harry could see right through him. Have one anyway, Harry insisted. Eventually, Ron took the pasty from him, looking guilty but pleased at the same time. It felt nice to share his food with the boy across from him. Harry had never had anything to share before, nor did he have anyone to share anything with. They moved on to the chocolate frogs next. Ron explained to Harry that the frogs came with collectible cards, and he was only missing Agrippa and Ptolemy. Harry was amazed to find that Ptolemy, the man he thought was a Greek mathematician, had been a wizard too. The history books at his school hadn't mentioned a word of magic, so this was all very intriguing. Albus Dumbledore was Harry's first card, and the old, white-haired man gave him the biggest shock of his life when he simply walked out of the card frame, leaving only the background behind. He's gone! Harry exclaimed, unsure if his eyesight had gotten worse. Well, you can't expect him to hang around all day, Ron said matter-of-factly. Harry had told him to help himself to the frogs, and the redhead was testing his luck, crossing his fingers for either Agrippa or Ptolemy. He'll be back. No, I've got Morgana again, and I've got about 6 of her. Do you want it? You can start collecting. Harry hummed, turning the card over to read the information. Considered by many to be the greatest wizard of modern times, Dumbledore was particularly famous for his defeat, the Dark Wizard Grindel in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore enjoyed chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Hey, Harry breathed, still feeling rather stunned. In the Muggle world, people just stay put in photos. Do they? What, they don't move at all? Ron sounded baffled. Weird. They had a great time. Ron chomped down on the chocolate frogs while Harry absorbed the information on the backs of the cards. Occasionally, Ron offered some extra details that weren't written down, making for very interesting conversation, at least for Harry, who didn't know much about the people of the wizarding world. The countryside they had been flying over began to transform into something wilder. Crops of woodland, spiraling rivers, and formidable mountains flashed by as they continued traveling over bridges and into tunnels. Ron had fallen asleep again, probably because he had stuffed himself full of pasties and frogs. His packed sandwiches lay on the seat next to him, long forgotten. There was a knock on their compartment door, which made Ron shift and grunt, but it didn't wake him. The round-faced boy Harry had glimpsed at the station peered inside, looking tearful. Harry motioned over his mouth to convey that Ron was asleep. Sorry, the boy said in a whisper, his voice trembling. But have you seen a toad? Harry shook his head with an apologetic look. I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me, sniffled the boy. You'll find him, Harry said reassuringly. He set his potions textbook down. If you want, I'll come help you look. The boy seemed greatly relieved at this, so Harry got up, abandoning his potions textbook. He spoke softly to Hedwig, who had woken again, just to let her know he was going out for a while. Ron was still asleep, snoring peacefully. Window before returning her gaze to Harry. Harry stood awkwardly for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Right, well, thanks anyway, he said, turning to leave. As he walked back to Neville, he thought about how to make the situation better. Neville, I asked someone in the next compartment, but they haven't seen Trevor, he said gently. Neville sniffled again, his eyes still red. I just don't know where he could have gone, he said, wiping his nose on his sleeve. Don't worry, Harry reassured him. We'll find him. Let's check the other compartments. Neville nodded, his determination returning. Together, they moved down the corridor, Harry leading the way. They knocked on a few more doors, but no one had seen the missing toad. Maybe he's just hiding, Harry suggested, trying to keep Neville's spirits up. Toads can be good at that. Yeah, you're right, Neville said, a small smile breaking through his tears. Trevor is pretty good at hiding. Harry felt a sense of relief. At least Neville was feeling a bit better. They continued searching, determined to find Trevor. Harry, I could help search, though, Neville said, he keeping behind Harry. That would be great, Harry sighed. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And the first witch in my family. My parents were delighted when my letter arrived, of course. I was ever so pleased to be coming to Hogwarts. It's the very best school for magic, and I've learned all the course books by heart. I do hope that will be enough. I've tried a few of the spells on my own, and so far they've worked brilliantly. Who are you, by the way? Hermione spoke so fast that Neville stopped sniffling for a moment, stunned. Harry felt relieved to see that Neville hadn't memorized all the course books either. Well, I'm Harry. Harry Potter. And this is Neville. Neville? Neville, what is your last name? Longbottom, Neville mumbled, managing to stop sniffling altogether in the light of Hermione's rapid speech. Hermione Granger eyed Harry in a way that made him a little uncomfortable. Harry Potter? I've read about you. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. That, Harry said, feeling a little dazed. I didn't know I was in books. If you don't mind, could I borrow those books once you're done? I don't have any other books than the required ones. This seemed to delight Hermione. Of course I can. Then she looked a little stern. You don't dog-ear books, do you? Of course not. Harry denied, holding his hands up in defense. I would never. Just as suddenly, she smiled. Good. Oh, she turned to Neville, who was startled by the change in the topic of conversation. You said you're a Longbottom? That's one of the pureblood families, isn't it? Yeah, Neville replied, looking like he was shrinking into himself, terrified. Hermione was on a mission. The three of them walked down the train corridor. Hermione marched ahead, greeting the occupants of the compartment with a polite smile. Harry followed, while Neville trailed behind like a lost puppy. By the time they reached the front of the train, which felt like a long distance since Harry had been seated near the very end, there was still no sign of Trevor. Neville looked like he might burst into tears, so Harry patted his back comfortingly, feeling awkward and out of place. Meanwhile, Hermione went to talk to the train conductor. She returned a moment later, her front teeth jutting out and her bushy hair bouncing. The conductor said, "We're nearly there," she announced happily, but her expression changed as she noticed Neville's faded cardigan and Harry's oversized flannel. You two better change. T.T. Trevor. Neville wailed. Maybe he'll turn up later, Harry suggested. And, Hermione's right. We should change. When Harry returned to the compartment, he found Ron in a rather bad mood. Ron was upset that Harry had run off without telling him. While Harry had been gone, a boy named Malfoy had entered with his henchmen, looking for Harry. There had been a bit of an argument, and Ron had unfortunately lost. The highlight of the conflict was when one of the henchmen tried to take the pastries. At that moment, Scabbers woke up and latched onto the henchman's finger, refusing to let go even as the boy screamed and flailed his hand. Malfoy, terrified, had run off with his tail between his legs, as Ron put it. Harry remembered the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's. It was likely the same boy. For a moment, Harry wanted to tell Ron about their meeting in Diagon Alley, but the subject was still a touchy one. Harry didn't want to upset Ron again. They changed into their long, black robes. Ron's robe was a bit too short, and his sneakers were visible beneath the frayed fabric. Bill, Ron's oldest brother, had probably not been as tall as Ron was at age 11. Outside, the sky had turned a lovely dark purple, with a hint of pink at the horizon where the sun had set. Sprinkles of white dotted the evening sky, framing a forest of firs, pines, and other plants. Excitement and anxiety bubbled in Harry's chest, sending a firework of nerves throughout his small body. A voice echoed through the train. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately." With one last word of reassurance to Hedwig, Harry wasn't sure if he was comforting her or himself. He joined Ron, merging into the crowd of students in the train corridor. The train finally slowed to a stop. There was a lot of shoving as everyone tried to squeeze through the door onto the small, dark platform. Harry shivered as the cold wind brushed past him, teasing him as he pulled his robes closer. Then, from the darkness, a lamp shone, bobbing over the sea of heads. "Furs years. Furs years over here." Hagrid's beaming face towered above the students. "Come on, follow me. Any more furs years? Mind your step now. Furs years, follow me." Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down a narrow path, flanked on both sides by a dense wall of tall, sturdy trees. Nobody spoke much, except for the occasional grunt when someone slipped. Neville sniffed once or twice. "You'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. "Just round this bend here." There was a sudden wave of awe as the narrow path opened onto the edge of a large, black lake. Perched regally on a high, sleek hill on the other side was a vast castle, its windows sparkling in warm gold. Hogwarts captivated the first years with its magnificent glory. No more than 4 to a boat. Hagrid called, gesturing to a fleet of boats docked at the edge. Harry and Ron climbed into one, quickly followed by Hermione and Neville. The two must have regrouped during the disembarkation from the train. Ron looked a little uncomfortable among the eager, confident Hermione and the still sniffling, round-faced Neville, but Harry didn't mind. Sure, Hermione could be a bit overbearing and Neville's miserable expression was somewhat tiresome, but Harry thought they were nice. "Everyone in?" shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward. The fleet of boats moved forward simultaneously at Hagrid's command, as if they were an orchestra waiting for the conductor's cue. They glided smoothly over the lake, which was as still as a dark mirror, despite the gentle ripples from the little fleet. Everyone fell silent in awe as they approached the castle, which towered over them, growing more majestic and intimidating with every passing moment. "Heads down!" boomed Hagrid as the first boats neared the cliff face. A curtain of thick ivy concealed a wide opening in the cliff, an entrance to a neat little cove. A few gasps echoed as they ventured into a water tunnel, lit along the sides by intricate torches. The tunnel seemed to lead them deeper and deeper into the heart of the castle. Suddenly, it widened into an underground harbor, surrounded by uneven stone walls and chipped grey stairs. The docking areas were designated for individual boats, each one seemingly aware of its assigned parking spot. Hermione was bubbling with excitement behind Harry, and he couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. "Oi, you there! Is this your toad?" Hagrid called out, looking over the boats as people disembarked. "Trevor!" Neville exclaimed joyfully, holding out his hands. He was crying again, but this time from happiness, cradling his toad while Harry gently patted his back. Hermione smiled brightly, while Ron looked a bit perplexed. Once the Trevor situation was resolved, they moved on. They climbed up a long, spiraling passageway, illuminated by Hagrid's lamp. Finally, they emerged from the darkness into the cool night air, standing on the soft, rain-kissed grass in front of a pair of enormous doors. "Everyone here? You there, still got your toad?" Neville nodded happily. Hagrid grinned, though most couldn't see it under his beard. Then, he raised his massive fist and knocked on the oak doors 3 steady times. Chapter 7, Hour of Judgment. The door opened almost instantly. In the doorway stood a stern-looking witch. Her dark hair was neatly gathered in a sensible-looking bun. Her hat was artfully tilted at an angle, and her oval-shaped glasses rested on the middle of her slim nose. Harry thought she resembled his former headteacher. She had the aura of someone who should never be crossed. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid with a beam. Harry's ears pricked at the name. So the woman was the deputy headmistress, the one who wrote the letters to him. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," Professor McGonagall said. She pulled the great doors open, inviting them into a hall so large that it could fit the Dursleys' house and still have room. The centerpiece of the entrance hall was a grand, magnificent marble staircase, which branched off to the 2 sides of the upper floor. The ceiling was too high to make out, and the walls stretched upward, decorated with billions of portraits filled with enough people to fill an encyclopedia. With a start, Harry realized that the occupants of the portraits were alive, just like Dumbledore and Morgana and Cersei. The painted people stared and gawked at the first years below, making Harry feel like a zoo exhibit. They followed Professor McGonagall through the stone-tiled hall. To their right, the chatter of hundreds of students droned on. The rest of the school must have arrived already. Instead of leading them into that hall, however, the headmistress in dark green robes led them to a separate, small chamber, where all the first years crammed in together. Everyone peered around nervously, fidgeting and bumping into each other noisily. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. The woman didn't even have to clear her throat for their attention. Something about her made you listen, for you didn't want to find out what the consequences would be if you didn't. "Fit for a wizarding school?" Hermione asked. "Your hair is fine, Harry. Just relax." Professor McGonagall continued, "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because your house will be like your family at Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room." Someone at the back yawned. However, Harry and Hermione, who didn't come from wizarding households, listened intently. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose house points. At the end of a year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." Hermione nodded vigorously to show she was paying attention. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting," Professor McGonagall finished, giving a lingering look at Neville's robes, which were fastened incorrectly, and the smudge on Ron's nose. Hermione and Harry, who had both noticed the professor's gaze, hurried to help Neville fix his attire. He was trembling nervously, clutching Trevor so tightly that the frog had turned pale blue from suffocation. "Deep breaths, Neville," whispered Harry as he adjusted the fastening of Neville's robes. Meanwhile, Hermione worked on his collar. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." Harry desperately tried to flatten his hair. "Hermione, how's my hair? Is it bad? Awful? Who are you to judge?" Hermione hissed, gesturing to her bushy hair. "You two look great," Neville offered, though he didn't sound convincing. "How exactly do they sort us into houses?" Hermione asked, pursing her lips. "I read Hogwarts, a history, but they didn't mention anything about the sorting." Ron, feeling a bit left out, chimed in. "Fred, my brother, said there's some kind of test. He said it hurt a lot, but I think he was joking." Neville went pale, looking like a sheet of snow. A scoff came from behind them. Ron narrowed his eyes and snarled, "Malfoy." "Don't be ridiculous, Weasley," Draco Malfoy laughed, dressed smartly in his new robes with his hair slicked back. "There's no silly test." "What is it, then?" Hermione retorted, not liking the arrogant tone of the blonde. "Since you seem to know so much." Draco narrowed his eyes at her. "You're a Muggleborn, aren't you? It's pathetic, really. Bet you don't know a single thing about magic. They shouldn't even allow people like you in here." He turned to Harry with a condescending look. "Harry Potter, right? I was looking for you on the train. You shouldn't mix with them." He shot a pointed look at Ron. "They're blood traitors, always slobbering after the Muggles." Ron clenched his jaw. "And her?" Draco laughed mockingly at Hermione. "She's even worse. Worse than the blood traitors. Muggles know nothing." Harry felt a familiar surge of anger, the same feeling he'd had in Diagon Alley when Draco mocked Hagrid. He could feel something tingling at his fingertips as a powerful force stirred within him. "Under the sea level." "If she's a Muggleborn, I'm one too," Harry said. Draco flushed. "And," Harry continued, feeling a surge of courage, "I think she knows more about Hogwarts than you do." "Hermione," the girl perked up. "When was Hogwarts built?" "Around 990 AD, Hermione answered without hesitation. "How many staircases does it have?" 142. "And yet, none of you know how the sorting is going to happen," Draco interrupted, crossing his arms. Then, to everyone's surprise, Neville mumbled, I know." Everyone had forgotten about him up to that point. "Gran said that TJ just PP put a hat on you." Draco blinked. Before he could retort, a scream erupted from the back of the room. Harry jumped, much to Hermione's bewilderment. A wave of gasps swept through the room as 20 near-transparent figures floated in, phasing through the walls effortlessly. They seemed to be arguing as they glided over the room, ignoring the stunned first-years. A fat little monk spoke, "Forgive and forget, I say. We ought to give him a second chance. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves?" Another ghost replied irritably. "He gives us all a bad name, and you know he's not really even a ghost, I say. What are you all doing here?" Nobody answered. "New students," the Friar said, smiling at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose?" "Yes, sir," Hermione replied brightly. She had quickly gotten over her initial shock. "Why yes," echoed Harry with a shy smile. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff, then." The Friar beamed at them. "My old house, you see." "Move along now," a sharp voice commanded. "The sorting ceremony's about to start." Professor McGonagall had returned. The ghosts phased through the opposite wall, drifting off to haunt the castle. Harry wondered if it could truly be called haunting if the ghosts weren't intentionally scaring anyone. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall said, adjusting her oval glasses. "And follow me." Although Harry felt a bit relieved knowing there was no test, his anxiety was still through the roof, racing around his body like a pinball. His legs felt heavier than lead, making it hard for him to line up behind Hermione, who was vibrating with excitement, and Ron, who looked as if he might be sick. Neville, in front of Hermione, was shaking with fear. Harry felt like a mix of all three. Once they were in line, Professor McGonagall led them back into the entrance hall and through a pair of double doors into the Great Hall. It was more magical than anything Harry had ever seen. Thousands of candles floated in mid-air, casting a warm, firelit glow over the hall. for long tables were filled with students, each wearing a specific color: red, yellow, green, and blue. Gold plates and goblets were neatly arranged on all the tables, empty of food for the moment. At the front was a long table set perpendicular to the other house's tables. The staff were seated there, on a raised podium. Professor McGonagall led them to the front so they stood in a line, facing the students with the teachers behind them. Hundreds of curious and bored faces stared back at them, and among these faces were the misty silver silhouettes of the ghosts, who had come to join the start-of-term ceremony. To avoid the stares of his future classmates, Harry looked up at the ceiling, which was bewitched to resemble the night sky outside. This information was kindly provided by Hermione, who was sharing random facts like butter. Harry wasn't sure if she was trying to calm herself or if she was just excited. Either way, her talking calmed him down, so he wasn't complaining. Harry looked down as Professor McGonagall set a four-legged stool in front of them. On top of the stool, she placed an extremely old-looking wizard's hat. It had holes all over, some patched with mismatched pieces of cloth. This must be the hat Neville talked about, Harry thought. Everyone in the hall stared at the hat, including the first years. There was a tense moment, and then the hat twitched. It moved, settling itself comfortably on the stool, and a rip in the hat opened wide. To Harry's amazement, the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they're just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It grinned widely and bowed to each of the four tables, its grin widening when someone called for an encore. Just as abruptly as it had come to life, the hat became still again. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said, clearing her throat. "Abbott, Hannah." A girl with pigtails stepped away from the group of first years and nervously approached the stool, unsure of what to expect. Professor McGonagall lifted the hat and placed it on Hannah's head after she sat down. The brim of the hat covered half of Hannah's face, and the hall was silent, everyone on the edge of their seats. "Hufflepuff!" shouted the hat. The table of students wearing yellow scarves cheered and applauded as a blushing Hannah walked over to them, welcomed with open arms. Harry watched in amazement as the collar, tie, and lining of Hannah's robes turned yellow, just like a wasp, the moment she touched her house table. The ghost of the fat friar waved merrily to Hannah as she took her seat. "Bones, Susan!" "Hufflepuff!" shouted the hat again, and Susan hurried to sit next to Hannah. "Boot, Terry!" "Ravenclaw!" The students at the table with blue ties clapped warmly as Terry grinned and rushed to join his housemates. A few even stood up to shake hands with him. Brocklehurst, Mandy also became a Ravenclaw, but Brown, Lavender was the first Gryffindor of the 1991 batch. The table of red robes clapped, and a few wolf whistles erupted, much to Professor McGonagall's displeasure. Lavender, who blushed happily, didn't seem to mind too much. Bulstrode, Millicent was sorted into Slytherin, and Harry couldn't help but feel a little scared of her. She looked strong enough to knock out Dudley with one punch, and Harry didn't want to know how much damage she could do to him. He was starting to feel a little sick now, remembering how he was always picked last for sports. What if the hat rejected him and placed him in the house with the least new students? What if none of the houses wanted him? He recalled the hat announcing the qualities of each house: brave, loyal, smart, and cunning. He didn't feel like he embodied any of those traits. If there was a house for those who felt a little queasy, that would be the one for him. Finch Fletchley, Justin. Hufflepuff. Sometimes, Harry noted, the hat took a little longer to decide. Other times, it made its choice as soon as it touched a strand of hair. Seamus Finnegan sat on the stool for a whole minute before the hat finally called out, "Gryffindor." What if Harry took 10 minutes? He didn't think he could bear that kind of embarrassment. Granger, Hermione. Harry had to stifle a laugh as Hermione practically ran to the stool and jammed the hat on her head. The hat paused, then seemed to smirk before announcing for the whole hall to hear, "Slytherin." Behind Harry, Ron pumped his fist into the air while Draco groaned, face-palming. A horrible thought struck Harry, as they often do when you're nervous, and Harry was feeling very, very nervous. What if he sat there for the longest time and the hat decided he wasn't good enough for any house? What if Professor McGonagall came up to him, snatched the hat off his head, and told him he was better off pursuing a Muggle education? What if she told him to hurry if he wanted to catch the train home? When it was Neville's turn, Harry tore himself away from his dreadful thoughts to support the boy, who was probably just as nervous, if not more so. He gave Neville a thumbs up and winced when the boy tripped and fell flat on his face on the way to the stool. Once the hat was on Neville's head, it mumbled, occasionally saying something like, interesting," the Sorting Hat mused. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville was so elated that he ran off with the hat, only to backtrack and give it to Isabel MacDougall. Macmillan, Ernie, became a Hufflepuff. After him, Draco Malfoy swaggered onto the platform, looking as proud as possible. For a moment, Harry envied him. If only he could be half as confident as Draco. The Sorting Hat had barely touched Malfoy's blonde hair before it hollered, "Slytherin." Looking pleased, Draco joined Crabbe and Goyle at the Slytherin table. There weren't many students left. Malone, Moon, Not, then a pair of twins, Pottle and Pottle. Then came Perks, and at long last, Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out like sprinklers in a building where a fire alarm had just gone off. Every pair of eyes was on him. Even those who had looked bored before perked up in interest, scrutinizing him with their vulture-like gazes. He swallowed thickly. The distance to the stool, he knew it was only 2 meters away, but it felt like a mile. "Potter, did she say?" "Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall had an unreadable expression as she patiently gestured for him to sit. If he had to describe the look in her eyes, it was a mix of recognition, regret, and remorse. Hesitance lingered in his muscles as Harry sat on the stool, forced to see the whole school craning their heads to get a good look at him, as if he were some animal to be gawked at. Everything went black after that, and he realized he was looking at the inside of the hat. Said a voice inside his head. Harry realized that the Sorting Hat was speaking to him, and that the rest of the hall was not privy to their conversation. Difficult? Yes, the hat continued. Yes, quite difficult. Cautious, calculating, and clever too. Very instinctive, but brave as well. Plenty of courage. Not a bad mind, rather observant. There's talent and a need for achievement, satisfaction. Now, this is interesting. Where shall I put you? Somewhere I won't be gawked at, Harry thought, not meaning to voice it. The Sorting Hat caught his thought, and it was too late to turn back. Somewhere you won't be gawked at, the Sorting Hat chuckled, amused. This won't be a popular decision, I suppose. But you could find a home among the snakes, no? Harry was quiet for a moment. Will I? I guess we'll find out, mused the Sorting Hat. If I may ask a question, Mr. Sorting Hat. I suppose we could make time for that. Go ahead. What houses were my parents in? Gryffindor, both of them. But I suppose the question you really want to ask is whether they would be proud of you if you got sorted into Slytherin. Now, I only knew your parents for a grand total of 3 minutes, so you're better off asking someone who actually knew them. But here's the thing, child. Does it matter what they think? Well, they're dead. Quite. I suppose it doesn't. No, I suppose not. What matters the most, perhaps, is what you think of it. Slytherin. It isn't all evil, is it? What do you think? No. Slytherin doesn't make people evil, child. People make themselves evil. I see. I think we've taken up enough time here, don't you think? You've got a brilliant mind, Harry Potter, very brilliant indeed. You've got all the qualities of a Slytherin. You're cautious, and you weigh consequences before you make decisions. But above that, Harry, you have a good heart. Don't let anything destroy that. I won't, Mr. Sorting Hat. It was nice talking to you. And vice versa, Harry Potter, Slytherin. Harry heard the last word yelled for the entire Great Hall to hear. No applause awaited him, however. The hat slipped off his head, leaving the boy who lived to face a sea of judgment all by himself. Even Professor McGonagall, behind him, was frozen in shock. He didn't need to turn around to feel her disappointed gaze. Somewhere further behind Harry, at the head table, someone spluttered and choked on their tea. Harry swallowed hard. When the Sorting Hat said it wouldn't be a popular decision, that was an understatement. The silence was broken by an onslaught of whispers, shattering as if someone had thrown a javelin at a sheet of glass. Shrewd looks were cast at him, thrown like spears. Insensitive comments jabbed at him like 1,000 knives. Disgusted glances flew at him like a bombardment of arrows. Harry Potter stood alone against an army of discrimination, facing an entire regiment head-on with no defense and no one at his side. What? The boy who lived in Slytherin? Harry Potter? A Slytherin? My ma always said it took dark magic to defeat dark magic. It was pathetic, but Harry felt ready to burst into tears. Perhaps it would have been better if he had been unsorted and Professor McGonagall told him he had to go back to the Dursleys. Then, amid all the judgmental whispers and doubtful gazes, someone started clapping. Hermione, in her now green robes, stood up from the Slytherin table. She wore a determined expression as she continued clapping, blatantly ignoring how 3/4 of the school was gaping at her. To everyone's surprise, claps started coming from the Gryffindor table too. Neville stood up, shaking slightly, trying his very best not to meet the bewildered gazes of his fellow housemates. Things only escalated from there. Shock colored Harry's face as the entire Slytherin table stood and applauded, cheering and welcoming their new snake with open arms. The rest of the school stared, appalled, but that didn't deter them at all. A few students in green even shot glares at the other houses for their treatment of the 11-year-old boy. "Sonorous!" yelled one of the older students, amplifying the cheers at the Slytherin table tenfold. Soon enough, all the Slytherins capable of casting the spell were doing so, multiplying the volume over and over again, drowning out the criticism from 3/4 of the school. Anyone outside the hall would have thought an explosion had taken place, as the cheers reached sky-high levels and continued to climb. The castle itself shook from the sound, vibrations carrying through the walls and floors. Slytherin took Hogwarts by storm, refusing to let the rest of the school make one of their own cry on his very first day. Even Draco Malfoy was clapping. Granted, he wore a fierce scowl, but he was clapping nonetheless. Flushing, Harry unfroze and stepped down from the podium, stumbling over to the Slytherin table. Hermione leapt off her bench and rushed to the front of the table to intercept a shaking Harry, enveloping him in a tight hug that made it hard for him to breathe. She gripped his wrist and tugged him toward her seat at the table. All around, Slytherins offered warm, polite smiles, clapping his back and ushering him with welcomes. A home among the snakes, indeed. Any lingering gazes from the neighboring tables were quickly scared away by Harry's housemates, who glared and carried threats in their eyes. Further down the table, a prefect hissed, "Put your wand down, you idiot. Don't cause a scene. Do you want to be skinned alive by Snape?" Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, regaining her professionalism. Thomas, Dean, a boy even taller than Ron, was sorted into Gryffindor, greeted by rather awkward applause. Turpin, Lisa, was welcomed at the Ravenclaw table in the same manner, as everyone was still a bit off balance after Harry's unexpected sorting. "Your sorting was nearly a hat stall, you know," a silver-blonde girl told him breezily. She sat opposite him, and next to her was a brunette who looked uninterested in the entire affair. Hermione was on his right, while Malfoy appeared uncomfortable at the sight of her. The blonde pureblood child was trying his best to stay close to Harry but as far from Hermione as possible, which was difficult since the two were practically stuck together. "Oh," Harry responded, feeling a little stupid. What's a hat stall?" The brunette rolled her eyes. "It's when the sorting hat takes longer than 5 minutes to decide on your house." Humming, the silver-blonde girl held up a pocket watch, delicately decorated with an arc of constellations, each made from a paper-thin slice of metal. Small planets orbited the ends of the clock's hands, ticking each time they completed a circle. "For minutes 46 seconds, the girl told him helpfully. "Daphne Greengrass, by the way." "Harry," he replied reflexively. "Oh, we know who you are," said the brunette dryly. "In fact, the entire school knows." Harry blushed, and Daphne elbowed the brunette lightly. "Tracey Davis," said the brunette, ignoring Daphne's dig. "Half-blood." "Tracey," admonished Daphne, looking scandalized. "You didn't have to say that." "No, I had." Tracey turned to look Harry directly in the eyes. "I want him to know from the start. If you don't want to be friends with a filthy half-blood like me, Potter." "Hold on," Harry stammered, feeling overwhelmed and confused. Why was Tracey staring at him so fiercely? "What is a half-blood?" Both Daphne and Tracey blinked, their mouths dropping open in surprise. Nearby, Malfoy, who had been eavesdropping, looked at Harry as if he were the most ignorant person he had ever met. "You don't know what a half-blood is?" Daphne asked slowly, as if she were trying to wrap her mind around it herself. "Yeah?" Harry replied, equally confused. He glanced at Hermione, who looked just as lost as he felt. "Hermione?" "No idea." For once, there was something Hermione didn't know. Harry couldn't quite figure out what the bushy-haired Slytherin was thinking, but it likely revolved around the library, books, and research. He made a mental note to ask Hermione to take him with her next time she went to the library. "Well," Daphne said, clearing her throat and straightening her posture. Somewhere in the noise behind them, a very green Ronald Weasley had just been sorted into Gryffindor. "You know how some students have Muggle parents? Like Granger herself." Harry and Hermione nodded, both captivated by Daphne's explanation. "Granger is what some wizards and witches would call a mudblood. It's a derogatory term. Basically, many pureblood families think that wizards and witches of Muggle descent are unworthy of magic." Daphne continued, looking uncomfortable as she touched on a subject so close to Hermione. "Some other wizards and witches, like you, Harry, have one Muggle-born parent and one pureblood parent. You're a half and half." "They call you a half-blood," Daphne said, emphasizing you and Harry, suggesting that her brown-haired friend shared the same blood status. "Purebloods consider everyone who isn't a pureblood unworthy of their holy presence," Tracey snorted, her sharp gaze shifting to Draco, who flinched under her scrutiny. "Isn't that right, Malfoy?" "Not all purebloods think that way," Daphne corrected, casting a brief look at him. "A lot of pureblood families can be prejudiced in their thinking." She spoke slowly, watching Draco's reaction. "Many pureblood families, especially those with traditional views, are sorted into Slytherin. Just a word of warning, if you hear anyone calling you a mudblood or a half-blood as if it's an insult, ignore them." Harry nodded in understanding. "Oh, and Draco," Daphne said politely, smiling sweetly as her sea-green eyes focused on him, "I understand if you'd like to write to your parents to cancel our engagement after the contents of tonight's conversation with our new fellow Slytherins." There was something in Daphne's smile that reminded Harry of a coiled snake, poised to strike. In that moment, he grasped why Slytherins were labeled cunning and sly. Daphne perfectly embodied both qualities, challenging the blonde while maintaining her grace and composure, her hair never out of place. Draco mumbled something incoherent. You know, Harry said shyly, I'm sorry about what happened just now, before the sorting. The three girls turned their gazes toward him, and Harry tried very hard to ignore them, fearing he might break down from nerves. I'd love to be friends if you aren't mean to Hermione and the rest. The blonde regarded him with distaste, her eyes flickering to where Hermione wore an expressionless mask. Daphne gave Harry a challenging look while Tracey eyed him as if she would prefer to be anywhere else. Draco considered his options. If he accepted Harry's offer, he would also have to deal with the three girls, who looked ready to pounce at any moment. However, accepting the offer would also allow him to write to his father, who he knew would be pleased. Fine, Draco grumbled. Move over, Greengrass. Daphne complied, shifting to make room for him. Hermione watched him cautiously, and Tracey still looked as if she wanted to tear him apart, but the grateful expression on Harry's face made it worth it. Slytherin. The 5 students turned to see the last student sorted, Zabini. The dark-skinned boy clearly came from a pureblood family. His posture and poise indicated that, even if his new robes did not. Mind if I sit? Zabini asked politely, placing a hand on the table as green appeared on his robes. I'm Blaise of the House Zabini, by the way. Of course not. Hermione beamed, moving to make space. Hey, is there room for one more? A Slytherin first year approached with a soft smile. Hello, Theodore, Daphne replied with a smile. I guess we could still make room. Potter, you're a damn magnet, Tracey commented wryly. Let's be honest, half of you are here because your families will be thrilled to receive letters this weekend saying, I'm friends with Bloody Potter. Draco, Blaise, and Theodore shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the truth. Expected, Daphne said airily. Draco shot her a look. You know what it's like, he said. Yes, I do, she responded. Coolly, Draco replied, but at least I'm not here just for gossip on a letter. This made Malfoy flush, whether from anger or embarrassment was up for debate. Welcome, said Albus Dumbledore, interrupting whatever retort Draco Malfoy was about to give to his potential wife. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Harry blinked. Is he a bit mad? He asked uncertainly. Or was a nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak some sort of wizarding slang he had no idea about? Yes, answered 5 students in unison. Hermione, by his side, looked flabbergasted that the man in question was their headmaster but, out of respect, did not say anything more. And not just a bit mad, Potter, Theodore added dryly. Very much mad. He's one of the most powerful wizards alive, isn't he? Hermione asked, looking doubtful. There was no question that she was eyeing Dumbledore's lovely purple robes, dotted with broomsticks and crooked hats. The ensemble came with a matching hat, which Dumbledore was wearing happily. Responsible for the defeat of Grindelwald. The other Slytherins exchanged a few glances. He might have been the most powerful wizard alive, answered Blaise slowly. You might want to drop the harping on Dumbledore, Granger, sneered Malfoy, a complete contrast to Blaise's careful tone. He's Malfoy, warned Daphne. Malfoy's right, in a way, though, Tracey sighed. Look, Hermione, you look like the kind of person who's going to go around school with the sole goal of being every teacher's favorite student. News flash, you might as well drop that dream before it crashes into pieces, all right? It's no secret that Slytherin isn't exactly Dumbledore's favorite house. Heck, it isn't anyone's favorite house, excluding the Slytherins themselves. Hermione appeared ready to argue, but she thoughtfully closed her mouth. Not very unbiased, is he? A chorus of snorts echoed around the table. No, not at all. Potato, Harry? Blaise asked unexpectedly. Startled, Harry realized the plates in front of them had been miraculously filled with food. His mouth dropped open in amazement. He had never seen so much food in his life. A quick glance around confirmed that the rest of the Slytherin table, along with the other houses, was also piled high with delicious, steaming food, fresh from the kitchen. There was ham, potatoes, chicken, cake, and salads, everything Harry could ever dream of. With a mental note to pace himself to avoid overwhelming his stomach, he wasn't keen on vomiting on his first night at Hogwarts. Harry took small portions of food and placed them on his plate, carefully observing the table manners of the other students and trying to follow their lead. Engrossed in his meal, Harry didn't notice until Draco jumped and rattled the entire table that a ghost was seated next to him. The ghost had a blank, gaunt face, and his robes dripped with a silvery substance that Harry suspected had once been blood before it became ghostly. "Good evening," Harry said politely to the spirit, deciding it was only right to greet someone, whether alive or dead. Draco shot him a look that clearly conveyed the message, "Are you mad?" The ghost dipped his head in response. Harry took this as a sign that the ghost wasn't inclined toward conversation, so he simply nodded in reply. Beside him, Hermione and Daphne were happily engaged in a discussion that ranged from pureblood manners and traditions to academics, escalating into the subjects they wanted to take for their Newt exams. Once Daphne explained the Newts to an eager Hermione, Theodore chimed in occasionally, more of a listener than a participant. Harry enjoyed a friendly chat with Blaise, who exuded a warm, steady aura. At some point during the feast, Tracey, tired of the academic discussion, swapped places with Daphne to join Harry and Blaise. Harry had limited knowledge about the wizarding world, so Blaise and Tracey, both well versed in magic, took it upon themselves to educate him. Draco attempted to interrupt Tracey a few times but quickly learned his lesson when she bristled at him. As desserts were served, the conversation shifted to families, and the trio discussing their Newts rejoined the group. "I'm a half-blood, as I mentioned before," Tracey said with a shrug. "Mum's a witch, and Dad's a muggle. He didn't know until I started showing signs of accidental magic when I was 2, I think. It was quite a shock for him, according to Mum. He was a bit mad that she never told him, but he was fine with it after that. We moved to London afterward because there were lots of job opportunities for both my parents. We've been there ever since." "What about you, Hermione?" Hermione brightened at the chance to speak. "Oh, I live in northern London, in Hampstead. Perhaps we could visit each other sometime." Tracey shrugged, a hint of a smile on her lips. "Sure. My parents are dentists, both of them. They have their own clinic in London," Hermione continued excitedly. "What in Merlin's name is a dentist?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Some sort of weird profession only muggles do, I bet." "Draco!" Daphne's warning came again. She seemed quite capable of keeping him in check. Harry's respect for her was growing. Hermione's brightness faded after the blonde's remark. She faltered slightly, realizing that her parents might not be as interesting as everyone else's, especially since many of them came from noble families that practically ruled small areas of Britain. "I've never been to a dentist before," Harry said unexpectedly. "But they're basically doctors that look at your teeth. They can fix your teeth too, if they're broken. Sometimes they take the tooth out if it's too bad." "Is that right, Hermione?" Hermione stared at him for a moment before smiling again, a soft twinkle in her eyes, an unspoken thanks. "Yeah. They can take out teeth if it gets too bad. I was never allowed many sweets as a kid." "That sucks," Theodore said. Hermione shrugged. "They're great, though." The conversation continued smoothly, but an intervention was needed when Draco went on and on about all the great things his father bought him throughout the year. Every Slytherin near Malfoy either rolled their eyes or struggled to maintain a straight, polite face. Thankfully, Daphne cut his speech short with, "Thank you, Draco. That was a very informative session about your family. Tracey, would you like to go next?" Harry, starting to feel sleepy, glanced up at the head table to look at his teachers. Hagrid had taken a large swig from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to the headmaster, and Professor Quirrell, wearing a turban that the junior would love for curtains, was speaking to a hook-nosed professor who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. The hook-nosed professor glanced past Professor Quirrell's turban and locked eyes with Harry, his expression strange and conflicted. Suddenly, Harry felt a sharp pain shooting through his scar, making his hands fly up instinctively. Is something wrong? Theodore raised an eyebrow at the sudden display. Nothing, Harry stammered. Said Harry, feeling uneasy and wide awake now. The pain was already fading. It had felt like a small sting, as if someone had struck him on the forehead with a thin, metal whip. It was quite different from the broad pain caused by Uncle Vernon's thick belt. Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell? The Slytherins glanced up. Oh, that's Professor Snape. Our old dungeon bat. He went to school with my mum, Tracey answered. He's also, Draco began, looking incredibly cocky and proud, but Theodore interrupted him. Your godfather, we know, Draco. You've told us about 1,000,000 times now, Theodore sighed. He's our head of house, Daphne added. He teaches potions. I know he looks quite intimidating, but don't worry about it. Professor Snape, as odd as it sounds, looks after us Slytherins quite well. He isn't easy to approach, but he's reliable and fair. He's also the only professor in this entire building on our side. Slytherins aren't, well, we're not the favorites. At last, the desserts were cleared away, and Dumbledore stood up. The hall fell silent. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to share with you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. He winked in the direction of the Weasley twins, who winked back. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Very few people. Harry felt out of place as others laughed. There was something in the headmaster's tone that made him realize how serious he was. Determined to succeed at school now that Dudley was gone, Harry vowed to avoid the third-floor corridor entirely. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, announced Dumbledore cheerfully. Harry glanced at the other teachers at the table, noticing their expressions had become quite serious. He dared to look at his head of house, who appeared to be grimacing. Dumbledore flicked his wand, but when nothing happened, he squinted at it in confusion, causing a few people to laugh. He tried again, and to Harry's amazement, a long, golden ribbon soared from the tip of his wand, forming words that floated above the great hall. Everyone picked their favorite tune, and off we go. Dumbledore said, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies, and bits of fluff, so teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot, just do your best, we'll do the rest, and learn until our brains all rot, sang the students. It sounded chaotic, as everyone sang to different tunes. Harry, who was completely tone-deaf, smiled, feeling happiness for the first time in a long while, murmuring the words softly. Everyone finished the song at different times, and soon it was just the Weasley twins, singing to a slow, solemn funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they finally finished, he clapped the loudest. Ah, music, he said, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do. Here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. All right, first years. One of the fifth years, Gemma Farley, wearing a prefect badge in green and silver, called out over the noise. She had a responsible-looking face, with clear brown eyes and neatly braided hazel hair. First years, with me. Like a flock of sheep, the first years trailed after Gemma. A few other students Harry hadn't talked to at the feast joined them, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe. They were led deeper into the castle, descending while the other houses ascended. The air grew chillier as they marched through stone walls and corridors untouched by sunlight. Harry was surprised to see some stone walls shift aside for them to pass through. He guessed the confusing route and similar-looking corridors were meant to prevent other houses from finding their way to Slytherin quarters, but he wondered how effective that was if he himself couldn't find his way to his own quarters. Eventually, they came to a halt in front of a stone archway. In the middle of the archway was a large door, larger than the ones at the Dursley household. Curled up on the door was a great silver snake, carved with extraordinary detail. Its eyes, embedded with diamond-shaped emeralds, glinted coldly under the light of the fire torches. Gemma hid a smile at the first year's curiosity. With one hand, she gently stroked the smooth, scaled back of the silver serpent. Shrieks broke out among the young crowd when the snake shifted, twisting its body so that its head was parallel to the floor, widening its jaws slowly until a silver filament flickered like a tongue. The silver snake hissed softly at Gemma. Pride and Prejudice, she responded calmly, despite having the head of a snake near her. The size of a football just inches from her face. Nodding approvingly, the snake returned to its frozen position on the door, allowing it to click open and grant them entry. A chorus of gasps filled the air as the first years stepped into the Slytherin common room. The room was bathed in a green light that slithered through the large glass windows, offering an expansive view of the Black Lake. "This is the Slytherin common room," Gemma said, unable to hide her smile as the group of curious first years looked around in awe. "The current password is a Pride and Prejudice. The passwords will change once every fortnight, and a new one will be posted on the notice board. You need to remember to check it, or you'll be stuck outside. If you're lucky, one of your fellow Slytherins might come by to help you in." She paused for a moment. "As you just saw, the castle walls can shift and move. That's the castle's doing, it prevents other students from finding their way down here. As long as you don't bring anyone from a different house with you, the castle will guide you to the Slytherin quarters. That said, even with these precautions, you must not whisper the password to anyone. Do you hear me? Slytherin does not treat traitors well," she warned. The first years nodded quickly. Now, the other forms will be arriving soon. Just as she finished speaking, the Slytherin door clicked open, and a group of second years entered. "Professor Snape, our head of house, will be coming in to give a speech later. You will sit on the floor in front of the fireplace. The prefects will explain the internal Slytherin rules after the professor leaves. Understand?" They nodded again. "Good, now move along." Gemma guided them to the floor, leaving space by the fireplace for the professor. Malfoy attempted to sit on a couch instead, insisting he had never had to sit on the floor. The floor was cold beneath him. His father would hear about this. He didn't get to finish his thought because a fifth year glared at him fiercely before pushing him down. "Your prefect told you to sit on the floor," the fifth year said in a dangerously low voice. "Do you not understand how to respect your elders? Did your parents not teach you common courtesy?" Malfoy froze. "Seymour," Gemma said, sounding both thankful and warning. "He's a first year. Go easy on him. He'll learn." "He better," snarled Seymour. Soon, Slytherins of all heights and ages filled the common room. The second years sat on cushions on the floor, the third years either sat in chairs or stood at the back, and the fourth years were given selected couches. The same arrangement applied to the fifth, sixth, and seventh years. Harry suspected that the couches were assigned based on comfort, with the fourth years getting older, harder couches while the seventh years received the newest, softest ones. The prefects didn't have to do much. Anyone under the fifth year who didn't follow orders would face the glare of Caden Seymour. He and Gemma were the newly appointed fifth-year prefects. Along with them were Peregrine Derrick and Arowell Seymour from sixth year, and Terence Higgs from seventh. Harry briefly wondered why there was only one prefect from the seventh year. Small talk began to break out among the years when the soft, unmistakable click of the Slytherin door opening silenced the room. In stepped the intimidating dungeon bat, as Tracey had nicely put it. Harry felt the temperature drop by 10 degrees. Hermione shivered beside him. However, Draco brightened as if he had just seen his guardian angel. Since the professor was Draco's godfather, Harry assumed that was part of the reason for his excitement. "Good evening," said the professor in a low drawl. His eyes swept analytically through the room, hesitating at Harry, who was crouched on the floor with Hermione. "For those who don't know, my name is Severus Snape, and you shall call me Professor Snape while we are at Hogwarts." Harry felt that the last part was directed toward Draco. "For the lower years, I will be your potions professor. For the higher years, it depends on whether you pass my exams or not." Professor Snape glared at a few selected students on the couches. "Regardless of your year, however, I will be your head of house until you graduate. As part of Slytherin, you are expected to bring honor to your house instead of misbehaving and damaging its reputation." The professor cast his cold, stony glare throughout the room once more, and Harry couldn't help but think he was giving pointed looks at certain students. "I will not tolerate any troublemaking while you are under my house. That includes getting into altercations with other houses." Professor Snape was glaring at a few 4th, 5th, and 6th years. "It also includes pranks. This kind of childish behavior will not be tolerated. Don't think that I won't give out punishment just because I'm the head of house." The room was so silent that Harry could hear his own frantic heartbeat. When the professor mentioned the pranks, he had looked down and seemed to stare right into Harry's soul. The boy would have been surprised to find that his body hadn't frozen, for the cold, emotionless glare he received seemed capable of doing just that. With that said, the professor breathed, dangerously soft and calm. "I expect Slytherins to stand together as a unit. Outside of these walls," he gestured smoothly to the common room, "Slytherin is the antagonist of Hogwarts. Outside of these walls, you have no one but your own housemates. I discourage getting into altercations, but note this: if one Slytherin gets into trouble, if there is a fight, it will be the fight of every other Slytherin as well. Inter-house disagreements will stay within the common room and will not go beyond the common room door. Slytherins will defend their own. Am I understood on this matter?" "Yes, sir," the students replied in unison. Professor Snape was a man who didn't seem capable of a kind smile. He appeared only able to sneer or wear a victorious smirk. That was why, when the professor smiled softly at his students, Harry had to double-take to make sure it was the same man. "Good. If there are any minor matters, please refer to your prefects. Terence is the head prefect of Slytherin House and is the highest authority right below me. Major matters will be communicated to me through your prefects." He took one last glance at the students, all of whom were watching him intently. There were a pair of bright, emerald eyes staring up at him from the stone-cold floor of the Slytherin dungeon, but the potions professor made an effort to look anywhere but there. Severus Snape offered one last smile to his students. "Have a nice night." Chapter 8, The Potions Master. "For the love of Merlin, Draco, stop hogging the bloody toilet," yelled Theodore, his hair a tousled mess as he banged on the door. He grumbled grumpily, slumping against the outside of the shared bathroom belonging to the first-year Slytherin boys. Harry stifled a light laugh, glad that he had gotten up extra early. Excitement rushed into him like water from a broken dam when he woke up, seeing dark green curtains all around him. The Slytherin dorm was circular, sectioned by elongated panes of glass that bordered the line between the dungeons and the lake, decorated in elegant emerald and sleek silver. The previous night, when the boys were preparing for bed, Harry noticed he felt oddly exposed in his four-poster bed. The enclosure of his cupboard had become a sort of comfort over the years. He could see all four corners of his quarters and any dangers that lay in wait. Now, in the open, wide area of the Slytherin dorms, a sense of unease filled him. Thankfully, Blaise noticed his discomfort and helped him pull the curtains that Harry was too short to reach. "Good morning." In the common room, Harry couldn't help but smile when he was tackled by a beaming Hermione. Her hair had calmed from its wildness and sat looking smoother and shinier. If the victorious smile on Daphne's lips was anything to go by, the silver-blonde girl had played a hand in the matter. "Your hair looks great, Hermione," he said. The Muggleborn flushed with happiness, brightening significantly. "Draco, if you don't come out in a minute, we're leaving without you," Theodore called out in a threat after he was finally allowed into the bathroom, having waited for Draco to complete his 30-step skincare routine. All the other boys had gotten dressed in under 5 minutes, but the Malfoy heir was insistent on taking his time. Looking flawless on his first day, Harry was confident that Draco had been adjusting the angle of his tie for the past half hour. With a strong scowl, Draco slammed the dorm door open, his hair slicked back and his tie straighter than Harry thought possible. "I thought you died in there," Theodore commented sarcastically. "Shut up," Draco replied. "That's him, the shortest Slytherin kid. The one with the glasses? Did you see his face? His scar?" Whispers followed Harry everywhere. Ever since they emerged from the underground tunnels of the Slytherin quarters, students had been trailing behind him. Harry wasn't blind. He might be a bit short-sighted, but he could see well enough to notice the gawking eyes and the students who doubled back to get a second, overly curious look at him. It was awful, being treated like a zoo animal. He wished everyone would just leave him alone. The castle felt overwhelmingly big, and if Harry was honest, without Draco, whose father had brought him to Hogwarts multiple times before on business, he would have been completely lost. The blonde proudly led them through the corridors, never once faltering in his steps. Soon enough, the little group arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast. "Just ignore them," Theo offered helpfully. There was something in the soft hazel of Theodore's eyes that told Harry the taller of the two had been through the same thing before. It'll eventually become background noise. Not long after the boys settled, Daphne, Hermione, and Tracey entered the Great Hall and found their places at the Slytherin table. Class schedules had already been given out the previous night by the prefects. They had double-period charms with the Ravenclaws first thing Monday, herbology down at the greenhouses 3 times a week, history of magic on Tuesday, astronomy every Wednesday with the Hufflepuffs at midnight, defense against dark arts on Thursday, and double potions with the Gryffindors on Friday. Hermione, who was eager. As they hurried to charms, Hermione ate as quickly as she could, urging Harry to do the same between bites. Not wanting to be outdone, Draco finished his breakfast swiftly, though in a more graceful manner than the others. A smile crept onto Harry's face, even as Hermione gripped his wrist tightly and a sulking Draco followed behind them. The rest of the Slytherins remained at breakfast, enjoying the food served by the house elves, claiming they were eating on Draco's behalf. Meanwhile, the trio made their way through the corridors, weaving between passages. On their way, they encountered Argus Filch, the caretaker, and his dusty, lamp-eyed cat. Draco scrunched up his nose in distaste at the sight of the man and muttered, "Squib," under his breath. The other two noticed his comment. "That isn't a nice thing to say, is it?" Harry asked, furrowing his brows. He didn't know what "squibber" meant, but judging by Draco's tone, it sounded like an insult. "It's true," Draco shrugged, sneering. "It's not nice," Harry replied, turning back to the caretaker. "Mr. Filch, I apologize." The man with the crooked back looked stunned by the unexpected apology. Whatever he had anticipated, it wasn't this. Initially, he seemed ready to explode in anger, but Harry's words halted him in his tracks, changing the situation entirely. "I'm not exactly sure what a squib means," Harry said slowly, "but if it's offensive, I apologize on behalf of Draco." Mr. Filch opened his mouth, then closed it again like a fish out of water. "Mrs. Norris seized the moment, weaving herself around Harry's legs, clearly fond of him. A kind, firm voice came from the dark-haired boy. He asked to pet the feline, and Hermione reluctantly agreed, saying they could spare some time to stroke the dusty, lamp-eyed cat and still make it to class on time. So, Harry and Hermione fussed over Mrs. Norris, who greatly enjoyed the attention. Meanwhile, Draco stood behind them, silently fuming with his arms crossed. Charms was taught by a short wizard named Professor Filtwick. He had to stand on a stack of thick textbooks to see above his teaching desk. He started class by taking attendance. When he reached Harry's name, he squeaked so loudly that he toppled over, causing a landslide of books to fall around him. Their first charms class covered the basics of spellcasting. Harry listened attentively, fumbling with his quill as he tried to take notes. There were splatters of ink across his parchment, making some parts difficult to read. Fortunately, Hermione had taken notes too and offered to let him cross-reference hers to catch what he had missed. Herbology was taught by a wand which dressed in lovely yellow hues, who Harry learned was the head of Hufflepuff. They were to trek down to the greenhouses, where they would learn how to care for magical plants, harvest their fruits, stems, and sap, and understand how these plants could be useful. Theodore had introduced Harry to the occupation of healer, the doctor equivalent in the magical world, and Harry was determined to excel in herbology to pursue a career in healing. Once he shared this with Hermione, they set a date for a library session to help find books that would support Harry's dream. As much as Harry didn't want to admit it, history of magic was the most boring class of all. It was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who, according to Draco, had fallen asleep a long time ago in the staff room. The professor had died in his sleep, but once he had, he simply continued teaching as a ghost. He woke up, gathered his belongings, and went on to teach his next class. Professor Binns read straight from the textbook, lecturing the students that way. Harry found the class uninteresting. There was no physical interaction, like in charms and herbology, and the professor didn't provide any extra information for note-taking. It was tiring to sit through, and he felt relieved when they were finally dismissed. Transfiguration was taught by the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall. As Harry predicted, she was not someone to cross. She was strict and clever, giving them a stern warning in their first class. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She transformed her desk into a pig and back, flicking her wand quickly to prevent the books and ink bottle from falling. The class was excited, but that excitement quickly faded when everyone realized they wouldn't be changing tables into farm animals anytime soon. The professor began to explain the basic laws of transfiguration. Harry was delighted to discover that the principle of conservation of energy existed in the magical world, represented by the transfiguration laws. These laws stated that transfigured objects maintained the value of the original objects. After an initial lecture, Professor McGonagall handed out matches and instructed them to change those into needles. Harry, seated next to Hermione, much to Draco's annoyance, recalled what the transfiguration teacher had told them. Magic is 10% technique, 30% skill, and 60% will, he muttered under his breath, drawing his wand from his book bag. Beside him, Hermione quickly reviewed her notes before starting the task. Soon, the classroom was filled with students jabbing at their matches while yelling incantations. Sounds of frustration erupted. Harry felt a sense of relief. He had worried about being left behind since many of the Slytherins came from magical families. Fortunately, they weren't much more experienced than he was. Yes! Hermione cheered to his left, pumping her fist into the air. Her match had transformed into a silver needle, sharp at the end. Her cheeks were flushed with concentration as she turned to him. Harry, you've got to visualize it in your head, she encouraged. That made sense to Harry. He pictured a needle, just like one he had borrowed from Aunt Petunia's sewing kit to repair hand-me-downs from Dudley. Squeezing his eyes shut, he focused on the image, gripped his wand, and then... You did it! Hermione exclaimed, clapping her hands as Professor McGonagall made her way around the class. Not bad, Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, said the professor, picking up their needles. When Harry looked closer, he realized his match had also turned silver and pointy, with a slit at the end for threading string. A burst of pride filled him when the professor showcased their work to the class. Well done, she said, returning their needles and offering them a rare smile. Draco, overhearing this, fumed and nearly broke his match in half. Defense against dark arts was disappointing. The Slytherin snickered as Professor Quirrell stumbled through the lesson. Harry felt bad for the professor when Pansy Parkinson questioned his credibility, making him turn pink in the ears and neck. The classroom smelled like a garlic warehouse, but Professor Quirrell didn't deserve such treatment from his students. Friday morning arrived, and Harry walked into the Great Hall with Hermione and Theodore, feeling more excited than he had in a while. Potions class. Hermione was a bit repelled by the idea of adding the internal organs of a snail to a potion that they would eventually drink. However, Harry had never been squeamish, even as a child. He had been studying his potions textbook and, 2 days ago, he discovered a 4th-year potions book. He asked around to see if anyone claimed it, but when no one did, he happily took it for himself and started reading. While Hermione found the physical aspect of potion making a bit disgusting, she had no issue with reading about it. The two of them had settled into a quiet corner of the common room, poring over the pages together. Theodore joined them, uninterested in Blaise and Daphne's chess match. Draco, very reluctantly, sat down next to Hermione, looking uncomfortable. With anticipation buzzing through him, Harry made his way back down to the dungeons, with Hermione following closely behind. They passed Mrs. Norris on the way down and stopped to give her a quick pet. Mr. Filch had allowed them to carry cat treats for the feline who patrolled the corridors every night. Now, at the sight or scent of the two Slytherins, Mrs. Norris would come bounding over, meowing and demanding the treat she knew they had in their pockets. Potions class was held in one of the dungeons. It was cold down there, with no natural light since it was below ground level. However, Harry had become accustomed to the temperature. He supposed it was his magic keeping him warm, just as it had on the night Hagrid knocked down the door of the little shack on the rock. It also explained why his thin flannel dried much quicker than Aunt Petunia and Dudley's clothes. Harry had a feeling that Friday was going to be a very nice day. Harry was looking forward to potions the most. During breakfast, Hedwig had swooped in with a letter from Hagrid, inviting them for tea. He had asked Hermione instantly, and since Draco was nearby, he invited him too, not wanting him to feel left out. The blonde had sneered about the giant setting his house on fire, but since he didn't say no, Harry assumed he was coming along anyway. Having arrived at the potions classroom early, even with the delay caused by Mrs. Norris, Harry retrieved his potions textbook. He sat beside Hermione in the corridor. They shared the book, going through the basic potions and discussing which one they were most excited to brew. They jumped and squeaked in shock when the potions professor slinked up to them, completely silent except for the swish of his robes. Professor Snape eyed them, two Slytherins snuggled against each other by the door, sharing a textbook and chattering excitedly. Wordlessly, he gestured for them to get off the floor and enter the classroom. "Getting so close to a girl already, Mr. Potter?" Professor Snape couldn't help but make a snarky remark as the look-alike of James Potter settled onto a front-row work table. A small part of him felt a painful squeeze in his heart when the boy flinched and drew back with a hurt expression. "It's only the first week." Just as quickly as he made the remark, Severus wished he could take it back. The flash of hurt in the first year Slytherin's emerald green eyes reminded him of the betrayal he had seen in his former best friend's eyes when he uttered the word mudblood. Instead of rising to the bait like the older Potter would have, the young boy kept his mouth shut and flicked his gaze away. Beside him, Hermione looked uncomfortable. The potions professor turned his attention away from the two. Harry entered the ingredient storage room at the side, focused on preparing for their first potion. It felt as if he had anticipated James Potter's son and made plans for a counterattack. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Harry Potter was not just James Potter's son, he was also Lily Evans' child. The boy's personality was completely different from what Severus had prepared for. There was no hatred or loathing in Harry's eyes at Severus's remark, only hurt. Severus had heard things from the other professors. Phileas said that the boy was attentive and quiet, making the most noise when he struggled with his quill. Pomona described him as a deer, possessing natural talent for herbology. He had even stayed after class to ask the head of Hufflepuff for advice on becoming a healer. Minerva, who rarely offered exaggerated praise, had burst into the staff room after her Slytherin class, whispering that Harry had his father's talent for transfiguration. Severus initially thought his colleagues praised the boy because he reminded them of the beloved James Potter. But he was mistaken. They praised Harry because, while he might look like his father, in personality and behavior, he was a copy of his mother. "Be calm," Severus chided himself, trying to regain his composure before returning to face the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. "He is a child. You are an adult." Don't judge him based on his father. Above all, he is one of your snakes, not one of the lions. He swooped back into the classroom like the dungeon bat that the students affectionately called him, sweeping a cool gaze across the room. Began to take attendance, quietly calling out names. When he reached Harry's name, he skipped it, marking him present without requiring the boy to announce himself. The Gryffindors were not observant enough to notice, but his Slytherins were. Across the room, he noticed Theodore's raised eyebrow, Blaze's slight furrow, and Granger's frown. None of the Slytherins were foolish enough to voice their observations. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he started. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, or the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop a death if you are not as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. The class watched him in silence. In the second row, Draco was alert and eager to showcase his skills. Severus expected nothing less than excellence from him. As Draco's godfather, he had been tutoring the boy in potion-making since childhood. In front of Draco, however, sat two students with the opposite reaction. Hermione Granger, the new muggle born in his house, had been described by other teachers as an outstanding student with a desire to please. Yet in his class, she leaned back in her seat, showing none of the eagerness his colleagues had mentioned. She stared at her table as if she had never seen one before. Beside her, James Potter's son was fixated on the corner of his closed textbook. "Potter," he said. The boy flinched, and reluctantly, Harry looked up to meet Severus's dark gaze. Within those emerald orbs was a hint of hesitance. Severus recognized the creature within the dark-haired Slytherin, a sea monster known as Fight or Flight. Judging by the tenseness in the boy's shoulders, Severus guessed that the odds favored Flight. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, Harry answered quietly, pausing. Sir? Severus tried not to look surprised. The draught of living death was near the end of the first-year syllabus. Did that mean Harry had actually finished reading his textbook cover to cover? Instead of praising the boy as he normally did for his Slytherins, he nodded slightly in approval. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezer? Behind Harry, Draco fidgeted, clearly craving attention. From the stomach of a goat, sir, Harry said, flicking his gaze away. The emerald eyes Severus was accustomed to seeing in his dreams were now focused on the corner of a storage cupboard. And what is it used for? Severus challenged, wanting to see how far the boy could go. If Harry could answer, he would push past the first-year syllabus. It can cure most poisons, Harry replied, his voice quieter than ever. Severus doubted the Gryffindors at the back of the class could hear him. Sir. Severus was definitely past the first-year syllabus now. His mind whirled to the last class he had, the fourth-year Ravens and Puffs. What is the difference between monkshood, wolfsbane, and aconite? The boy paused, flicking his eyes to meet the professor's for a moment before he answered. They are the same plant, sir, he said. Hesitating, as if unsure, Severus nodded, impressed. How Harry knew something from the fourth-year syllabus was a mystery to him. 10 points to Slytherin. Do try to sound more confident next time, Mr. Potter. A few snickers erupted from the Gryffindor side, silenced by a glare from the potions professor. I doubt any of you could have answered the questions Mr. Potter just did. Why aren't you taking notes? Weasley. What is the draught of living death? The redhead looked like a deer caught in headlights. He glanced at his housemates, who all gave him the I can't help you'd look. Nervously, Weasley looked up and met Severus's gaze. I don't know. Granger. It's a sleeping potion, sir, answered the Muggle-born, clearer and louder than Harry, but with the same hint of hesitation. 2 of his Slytherins were already shying away from him, and all he had done was ask one question. Severus nodded, whipping out his wand to begin writing the procedure for the potion they would be working on. It was a simple cure for boils, something he always started with in the first year's syllabus. The procedure was his own, modified through years of experimentation. If the students were clever, they would notice that the procedures he provided varied from the textbook and would copy the steps down. He set the students to work with their desk mates. They began immediately, except for Harry and Hermione in the front row. The two were staring at the procedure on the board. "It's different," Hermione voiced softly. Severus nodded in approval. The two were sharp for their age, and their ability to identify the differences without glancing at the textbook meant they understood the textbook's procedures well. A moment longer before shrugging. "Can you get the dry ingredients? The nettles and the porcupine quills? I'll go get the slugs and the squirrel tendons." "I'm starting to think you know me too well," Hermione replied with a thankful smile. The potions professor tore his gaze away from them. He felt that Granger and Potter were quickly becoming two of the most brilliant potion students he had ever taught. However, from Harry's words, he sensed that Granger might be squeamish. That was definitely a hurdle she needed to overcome if she wanted to succeed in his class. He turned his attention to Draco, who looked like he might have a breakdown if he didn't receive some attention. Severus complimented the blonde's work before moving on to the rest of his Slytherins, assessing which ones would likely proceed to Newt's potions in the future. Greengrass's skills were quite polished, though her partner, Davis, was mediocre. Not matched Greengrass in cutting technique and had a firm, steady hand when weighing his ingredients. Zabini was performing slightly above average. Parkinson was slightly below average, and her partner, Millicent, was terrible at handling ingredients. "You're going to bruise your ingredients if you keep handling them like that," he hissed, already spotting the bruises forming on the poor, abused horned slug. The Gryffindors were a nightmare in their own right. After a round of criticism aimed at them, Severus turned back to his own house to survey their work. In the front row, Potter and Granger were working in unison. Potter was slowly stirring the potion clockwise with a steady hand while Granger had put out the fire and was carefully adding porcupine quills, one at a time. Under their watchful eyes, the potion changed colors, eventually becoming a near-perfect hue. The potion's professor couldn't help but feel proud. He watched them for a moment longer. "Made sure you all understood the importance of following instructions," Professor Snape said, his voice sharp. "Yet here we are, with a potion on the verge of disaster." Harry's heart raced as he watched the cauldron continue to bubble violently. He quickly turned to Neville, who still appeared stunned. "Get back, Neville!" Harry shouted, pulling his friend away just in time to avoid a splash of the bubbling mixture. Snape glared at them both, his eyes narrowing. "I expect better from you, Potter. You should be setting an example, not causing chaos." Hermione stepped forward, her face a mix of concern and determination. "We were doing well until you were distracted," Snape interrupted, his voice dripping with disdain. Harry exchanged a worried glance with Hermione, but before they could respond, Snape waved his wand again, and the cauldron's chaotic bubbling finally subsided. "Now, clean up this mess," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. With a heavy sigh, Harry and Neville began to gather their things, keenly aware of Snape's watchful gaze. As they worked, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered in the air. Suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire? Neville whimpered, trembling in terror and pain as angry red boils began to form on his face. It was a horrific sight, and soon, his entire face was swollen with red and yellow pus. The other students shrank back in their seats, fearful that the boils were contagious. "You!" Professor Snape pointed at Seamus, who jumped at the sudden attention. "Take him to the hospital wing." Seamus stepped carefully towards Neville, watching for any stray drops of potion on the floor. He slung Neville's arm around his shoulder and began to lead him out of the room, glancing back at Harry expectantly. Harry stood frozen in place, feeling confused. He turned to see Hermione doing the same. The Muggleborn girl gave him a questioning look, as if to say, "What are you doing?" "Mr. Potter," said Professor Snape behind him, "what are you waiting for?" Caught off guard by the professor's question, Harry stared like a deer in headlights. He was just about to return to his seat when the tall, pale man stopped him in his tracks. Unsure of why the situation was escalating, Harry remained silent. "Harry," Hermione said slowly, as if she had just realized something. Does your face hurt?" "No." Harry furrowed his brows, glancing from the professor to his friend, still unable to grasp the situation. He had no idea why his classmates were staring at him in various stages of concern and horror. The Muggleborn looked even more worried now. "Harry," Hermione said, "you're injured. You know that, right?" "I'm..." Harry, Hermione sounded pained. "There are severe burns on your face. Can you really feel no pain at all?" "Granger," Professor Snape said softly, breaking the heavy silence in the classroom. "Why don't you escort Mr. Potter to the infirmary as well?" "Sweet Merlin," gasped Madame Pomfrey, the Medwitch who worked full-time at Hogwarts. She had been peacefully attending to her paperwork in the corner of the hospital wing when Seamus kicked the door open, startling her so much that she rushed over as if there had been a fire. "What happened here?" "Dungeons, porcupines, fire," suddenly, Seamus stammered, gesturing wildly with his free hand. Next to him, Neville was openly sobbing, the boils pulsing against the tightness of his skin. "We were in potions," Hermione said calmly, placing a comforting hand around Harry's wrist. He had not looked anyone in the eye since they came up from the dungeons, choosing instead to stare blankly at his feet. Professor Snape had us brew the basic cure for boils, and Neville added his porcupine quills before turning off the fire. Harry went to stop him before he could add all of the quills. The potion bubbled over. Most of it hit Neville, but Harry got burned too. The Medwitch glanced between the two boys. "All right," she nodded, her understanding deepening thanks to Hermione's clear explanation. "Have them sit down over there. I'll go get some balms." Madame Pomfrey disappeared into a storage room, returning with a jar of yellow substance, properly labeled. With a soothing voice, she calmed Neville, who was still in distress, glancing occasionally at Harry, who had remained silent since arriving. Muttering a few spells, the healer quickly alleviated a significant amount of Neville's pain, resulting in the boy calming down considerably. Gently. Madame Pomfrey dabbed the ointment on Neville's cheeks and hands. Within a few minutes, the boils shrank, and Neville's face returned to its natural color. "All right, that's you done," Madame Pomfrey said, handing Neville a jar labeled Pain Reliever in spidery handwriting. "Use this to dab at any reddish or itchy areas. Keep applying it until the end of the week. If you're feeling all right, you can return to class." Neville looked pale at the thought of going back to Professor Snape's class, but he nodded anyway. With one last look at a still silent Harry, the two Gryffindors began their trek back down to the dungeons, leaving the warmth of the hospital wing behind. "Now let's take a look at you," Madame Pomfrey said softly, turning to the dark-haired boy who hadn't stopped staring at his feet. At first, she thought his quietness was due to shock. However, as she examined him more closely, she sensed there was something deeper going on. "Harry, right?" she asked. The boy nodded stiffly. "I'm going to need to wipe your burns with a cold cloth first, okay? It might hurt just a little bit," she explained in a motherly tone. There was a brief flinch when the damp cloth touched Harry's skin, but other than that, he remained completely still, so still that it looked as if he had been stupefied. Working carefully, the Medwitch removed the remaining flecks of the potion from his skin and used magic to reverse the rest of the damage. Then, she asked him to pull down the collar of his robes to check for any unseen burns. "Does it hurt?" she asked kindly. Harry stared at her blankly for a moment before shaking his head. At his side, Hermione looked more concerned than ever. "If you feel any pain or throbbing, don't hesitate to come to me or Professor Snape, all right? He's your head of house, and above being a potions master," she continued. "He's also a qualified healer," Madame Pomfrey said softly. "You may return to your class." With a nudge from Hermione, Harry finally seemed to come back to life. Panic filled his eyes as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. Once he regained his composure, the green-eyed boy bowed his thanks and followed the concerned Muggleborn back to class, still looking like a frightened baby deer. Madame Pomfrey watched them go with a single thought in her mind. Someone needed to sit Severus Snape down and have a very serious talk with him. Chapter 9. There goes the Slytherin reputation. All right, that's enough studying, declared Hermione, 2 hours into their library session. A plethora of reference books lay in front of her, some hanging off the edge of the too small table. The Muggleborn had collected the books for their Transfiguration essay, even though some exceeded the first-year syllabus. Slacking off, are we, Granger? Sneered Draco. He had been in the common room when Hermione dragged a still-blank Harry out the snake door, lecturing him about preparing early for exams. Determined not to let Hermione hog Harry, the pureblood invited himself to the session and tagged along. I thought better of you. Studying isn't my whole personality, Malfoy, she hissed, her brown eyes ablaze with cold fury. Before Draco could retort, Harry tiredly interjected, "We're going to get kicked out by Madame Pince if either of you says another word." The two instantly closed their mouths. Neither were blind or unobservant. Harry had clearly been down in the dumps since potions, and nothing had been able to cheer him up. His entire demeanor was dim, his once bright eyes dull. "Harry," said Hermione, "didn't Hagrid invite you over to his hut this morning?" Draco snorted but had enough sense not to make any cutting remarks. So, the three set off, with Draco following reluctantly. He loudly assured them that he was only there to make sure the giant didn't accidentally kill them by resorting to his uncivilized ways. This elicited a sharp look from Harry, the most emotion he had shown since that morning. Hermione was too relieved by the boy's display to scold Draco. Hagrid lived in a large wooden house by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This time around, Draco was smart enough to keep his thoughts to himself. The three Slytherins neared the residence, looking around at their surroundings. They noticed the interesting possessions the giant kept outside his house. When Harry knocked, a loud commotion erupted from inside. It sounded like metal pots and pans clattering, along with the frantic scrambling of a very large animal and Hagrid shouting, "Back, Fang, back!" Harry's face lit up when Hagrid's large face appeared in the small slit of the doorway. "Hiya, Harry!" "Oh, hang on, back, Fang," Hagrid said. They were let in, and to Hermione's shock and Draco's horror, Hagrid was struggling to hold onto the collar of a large black boarhound. It was as if someone had scaled the dog up to the giant's size. The three Slytherins shared the same thought: if even Hagrid had trouble controlling the dog, they were in trouble if it ever decided to attack them. Inside, there was only one room. Ham and other meats hung from a grill on the ceiling, dangling in their red glory. A copper kettle warmed over the fireplace, and in the corner was a massive bed covered with a patchwork quilt. Beside the fire was a dog's bed, large enough for a wolf, filled with a torn baby blue blanket and chew toys the size of Harry's arm. "Make yourself at home," Hagrid said cheerfully, letting go of Fang's collar, which sent Draco scrambling desperately onto the couch. Attracted by the movement, Fang dashed after the pureblood, making Draco screech even louder. "Here, boy," Harry said quietly, whistling softly. The hound's ears perked up, and he redirected to bound towards Harry instead. A laugh burst from Harry's mouth as Fang tackled him, excitedly licking his ears. "I'm starting to think that Harry has some sort of power over animals," Hermione muttered as she carefully navigated the room, moving slowly to reach the same couch where Draco was taking refuge. "I'm going to agree with you for once," Draco said, looking terrified. "Sure," Harry hushed him. Fang dropped to all fours, peering at Draco with his big, round eyes. The boy weighed only a fraction of the dog's weight. "Good boy, Fang," Harry said, offering a kind smile to the hound. He made his way over to the couch, and Fang trotted after him, wagging his tail as he settled by Harry's feet. Draco looked paler than a ghost. "Thanks for having us, Hagrid." "I hope it's okay that I brought Hermione and Draco with me," Harry said softly, one hand scratching Fang's large head. The giant assured him it was fine, though he hesitated when his beetle-like eyes landed on Draco. Uncomfortable, Draco shifted on the couch, acutely aware of his father's past actions. Still, even if Hagrid had a bad experience with the older Malfoy, he didn't mention it. Instead, he cheerfully offered tea and rock cakes to Draco, just as he had done for Harry and Hermione. As Hermione happily recounted their lessons and assignments, Harry noticed a newspaper on the coffee table. It was the Daily Prophet, slightly stained with an unknown substance. However, it wasn't the stain that caught his attention, it was the title, Gringotts Break-In Latest. Feeling his interest pique, Harry reached for the newspaper, scanning the article quickly while listening to Hermione's excited chatter with only half his attention. Investigations continued into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of unknown dark wizards or witches. Gringotts goblins insisted today that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been entered that same day. But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, a Gringotts spokesgoblin said this afternoon. Furrowing his eyebrows, Harry concluded that it had to. Vault 713 was the one he and Hagrid visited after stopping at his own vault. The contents of that small, grubby package made Harry think it must be of great value. Someone had attempted robbery for it. It was barely 2 inches large, but its worth was significant, high enough for someone to risk death. Harry took one more glance at the article and decided that whatever the package was, it was none of his business. Severus was having a good day, or rather, he had been. That was before his first-year Slytherin Gryffindor joint class, before the incident with Longbottom's potion, and before the completely anomalous reaction that Potter had given him. Just as he thought things couldn't get worse, they did. Being yelled at by the Hogwarts Mediwitch hadn't been on his agenda, yet there he was, grimacing meekly in his own office. Those who thought the scariest woman in the castle was Minerva McGonagall clearly had never met Poppy Pomfrey when she was angry. Severus felt like a little schoolboy again as the Mediwitch dabbed bruised paste on the latest records of his most recent scuffle. She paced back and forth in front of his desk, giving him a headache. Waving her hands animatedly, she spoke about the boy's unresponsiveness, the lack of flinching when she applied the balm directly on the wound, and how he seemed completely out of touch. "Severus, don't you think it's a possibility?" "No," he replied coldly, refusing to entertain the thought. Poppy shot him a scathing look. "Don't you use that tone on me, Severus," she warned, her eyes flaring. That was the expression of a woman who had seen him at his worst, a scrawny, bony schoolboy smaller than the other children his age, completely helpless when they ganged up on him. Him. He was filled with despair instead of joy. "I refuse to believe that," he began, but was cut off quickly. "You promised me that you wouldn't be biased," Poppy hissed. A sudden offense rose within Severus, and he spoke with a sharp, defensive tone. "I am not being biased. I just think that there's no way." "You are being biased," Poppy accused fiercely. "If you weren't, you'd stop for a moment and consider that perhaps. There's no way. Try to look further than 2 feet in front of you. I refuse to believe. This isn't about believing. I refuse to believe that Harry Bloody Potter was abused." Severus roared, anger flaring alongside guilt in his heart. Poppy was too stunned to respond. He was shaking as he spoke. There is no way Albus would have left him there if Albus's golden boy would deserve nothing short of a family that coddled and spoiled him, practically worshipping him like the prince everyone thinks he is. "Severus!" Poppy snapped, completely unfazed by the potion's master's outburst. While others might have shrunk away at the sight of Severus losing his cool, Poppy Pomfrey had seen all the things he wanted to hide. "Harry is one of your Slytherins. I think we can both conclude, after today's events, that Harry is absolutely nothing like his father. The sooner you can accept that, the better it is for both you and him." The office fell silent for a moment, the echoes of Severus's outburst lingering in the air. Poppy's expression softened. "Severus," she said kindly, approaching him with a gentle hand, as one would when approaching a frightened, trapped animal. "Harry is not his father." She, of all people, knew the full extent of the damage. Severus had endured his years at Hogwarts, especially the emotional and physical damage inflicted by James Potter. In his later years, he stopped seeking Poppy's help for his wounds. He learned to brew his own medicines and balms, retreating from the hospital wing in shame of being seen there. There is no way Potter. No way his relatives. The potions master lowered his head, fearing that Poppy would see the pain in his eyes. "Severus," Poppy said cautiously. "There's no way," he mumbled desperately, repeating the phrase over and over. "There's no way that Harry Potter, the bloody boy who lived, James Potter's son, there's no way he was." "Severus," Poppy said, trying to calm him. Throughout her years at Hogwarts, she had never seen Severus Snape on the verge of a breakdown, and it felt intimidating. He always gave the impression that he had his life under control, but his emotions were neatly categorized. From the beginning of his teaching career, Severus had maintained a cool, emotionless facade that he wanted to portray to the students. Yet, right before Poppy's eyes, a crack was forming in his stone-cold mask. "There's no way," he yelled, his eyes ablaze with desperation for someone, anyone, to tell him he was right. "Harry James Potter cannot have been." "Severus." Poppy tried again. "No," he hissed, glaring at her as if she had just claimed responsibility for global warming. "I won't. It doesn't matter what you will or won't believe." Poppy snapped, causing Severus to flinch under her gaze. "We probably won't know for sure. Unless the boy gives us a verbal confirmation, there's no doubting what the evidence tells us, Severus." For the second time in his life, Severus Snape looked broken. If he really was abused. The healer sensed that Severus needed to voice his thoughts, so she stayed silent. It wasn't often that he allowed his emotions to surface, but when the floodgates finally opened, years of pent-up feelings rushed out into the open. That would mean that I failed Lily," Severus murmured, his voice cracking. "I promised that I would watch over her son if anything ever happened to them. I thought he was safe and loved." The Mediwitch hushed him soothingly, reaching out to pat his shoulders reassuringly. For a moment, she envisioned a small, 12-year-old Severus, hiccuping and trying to hold back the tears streaming down his cheeks. Horace Slughorn was never the most empathetic person and was certainly not capable of consoling a boy from a broken home. The young Slytherin had turned to the Mediwitch, finding comfort in her low, soothing voice, one that sounded so similar to his mother's. Once, Severus had confided in her that his mother used to hold him tight, caressing the back of his head while Tobias Snape, Poppy swore to curse him if she ever crossed paths with him, went into a drunken rage. As he grew older, however, Severus distanced himself from her, refraining from submitting to her motherly tone for fear of the mockery from his classmates. "There was no way you could have known, Severus," she said, reasoning with him. Logic was one of her strong suits, and she found it effective in calming someone like the potions master. "It isn't too late, you know. Harry is under your care." "Out!" said the potions master abruptly, his voice trembling. "Out! Now!" The woman complied, casting one last soft look at him. "When you're ready to talk. Out!" As much as Harry wanted to see the good in people, he was getting very tired of Draco. Their last class of the day had ended hours ago. Upon returning to the common room, a new note on the notice board caught the blonde's eye. Flying lessons would begin on Thursday, a whole week away. Once Draco learned of Harry's minimal knowledge of the sport, he launched into a 6-day lecture on every detail about it. None of the other first-year Slytherins were spared, and everyone, except Hermione, who was captivated by Draco's thorough explanations, was ready to strangle him in his sleep. Professor Malfoy's lengthy lecture about Quidditch extended all the way to Wednesday night. Each first year in his dorm was willing to give up half their lifespan to learn the silencing charm. As I was saying, the snitch evolved from the golden snidget. "I swear to Merlin, Draco, if you do not shut up, I will punch you so hard you won't be able to attend Quidditch tomorrow." Thanks to one Mr. Knott's excellent choice of words, peace was finally granted to the first-year Slytherin dorm, where all the snakes slept soundly, except for Draco, who sulked for about 10 minutes before falling asleep. Thursday morning came, and Harry counted his blessings. No one in the Slytherin dorms experienced a rude awakening from the bright sunlight that would no doubt be prodding at students in the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers. Instead, a soft green glow gently coaxed the snakes out of slumber, like a mother shaking her child into consciousness. Schools of fish greeted the first years as they woke up, swimming past the arched windows of the dormitory. While everyone bustled in and out of the shared bathroom, Draco announced random Quidditch facts to anyone who would listen, mostly to Harry, who took pity on him. Draco was not allowed to be the first to use the bathroom. If he hogged it for an hour, no one else would be ready on time. He threatened to tell his father, but quickly stopped when Theodore promised to involve Professor Snape. Even though Snape was Draco's godfather, he would likely see the logic in the situation. And I nearly escaped by the skin of my teeth. Muggles are always so careless with their stupid airborne helicopters. Helicopters, Harry corrected, adjusting his tie. He had lost count of how many times Draco recited his tale about encountering a helicopter while on a broomstick. Each version included a dramatic retelling of how he nearly lost his life. Draco rolled his eyes. Whatever. In the common room, Hermione was desperately memorizing Quidditch through the ages from cover to cover, much to Daphne's amusement. Tracey listened to Hermione's mumblings absent-mindedly. Although Tracey had never ridden a broom before, she didn't seem very concerned. Hermione, on the other hand, was clearly anxious. On their way to breakfast, Hermione bombarded Harry with facts from Quidditch through the ages while Draco interrupted every few seconds to pompously brag that he had already told Harry the information. The two were moments away from arguing before Harry stepped in between them, giving a warning look to each. "My gran sent me a remembrall," Neville announced excitedly as the three Slytherins passed the Gryffindor table. In the midst of explaining its purpose when the smoke inside the glass ball turned scarlet, causing Neville to falter. Unable to resist picking a fight, Draco snatched the glass ball from Neville's hands, a natural sneer on his lips. He was in his element, a clever but scathing remark already forming. "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry and Hermione said in unison, moving to stand beside Draco. Harry's eyes were a cool green, calmly staring at Draco with no indication of backing down. Hermione held her book open with one hand while the other rested on her hip, a frown on her face. Professor McGonagall, who could sense trouble quickly, halted in her tracks. She had intended to defuse the brewing situation, but Draco and his friend had been quicker, leering from their perches. Grumpily, Draco handed back Neville's remembrall, though this earned him two identical glares. "Neville, you've forgotten your robes," Harry said helpfully, smiling at the round-faced boy before guiding Hermione to shepherd a scowling Draco back toward the Slytherin table. 3:30 could not come fast enough for Draco. When it finally did, he ushered all of his yearmates outside, too excited to complain about the sun and its effects on his pale skin. It was a clear, breezy day, and the grass beneath swayed gently, moving in rhythm with nature. Not everyone enjoyed the walk. Theo grumbled about having better things to do, like working on his transfiguration essay, even though it was due in 2 weeks, a sentiment Hermione agreed with. Daphne would much rather be inside, playing a competitive game of chess with one of the upper years. No one ever played against her twice, fearing the shame of losing. Pansy complained about the wind ruining her perfectly styled hair. She told anyone who would listen how long it took her to style it that morning. The Gryffindors had not yet arrived, so the Slytherins allowed themselves to enjoy the pleasant weather for a moment. Even Theo begrudgingly admitted it was a nice day. The warmth of the breezy afternoon was a refreshing change from the chill of the Stonewall dungeons. The feel of grass beneath them was a stark contrast to the expensive carpets of the Slytherin common room. The sound of chatter made the Slytherins perk up. A group of Gryffindors was rapidly approaching. The Slytherins took advantage of the distraction to collect themselves. Robes were smoothed and ties adjusted. Shortly after the Gryffindors arrived, Madame Hooch appeared. She had short, choppy grey hair and piercing yellow eyes that scanned them like a hawk searching for prey. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she barked. Harry thought her tone was rather harsh. There was no introduction, no safety precautions explained, and no rundown of what they were about to do. "Everyone stand by a broom." "Hurry up." The students shuffled into position, with Harry standing between Draco and Hermione, as the two could not be trusted without something in between. Across from him, Neville was trembling nervously. Stick out your right hand over your broom, Madam Hooch instructed, and say UP. Up! Chorus 21st years. Only a few brooms shot into the students' hands. Harry smiled when he felt the rough surface of the old-school broom in his palm. Draco's broom also flew into his hand, but Hermione's simply rolled over and stayed put, like someone who didn't want to get up in the morning. Say it again, Madam Hooch urged. Easy for you to say, Hermione hissed back. She tried again, sounding a bit shaky but with more strength in her voice. The broom wobbled slightly before shooting into her hand, much to her delight. Madam Hooch then demonstrated how to mount their brooms without sliding off at the end, moving around to correct their form. The Gryffindors snickered loudly when she told Draco he had been holding his broom wrong for years. The Slytherins had the decency to muffle their laughter. Draco flushed with embarrassment, turning redder when Harry patted his shoulder in consolation. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, Madam Hooch instructed. Harry stared at her in bewilderment. Was there no more briefing before they were sent into the air? Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, then land by leaning forward slightly. Ready? 1, 2. Neville, nervous and driven by the fear of being left on the ground while everyone else soared ahead, kicked off way too hard before the whistle even touched Madam Hooch's lips. Come back, boy! She yelled. Harry had a minimum amount of respect for all his professors, but his respect for the flying instructor was dropping rapidly. Couldn't she see that Neville had lost control of the broom? How could he be expected to come back down and land on his own, with no other instructions or help besides come back, boy? Neville was still rising, as if propelled by a jet of water, with no sign of stopping. One glance down made him whiter than a ghost. Harry had a frame of reference for this. He saw the Bloody Baron frequently during his journeys into the Slytherin dungeons. The distance between the ground and Neville seemed to grow larger by the second. The Gryffindor students. The ground beneath Neville grew closer and closer, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25. A wave of fear hit Harry as he saw Neville's grip on the broom loosen. Neville's mouth formed a terrified oath before he slipped off the broom and fell. With a loud crack, Neville landed hard on the ground, his hand outstretched in a futile attempt to break his fall. Harry felt his face drain of color. Why hadn't Madam Hooch cast a spell to soften the impact? Neville could have seriously injured himself. The flying instructor rushed to Neville's side, her face pale. Broken wrist, she murmured. All right, up with you, boy. She turned to the rest of the students, her panic making her seem unprofessional. None of you are to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. Leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Fortunately, Madam Hooch was too focused on Neville to notice the dark glare on Harry's face. The group of first years watched as Madam Hooch and a limping Neville became a small figure in the distance, slowly making their way toward the castle. This only made Harry angrier. The castle was so far away, shouldn't there be a medical tent set up nearby for quick access in case of accidents? From the looks of it, Neville had likely injured his leg too. Why was Madam Hooch making him walk? Harry was pulled from his thoughts by a mocking laugh. Did you see his face? Draco sneered. Pansy chimed in, but the rest of the Slytherins remained quiet. The Gryffindors, however, were not silent. Shut up, Malfoy, Parvati Potter snapped. The twins in their year. Harry absent-mindedly noticed that many people had been telling the blonde to be quiet lately. Look! Draco exclaimed suddenly, picking something up from the grass. He held it up for everyone to see. It was Neville's Remembrall, glinting brightly under the afternoon sun. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him, he sneered, right in front of Ron Weasley, who flushed red with anger. Give it back, Malfoy. It's not yours, Ron snarled, leaping for it. Draco was much too quick and pulled back his hand holding the Remembrall before Ron could reach it. I don't think you can be trusted with such an item, Weasley, Draco mocked. Your family would fall into debt to pay for compensation if you broke it. Clearly, family was a sensitive topic for Ron. While Harry didn't share the same feelings, he understood why Ron was furious. "Draco," Harry said in a warning tone, but the blonde was too caught up in his amusement to notice. "Maybe I'll leave it up in a tree for Longbottom to find," Draco said in a sing-song voice. "Better a tree than your hands, right, Weasley?" "Draco, give it back," Harry repeated, still using the same warning tone. It was too late. Ron had taken the bait, and Draco mounted his broom, ignoring Hermione's urgent hiss of, "You'll get us all in trouble." "Oh, boy," Theo muttered as Daphne shook her head in exasperation. Even Tracey, who usually seemed unfazed, wore an annoyed expression. There goes the Slytherin reputation. No one could really hear what was happening, as Ron and Draco flew a decent height above the ground, their snappy exchange muffled by the wind. The Gryffindors had taken a defensive, defiant stance, while the rest of the Slytherins, except for the twins, watched with interest. Pansy was visibly annoyed, and Draco was creating a stereotype that would reflect on all his housemates. "Harry, do us all a favor and drag Draco down before he dooms us all for the rest of our 7 years, won't you?" Daphne said, rubbing her eyebrows tiredly. Harry stared at her, confused. "You're the one Draco will listen to," the silver-blonde girl explained. Beside her, Hermione looked uneasy, glancing between Harry and the two in the air as if she were watching a tennis match. I'll try," Harry said, swallowing as he summoned his broom without speaking. The handle felt warm in his palm, pulsing with faint, bluish-gold magic. Little pricks tingled in his hand as he mounted the broom, taking a calming breath to settle his mind before kicking off. To his amazement, he rose steadily. After a few moments to adjust, he discovered that flying came naturally to him. It felt as easy as breathing. He instinctively knew that leaning forward would push him ahead, tightening his grip would increase his speed, and twisting his thumb upwards would help him swoop into the sky. As he circled and soared toward them, the wind tousled his hair, bringing a settling sensation. Something deep within him resonated with home and family as he loosened his grip on the broom, feeling a sensation he couldn't quite place. For a moment, he thought he heard a woman's laughter, the terrified yell of a cat, and the indistinguishable chuckles of a man. "Give it here, Malfoy!" Ron growled, his face nearly as red as his hair. The Gryffindor clearly had experience on a broomstick. He hovered and moved to match Draco, the two locked in a tense confrontation. The standoff left them both stuck, unable to move with the poor quality of the school brooms. A wicked grin spread across Draco's face. "Sure. Go fetch." "No." Harry yelled, but it was too late. Draco had thrown the Remembrall into the air. The three boys watched as it fell, falling. Stunned by Harry's arrival, the two boys stared at him, their attention shifting away from the plummeting glass ball. Harry was undeterred. He followed the instinct pulsing within him. Before he realized it, he pointed his broom downward. The wind whistled in his ear and danced along the crook of his neck as he dove steeply. Somewhere nearby, he could hear Hermione scream. The Remembrall was within reach. Without thinking, Harry unlatched one hand from the broom handle and reached out. A surge of satisfaction coursed through him when he felt the smooth glass in his palm. Just before he hit the ground, he pulled the broom up, softening his landing as he tumbled into the cushioned grass. Instantly, his classmates surrounded him, although the Gryffindors held back a bit. Theo offered a hand to help him up, and Hermione hugged him so tightly that he thought his ribs might break. Daphne smiled at him, and Harry took it as a sign of approval. "Here," Harry said, holding out the Remembrall to Seamus Finnegan. Thanks, Potter," Seamus replied awkwardly. Behind them, Ron and Draco landed, looking annoyed that they were no longer the center of attention. Feeling a bit breathless, Harry sank back into the warm grass. Flying felt as natural as breathing, but he appreciated being grounded. "Thank you very much." Now that his mind had calmed, the reality of his actions began to hit him. Harry Potter, a boy who had never ridden a broomstick before, had just dived from what felt like 3 stories high. Potter! Harry's heart sank faster than the Remembrall. Stomping over, looking very out of place among the green plains in his stark black robes, was Professor Snape, his face twisted in a murderous expression. The dungeon bat approached rapidly in broad daylight, the flaps of his robes caught by the breeze. Harry stumbled to his feet, trembling as he imagined all the ways the Dursleys would jeer at him if they found out he had been expelled. "What were you thinking?" Even though the professor seemed out of his element, he still managed to look menacing, his lip curled in a sharp snarl. "Were you even thinking at all?" "It wasn't his fault, Professor." Harry turned to see the last person he expected standing up for him. Seamus Finnegan cowered slightly when Snape turned his glare on him, but the boy stood his ground. He was only trying to catch Neville's remembrall, just like he tried to help during potions. "I agree, Professor Snape." When Daphne spoke, she instantly captured the attention of everyone nearby. There was something so elegant about her that it was hard to look away. Harry was only trying to help. Theo and Blaise, standing behind Daphne, nodded in support. "That will be enough, Ms. Greengrass," Snape said curtly. "Mr. Potter, follow me." Just before turning to follow the potions professor, Harry caught sight of his classmates' expressions. Draco looked as if he had just killed a puppy. Ron appeared conflicted and slightly guilty. Hermione looked as if she were horrified by Draco's actions. The rest of the Gryffindors looked uneasy and uncomfortable with how the situation had escalated, but they said nothing more. The dungeon bat swept back across the green plains. "Just wonderful," Harry thought glumly as he meekly followed the professor. Barely 2 weeks in, and he was about to be expelled. They passed the front steps, climbed the marble staircase, and navigated the winding corridors, yet Professor Snape remained silent. Harry felt increasingly miserable, trotting as fast as he could after his head of house, who walked with long, graceful strides, showing no consideration for Harry's shorter legs. Maybe he was being taken to the headmaster's office. Harry wondered if he could stay with Hagrid, who had been expelled but worked on the grounds. As long as he could keep a foot in the magical world, he would be fine with lugging around Hagrid's belongings and bathing Fang every day for the rest of his life. Eventually, they stopped by a door, where the professor knocked twice sharply. The hinges swung open to reveal Professor Filtwick, who extended his left hand toward the doorway. "Good afternoon, Phileas," said Professor Snape stiffly. "May I borrow Flint for a moment?" Harry blinked. Flint? Was Professor Snape so mad that he was going to set Harry on fire before expelling him? However, Flint turned out to be a sturdy-looking fifth-year Slytherin, who glanced from the potions professor to Harry in confusion. "Am I in trouble?" Flint asked, his eyes darting around Harry's small build, as if trying to remember if he had beaten up Harry earlier that week. "I didn't do anything." "No, Flint," sighed the professor, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Follow me." They marched up the corridor, with Flint glancing at Harry every few seconds, as if still trying to recall any altercation with him. "Professor!" Halfway up a staircase, another Slytherin boy joined them, his eyes shining at Harry as if he were worth more than all the gold in the world. Is this him?" Harry took a longer look at the older boy and recognized him as Terence Higgs, the 7th year and head prefect of the Slytherins. "Yes, Higgs," Professor Snape said, sounding exasperated. "Please compose yourself." Harry felt himself droop even more. Terence Higgs was the head prefect of his house, so it made sense for him to be there while Professor Snape dealt with whatever paperwork or protocol was necessary before Harry could be expelled. Flint was probably some important figure in Slytherin as well. Not only was Harry facing expulsion, but he was also going to be punished in front of 3 people. The shame of being sent away just 2 weeks into school was overwhelming. The head of Slytherin led them into an empty, unused classroom and closed the door behind them. He muttered a spell under his breath, and the doorknob clicked in confirmation, making Professor Snape nod in satisfaction. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, feeling doomed for sure. "Potter," Professor Snape said, grimacing as if he already regretted his next words. "These are Marcus Flint and Terence Higgs, our Quidditch captain and seeker." "Flint, Higgs," the professor paused, contemplating his decision. "This is your new reserve seeker." Harry opened his eyes in shock. Whatever he had been expecting, it wasn't that. Marcus blinked at the small boy. "He's tiny," Marcus said. "I'm aware," said the professor dryly. "Mr. Higgs, would you like to explain why you came running at me 10 minutes ago, demanding that I collect Mr. Potter from his flying lesson?" "Marcus, you should have seen the boy." Terence jumped straight into his explanation, his eyes shining with excitement. "I saw him from the library window, the trajectory of his dive, his streamlining, the way he pulled out from his 50-foot dive." The brightness in Terence's eyes was infectious, and Harry couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. A spark lit up Flint's eyes. "A 50-foot dive?" The captain whistled in appreciation. "Say, Potter, wasn't today your first flying lesson?" Harry nodded numbly. Terence looked as if all his dreams had come true at once. "Not bad, not bad." Marcus nodded, critically surveying Harry's build. A bit small for his age, and would need to build up some muscle. But he's just about the perfect build for a seeker, Terence said, still grinning from ear to ear. "Light and speedy. With the right broom, he'd be the fastest player on the team." "The rules state that first years aren't allowed to own a broomstick," Professor Snape pointed out, a sly smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. "There's nothing against a first year using his captain's spare broom." If Marcus hadn't been excited before, he definitely was now. "We'd have to get him a good one, a clean sweep 7, maybe. Or a Nimbus 2000, Terence interjected. "You mean we have to get Flint a good spare broom?" the professor corrected slyly. Marcus smirked in return. "Of course, Professor." The potions professor's gaze turned serious and emotionless as he focused on Harry for a moment before allowing himself a slight smirk. "Minerva couldn't look me in the eye for 2 weeks after we flattened her last year. Think you can make that happen again, Potter?" Honestly, Harry was so relieved that he wasn't getting expelled that the professor could have told him to go bungee jumping and he would have agreed instantly. I'll try, sir." "Good." Chapter 10, Bark Bark Bark. Apparently, picking fights with redheads was just something that was genetic in the Malfoy family. "The Malfoy-Weasley feud has been going on for years," Daphne said breezily as she made another move on the chessboard. The third year opposite her, one of the ones bold enough to demand a rematch, was sweating profusely. "Why?" Unable to resist the curiosity, Harry planted himself next to Daphne, glancing at the chessboard with interest. The silver blonde tilted her head thoughtfully. "You'll have to look through the old family records. Back in the old days, they used to record family feuds meticulously. It was a very big thing in those times." Harry couldn't figure out why anyone would record petty little feuds between families, but he supposed it was just one of the things he'd never understand. "Does your family have any current feuds with other houses?" Pureblood culture amazed him in a million different ways, as some of the mannerisms were similar to Petunia's. "Not at the moment, no," Daphne said softly, her eyes trailing over the chessboard. "That isn't to say that we aren't siding with any houses. The House of Greengrass is quite well connected with the family of Malfoy, for example. Since they're in a feud with the Weasleys, we try not to get too involved with them to avoid getting in between the two houses." "That makes sense," Harry hummed. "I can lend you some books on our culture if you'd like," Daphne offered. "Although you might have to wait for some, as they're with Hermione at the moment." "Oh, and checkmate, dear." The third year collapsed in a heap of groans, wailing at the undeniable defeat. Harry quickly learned that Daphne was calm, cool, and collected on the outside, but when it came to chess, the girl was absolutely ruthless. "Could I convince you to play a game with me, Harry?" Daphne asked sweetly, placing the pieces back in their starting places. I'm not very good," Harry admitted, a slight blush on his cheeks. "But I'd like to try, if you could teach me." They began to play. Harry lost to Daphne in every round, but by the 5th game, he started to understand how she was setting up her attacks. When he noticed her moves, she complimented him for his attentiveness before launching her next hidden attack. It felt like progress. "Why's Draco sulking like that?" Theo asked dryly at dinner, pointing to a pouting Malfoy at the end of their table. Professor Snape let me onto our Quidditch team as the reserve seeker, Harry explained, feeling embarrassed. He had never excelled at sports in his previous school, and now that others seemed to be counting on him, he didn't want to let them down. It was nerve-wracking. "Ah," said Theo, understanding. "So he's jealous." "I'm not," Draco interjected, clearly eavesdropping. Theo shot him a look that said, "Sure, keep telling yourself that." Draco huffed angrily, crossing his arms, and returned to sulking, mumbling about telling his father and having a talk with his godfather. In Draco's view, a wizarding duel settled any disagreements, no questions asked. The two Slytherins were heading back to the dungeons after dinner, with Draco walking haughtily ahead while Theo followed quietly. Their path crossed with one lanky, freckled Ron Weasley. "Weasley," Draco sneered. The sight of the redhead made Harry groan. It seemed inevitable that Draco would spark an argument whenever Ron was around. "Malfoy," Ron snarled in return. "Potter," Harry hissed under his breath. Unfortunately, he wasn't as quiet as he thought, because both Draco and Ron turned to look at him. Sorry, it was the only name left. The Gryffindor shook his head, trying to return his expression to a serious one. "Where are your henchmen, Malfoy?" "What are their names again, Lobster and Boyle?" "Crab and Goyle," Harry corrected. "Boyle's the guy who created Boyle's Law." Now the other two were looking at Harry as if he had just sprouted a second head. "If you're so eager to fight me, Weasley," Draco continued, shaking his head to clear the nonsense Harry had thrown at him, "then let's do it tonight. A wizard's duel. What, are you too scared to accept my offer? Makes sense, I bet your family can't afford hospitalization fees if you get injured." "Fine, Malfoy," Ron gritted, his eyes blazing. "Tonight. Who's your second?" "Harry," Draco said easily, as if he hadn't just been furious with him moments ago. "And yours?" The Gryffindor hesitated. "Neville," he finally decided. "Then it's settled," Draco said with a sly smile. "We'll meet in the trophy room at midnight. It's not too late to back out if you're scared, Weasley." "You wish, Malfoy." "Yeah, Potter." Harry put on the most innocent expression he could manage when the two looked at him again. "Sorry, please go on." "I just didn't want to be left out." While Harry was glad that Draco was no longer angry with him, he had to ask, "Draco, what's a wizard's duel?" At that moment, he imagined the blonde and the redhead wielding swords twice their height, yelling unintelligible war cries before charging at each other. The scene turned comical when both boys were dragged back by the weight of their weapons, face-planting onto the floor from the momentum. "I keep forgetting how little you know," Draco said. Draco harumphed, though Harry didn't think there was much bite in his words. A wizard's duel is between two or more wizards, where only ones are allowed. There are many customs and etiquette involved. I wouldn't expect someone like Weasley to know all the proper procedures. "Right," Harry nodded, making a mental note to ask Daphne for some books on dueling. "And what was that other thing you said? That I'm your second? What does that mean?" The questions kept coming, and Draco tutted in response, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. "It just means that you'll take over the duel if I die." He sauntered down the hallway toward the Slytherin dorms. Stunned, Harry halted in his steps, his jaw dropping. "If you what?" "If I die, Potter." "And close your mouth. Your teeth are incredibly uneven and a headache to look at. Can we go back to the part where you die?" Draco rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. "I don't get why you're making a fuss about it. It's not like I'm actually going to show up tonight, anyway." Without another word, he left Harry in the dust, pushing past the silver snake into the common room. "You're going to catch flies if you don't close your mouth," a kind voice said, breaking Harry out of his trance. Walking down the corridor toward him, hair wrapped in a dark green shawl and arms laden with books, was Hermione, looking amused. "I just dropped by Professor Snape's office to ask about the essay he gave us today, and he gave me a bunch of books. Want to share?" Harry paused, remembering how Aunt Petunia used to buy sweets to placate Dudley from throwing another tantrum. Smiling secretly to himself, he imagined Professor Snape with his head in his hands, waving carelessly at Hermione to take a stack of books to keep her occupied, even if just momentarily. There was no doubt in his mind that the Muggleborn would be at the professor's office again the next day. In a few weeks, Professor Snape would probably have a drop box outside his door for Hermione to submit her inquiries. "Sure," said Harry, distracted. Hermione furrowed her brows and squinted at the other Slytherin, as if trying to solve a puzzle. "Is there something wrong, Harry?" He hesitated, thanking the silver snake guarding the common room as he entered. "Well, sort of." "Say, Myon. That's awful!" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes blazing with rage as Harry finished recounting the events of the night. He told her about the continuation of the Malfoy-Weasley feud and Draco's underhanded plans. "It's bloody awful." "I'm going to." "Keep it down, Hermione," Harry hissed, gripping the Muggleborn's wrist. They were tucked away in a corner of the common room, with Professor Snape's stack of books on the table before them. "Someone will hear you." "Good," Hermione snapped, glowering. "Then they'll all know how underhanded." "Hey, what's going on here?" Seymour said, appearing out of nowhere and narrowing his eyes at the two first years. Harry had his hand clamped over Hermione's mouth, while she was practically screaming death threats at Malfoy. For a moment, Harry thought that with her fiery demeanor, perhaps the Muggleborn would have been better suited for a lion instead of a snake. "Nothing." Harry managed the least shaky smile he could muster, looking strained. Hermione struggled under him, a Merlin, she was strong. Harry felt himself turning red from the effort. Seymour's gaze shifted from Harry to the curly-haired Muggleborn, who was still yelling profanities. For a moment, the prefect looked as if he might compliment Hermione on her impressive vocabulary of swear words, but decided against it. "Right. Keep it down. There are people trying to study." "Yes, sorry, sir," Harry apologized. "Calm down, Myon." Once he was sure she wouldn't strangle him, Harry removed his hand and looked at Hermione cautiously. "I hate you so much," she breathed, her chest heaving from anger. "Telling the entire house isn't going to make things better," Harry reasoned. Reluctantly, Hermione nodded in agreement. "I say we warn Ron not to meet Draco tonight. That way, no one will be in trouble, and, well, Draco doesn't need to know." Hermione sighed sadly, glancing at her stack of reading material. "I was hoping to get started tonight." She didn't have long to mourn, as Harry stood up and tugged on her wrist, pulling her along. As they left the Slytherin common room, Harry nodded at seemingly no one and said, "We will, thank you." The door slid closed behind them with a soft thud, the silver snake returning to its place. Hermione looked around, bewildered. There was no one else in the corridor, so who was Harry talking to? "You've got green ties," said the fat lady, eyeing the two suspiciously. "You look familiar," she said, pointing at Harry, "but I've never seen you before." Hermione shrugged, her voice of reason returning. "No, you haven't." "We'd like to speak to Ron Weasley," Harry said politely, his neck starting to hurt from the strain of looking up. Whoever thought it was a good idea to mount the portrait so high? Well, he'd like to know what they were thinking. It made conversation very difficult for a short 11-year-old. "Is that all right? How did you two find your way here, anyway?" Ignoring Harry's request, the fat lady squinted at them. "You're not supposed to be able to find this place." "We tailed a Gryffindor," Hermione answered honestly. "We don't need to go in, we just need to." "Could you please ask him to come out?" Harry asked. "Why do you need to talk to my brother?" interrupted a new voice. The two Slytherins looked up to see an older Gryffindor with faded red hair and a stack of reference books in his arms. Hermione's eyes sparkled as if she had just seen a fellow student. "Did he get in some trouble?" "Hold on a minute, you two are Slytherins." "That's right," Harry replied with a friendly smile. "No, he's not in any kind of trouble. But we would like to talk to him, if that's all right." Harry considered warning Ron against meeting Draco for a duel, but he wasn't sure how seriously duels were taken in the wizarding world. He didn't want to embarrass Ron, especially since he was a first year. It might be a matter of great shame for the Weasley family to miss a duel. The older boy eyed them suspiciously. "All right, a moment." He made a shooing motion, and the two Slytherins stepped back. Muttering a word under his breath, the older Weasley gained access to the dormitory. The fat lady slammed the portrait shut, glaring at the two students in green ties. "You!" Ron Weasley said, pointing at Harry as he emerged from the portrait. "Why do you need to talk to me? What, are you Malfoy's henchman now?" "We're not all men, you know," Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. "But no, we're not. You can't show up to the duel tonight," Harry explained, noticing the anger growing on Ron's face. "No, I'm serious. Draco isn't planning on showing up. He might tip a teacher off," Hermione added. "To get you in trouble," Harry finished, managing a slight smile to ease the tension between them. "We're here to warn you. Draco is being incredibly underhanded to play you like that, and I agree," said Harry. The two Slytherins were startled when Ron burst into a mixture of laughter and a scoff. "Are you kidding me?" "As if," Ron exclaimed, turning his nose up at them. "This is just Malfoy's plot to get me to back down, isn't it? Well, I'm not a coward. You can go back and tell Malfoy that he'll have to come up with a better lie next time." With that, the Gryffindor portrait slammed shut in their faces, leaving them frozen in shock. "Well, that went horrible," Harry winced, feeling dejected. He had no idea why his classmates were so distrustful of him. "There's nothing we can do about it now, I suppose," Hermione said with a sigh. "We tried. Come on, Harry. It's late. I don't want to be caught out after curfew." Despite her words, Hermione tossed and turned in her bed that night, feeling restless. The clock on her bedside table ticked closer to midnight, and she wondered if Ron Weasley and Neville were roaming the corridors, in danger of being caught at any moment. Unable to find sleep, she slipped out of her covers and into the common room, where she found Harry already seated on the couch before the fireplace. "Can't sleep?" Harry asked dryly. "Seems like we're in the same boat," Hermione replied. They sat in silence for a moment, the sound of Professor Snape's books filling the air. "I can't take this," Harry breathed dejectedly. "I keep thinking, what if they get caught?" "You know what?" Hermione said suddenly, her determination rising. "Let's go. It's not too late yet, it's almost midnight. We can try to catch them in the trophy room and send them back before they..." Before she could finish her sentence, Harry was already setting his book down, bookmarking it first. Making his way to the door, with Hermione following closely behind. "We'll be fine," Harry whispered as the door shut behind them. They moved down the corridors, quiet as shadows. "Clear," Hermione said under her breath, staying close to Harry's side as they approached the main corridors. They kept their eyes peeled for any teachers and listened for the swish of Professor Snape's robes. In a stroke of luck, they managed to reach the trophy room without getting lost. Harry pushed the door open, while Hermione slid in from the side. "Malfoy," Ron faltered, his wand held high, aimed at someone he hadn't expected. "Why are you here?" "Potter's Malfoy second, and, hey, where's Malfoy?" Behind him, Neville was trembling, his wand hand twitching in anxiety. "He isn't coming," Hermione said impatiently. "We told you before, didn't we? You have to go back to your dorms now. We came to get you. Go back before any of us get caught, or worse, expelled." Then, down the hall, they heard a meow. "Mrs. Norris," Harry breathed, his face turning cold and pale. "We have to go. Now." No one needed to be told twice. Ron pulled Neville along, while Hermione and Harry peeked over the edge of the door, gesturing for the two lions to move when the coast was clear. However, Mrs. Norris seemed to have already picked up their scent. The sounds of her excited mews were a dead giveaway. Hermione was beginning to regret carrying treats for the cat, as it bounded after them at full speed. "We're dead, we're dead, we're dead," Ron rambled. "Filch won't be far behind." And he was right. Not far behind the sound of Mrs. Norris was the scruffing footsteps of Mr. Filch, dragging his feet because of his limp. "Students out of bed?" Mr. Filch shouted. "Find them, sniff them out, my dear." In here, in here," Harry said desperately, clutching the first door they came across. "Oh, it's locked, Mion." The Muggleborn didn't need any more prompting. "Alahomora," she hissed, jerking her wand at the door. It fell open with a clack, and the 4 first years piled inside. Harry and Ron pressed themselves against the door, while Neville whimpered as Hermione clutched her robes. Both Harry and Ron sighed with relief as Mr. Filch's footsteps faded away, and Mrs. Norris cried in despair, losing the scent of the 2 snakes. However, the worst wasn't over. "Harry?" Hermione said, her voice shaky and filled with pure fear. Neville was frozen with terror, unable to utter a single word. Harry felt his blood turn to ice as he looked at what Hermione was pointing at. A massive 3-headed dog stood before them, all 6 eyes fixated on the 4 students, drool dripping from each of its jaws. "Oh," Harry gulped, swallowing hard, willing himself to move. "They look hungry." "Bloody Merlin," Ron said, as pale as a ghost. "What is that?" "Think you can work your charm on this animal?" Hermione whispered, not daring to take her eyes off the Cerberus. "Please tell me you can. Please. We need to go. We need to go, now." Harry said, his breathing quickening. He had read somewhere that dogs could sense panic, and he was certain the Cerberus could smell his fear. The creature seemed to grow impatient, snarling and flexing all 3 of its jaws. "Run," screamed Hermione, and everyone pushed back against the door, slamming it shut. They scampered down the corridors, panting and heaving until they were a good distance away from the room. It was a wonder no teacher came across them, as they made quite a racket. "Guess we know what's in the 3rd corridor," Ron said weakly as they finally caught their breath. Neville looked like he would faint if someone so much as poked him. "We wouldn't have known if someone had listened," hissed Hermione, now angry as the adrenaline wore off. "We could have died in there." The Gryffindor looked away guiltily. "Well," he stuttered, "how was I to know you weren't lying?" "That's enough, Hermione." "We should get back before we get caught," said Harry, gripping Hermione's arm. She was probably 1 more remark away from attacking Ron. "You guys should head back too. Good night." The last word was more of a courtesy than anything else, as Harry couldn't imagine anyone falling asleep after staring into the eyes of the Cerberus. Those glowy yellow orbs were like worn street lamps, and the bubbled saliva dripped from stained fangs, each about the size of a flower vase. Every detail of the creature was imprinted in Harry's mind, and he didn't think he would get any sleep for a while. However, Harry forgot an important detail. He was just a small 11-year-old. When 11-year-olds have been up all night worrying about their classmates, sneaking through the castle near midnight, and running away from a murderous 3-headed dog, they get pretty worn out. Within seconds of meeting his pillow, Harry fell into slumber to the sound of Draco's snores, wondering what tomorrow would bring. Chapter 11. Harry, the Brother Magnet. After the night of the non-existent midnight duel, Harry swore to avoid the 3rd floor corridor like a plague. He took detours around half the school, often having to run to his classes just to steer clear of the staircase leading to Cerberus's territory. Hermione felt the same way. The 2 of them decided to focus on their academics, diligently going through the material Professor Snape had assigned to the Muggleborns to prepare for their exams 3 months in advance. Draco was disgusted by such behavior, but Theodore was delighted. Study groups and discussions began in the common room, where they debated the limits of magic and the flaws of the syllabus. Daphne, halfway through dismantling a 7th year's chess defense, would occasionally offer her input. The next excitement came a week later, although it was less dangerous than discovering a hungry 3-headed dog. None of the boys, except for Theodore, who had absolutely no interest in Quidditch, could resist feeling jealous at the sight of a long parcel at the end of Harry's bed, signed with the initials SS. They had just returned from dinner to see the neatly wrapped package sitting quietly, beckoning them to come closer. News of Harry's appointment as reserve seeker had quickly spread among the Slytherins, so no one, not even Crabbe and Goyle, had to ponder long about the mysterious package. "Open it," urged Draco, looking a mix of envy and excitement. The parcel unraveled on Harry's bedspread, triggering a resounding echo of gasps. Even Harry, who didn't have much experience with brooms, could tell that it was a gorgeous model. The handle was sleek, shiny, and polished mahogany, glinting under the green glow of the underwater dorms. Nimbus 2000 was embedded into the handle, painted a shimmering gold that shone no matter the light. Lighting was perfect. The twigs were neatly combed back, aligned, smooth, and straight. "Whoa," Crabbe and Goyle said in unison. "There's a note," Blaze pointed out, noticing a small, folded piece of parchment half hidden in the packaging. "Flint and Higgs will meet you at the pitch, 7 in the evening tonight. Do not be tardy. SS? I hate you so much right now." Draco huffed, crossing his arms angrily. "I must write to Father at once." He didn't get to finish. "We know, Draco," Theodore said, rolling his eyes. He was the only one unaffected by the excitement, having only glanced up from his book once, looking uninterested. "Run along now, go start the letter so we don't have to listen to your whining any longer." Stomping his foot childishly, Draco made a racket as he left the dorm rooms. If Seymour was down in the Commons, Draco would surely receive a scolding lecture about his behavior. "Oh, hi Harry," Hermione said as she bumped into the shorter boy in the corridor while coming up from the dorms. She was probably on her way back from pestering the potions professor with questions. After quickly assessing Harry, with his excited fidgeting and bright eyes, she swiftly deduced what he was up to. "Be careful." I will," Harry nodded hurriedly, waving as he continued down the corridor, glancing around to avoid bumping into any students. It wouldn't take long for anyone to figure out what he was doing, especially if he was seen walking around with a broomstick in hand. At 10 minutes to 7, Harry joyfully made his way over the plains toward the Quidditch pitch, the path lit by the setting sun. The dusk enveloped him in soft, warm hues of pink and orange, and he felt like his day couldn't get any better. The weather was light and breezy, just perfect for his first flight with his Nimbus. The stadium towered over Harry, filling him with awe. Thousands of seats surrounded the pitch, and he remembered Hermione mentioning that magic was used to raise the seats during matches so the audience could see the flying players better. On either side of the court were 50-meter loops that resembled the sticks kids used to blow bubbles, only much larger. Neither Marcus nor Terence were in sight, but Harry was too eager to fly again to be patient. He kicked off the ground, enjoying the rush of wind on his face. Crows cawed in the distance, and he joined them in the sky, taking a few laps around the court to measure its length. He flew through the loops, swerved, and dived around the pitch, feeling adventurous enough to go faster as adrenaline overcame his worries. "Who?" Harry nearly jumped off his broom in shock when he realized he wasn't alone. Suddenly feeling shy, he swooped down and landed much better than he had the first time, staring into the surprised face of Oliver Wood. That was excellent flying," Oliver said, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. He had only sneaked out for a few laps before bed and hadn't expected to witness such spectacular talent. "Have you been flying since you were born or something?" "No, sir." Even in the dark, Harry could feel his face flush, partly from the exercise and partly from embarrassment. That was my second time." Oliver's jaw dropped. "Your second time? By Merlin, you're a natural. I would kill to have you on the Gryffindor team right now. Damn it, you're a Slytherin, aren't you?" "Hey! Get away from him." Before Harry could respond, he heard a shout from the side of the pitch. It was a furious Marcus Flint, looking ready to charge at Oliver like an angry bull. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain pursed his lips, his brows twitching in annoyance. Terence followed closely behind, jogging right on Marcus's heels. "I wasn't aware that Slytherin booked the pitch tonight," Oliver said, tauntingly. If I had known. It was clear that no one had been informed, as Marcus wanted to keep Harry a secret weapon. Shut up, Marcus growled, his wand already in hand. Marcus, warned Terence, the voice of reason. It was no surprise he was Slytherin's head prefect. He had stellar grades, a good sense of justice, and a logical mind. Thankfully, Marcus lowered his wand but did not ease his glare. Get lost, Wood. The Gryffindor sighed, tapping his chin as if in deep thought. I don't think I will. You didn't book the pitch, did you? That means I have the right to be here if I wish. Harry wondered if Oliver should have been a Slytherin instead. Terence appeared to share the thought, looking 10 times more exasperated than Harry. You, Marcus began, his teeth grinding. Harry couldn't help but whimper and shrink back as the older boy raised his arm, ready to throw a punch. Naturally, Oliver raised his arms as well, prepared to defend himself. Their arguing grew louder, and Harry's desire to run increased with the noise. Suddenly, both Oliver and Marcus were silenced. Their mouths moved, but no sound came out. That's enough, Terence interrupted firmly, pulling Harry behind him. His wand was raised, showcasing the Slytherin Seeker's ability to cast Silentio non-verbally. Harry, could you do a couple of laps around the pitch for a while? I'll call you down when. We're ready, he said, his voice cold as he glared at the two captains, almost challenging them to argue. The first year obeyed immediately, relieved to have an outlet for his urge to run. Once he was far enough away, Terence fixed his fiercest glare on the two captains, ready to scold them thoroughly. Never before at Hogwarts had the 7th year displayed such a demeanor toward younger students, as he usually believed reasoning was the best approach to conflicts. You're 5th years, by Cersei, he snarled, narrowing his eyes. Is it too much to ask for both of you to act with a little maturity? For Merlin's sake, can't you be more aware of your surroundings? One more moment and Harry would have run for the hills because of you two. At least the captains looked guilty. Terence took a deep breath to compose himself, allowing his usual calm demeanor to return. Wood, you're free to stay, but I request that you stay out of our way. I can't ask you to keep this from your team, but please don't go around telling the other houses what you saw here tonight. Fair enough, Oliver said, shrugging. And Marcus, Terence stressed the name. Please refrain from getting physical in front of Harry, if you know what I mean. It took a moment, but something clicked in Marcus's mind. You don't mean? His eyes widened in shock. It's not uncommon. Not in our house, Terence said quietly. Wood, if you understand what we're insinuating, I'd ask you not to spread this around either. Oliver picked up on the message quickly, nodding stiffly as the weight of the implication settled in. Now he understood just how serious the situation was. Both captains looked uncomfortable, regretting their earlier argument. If you two can agree to act civilly, I'll call Harry down, Terence said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. When he called for him, Harry swooped back down onto the pitch, eyeing the two captains nervously, as if he expected them to start a fight at any moment. If Terence noticed Harry's anxious glances, he ignored them and opened the wooden box he had brought with him. Do you know how Quidditch works, Harry? Terence asked. He smiled when the younger boy nodded shyly. All right, then. Can you explain to me, briefly, how the game is played? 7 players on each team, Harry recited, sharing what he had learned from Professor Malfoy's lectures. 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, 1 seeker. The chasers throw the quaffle at each other until it gets through one of the 3 hoops, kind of like basketball in the air. He pointed at the bright red, soccer-sized ball in the middle of the case. Terence stifled a laugh at the confused expressions on Oliver and Marcus's faces at the mention of basketball. The seeker leaned over the box, picked up the quaffle, and tossed it to Harry, who caught it with a soft dove. That's right, just like basketball in the air. Here, hold it for a bit, Terence said. Harry flushed with embarrassment, running his fingers over the slanted sides of the quaffle. And the keeper is in charge of guarding the opponent's hoops to prevent them from scoring. Each quaffle through a hoop is worth 10 points. The 3 older boys nodded in agreement, encouraging the first year to continue. And each team has two beaters, who protect their team against the bludgers, which zoom around trying to knock people off. They have these short baseball bats to hit the bludgers with. Yes, that's right, the older seeker said, looking amused at the captain's growing confusion. I'm not going to take the bludgers out tonight. I don't want to give you a concussion. Has anyone ever, do you know, died from getting hit by a bludger? Harry asked timidly. Smirking, Terence glanced at Oliver, who looked away instantly. I seem to remember a second-year Gryffindor getting hit in the head by a bludger, 2 minutes into the first game of the season. Marcus snorted. I seem to remember that Gryffindor being unconscious for 1 whole week, too. Shut up, Oliver grumbled, looking a little red. But no, in Hogwarts history, no one has died, Terence quickly added, noticing how pale Harry had turned. Don't worry too much about it. We've got Bowl and Pusey on our team. They'll protect you from the bludgers. The green-eyed boy didn't look very reassured, but he continued. Then there's the Seeker, Harry said, his excitement growing. His cheeks flushed a light red, and the wind tousled his hair. The Seeker's job is to catch the golden snitch, which was derived from a golden snidget. Catching the snitch awards the team 150 points, which usually wins the game. It doesn't always, though, Marcus interjected. If one team is more than 200 points ahead when the snitch is caught by the other, the snitch-catching team can't win. An example of this was the Ireland vs Japan game, which is the longest game in all recorded Quidditch matches. It lasted for 3 months, didn't it? Oliver mused thoughtfully. Yeah, Terence nodded. They had to keep bringing in substitutes so the players could sleep and eat. Japan was 230 points ahead when Ireland caught the snitch, which makes an 80-point difference. Japan's win. Whoa, Harry said in awe. Anyway, that was pretty impressive. I thought you didn't know much about Quidditch. Did you do some reading before you came down here? Terence joked cheerfully. This made the younger seeker blush as he looked down at his feet, trying not to mumble. Draco told me all about Quidditch when he found out I'd never played it before. Terence chuckled good-naturedly, leaning over the case once again. Here's the snitch, he said proudly, holding the gold-colored object the size of a walnut. Its feather-thin wings flapped rapidly, protesting against the 7th year's grip. Do you want to hold it? Why yes, please, Harry replied, his eyes bright. He gasped as the golden ball was passed to him, fluttering in his palm, buzzing warmly and desperate to start whizzing around at 200 miles per hour. Whoa! We won't be practicing with the snitch just yet, Terence explained, feeling unreasonably happy at the younger boy's excitement. There was just something about Harry's boyish innocence that was so contagious. It's normally easier to see when the sun's out and it's bright, because you can find it by looking for the glint as the light reflects off of it. For tonight, we'll use these instead, he said, retrieving half a dozen identical, neon green, golf-sized balls from his pocket. So we won't lose the snitch in the dark. Without warning, the 7th year launched a ball at Harry, who moved and caught it by reflex. Terence hummed in approval. Not bad, you're good. Marcus, take some, will you help or are you just going to stand there the whole time? Terence handed out a bunch of the balls to the other two, and they all got onto their brooms. Once they were at a decent height, they took turns throwing balls at Harry from all directions, watching as he zoned into focus, swerving left and right. The blankets. I really hate the sorting hat right now, Oliver grumbled as Harry caught his 100th ball of the night. Marcus snorted. All right, Harry, that's enough. It's getting quite late. We should get back before Professor Snape comes out personally to drag us back, Terence said with a soft laugh. For a moment, Harry wondered if the professor had actually done that before. It seemed like the older seeker was speaking from personal experience. It's getting pretty dark, anyway. The boys marched back towards the castle. Marcus and Oliver began a light argument about their favorite Quidditch teams while Terence guided Harry over the plains. Harry felt worn out from all the exercise. Now that the adrenaline had faded, he was exhausted and could probably fall asleep on the grass if left alone. Think you can make your way back to the dorms? Terence asked quietly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder to steady him. They had parted ways with Oliver, who had gone upward while the rest descended into the depths of the castle. I think so, Harry yawned, reaching up to rub his eyes. The older seeker scowled and swatted Harry's hand away. Don't do that. Your eyesight is bad enough as it is. Don't make it any worse. Marcus and I need to head over to Professor Snape's office for a bit. Be careful on your way down, got it? Harry nodded groggily, yawning again as he turned down the corridor. Once he was out of sight, the Quidditch captain and the seeker exchanged serious looks. There was only one thing on their minds, and Professor Snape had to know about it. You're back later than usual today, Percy commented, not looking up from his book as Oliver stepped into the fifth-year Gryffindor dorm. The rest of their housemates were already asleep, burrowed under the covers as the months got colder, leaving only Percy propped up against the headboard, half covered by blankets. Did something happen down at the pitch? Percy asked, looking up from his blankets. I really want to burn the sorting hat into pieces right now. This caught Percy's attention. Where did this impulse come from, all of a sudden? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Oliver stumbled over and flopped onto the side of Percy's bed, ignoring the other boy's displeased sigh. For every time Oliver, sweaty from a night of flying, threw himself onto Percy's bed, the redhead would complain, but he never pushed the captain away. I hate it so much. So much, Oliver sighed dejectedly. It gave Slytherin the best seeker I've ever seen since your brother. Humming softly, Percy picked up his book again and shifted to the side to give Oliver space. Without any prompting, Oliver shuffled until he was tucked under the covers next to the prefect. Who? Percy asked. Harry Potter, Oliver mumbled, sounding sad. Harry bloody Potter. It was his second fly today. Second. Even though Percy didn't have much of an interest in Quidditch, Oliver did, and the redhead had learned over the years of their friendship that he didn't mind listening. Oh? Percy prompted, despite not really knowing what Oliver was going on about. His form. It's beautiful. Some people need years to get into that form, but he's a bloody natural, Oliver continued, even as Percy cast a silencio around his bed. He's just the right build for a seeker, small, light, too. Percy hummed to show he was still listening, flipping through his book absent-mindedly. After a while, he noticed that Oliver had fallen silent, replaced by the soft, occasional snore. Percy smiled fondly, setting his book down onto his nightstand and folding his glasses on top of the cover. As he slid into the blanket, Oliver moved in his sleep, looping his arms around the lankier boy. Percy wiggled in Oliver's arms before closing his eyes, turning to his side to see Oliver's snoring face. He pressed a soft kiss onto the captain's forehead and smiled happily, snuggling into the warmth of the other boy. Good night, Quidditch fanatic. Time passed swiftly, like a gentle spring breeze. Caught up with his classes, work, and Quidditch practice, Harry realized with a start that he had been at the castle for about 2 months. The stone corridors felt more like home than Privet Drive ever did. They were less cold now that Terence had kindly woven warming charms into the hems of Harry's uniforms. A warm buzz filled Harry's ribs at the thought of the green-themed common room, with its soft-cushioned couches and towering, glowing glass windows. Good evening, Harry greeted softly as he stepped into the library, closing the doors quietly behind him. His book bag was slung over his shoulder, filled to the brim with notebooks and bits of parchment. Madame Pince looked up from her work, glancing at him over the rim of her glasses. Good evening, Mr. Potter, she said, smiling at the sight of the kind Slytherin boy who frequented the library daily. Are we doing research today? Yes, miss, Harry replied with an excited smile, careful not to speak too loudly. Professor Flitwick said in class we could get extra credit if we added some research to our essay. It's about the mechanics of levitation, and I'm planning to look into how gravity is countered by magic. The librarian nodded. There should be some good reference materials around aisle 34, she provided helpfully. Have fun researching, Mr. Potter. I will, miss. Thank you. Harry beamed and scurried off to get started. Soon enough, He had collected a good stack of references, a tower of books taller than he was. Happily, the boy arranged them. Harry placed his materials on an empty table and began his work. So engrossed in his research, he didn't notice when someone joined him. "Are you writing an essay on the mechanics of levitation?" Percy Weasley asked, startling Harry out of his focus. Harry's face flushed red, caught off guard. "Why, yeah," he replied, still flustered. He hadn't expected anyone to approach him like that. "Is it all right if I sit?" Percy asked, pulling out a chair across from Harry. He had a bag filled with neatly folded parchments, a stark contrast to Harry, who had hurriedly stuffed his things together. Percy had initially planned to go to the library for some quiet studying, but seeing the dark-haired Slytherin changed his mind out of curiosity. "Is this for extra credit?" Percy inquired. "Why, yeah," Harry stammered. "Professor Filtwick said he would award extra marks on the essay if we included some research of our own." The conversation paused as Percy turned to his own work, while Harry scribbled furiously with his quill. Half an hour later, Harry broke the silence. Would it be all right if you looked over my essay for a bit?" he asked shyly, his head bowed and tousled dark hair falling into his eyes. I'm not very sure about the accuracy of my information, and I heard you're really good at charms." "Why, you don't have to," he added quickly, "but I was just hoping." "Hand it over," Percy interrupted, setting down his quill. Adjusting his glasses, he scanned the parchment swiftly, going line by line while Harry fidgeted nervously at the other end of the table. "This is pretty good work, considering your age. There's room for improvement here, though," he said, gesturing to the essay. Harry leaned over for a closer look. "See this? You can rephrase this better, like so." 15 minutes later, Harry stared down at his corrected essay in awe. Percy's remarks had made the essay much easier to understand, conveying the message clearly without deviating from the main point. "Thank you so much." Harry beamed, feeling incredibly grateful. Percy shrugged. He was beginning to understand why Oliver had developed a bit of a soft spot for the Slytherin boy. "It's not a problem," he said, a small smile forming on his lips. "You know, if you want, I could show you some more complex charms, just for fun." "Really?" Harry's eyes widened, the large emerald orb staring up at Percy, who was 3/4 of a meter taller. "You do that?" "Sure," Percy replied, already gathering his books. "Come on, Potter. Get your things." Eagerly, Harry stuffed his notebooks and parchment into his bag, skipping after Percy with excitement. Madam Pince raised an eyebrow as the two boys passed, the shorter one grinning as if Christmas had come early. "Give me a piece of spare parchment," said Percy, standing a bit taller now that he had someone to impress. Obediently, Harry rummaged through his bag and pulled out a piece of torn paper for the prefect. "Avifors!" Percy exclaimed. Harry watched in amazement as the piece of paper folded itself into the shape of a bird, twittering in Percy's palm before taking flight around the empty classroom they had entered. "Whoa!" Harry breathed, filled with awe. "That's so cool." Percy puffed out his chest a little more at the praise. "You'll be able to learn that in your 3rd year," he said proudly. "Is there something you could teach me?" Harry asked. "We haven't really started casting anything in charms yet, but I don't see why I can't," Percy said, straightening his shoulders. "They say that if you're smart, you can teach anyone anything." Harry nodded quickly in agreement. "So, can you teach me?" "Of course," Percy replied confidently. "I'm the top scorer in my charms class." Then, could I learn something like?" Harry thought for a moment, searching for something useful. "Maybe, how to conjure water." "Can we do that?" After pondering for a moment, Percy nodded. "I don't see why not. It's a bit advanced, though," he warned. "Don't be surprised if you can't get it. Look carefully at my wand movements, all right? You want to make it nice and smooth, kind of curvy, too. Like this." Harry mimicked Percy's movements, feeling pleased when Percy hummed approvingly. "All right, now you just need to say the incantation at the same time as the movement." "Aguamenti," Percy instructed, nodding when Harry repeated and pronounced it correctly. "Magic is 10% technique, 30% skill, and 60% will," Percy added. Harry recognized the advice as words from Professor McGonagall. "Aguamenti," Percy commanded, amazing Harry as a stream of water burst from the tip of his wand, floating in the air until Percy shaped it into a sphere. "Making the water take shapes is all about control," he explained. "You'll need a steady hand and a firm mind to get it to work for you. For now, just focus on getting the charm to work. Are you ready to try?" Harry held his wand up, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. "Yeah. Go for it, then," said Percy, flicking his wand absent-mindedly to form a shield in case Harry conjured some water. Harry read it himself, his expression shifting to one of determination. He pictured a stream of water in his mind, shooting out from his wand toward the center of the classroom. In the depths of his mind, Harry could hear Percy's surprised and congratulatory approval. "Aguamenti," he said, mimicking the wand movement Percy had demonstrated earlier. A jet of water shot upwards from the tip of Harry's wand, bursting like fireworks and scattering into tiny droplets, creating a light rain. Percy's jaw dropped in astonishment as his shield beeped, indicating it had been hit. With his face glowing with joy, Harry turned around, his hair damp from the success of his first attempt. "I did it," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. "You did it," Percy said, still in shock. Honestly, he had expected only a few drops from Harry, nothing more. But it seemed Harry Potter was not only a natural at Quidditch, he was a natural at magic as well. "You're the best teacher, Mr. Percy," Harry cheered, too thrilled to feel shy around the older boy. "Can I practice that again? Or can we learn something else?" How could Percy say no after receiving such praise? "All right," he said, looking determined. "We're going to learn Lumos next." Chapter 12, Halloween. Before Harry knew it, the end of October was approaching, and with it came Halloween. It had never been a significant event in Harry's childhood because the Dursleys locked him inside while Dudley went out trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. They kept him in the cupboard for the whole night, saying he would steal sweets from the kitchen if given the slightest chance. "What are you dressing up as, Harry?" Dudley's snide voice asked. "An orphan?" "Oh wait, you don't need to dress up for that." Now that he knew October 31st was the day his parents died, Harry was looking forward to Halloween even less. In fact, he didn't think he'd want to do anything but bury himself in his bed, surrounded by his own misery and perhaps a book or two. He began wondering, what if? What if his parents hadn't died? Would they have been proud of him in Slytherin? Would they have been proud of him, the youngest reserve seeker in Hogwarts history? Would they have sent sweets for Halloween? Harry sighed as he got out of bed. There was no use lingering on the ghosts of the dead, he supposed. Besides, it wasn't as if he remembered much about his parents anyway. What was there to miss if he couldn't even remember what they looked like? Still feeling a little down, Harry trudged down to the common room with his book bag thrown over his shoulder. It was filled with his textbooks for the day, as well as their corresponding notebooks and spare parchment. Their first class of the day was potions, which Harry looked forward to. Brewing came pretty naturally to him, and it was almost as relaxing as flying a lap around the pitch. "Harry!" The boy looked up to see Terence walking over with a warm grin on his face. "Just reminding you, in case you forgot, Quidditch tryouts today at 3:30 in the afternoon. Do be on time." It was mandatory for Quidditch members to attend the tryouts in case someone on the team was unable to participate. The desk to get everyone's attention. "We want to make sure each pair can successfully perform the spell." Harry glanced over at Seamus, who was fiddling with his wand. It seemed like he was trying to remember the movements from their last lesson. "Ready?" Harry asked, trying to keep the mood light. "Yeah, let's just hope I don't mess this up," Seamus replied, grinning nervously. Meanwhile, Hermione was struggling to keep her voice down as she spoke to Ron. This is ridiculous. Why would he think mixing us with Slytherins would work? Ron shrugged, looking less than enthusiastic about the whole situation. Maybe he thinks it'll teach us to get along. But I doubt it. Just focus, you two, Harry said, trying to keep them on track. He couldn't afford to let their frustration distract him. All right, everyone, let's begin. Professor Flitwick called out, clapping his hands again. On the count of 3, I want you all to perform the spell together. 1, 2, 3. Harry raised his wand, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He hoped they could pull this off without a hitch. Professor Flitwick stood at the front of the classroom, demonstrating as he spoke. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. Pronunciation and enunciation are very important, too. Remember Wizard Barufio. Would you like to go first? Harry asked, gesturing for Seamus to approach the feather. Percy had let him practice the spell with a piece of parchment and then a book to increase the challenge. Both times, Harry successfully levitated the objects in his first 3 tries, much to the prefect's growing delight. Seamus nodded, swishing and flicking as best he could, while Harry ducked whenever necessary to avoid getting jabbed in the eye. Harry winced as the Gryffindor prodded angrily at the feather, nearly jumping out of his seat in alarm when Seamus accidentally set it on fire. Aguamenti! Harry exclaimed, grateful that Percy had taught him the spell. A small burst of water extinguished the potential disaster on their table. The feather drooped, having just been doused. Here, let me show you. Wingardium Leviosa. To Seamus's astonishment, the feather lifted steadily off the table, dripping as it rose higher. Harry allowed himself a proud smile, internally thanking Percy for his patience in teaching him. Mr. Potter's done it. Professor Flitwick said, clapping excitedly. Excellent use of both Aguamenti and Wingardium Leviosa, Mr. Potter. 20 points to Slytherin. You're doing it wrong, Hermione said impatiently from the next table, directing her frustration at Ron. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Not Wingardium Leviosa. You do it then, if you're so clever. Ron snapped, his eyebrow twitching in annoyance. He was getting frustrated about not mastering the spell, and Hermione's critical tone wasn't helping. Hermione narrowed her eyes at Ron and rolled up her sleeves. Wingardium Leviosa. With a slight twitch of her wand, the feather levitated toward the ceiling, rising slowly and gracefully, like a boat gliding on the surface of a lake. Very well done, exclaimed Professor Flitwick, appearing out of nowhere. Miss Granger has done it as well. 15 points to Slytherin. The professor then moved on, awarding points to Daphne, Theodore, Blaise, Draco, and Tracey, each of whom successfully performed the spell in turn. With each passing moment, the Gryffindors grew increasingly anxious, but this didn't last long. You need to be firm with it, Daphne advised her partner, Lavender Brown, with a cheerful tone. Imagine the feather floating in your mind, then say it with conviction. Lavender looked skeptical but followed Daphne's guidance. She closed her eyes, visualizing the floating feather and Professor Flitwick's cheerful announcement of 15 points to Gryffindor. When she opened her eyes again, she declared strongly, Wingardium Leviosa. To her surprise, the feather began to rise, climbing higher with each gentle flick of her wand. Nice, Daphne said, clapping softly. Next to her, Theodore was guiding a nervous Neville. Keep your voice steady, he instructed, effortlessly making his feather dance in the air. Try not to let your wand shake. If it helps, put your elbow on the table to keep your hand steady. Neville, looking uncertain, rested his hand on the table and tried again, but failed. Theodore said, raising an eyebrow as his feather fell. He reached over and grasped Neville's wand hand. Now, say the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Neville exclaimed, his eyes widening as the feather, aided by Theodore's guidance, floated into the air. Whoa! I did it! Yes, you did, Theodore replied. Theodore let go of Neville's hand and picked up his wand, spinning it between his fingers. Try again. Imagine that I'm holding onto your wrist, just like I did just now. Nervously, Neville pointed his wand at his feather again. He tried to recall how it felt with Theodore's fingers around his wrist. With that thought in mind, he focused on the feather, tugging on the warm feeling in his chest. Wingardium Leviosa. 15 points to Ms. Brown and Mr. Longbottom. Very well done, cheered Professor Flitwick merrily, spotting their respective feathers from his perch on the desk at the front of the class. Meanwhile, Ron was still scowling, his head turned away from the triumphant Muggleborn. Show off, he snarled. Bet you had no Muggle friends. No one wants to be friends with a show-off. Ron must have struck a nerve, because Hermione turned very still, her face going pale. Her lip began to tremble, and her fists clenched. Hermione's eyes grew glassy, and ashamed to look anyone in the eye, she tucked her face away, hidden by her dark curls. As quickly as possible, the Muggleborn stuffed her things into her bag, which was uncharacteristic of her, and dashed out of the room without a word to the confused professor. Harry, who was watching the scene unfold, got up instantly, wanting to follow after Hermione. Nope, intervened Draco, who was at the table beside Harry with a very awkward-looking Dean. Trust me, Harry, you don't want to go after women when they're upset. I say this from personal experience. I saw Hermione reading a book on hexes a few days ago, added Theodore from the back, absent-mindedly making his feather twirl around in the air. Harry contemplated this for a few moments and reluctantly agreed not to go after Hermione. Once he was calm, however, his mind alerted him. Harry turned his fiercest glare onto Ron Weasley, who looked uncomfortable. We should probably hold him back before he murders someone, Daphne commented breezily. Thanks to the efforts of Crabbe and Goyle, Ron avoided an attack from a very angry, 4-foot snake. When Hermione didn't show up for lunch, Harry considered stomping over to the Gryffindor table and casting every spell he knew. He thought about using a very strong Aguamenti, but he wasn't sure how Percy would feel about him using a spell he had taught on the prefect's younger brother. No, Daphne said firmly. If you attack him in the Great Hall, you'll get points deducted. You don't want that, do you? Reluctantly, Harry sat back down. As the day passed, Hermione continued to be absent from classes. While walking past a pair of first-year Gryffindors, he overheard a girl whispering to another, Granger's been crying in the bathroom for about a couple of hours now. Guess Slytherins aren't as stoic and cold as they appear to be. Sighing internally, Harry promised himself that if Hermione didn't show up by 4, he would go get her, even at the risk of being hexed. Unfortunately, this promise slipped his mind as 3:15 arrived, and he headed out to the Quidditch pitch, Nimbus 2000 safely in hand. Since there was already one first-year player on the team, Terence saw no problem with adding another. This led to a very talented chaser named Tracey Davis soaring through the tryouts, earning herself a solid place among her older teammates. Harry felt incredibly relieved by this. He sensed that a few of the older players didn't really like him, and having Tracey, a familiar face his age, made things a little better. Damien Evereach made it onto the team as a reserve chaser, but he was not happy about being sidelined while a first year took the spotlight on the pitch. He kept his displeasure to himself for the most part. She's just a first year, Damien argued, his face flushing deep red as he gripped his broomstick tightly, as if it might break. And she's a girl. One bludger comes at her, and she'll be screaming her pretty little head off. Excuse me? Tracey, who did not tolerate blatant insults, narrowed her eyes at him. Why don't we have a little competition? Interrupted Terence smoothly. He had been the captain of the Quidditch team for 2 years before resigning to become Slytherin's head boy. The winner keeps the starting position, and the loser takes reserve. No arguments. Damien glowered at Tracey, who returned his glare with equal intensity. Sure. Not like it's going to be much of a challenge, he snorted, turning his nose away from her. All right. Terence clapped his hands cheerfully. Here are the rules. Both of you get 5 minutes to score as many times as possible, with Miles playing as keeper. The one who scores more gets to be in the starting lineup. Pretty simple, right? Which one of you would like to start first? I'll go, Tracey said quickly, cutting off Damien before he could respond. Across the pitch, Miles Bletchley, the fifth-year Slytherin keeper, scoffed at her. Harry, who had practiced with Miles before, knew that people like him and Tracey, half-bloods, were not Miles's favorite. While Harry didn't want to jump to conclusions, he suspected Miles might play harder against Tracey than against Damien, just to ensure the half-blood girl didn't make the starting lineup. Terence smiled, as if everything was going smoothly. Harry sensed that something was not right in the world, but he couldn't pinpoint the bubbling tension among his players. From experience, he knew that Tracey could be sensitive about blood prejudices, especially given how she had snapped at him during the sorting. Then it settled, the Seeker said cheerfully. "Marcus, Harry, Adrian, can you three come with me to ensure it's a fair competition?" Without further delay, the mentioned players mounted their brooms and soared toward one of the goalposts, where Miles was already waiting with a sneer on his lips. Tracey appeared unbothered, her grip relaxed as she hovered in the sky, ready for Terence to throw the quaffle into the air. A few students lingered nearby, watching with interest even after being eliminated in the first few rounds of tryouts. Terence blew his whistle and tossed the quaffle into the air. Without wasting a moment, Tracey swooped in and snatched it before anyone could react. Miles, caught off guard by the first-year chaser's speed, had no time to respond as Tracey flew past the goal in a curve, scoring her first goal to the left of the keeper. A smirk appeared on her lips as she noticed Miles's gaping jaw, with Terence blowing the whistle behind her. "Nice," cheered Harry, giving Tracey a thumbs up as she flew past. "Wow, she's good," Adrian Pusey, one of the two beaters, murmured as he hovered beside Harry. Although their relationship had started off awkwardly, the tension between them had eased. While Harry wouldn't call them friends, he could say they were teammates, which was better than nothing. To Miles Bletchley's growing frustration, Tracey scored goal after goal, with only 2 or 3 being blocked by the keeper. When Terence finally clicked the stopwatch, Marcus, Adrian and Harry had counted 19 goals each. "Not bad, kid," Marcus nodded approvingly as Tracey joined them by the sidelines. Down at the center of the court, Damien Evereach was scowling, thinking of ways to surpass the first-year girl's score, which would not be easy. 19 goals in 300 seconds meant 1 goal every 15 seconds, an impressive feat. Tracey's flying style was compact and efficient, using momentum to its full potential without slowing her down. "Thanks." Tracey was grinning from ear to ear. Down at the pitch, Terence blew the whistle and tossed the quaffle into the air. Damien wasn't too bad himself. Out of the 30 or so Slytherins who had shown up for the tryout, Draco wasn't one of them. He managed to make it all the way to the end. As he zoomed towards the court, the chaser stretched his arm backward, pulling his broom into a sharp swerve just as he threw the quaffle. It soared like a rocket, right through the middle goal. Marcus narrowed his eyes at the keeper. With years of experience as a chaser, he knew that Damien's throw was good, but it hadn't been good enough to get past Miles that easily. It wasn't obvious, but the captain had a feeling that Miles had ducked out of the way to let the ball pass. Just as he was about to reprimand the keeper, someone beat Marcus to it. "Hey," yelled Damien, his eyebrows knitted together in anger. "What was that?" "That was unexpected," Adrian said, blinking as he watched the situation unfold. "Look, I don't need you giving me an easy pass," growled Damien, hovering closer to Miles now. The keeper glared at the younger Slytherin, irritated at being called out by the person he was trying to help. "I'm going to beat her fair and square, because I don't need to cheat to win against a girl." Terence, who had flown up to de-escalate the argument, hummed approvingly at the third year's behavior. "Let's take that from the start, shall we?" In the end, Damien only scored 11 goals, 8 short of Tracey. To his credit, he admitted defeat without making too much of a fuss. Even though he lost the starting position, his outburst had earned him a good amount of respect from the team, except for Miles, who was still fuming. "Now," Terence said, smiling as if all was right in the world, "why don't the two of you shake hands? You're going to be on the same team, and eventually, you'll have to play together." The captain raised his eyebrows at this, but did nothing to override Terence's words. The starting chaser and the reserve chaser stared at each other, unmoving. Distrust glimmered in Tracey's eyes like a sharp polearm. Better not slack off on the training, Davis, Damien said at last, begrudgingly extending his hand and making the first move. I won't give up on an opportunity to overtake you. Noted. Tracey reached out and took the older boy's hand, willing to call a truce if he was. However, I can assure you that I won't slip up. The third year smirked, but it faded into a more sheepish expression. About what I said. About you being a girl. I shouldn't have said that. I was just really irritated about losing the position to a first year, but you deserve the spot more than I do. Unexpectedly, Tracey smiled and punched her upperclassman playfully on the shoulder. Apology accepted. Terence beamed with pride, puffing up his chest and looking at his new teammates as if he wanted to pull them into a big hug and squish their cheeks. Harry didn't think either Tracey or Damien would appreciate that very much, but at the same time, he didn't think. The Seeker would not let that stop him. Meanwhile, standing on Terence's left, Marcus looked as if he might throw up his breakfast just by being near the unfolding apology. As Harry walked up to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, he suddenly remembered the Muggleborn. Feeling guilty, he glanced around the space, hoping to spot a bush of curly hair. Draco noticed this and surprisingly helped Harry look. They searched the Slytherin table, but Hermione was nowhere in sight. Maybe she needs a bit more space, Draco suggested. My mother always retreats to the library for the whole day when she's upset. My father knows better than to approach her while she's in there. The Halloween decorations were spectacular, although Harry wasn't really in the mood to admire them. Magically cast clouds hung low in the hall, replacing the floating candles. 1,000 live bats swooped among the clouds, screeching occasionally as the students found their seats. At the head table, Dumbledore smiled and kept the greetings brief, clapping his hands and letting Hogwarts dig into the numerous pumpkin delicacies that appeared on golden plates. You should eat something, Harry, Daphne suggested when she noticed him pushing his food around gloomily. Before Harry could reply, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, his turban askew and looking frantic. His eyes were wide with panic, and honestly, he looked rather maniacal. Everyone watched as Professor Quirrell stumbled before the headmaster, gasping from the after-effects of terror. Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know, he said before collapsing onto the floor. An uproar exploded in the Great Hall. Students yelled in confusion, wondering how a troll had gotten into the school. Didn't Hogwarts have magic wards? Silence! Demanded the headmaster, quieting the hall with a few loud sparks from his wand. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. The other 3 houses sprang into action, while the Slytherin table stared at the headmaster as if he were the biggest fool they had ever seen. Their dormitories were in the dungeons, where the troll was. Did Dumbledore want them to walk straight into danger? For Cersei's sake, snapped Professor Snape, irritated. Slytherin prefects, lead your house to the library. Stay there until further notice from me. The prefects along the Slytherin table quickly sprang into action. Terence marched to the front, where the younger students were gathered. Despite the chaos, he maintained a calm demeanor, directing his fellow prefects with authority. Gemma, Caden, gather the first years and do a head count. Arowell, settle the second years. Marcus, help Peregrine with the third years. The rest of you, make sure your yearmates are present. Without wasting any time, Terence took the lead, guiding the entire Slytherin house toward the library. Draco, whispered Harry suddenly as they ascended a staircase. I just thought, Hermione. It took a moment for Draco to realize what Harry was talking about. No. She doesn't know about the troll, Harry said desperately. I heard some of the Gryffindors saying she's crying in one of the first-floor toilets. Draco breathed heavily, glancing around. All right, fine, he conceded, but we better not let the prefects see us. As quietly as they could, the 2 boys slipped out from their group, hanging back further and further. Gemma was leading the front of the group. Caden was bringing up the rear, making it difficult for Harry and Draco to slip away. Just as luck would have it, a group of first-year Gryffindors jostled into their path, creating a lot of noise and the perfect opportunity to escape. Let's go, Harry whispered, taking advantage of the distraction. Caden, behind them, was snarling at the pushing Gryffindors to maintain some order. However, even if they weren't noticed by Caden, they caught the attention of another prefect. Percy Weasley, after a moment's thought, left Oliver in charge and rushed after the two Slytherins. It didn't take long for Percy to catch up to them, startling both boys when he approached from behind. "What are you two doing?" Percy asked, narrowing his eyes and adopting the sternest tone he could muster. "We." Harry glanced at Draco uncertainly. "Well, earlier today, Hermione got upset and ran off. We haven't seen her all day. I heard some girls saying she was crying in one of the first-floor toilets, and we thought she doesn't know about the troll, so we're going to get her." Percy sighed, realizing the boys were somewhat justified in their concern for their friend. He remembered the Muggleborn girl. She had been with Harry when he stood in front of the fat lady's portrait, looking for Ron. "You should have let one of your prefects know," he reprimanded, looking behind him. The Slytherin group had already vanished, and gathering a prefect from Slytherin would take too long. "All right, let's make this quick. I need to get back to Gryffindor Tower soon." They hadn't gone far when Percy suddenly heard footsteps, his heart racing with alarm. "Shoot," he hissed, pulling the two first-years behind a stone griffin. He felt a surge of panic, thinking he might have a heart attack when Snape appeared. Swooshing past them on a warpath, Snape was too focused on his destination to notice the three stray students. "Merlin, that was close. Let's hurry before any other teacher comes along," Harry said. They scurried along the deserted corridors towards the bathroom, keeping their eyes and ears peeled for any other professor. Snape's footsteps had faded away some time ago, but now there was a different danger, a danger that smelled like foul, rotten cabbages. "Hey, do you smell that?" Draco asked, scrunching his nose in disgust. "Oh, Cersei, no," Percy whispered. It took a moment for the realization to hit the two first-years, but once it did, they turned as white as Percy. Soon enough, the echoes of heavy footsteps, footsteps that definitely didn't belong to Snape, started reverberating down the corridor. Just as Draco opened his mouth to scream, Percy clamped his hand over Draco's face, trying his best not to run in fear. The troll emerged around the corner, a 12-foot-tall creature with sick-looking green skin, uneven nostrils, and thick, bluish lips. It had a body like a giant boulder, with a comparatively small head stuck on top like a bald coconut. Dragging behind it was a club with branch-sized spikes, oozing some kind of green mucus. Harry was too stricken with fear to even open his mouth. The troll stumbled slowly, stupidly, towards a doorway near the statue where the three were hiding. Sniffing tentatively, the creature smiled sluggishly, its mouth opening lopsidedly. The whole floor shook as the troll stepped into the room, grunting happily. "The key's in the lock," Harry said, shaking slightly. "We could lock it inside." Percy gulped. "All right. You two stay right here. Do not go anywhere else, you hear me?" Both Draco and Harry nodded. They wouldn't dare go anywhere close to the doorway, even if they could. They had no choice but to act. They peered around the corner of the statue as Percy crept towards the doorway, lifting his wand so that the door creaked slowly shut. As soon as the door clicked into place, Percy reached out, locking it and jerking his hand away as if the key were white-hot. Letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, Percy turned back towards Harry and Draco, who gave him thumbs-ups. Before he could speak, a piercing, screeching scream erupted from inside the room. Horrified, all three of them turned their gazes to the door, uttering the same word in unison. "Hermione!" With no other choice, Percy unlocked the door and burst in, despite everything in him telling him to run the other way. The 12-foot troll turned to look at him, smiling stupidly at the sight of what appeared to be quadruple dinner. Shivering behind a half-smashed toilet stall was Hermione, tear tracks down her cheeks. "You two, get her out of here!" yelled Percy, managing to stand his ground even though his instinct screamed for him to flee. The Slytherins didn't waste a moment, moving towards Hermione. Harry clasped his hand on her wrist, trying to pull her up, but the Muggleborn wouldn't budge, frozen in shock. "Come on, Hermione!" Harry urged desperately as Percy yelled from behind them, Petrificus Totalis. Draco glanced back to see Percy's spell bounce harmlessly off the troll's thick skin. As seconds ticked by, the prefect grew more desperate, pulling on every spell he could remember. "Hurry!" Percy shouted, doing his best not to trip over the debris as he continued firing spells at the troll, now operating on autopilot. "Come on, Granger!" Draco urged, tugging on Hermione as hard as he could. "I can't die." "And the only Malfoy heir." Just as they were speaking, Percy had run out of spells to try. The troll lumbered toward him angrily, cornering him and unimpressed by the flashing lights the prefect had produced. Percy squeezed his eyes shut, hoping and praying that the first years would have enough time to escape. "Aguamenti!" yelled Harry, whipping his wand. Water burst from every tap in the bathroom, spraying the troll with geysers everywhere he looked. This gave Percy a moment to regain his senses and move. "Draco, help!" he shouted. "How?" shrieked Draco. "I don't know, just do something." Wingardium Leviosa, yelled Draco, thinking quickly. He pointed his wand at the troll's club, sweating from the effort to keep it afloat. Behind him, Hermione managed to get onto her feet. She stumbled toward him, shaking as she clasped Draco's one hand with hers. Together, they lifted the club to the troll's height. They made eye contact, and in sync, pulled back and swung, smacking the distracted troll with its own club. Howling in pain, the troll clutched its head. Harry took this chance to redirect all the water at the troll, while Draco and Hermione moved as one again, going for a second swing. This did the trick. With an awful moan, the troll swayed left, left, and then collapsed onto the ground, sending a wave of dust into the air. Percy, who had now caught his breath, stared at the three first years in astonishment. It then occurred to him that they had made quite a ruckus and should probably leave before the teachers arrived. But it was too late. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by a panicked Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, who brought up the rear. The defense professor took one look at the knocked-out troll. The troll gasped and fell over a toilet bowl, clutching his heart weakly. "What were you thinking?" thundered Professor Snape, stomping over to his three Slytherins. Hermione hurriedly unclasped her hand from Draco's, all three looking as guilty as possible. "No, were you even thinking at all?" Even as he berated them, Snape was inspecting his students, making them lift their arms to check for injuries. Once he was sure that none of them had sustained anything serious, aside from minor cuts on their faces and hands from the shards of ceramic that flew when the troll fell, he let out a relieved breath. "Mr. Weasley, could you please inform us on what happened?" asked Professor McGonagall, eyeing Quirrell with disdain. The Gryffindor prefect risked a quick glance at the three Slytherins before opening his mouth. According to Malfoy and Harry, a student upset Granger during class today. She went to the bathroom to settle her emotions. On their way to the library, they realized that Granger didn't know about the troll, as she hadn't shown up for the feast, so they informed the prefect, me, and came to bring her back to the library. Both Draco and Harry tried their best to look as if they had gotten Percy right from the start, instead of the prefect coming after them of his own accord. "If I may say so, Professor," Percy continued, both Harry and Malfoy displayed house unity by thinking of and coming after their housemate. In addition, when the troll cornered me, Harry used a powerful aguamenti on the troll while Malfoy and Granger levitated the club together and knocked it out. Snape, still fuming at the three Slytherins, snarled at them. 5 points off each of you for idiocy." "If I may add to that, Severus," said Professor McGonagall, looking innocent. 20 points to each of you for bravery, house unity, and sheer dumb luck. Many adults don't have the courage to stand up to a full-grown mountain troll, but the 4 of you did. On top of that, you knocked it out, too." Professor Snape looked like he wanted to argue but thought better of it. Instead, he grumbled under his breath, looking significantly less angry now. "Come. In case you 3 spontaneously decide to put yourselves in life-threatening danger again, I'll personally escort you down to the dorms. Quirinus, you'll be able to handle this yourself since it's already passed out?" Yes, Severus, stammered Professor Quirrell, who had finally found his footing. Mr. Weasley, drawled the potions professor, if you be so kind as to stop by the library before returning to the tower, please inform the other Slytherins that they may return to their dorms. Yes, Professor, said Percy, his skin looking more natural now. The head of Slytherin gestured for his 3 snakes to leave the bathroom. Just before he walked out after them, he paused. 10 points to Gryffindor for interhouse unity. With a dramatic swish of his robes, Professor Snape left, leaving an amused Professor McGonagall and a shocked Percy in his wake. Chapter 13, November. Winter had firmly settled over Hogwarts, blanketing every surface in a thick layer of snow. The stone corridors leading to the dormitories were nearly unbearable to walk through, even with the heating charms that Terence had helped weave into their robes. Draco's clothing had built-in charms, but Hermione's did not. The head prefect kindly infused the hems of Hermione's clothes with the same charms he had sewn into Harry's. Despite their efforts, the castle remained freezing. Harry, Hermione, and Draco had grown closer than ever since the troll incident. They moved together like baby penguins, huddling close to preserve body heat. Hermione revealed that at her old school, she hadn't had many friends because her peers disliked her for being a know-it-all and consistently scoring at the top. When she arrived at Hogwarts, she tried her best to hide her intelligence, fearing she would end up alone again. The situation intensified when Harry and Hermione lamented their lack of friends, aside from each other. Draco looked at them in disbelief. No friends? He scoffed, crossing his arms. The 3 sat together by the common room fireplace, their potions textbooks resting on their laps. What am I then, invisible? His words did not have the intended effect. Harry and Hermione stared at him as if he had just solved a major world issue. We're friends? Harry asked, his eyes wide with emotion. Thus, Draco spent the next half hour explaining to his 2 very emotional housemates that yes, they were friends. Granger, I wouldn't have gone into a bathroom with a troll if you hadn't been my friend. By the end of the conversation, the pureblood felt honestly exasperated with his 2 muggle-raised companions, but he couldn't deny the bond they were forming. Do you really blame them? Neither of them had a solid understanding of friendship. Harry was isolated from his classmates because of Dudley, and Hermione was never truly accepted by hers. Just after the troll incident, Quidditch season began, energizing the whole school. Draco was, not surprisingly, the most excited among the Slytherin first years, despite sulking for an entire night after discovering that Tracey had made the team as well. Theodore, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. He preferred to spend his days indoors, researching, rather than face whatever weather awaited him on the pitch, whether it was sunny, rainy, or windy. Saturday would mark Harry's first ever match, Slytherin versus Gryffindor. If Slytherin won, they would move up to 2nd place in the House Championships. Winning another match against Hufflepuff would secure the House Cup for Slytherin for the 8th consecutive year. Marcus was relentless in training, fitting sessions in whenever possible. Oliver was equally determined to squeeze in as many practice sessions as he could. He was constantly engaging in passive-aggressive battles with the Slytherin captain for time slots. So far, Terence had not needed to intervene, as the 2 captains had resorted to being overly nice to each other as a way of competing. It was one of the oddest phenomena Hogwarts had ever witnessed. Have a great day, Wood. Marcus called out one day a few weeks ago, wearing a smile that was too wide to be genuine. Oliver returned the sentiment. You too, Flint, he said, grinning just as widely. Hope you get full marks on that chance test. Between Marcus's hard-won training slots and Terence's vigilant monitoring of Harry's diet, the older seeker would often approach Harry's seat at the Great Hall, piling proteins and greens onto his plate. Terence gave Harry a look that clearly said eat up or else before returning to weather 7th year's Saturday. The emerald-eyed boy had gained good weight, and his skin had a healthier glow compared to when the school year first started. On the weekend before the match, the seeker took Harry to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey examined him for a few minutes before declaring him healthy enough to play. Unbeknownst to Harry, after he and Terence left the infirmary, Professor Snape arrived, raising his eyebrows at the Hogwarts Medwitch. That Terence sure is a miracle worker, Madame Pomfrey said happily, showing the potions professor the chart she was holding. Harry's weight has gone up. He doesn't look malnourished anymore. Who knows, give it a few months and he might start sprouting. Merlin knows that boy is too small for his age. Nodding approvingly, the head of Slytherin made a mental note to thank Terence. On the night of Harry's first practice, Terence had mentioned that Harry might be malnourished, given his small stature compared to his classmates. Using Quidditch as an excuse, both the captain and the seeker worked hard to boost Harry's health, ensuring he got the right nutrients and enough exercise. Since Madame Pomfrey had given him the green light, Terence happily announced to Harry, "I've decided that you'll be playing as seeker in our match against Gryffindor." Harry nearly tripped. "I'm sorry?" he stuttered. Initially, he thought Terence would be playing since the older boy had more experience. After all, it was his last year at Hogwarts. Wouldn't he want to play as many games as possible before graduating? "Both Marcus and I think you're ready," Terence reasoned thoughtfully. "Plus, you're much faster than I am. Wood saw you during your first practice, and you've improved a lot since then. They won't be prepared for you. On the other hand, Gryffindor has played plenty against me, and it's not like I've made a significant improvement in my skills." "But it's your last year," Harry protested. The older seeker rolled his eyes. "I've played a lot of games during my time here, Harry. I've been on the team since my second year and started playing in my third." Terence stopped and looked Harry in the eyes with confidence. "Look, I wouldn't ask you to play if I didn't think you're ready. But you are. Even Marcus agrees. Think of it this way, if during the game you really feel you can't handle it, I'll substitute in for you, all right?" Unable to argue further with the older seeker, Harry reluctantly agreed. If he was honest, he felt utterly terrified of letting Terence down, of letting his whole team down, and of letting his entire house down. If they lost the game against Gryffindor, there was no way they could reach first place by the end of the season, not unless Gryffindor performed poorly in their next match. At the same time, though, Harry couldn't deny that he was excited. Harry was really grateful to have a genius for a friend. The day before the match, he, Hermione, and Draco were out in the courtyard during break. Hermione, bless her, had taught herself how to conjure blue fire and had contained it in a jam jar for easy transport. The three of them huddled around the glass, enjoying the warmth it provided. Suddenly, a tall black figure appeared across the courtyard, striding, limping, over. It was Professor Snape, and he must have noticed their guilty expressions as they all scrambled to hide the jam jar. However, the head of Slytherin was no fool. He raised an eyebrow, gesturing for them to move apart. Guiltily, they did so, revealing Hermione with the jar in her hands. As Professor Snape opened his mouth to speak, Harry interrupted him. "Hermione wasn't trying to break any rules, Professor. She was just—" "If you'd let me get a word in before getting defensive, Mr. Potter," said Professor Snape, drawing out his words slightly. Even Draco, who often boasted about the potions professor being his godfather, shrank back nervously. "I was about to award Miss Granger 2 points for excellent spell casting." All three first years blinked at the professor in unison, surprised by his unexpected praise. If he noticed their expressions, he ignored them. "Play a good game tomorrow, Mr. Potter." "I'll try, sir," Harry said, feeling awkward for having accused the professor out of nowhere, especially considering how the man had looked after them during the troll incident. Instead of leading them back to the commons as he had promised, Professor Snape took them down a separate path to his office. Right by the office door was a drop-off box, with a slit at the top for students, mainly Hermione, to submit their questions. Professor Snape nudged them inside, closing the door behind them with a flick of his finger. "Sit," said the professor, waving his hand dismissively. The three Slytherin shuffled over to a couch in the dimly lit room, looking at the oak bookshelves and the large black table that sat in the center on a deep green rug. The potions master disappeared into one of the storage rooms connected to his office, returning a few minutes later with some barns in hand. "Now, are the three of you responsible enough to apply this yourselves, or do I have to help?" Both Harry and Hermione took the balm, using the mirror the professor conjured to dab at their injuries. Draco, on the other hand, preened and waited for his godfather to tend to his cuts. That didn't mean the head of Slytherin neglected the other two, however. His gaze flicked to the muggle-raised students every now and then. "Mr. Potter," Professor Snape said suddenly, startling Harry. "Do you think the amount you've applied is sufficient?" Flushing slightly, Harry looked down, feeling embarrassed. I don't know, sir." Professor Snape sighed tiredly and took the jar of ointment from Harry. "Watch and learn, Mr. Potter. I have no shortage of healing balms. There is no need for you to use so little. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied shyly, trying not to flinch when the professor gently dabbed at his wounds. "Can you do it yourself now?" Snape asked, looking into Harry's emerald eyes. He realized that Harry might have never received proper guidance on how to care for his injuries. Worse, his relatives likely never provided him with the supplies needed to tend to himself. That thought was terrifying. Oblivious to the turmoil he was causing in his professor, Harry began applying a more generous amount of the balm. Something about Snape's words made him feel warm inside, though it was strange. How did the professor know he was worried about using too much? The morning of the match arrived much too quickly for Harry. It felt like he had barely fallen asleep, tossing and turning all night. He felt restless, as if every nerve in his brain was on high alert. Theodore was close to force-feeding Harry a calming draught, but Blaise argued that it might have after effects, like making him drowsy during the match, which no one wanted. "You've got to eat something, Harry," Daphne advised, with Hermione nodding in worried agreement. I don't think I have an appetite," said the young seeker. He felt a bit queasy. What would the team say if he got sick right before the match? Merlin, would they call him a coward for backing out? What would the other houses think? He would disgrace his entire house. No, he couldn't get sick. "I can already hear Harry spiraling off into panic," commented Theodore dryly, stabbing a piece of sausage. "Get a grip, Harry," said Tracey, looking completely relaxed despite it being her first game as well. "The match hasn't even started. Also, if I were you, I'd eat something before Higgs comes over and forces food down your throat." By 11, the entire school had crowded into the stands, jostling for proper seats. Harry, who could hear the noise from the locker rooms, felt pale with fright. The whole team was dressed in their green Quidditch robes, complete with black pads over their arms, shoulders, and knees. "Listen up," yelled Marcus, silencing the team instantly. "This is our first match. We've already been through the strategy. If any one of you forgets," he glared at them, daring anyone to raise their hand and say that they forgot, "there will be hell to pay." "He means you'll have to scrub Professor Snape's cauldrons for 3 weeks, Terence provided helpfully. Honestly, Harry thought it would be impossible to forget Marcus's strategy. The captain had drilled it into their heads, repeating it 1,000,000 times. Harry was sure that if he pressed a button in his brain, a playback of Marcus's voice would recite the plan from start to finish. "We've got 2 new players," continued Marcus. At that point, Terence's random interventions had become normal for the captain. "Gryffindor won't know what hit them. We're going to take the win, and we're going to take it fast. Do whatever it takes to win. Got it?" "To try not to get any penalties, though," Terence added cheerfully. Outside, the crowd cheered louder and louder. They hooted, clapped, whistled, and screamed, creating a clamoring orchestra. Harry felt a stone drop into his stomach and could do nothing but pray that his legs wouldn't give out. "I think it's time," Terence finally said. "Do your best, everyone." It was actually happening. Harry swallowed thickly, wishing he had half of Tracey's confidence. She didn't even seem bothered by the crowd, glancing around uninterestedly. Behind him, Peregrine and Adrian talked absent-mindedly about the dates of their upcoming tests. "Now," said Madame Hooch, standing in the middle of the field as the 2 teens approached each other. Harry glared at her darkly, earning questioning looks from his teammates. "I want a fair game from all of you." This remark seemed directed at Marcus, who shrugged innocently. As soon as the whistle blew, Harry soared up into the sky, following Marcus's instructions to stay out of the way until he found the snitch. He spotted Gryffindor's seeker, Natalie Williams, a second year. From the suspicious expression she wore, she had seen him too. Deciding to avoid any confrontation, Harry pulled his broomstick away, too preoccupied with nerds to enjoy the warmer winter day. Down in the stands, Draco peered at the sky with binoculars, filled with anxiety. And the quaffle is immediately taken by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor, great chaser, attractive, too. Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor, provided the commentary, with Professor McGonagall behind him, arms crossed. "Do you think they saw the banner?" Daphne absent-mindedly asked Hermione, who was on her right. The first-year Slytherins had prepared a surprise for their year-mates, a banner that read "Go Potter and Davis," with a depiction of a giant snake brought to life by Theodore and Hermione's combined genius. Its tongue flickered out every few seconds, a clever trick the two had managed to pull off. The Gryffindors on the opposite side of the stands recoiled, some in fear and awe, while Percy looked impressed by the charm work. "Tracey seems to have seen it," Hermione said, adjusting her binoculars. Luckily, Draco had brought an extra pair. At that moment, Tracey was zooming across the court, weaving in and out between the Gryffindor chasers as she passed the quaffle back and forth between Marcus and Peregrine. "Harry, I'm not sure. He's too high up." "OF. First-year Slytherin chaser Tracey Davis has taken the quaffle." She passes it to Marcus Flint, Slytherin captain. Flint does an underpass to Derek. He shoots, and Gryffindor keeper Oliver Wood blocks it. This drew a round of groans from the Slytherin stands, while the red-clad students on the opposite side cheered and clapped. Don't mind," yelled Peregrine, soaring in the sky above the wind. Marcus looked slightly irritated, but Tracey remained eerily calm, her expression unfazed by the chaos around her. And chaser Katie Bell gains the quaffle. Neat pass to Angelina Johnson. "Ooh, nice dive around Flint there." She aims, shoots, and Slytherin keeper Miles Bletchley goes for the quaffle, and he misses. Gryffindor scores. Draco slumped in his seat, whining. Behind him, Theodore was reading one of Professor Snape's books, his face calm amidst the noise. Blaise, who wasn't that into Quidditch but was still somewhat invested, sighed in defeat. Slytherin back in possession. Marcus Flint is soaring up there. He passes to Derek. He's flying up there like an eagle, or should I say, a peregrine. Gryffindor chaser Katie Bell snatches the quaffle. Or not. Davis of Slytherin is in possession. Merlin, that girl is fast. She shoots. Keeper Wood dives, and Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan's voice carried a hint of disappointment as he announced the goal. "Nice one, Davis." Draco whooped from the stands. She must have heard him, for the girl made eye contact and gave a mini salute to her fellow first-years. The banner, held up on one end by Daphne and on the other by a distracted Theodore, flapped energetically, making the chaser grin. "Move over." The blonde nearly jumped out of his seat when Argus Filch seemingly appeared out of nowhere, looking very out of place among the Slytherin stands. All around him, the snakes stared, some in horror and some in shock. It was unheard of for Mr. Filch to attend the games, but there he was. "Mr. Filch," Hermione said brightly, moving to make space for the caretaker. "I didn't know you'd come to see the game." The old man opened his mouth and closed it again, looking both embarrassed and grumpy at the same time. "I've got to clean the stands anyway. Might as well get here early." Meanwhile, Harry had completed a dozen laps around the pitch until he spotted a flash of gold. After a moment, he realized it was just a reflection from one of the twin Weasley beaters' wristwatches. Slytherin chaser Derek ducks two bludgers, two Weasleys, what a pair, heads for the goal. Hang on, was that the snitch? A murmur erupted across the stadium as everyone squinted, trying to catch a glimpse at the small, walnut-sized ball. Peregrine, who had been distracted by the Weasleys, had missed the subtle action. The snitch buzzed past Harry's left ear. Hearing the commentary, he pulled his broomstick into a steep dive, sharper than the one he had attempted during his first flying lesson. This caught the crowd's attention. Even the chasers, beaters, and keepers stopped to watch as Harry hurtled towards the ground at breakneck speed. Gryffindor seeker Natalie must have thought she saw the snitch, for she dived after him, pushing her broom faster to close the distance. She squinted as hard as she could, but she couldn't see the snitch that Harry seemed so fixated on. As everyone else was distracted, Marcus and Tracey managed to pass across the pitch in record time, scoring another goal for Slytherin. Just before he hit the ground, Harry pulled out of the dive, spiraling upwards gracefully as Natalie crashed and rolled over on the grass. In the tower reserved for the substitutes, Terence jumped up and down, beaming with pride and clapping as if his own child had just won the World Cup. Was that the Wronski feint? Even though Slytherin had scored 2 more goals, Lee Jordan was captivated by the young first-year seeker, who looked back apologetically at his Gryffindor counterpart. After making sure Natalie wasn't harmed too badly, Harry took back to the skies, knowing he didn't have much time before Gryffindor came after him again. He swore he had seen the snitch in the corner of his vision just before pulling out of the dive. It couldn't be that far away. Harry performed a Wronski feint, Draco exclaimed, fanning himself in the stands, moments away from a breakdown. The Wronski feint? Hermione furrowed her brow, recalling. Oh. That's the move famously used by Viktor Krum, right? The Bulgarian seeker? Draco looked at Hermione as if she were his savior, leaping up excitedly. Thank Merlin, at least someone knows their Quidditch. It's a particularly dangerous seeker maneuver, and Harry just pulled it off, Draco said. We get it, Draco. Sit down before someone at the back smacks you, Daphne replied, tugging the blonde boy down. They turned back to the game, Draco and Hermione scanning the pitch with their binoculars while Daphne surveyed the entire match calmly. Harry seemed to have spotted the snitch. He zoomed into the sky, eyes locked on a point. He reached out his hand, as if he were going to catch the snitch. Suddenly, Harry yelped as his broom lurched dangerously, just as the snitch was almost in his grasp. The sudden change in momentum pushed him backward. If he had been holding his broom any looser, he would have been thrown off, plummeting more than 60 feet to the ground. Clutching the handle, Harry caught his breath, wrapping his knees tightly around his broom. It had never behaved like that before. Why now, of all times? The snitch was gone once more, and it had been so close. Before he could dwell on that thought, Harry's broom bucked again, as if it were actively trying to throw him off. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor players stopped to stare at him. The 2 Weasleys, the closest players to him, soared up to block a bludger from flying into the panicked seeker's face. Hey, you all right there? One of the twins asked, scrunching his eyebrows. They remembered him well, the shy boy from platform 9 3/4. Even they could tell that the movement of his broom was not natural. Coupled with the expression of pure fear on Harry's face, something wasn't right. Help, Harry stammered, clinging for dear life as his broom rolled over and over, shaking his grip until he was barely holding on with one hand, lacking the strength to pull himself up. Below him, the crowd. Peregrine gasped and scrambled for his binoculars, trying to get a look at Harry. Potter, he called out as he flew up to help, looking worried. Tracey followed closely behind, her eyes wide with concern. Don't, warned one of the twins. The closer we get to him, the further his broom jerks away. We need to get him nearer to the ground. Back in the stands, Hermione searched through the crowd desperately, while Draco focused his binoculars on Harry, his breath hitching every time the broom lurched. Theodore had set his book down, squinting at the red and green specks high in the sky. Hermione, what are you? Daphne asked, staring at the muggle-born girl. Everyone had their eyes on Harry, yet Hermione was still searching through the stands as if she were looking for someone. Found him? Hermione hissed, handing the binoculars to a bewildered Daphne. Keep your eyes on Professor Quirrell. Do not let him out of your sight. Mr. Filch, standing beside them, looked just as bewildered. Without another word, Hermione snatched her jam jar and dashed away, weaving through the confused students with a single purpose. Daphne, following Hermione's orders, scanned the stands for the defense professor. She found him clutching his wand on his lap, staring up at the Slytherin seeker without blinking, muttering continuously. Adjusting the binoculars, Daphne spotted Hermione rushing through the crowd toward the teacher's stands. Shifting her focus again, she noticed Professor Snape, holding his wand more openly, muttering just like Quirrell. I can't watch this. Harry's going to die. Draco wailed, his binoculars now in Theodore's hands. Quiet, boy, snapped Mr. Filch, who was clearly worried. Theodore focused intently on Harry, who was still clinging to his broom. The broom continued to buck, and slowly, slick with sweat, Harry's grip began to slip. The two Weasleys, Peregrine, Tracey, and Marcus circled beneath him, ready to catch him if he fell, while Slytherin beaters Lucian Bowl and Adrian Pusey swatted away any bludger that came too close. Racing under the stands, Hermione positioned herself beneath Quirrell. Anger surged through her as she heard the words he was muttering. She was right, the defense professor was jinxing Harry's broom, maintaining eye contact as he did so. Without hesitation, she loosened her jam jar and unleashed her blue fire onto Quirrell's robes. Suddenly, Professor Snape snapped his attention away from his counter-jinx, his eyes widening as he met Hermione's determined gaze. There was no guilt on her face as she blatantly set fire to Quirrell. Neither Hermione nor Severus spoke. It took Quirrell a moment to realize he was on fire. He yelped and frantically patted his robes. Having done what she needed to do, Hermione gathered the fire back into the jar, fully aware that her head of house had caught her in the act. Harry's back on his broom, Theodore exclaimed. The broom had stopped lurching, and cautiously, Peregrine approached Harry, offering a hand as the seeker pulled himself back onto the nimbus. Draco, you can open your eyes now, someone said. You set Quirrell on fire, Daphne remarked casually as Hermione returned to her seat. I set Quirrell on fire, Hermione shrugged. Beside them, Mr. Filch turned a deaf ear to their conversation. If anyone asked him, his answer would be no. Hermione Granger didn't openly admit to setting fire to a professor. What's the score? 70-all. Once Marcus confirmed that Harry could still play, the game continued, even though it hadn't really stopped at all. Everyone had simply paused for a moment. Harry felt unsteady on his broom, eyeing it as if expecting it to malfunction again at any moment. No more than 5 minutes later, he spotted the snitch again. Taking a leap of faith, he dove, going faster and faster. Natalie, who had also seen it, was close behind, the two seekers flying neck and neck. I've got it! Harry exclaimed, breathless as he hovered in the center of the pitch, snitch clutched tightly for all to see. There was a brief moment of silence, then Slytherin erupted into thunderous applause, drowning out Gryffindor's groans. Mr. Filch, caught up in the excitement, grunted unhappily. We won! We won! We won! Draco, caught up in the thrill of victory, hugged everyone around him. Daphne patted his back and laughed. Hermione returned the hug just as tightly. Blaise chuckled, while Theodore scrunched his nose in disgust. Mr. Filch stared at Draco awkwardly until Draco realized who he was hugging. Down on the pitch, Oliver Wood was cursing the Sorting Hat once again. After what felt like an eternity, Terence finally released Harry, vowing vengeance on whoever had jinxed the young seeker's broom. Marcus patted Harry on the back and grunted something inaudible. He said good job for hanging on and getting back into the game so quickly, Terence translated. Even Miles Bletchley, who still hadn't fully reconciled with Harry, gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement. Slytherin had won 220-70, thanks to the efforts on the pitch. Harry. As soon as he left the Slytherin locker rooms, Hermione ambushed him with a tight hug, quickly followed by Draco, who didn't want to be left out. We were so worried. You smell awful, Draco exclaimed, pulling back in disgust. While he had felt terrified on the broom, now that he was on the ground surrounded by his fellow first years, Draco's complaints ringing in his ears made Harry feel at home. Thanks, Draco, Harry said softly, his heart buzzing warmly. The other two stared at him in confusion, which made Harry laugh. His laughter seemed contagious, and soon all three were giggling, their joy dancing in the late afternoon sky. However, the sweet moment was interrupted when Professor Snape cleared his throat, looking awkward. "Congratulations on the game, Mr. Potter," said the Slytherin head of house, his gaze softening for a moment. "If you'd kindly turn over your broom for inspection." Harry felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If the professor hadn't offered to check it, he didn't think he'd ever feel safe on his Nimbus again. Knowing that Professor Snape would inspect it for jinxes or curses reassured him a little. "And as for you, Miss Granger," the professor said, raising an eyebrow. Hermione stiffened her shoulders but held her ground, staring defiantly back at the potion's master. 10 points for excellent use of blue fire. Blinking in surprise, Harry and Draco exchanged looks, sensing that there was some sort of secret between the professor and their friend that they weren't privy to. Hermione maintained her calm demeanor, though the corner of her lips twitched into a smile. "Thank you, Professor," Hermione replied. "I learned it from one of your books, sir." To their astonishment, Professor Snape smiled unexpectedly, leaving Harry and Draco in shock. "That's good to hear. The three of you better hurry back to the Commons. I hear there's a celebration for today's victory." It was customary for Severus to stop by Minerva's office for a drink after a Gryffindor-Slytherin match, enjoying the sight of the other house in defeat. However, after the first game of the 1991 season, the potions master sent a hurried patroness, a doe that danced among the shadowy willows, informing the Transfiguration professor of his delay. He had other matters to attend to. "Quirrell," snarled Severus, his patience and mercy exhausted for the stuttering man before him. "Would you like to explain yourself?" Severus, stuttered the defense professor, glancing nervously around. Severus had cornered him before he could escape, pulling his colleague into the cover of the forest to avoid any wandering students. I don't know what you mean," Quirrell stammered. Resisting the urge to curse, Severus growled threateningly, glaring at the trembling man as menacingly as he could. "I wasn't the only witness to your little hocus-pocus, Quirinus. Try anything again." The threat hung in the air for Quirrell to interpret. Without another word, the potions master swished his robes and stepped silently past the brambles littering the forest floor, leaving Quirrell to ponder his choices alone. Chapter 14, Detective Hermione. Draco wasn't particularly keen on heading down to Hagrid's hut. Ron's presence only added to his reluctance. None of the Slytherins expected to encounter the redhead when they knocked on the half-giant's door. Their jaws dropped when they spotted Ron on the couch, a cup of hot tea in his hands. "Hi," said Harry awkwardly after a moment. Draco glared fiercely at Ron while Hermione looked around the hut with interest, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Sorry," Ron blurted out, getting up from the couch abruptly. This grabbed Draco and Hermione's attention instantly. The other two Slytherins stared at Ron as if they had never seen him before. "Hermione." "Sorry. For what I said to you. That was mean of me." Unsure how to respond, Hermione glanced at Harry, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, the Muggle-born stepped forward and tentatively reached out a hand. "Apology accepted," Hermione said at last, her smile widening when Ron shook her hand. "Friends?" Ron still looked a bit awkward, but he grinned in reply. "Friends. As long as you promise to help me with that spell." "Deal," Hermione said, smiling. Behind her, Draco groaned. Now that Ron had apologized to Hermione and Harry seemed to have forgiven him too, Draco felt he had no choice but to stop being hostile. "Weasley," Draco grumbled, crossing his arms. "Malfoy," Ron said carefully. "Truce. Truce." While this unfolded, Hagrid glanced around from first year to first year as if he were watching a four-way tennis game. The half-giant held a plate of rock cakes, having been in the process of serving Ron before the interruption. Truce that had formed in the middle of the living room. "Oh!" Ron exclaimed suddenly, as if recalling something important. "My brother Bill is a curse breaker for Gringotts." The three Slytherins stared at him in disbelief, unsure why he thought this information was relevant. Seeing their confused expressions, Ron hurriedly explained, He told me when I was younger that to jinx something, you need to maintain continuous eye contact. Just now, during the game, Snape was holding eye contact with Harry's broom while muttering under his breath. At one point, he got distracted by something, and Harry's broom stopped misbehaving. That can't be a coincidence. Before he could finish, Draco snorted with laughter and interrupted, "Hold on, hold on. You think Uncle Severus would jinx his own seeker? Seriously?" Ron opened his mouth to argue but then hesitated. Draco had a point. Why would Snape jinx his own seeker? It wasn't Professor Snape who was jinxing Harry's broom, Hermione said, interjecting. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He was performing the counter-jinx. The one jinxing Harry's broom was Professor Quirrell, who was maintaining eye contact while muttering a lurching jinx under his breath. Hagrid had been about to share his thoughts, insisting that Professor Snape would never do such a thing to a student, that the professors were responsible for protecting Hogwarts children. He nodded appreciatively as Hermione defended her head of house, only for his eyes to widen when she accused another professor. Now, Hagrid said, Quirinus would never. What reason would he have to jinx Harry's broom out of nowhere? The Muggleborn turned her head sharply to confront Hagrid. Hermione fixed her hardest stare on the groundskeeper. I heard Professor Quirrell muttering the exact incantation of the jinx. A few people, other than me, saw him maintaining eye contact with Harry's broom the entire time. The moment he got distracted, Harry's broom stopped lurching. Do you have a better explanation for that? There were a few seconds between when Professor Snape broke eye contact and when Harry's broom stopped misbehaving. On the other hand, the effect was instantaneous when Professor Quirrell lost his contact. How do you know this? Ron asked suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. Hermione smiled secretively, clearly holding back information. That's for me to know and you to guess. Anyway, all I can say is that I'm completely sure it was Professor Quirrell. Professor Snape was trying to save his seeker, for goodness sake. All right, if you say so, Ron said, sounding unsure. Oh, right, you guys remember Cerberus, right? I wonder if it's still there. If you're suggesting we go check, the answer is an absolute no, Hermione refuted instantly, with Harry nodding hurriedly behind her. We are not going back there. I don't want to die before I graduate, thanks. Hagrid, who had been frozen at the first mention of the three-headed dog, snapped back to his senses. Hang on a minute, he said, looking wild. You guys saw Fluffy? Your human-sized dog is called Fang, Harry said, taking a deep breath and shooting the half-giant an incredulous expression. But your three-headed dog that could gobble me up in one bite is called Fluffy. That's your dog? Ron yelled over the commotion. Why would you keep it in a bloody castle filled with children? To be fair, they did warn us not to go near the third-floor corridor, Hermione pointed out. You guys went down the third-floor corridor, Draco said, looking between the other three. Years, and you didn't bring me? You guys are awful. My father will be. We were in the same room as a life-threatening dog because of you, Hermione shot back quickly. If you hadn't challenged Ron to a wizard's duel, Harry and I wouldn't have been there at midnight trying to send him back to the Gryffindor Tower before he got caught by Filch. Hagrid, still trying to wrap his head around the matter, yelled again, you guys saw Fluffy. Yes, Hagrid, we did, Hermione said impatiently. Neville was there, too. We've got to go back tonight, declared Draco, determined not to miss the experience of standing before a hungry, three-headed dog. I must see this Fluffy you speak of. No, yelled Harry, at the same time Hermione said, absolutely not. Hagrid, you still haven't answered me on why in bloody hell someone would keep a Cerberus in a bloody school. Hermione rolled her eyes, as if the answer was as simple as 1 + 1. Well duh, it's guarding something. Didn't you see the trapdoor it was standing on? Well, I'm sorry, I was too busy trying not to die. Fang, excited by all the yelling, barked happily to insert his 2 nuts. That's enough, you lot. Forget all about Fluffy and that trapdoor. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, yelled Hagrid hurriedly, not realizing the fatal mistake he had just made. Oh, so the thing under the trapdoor has something to do with Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said smartly, raising an eyebrow. Hagrid stopped right in the middle of his tracks, looking like a deer caught in headlights. I thought you said we were going to stay as far as possible from Cerberus. Fluffy, said Harry, staring at Hermione wildly. It didn't take a genius to figure out from the girl's curious look that I'm invested in this mystery now. Just because I said we were going to stay away from it doesn't mean we can't figure out what it's hiding, Hermione said, brushing him off. Harry looked at Draco for support, but the blonde was eager to join in their adventures and sided with Hermione. Ron wasn't much help either. While he didn't seem keen on the idea of wandering right into Fluffer's claws again, he was definitely interested in the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Hagrid crossed his arms, looking very cross with himself. Never in his entire life had Severus anticipated that James Potter's Quidditch talent would win Slytherin a match. Then again, he never would have thought James Potter would become one of his snakes. The potions master snorted as he imagined his former nemesis rolling in the afterlife, throwing a fit at the idea of his son, the Slytherin Seeker, being responsible for Gryffindor's defeat. In all seriousness, Harry was nothing that Severus had expected. Instead of being a spoiled, pampered child who demanded everything his way, the boy was mild-mannered, kind, and polite, reminding the professor of the late Mrs. Evans. Lily's parents had always treated him like their own son, allowing him to hide under their roof whenever Tobias Snape got too drunk for his mother to handle. For a moment, he remembered the soothing, gentle voice of Carol Evans, her dark red hair tied in a loose, low-hanging ponytail as she finished off a bedtime story. Severus would never admit it aloud, but somewhere in his hardened, cold heart, there was already a spot reserved for a small, emerald-eyed child. In some alternate reality where he hadn't become a Death Eater, Severus wondered if he would have been Harry's godfather, just like he was Draco's. The thought of watching the boy grow from a little infant, swaddled in broomstick-patterned blankets, transformed into a confident young adult who expanded the potions industry as they knew it, if only things had turned out that way. There was no turning back. Severus took his first step towards the dark side, a lifelong commitment with his life as the cost. It was selfish of him, considering his position as a spy that walked the line between dark and light, but he still wanted to be part of Harry's life. The boy was no longer an infant, and they had experienced a few missteps, but Severus was willing to work to regain Harry's trust. Lily's child had a heart of gold, able to forgive easily. Severus didn't approve of that. Forgiving easily often didn't end well for most, but it worked in his favor, and he wasn't going to let that chance slip away. He had failed Lily once by allowing Dumbledore to leave Harry with the Dursleys. It was a miracle the boy could still communicate with others, given how abusive that environment sounded. He wasn't going to fail Lily twice. Harry would be at Hogwarts 9 months out of 12, unless the Dursleys forced him back during winter break. It was unlikely, but he would find out soon. His snakes would submit the necessary papers if they wanted to return for Christmas, which would empty the castle. If Harry stayed behind, Severus would have time to plan his way closer to the green-eyed child he was starting to like. As he worked through a stack of third-year essays, another idea occurred to the potions master. Since Harry was friends with Draco, he could pull a connection from that side. Narcissa would no doubt allow Harry to stay at Malfoy Manor over the holidays if Draco asked. While he was unsure of Lucius's view on the boy who lived, Lord Malfoy wouldn't dare harm the child in any way. Way to fear it might affect his political position. In fact, Lucius might even try to get on Harry's good side. Not only would that dispel the rumors of him being a bearer of the Dark Mark, but it could also enhance Lucius's standing in the ministry. Severus stifled a chuckle as he considered Harry's connections. The boy, unknowingly, was forming an alliance with the very side that once wanted him dead. Harry had established ties with the houses of Malfoy and Greengrass. Additionally, he was close friends with a Muggleborn, which would endear him to half-bloods and Muggleborns alike. While he didn't seem particularly close to Theodore and Blaise, heirs of the Knot and Zabini houses, respectively, there was no doubt that over the next 7 years, Harry could forge many connections. It appeared that Harry had a knack for making people adore him. An example of this was the two main leaders of Severus's Quidditch team, Terence and Marcus. On the night of Harry's first Quidditch practice, the two, especially Terence, barged in, explaining their suspicions about an abusive background. It wasn't uncommon for his Slytherins to come from such families, as most tended to hail from pureblood lines, with parents intent on crafting the perfect heirs for their houses. The Malfoy house, for instance, was strict with their only son, expecting him to excel in all his classes. The Parkinson house had similar expectations, focusing less on academics and more on their daughter finding a suitable husband. The Greengrass house, in comparison, was less harsh on their children, but even so, Daphne was expected to behave in a way that represented her family. "That kid's my little brother now," insisted Terence, still dressed in his sweaty sports clothes. "Professor, I need to know if they're mistreating him. He's way too small for his age, and his instinct to hide, that's not right." Severus had often thanked Merlin for placing Terence in his house. The seventh-year student was a half-blood, his mother a disgraced pureblood shunned by high society for marrying a Muggle man. Despite the mistreatment from his housemates due to his lineage, Terence persevered, excelling in both academics and sports. There was no doubt that he was Slytherin by blood. In his younger years, when his housemates cast jinxes and hexes, Terence quickly responded with an expertly executed protego, countering with spells of his own. None of the other teachers ever caught him, and if Severus ever caught a glimpse, he turned a blind eye. Eventually, his yearmates learned to leave him alone. Through his efforts, Terence transformed their fear into respect. He rose through the ranks as a formidable force, teaching his housemates that behind his harmless smile lay a predator ready to pounce. When asked about his career choices in fifth year, Terence answered without hesitation that he wanted to become an Auror. Severus readily agreed. Terence certainly had the grades, the skill, and the quick reflexes. After all, he was the Seeker who had repeatedly defeated every other house. Knowing that Terence would be looking out for Harry reassured Severus. It also allowed him to focus on other matters, such as the suspicious defense professor. Chapter 15, Christmas. After a flurry of forms and a lot of packing, the students of Hogwarts were ready to board the express for a few weeks of winter break. Much to the dismay of many, the professors assigned plenty of homework, leaving them with a considerable amount to work through during Christmas. Among the complaints, Harry happily folded his assignments into his bag. They would give him something to do while the castle was empty. Most of the Slytherin first years were heading home for Christmas. Draco and Daphne were returning to their manors and planned to visit each other's residences for Yule. Blaise was off to France to spend the holidays with his mother and her eighth husband. Hermione and Tracey were going to London together, and the Muggleborn had promised the other that she would visit. Vincent and Gregory, commonly known as Crabbe and Goyle, were also going back home. Luckily for Harry, Theodore would be staying behind as well, so the boys' dorm wouldn't be completely empty. On the morning the train was set to depart, Harry, Hermione, and Draco took a walk around the grounds, bundled up in their cloaks and green scarves. Across the courtyard, the Weasley twins had managed to charm Snowball so they repeatedly attacked the back of Quirrell's head. Harry felt sorry for the defense professor, but Hermione and Draco, who were convinced that the man had tried to throw their friend off his broom, had no such sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the spell the twins were using had come from an unexpected source. Leaning against a pillar that gave him a full view of the courtyard below was none other than Severus Snape, sipping on some warm tea as he enjoyed the show. His colleague was getting bombarded by magical snowballs in the back of his turban, which Severus considered his gift for trying to throw his Seeker off his broom. Earlier that week, the potions professor had slipped a piece of. Severus slipped the parchment into one of the twins' bags, counting on them to test it out on Quirrell. "Merry Christmas, Quirrell," he smirked, making his way back into the castle. As the potions master entered his office, he recalled the conversation that had taken place there the previous night. 3 rapid knocks rang from his door. The wards he had in place indicated it was a snake of his, and given the hour, it could be no one other than Hermione. With a lazy swipe of his hand, the door opened, allowing the Muggleborn to enter. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her politely. "Miss Granger," Severus said tiredly, on his 5th coffee of the night. "I have set up a drop box outside for you to leave any questions you have. You know what to do." This is about the Quidditch match, Hermione corrected, looking serious. Sighing, Severus studied her, seeing a fierce determination in her eyes that reminded him of a strong-willed woman he used to know. He began to wonder if she should have been placed in Ravenclaw instead, given her relentless pursuit of answers. Yet, she was also the same girl who had set fire to Quirrell without hesitation or guilt. Under the right circumstances, Hermione Granger could grow into someone capable of controlling all of Britain. "There's no use telling you to keep your head out of the matter, is there?" he asked, already knowing her answer. "Probably not," Hermione replied truthfully. "Thought so," Severus said wryly. "All I can say is, be careful and don't rush into anything without considering the dangers and consequences beforehand." The Muggle-born nodded. "Any chance you'll tell me what the Cerberus is guarding, sir?" "I assure you," Severus said, smirking, "that the answer will be much sweeter if you find it yourself. If you manage to uncover the answer by the end of winter break, I'll award extra marks on your next essay." "Challenge accepted," Hermione said with a determined smile. Severus watched the first-year girl leave with a new spring in her step at the thought of bonus marks. Her brown curls, tied in a low pony with a black ribbon, likely Daphne's influence, bounced as she walked away. A pleased smile adorned her lips as she made her way back to the dorms. "Dear Merlin, she reminds me so much of Lily." Harry felt a twinge of sadness as he walked with his friends down to the station. He was happy to stay back at Hogwarts, which felt more like home than Privet Drive. However, he would feel rather lonely with the castle so empty. "Father promised to buy me a new broom for Christmas. I'm sure it's going to be a Nimbus 2000. Oh, and Mother's probably getting me new robes for Yule. She always does each year," Draco said, recounting the presents he had received in previous years. "What do your Muggles get you?" Well, nothing really," Harry replied, feeling uncomfortable as both friends gave him sympathetic looks. "It's not a big deal. They do a lot for me. They give me a place to sleep and they feed me." Hermione and Draco shared a glance. "I'll send over loads of chocolate," Hermione promised. "And books. I've got lots of good books for you, and they're in excellent condition. I'll convince Mother to buy some extra robes for you. Merlin knows you'll need them. The boy who lived owns not a single formal robe." "That's ridiculous." The two continued to chatter, lifting Harry's spirits. In the midst of their conversation, they didn't notice Professor Snape lingering not far behind at the station, subtly listening in. The head of Slytherin frowned, his mind whirling as he searched for a solution. It wouldn't do for Harry Potter to wake up on Christmas with no presents, would it? At last, the warning whistle for the train sounded, and last hugs were given. Promises to write were called out. The students returning home hurried into the compartments, pushing and scrambling in a chaotic pile of limbs. The professors present did their best to maintain order, but there was only so much they could do with a bunch of excited children. Once everyone was finally on board, the train hooted and chewed loudly, its engine roaring to life and puffing clouds into the air. The Hogwarts Express pulled out from Hogsmeade Station, moving slowly at first before gaining speed. Harry waved for as long as he could until Draco and Hermione became nothing but a speck in the distance. He watched for a little longer, staring at the specks of white smoke far down the track. Most of the other professors had left, except for the head of Slytherin, who was quietly observing the first years. "Come now, Mr. Potter," Severus said at last, "unless you intend to catch a cold before Christmas. In that case, be my guest." Instead of shrinking away like he would have a few months ago, Harry simply blushed in embarrassment and picked up the pace after his professor, who was already walking back. The boy had learned that his head of house, as intimidating as he could be in his dungeon bat fashion, was all bark and no bite. The Slytherin common rooms were typically quiet, as anyone making too much noise would almost instantly be told off by Seymour. Now that it was winter break, the dorms under the lake were even quieter than usual, except for the occasional turning of a page. Theodore was seated comfortably before the fireplace, idly looking through a book about ancient Norse runes. From what Harry gathered, the heir of the Knott family was not on the best terms with his father and preferred to hide out in a castle rather than confront Lord Knott. Since Theodore would be staying over during winter break, Hermione had recruited him into the cause. The blankets off, Harry had already begun to unwrap his presents. He could hardly believe his eyes as he revealed gifts from both Draco and Hermione, each one thoughtfully selected. "Wow, look at this!" Harry exclaimed, holding up a new Quidditch book. "Draco knows me too well." Theodore finally emerged from his cocoon of blankets, rubbing his eyes. "What did you get?" he mumbled, still half asleep. "Check this out," Harry said, showing him the book. "And there's also a new broomstick care kit." Theodore nodded, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. "Nice. I guess we can't spend all day sleeping. We have research to do." Harry laughed, knowing Theodore's enthusiasm for the search would soon kick in. They quickly finished opening their gifts, excitement building as they planned their day ahead. "Let's eat first, then hit the library," Harry suggested, already imagining the warm breakfast awaiting them in the Great Hall. "Sounds good," Theodore agreed, finally awake. "But I'm definitely not skipping breakfast this time." With that, they dressed quickly, anticipation buzzing between them as they headed out of the dormitory. Harry had already dressed and was slowly going through his presents. It wasn't often he received gifts other than a clothes hanger or a single sock for Christmas, so he wanted to make them last. The first item he opened was a letter from the Dursleys. A week ago, he had wrapped some nice chocolates in parchment and ribbon and sent Hedwig off with them. He had instructed the owl to deliver the mail at night, fearing Uncle Vernon would scream at her. "What's that?" asked Theodore, half asleep and half curious, pointing at the round metal attached to the Dursleys' return letter. "It's a pence," Harry explained, holding it up for Theodore to see. Still dressed in his green silk pajamas, Theodore looked much more awake now that his interest was piqued. "Muggle currency. Interesting." Theodore hummed, inspecting the coin and holding it up to the light to study the human head printed on it. Amused by Theodore's fascination, Harry said, "You can keep it if you want." "I don't mind." Besides the pence, there was a box of Muggle chocolate, signed by Hermione. Along with it came a stack of books, which weren't signed because Hermione would never write anything in her precious books. Harry skimmed the titles, finding each one interesting. The Muggleborn definitely knew how to choose books. There was also an intricate flute wrapped in old brown paper. When Harry put it to his lips, a song sung by woodland owls filled the Slytherin dawn with a melodious tune. Theodore glanced away from the coin to find the source of the sound, impressed by the craftsmanship of the instrument. To their surprise, this gift was from Hagrid, who neither of them had expected to have the skill to create something so small and beautiful. As promised, Draco sent over a couple of robes, mostly in lovely shades of dark green that complemented Harry's eyes. A few of the robes were too extravagant and dramatic for Harry's taste, but there were one or two that were relatively simple, with only a few graceful silver trails along the fabric to add some flair. Theodore snorted and said, "Trust Draco to get you clothing of all things." In sharp contrast to the formal wear that Draco had sent, there was a lumpy package. When opened, it revealed an emerald green sweater with a giant H stitched on in white. Harry couldn't fathom who would go through the trouble of hand knitting him a sweater until Theodore picked up the attached note and handed it over to him. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, bewildered by the name on the card. "Why would she send me a sweater?" "Beats me," Theodore shrugged. "Then again, you're quite popular. Maybe she wants to get on your good side." Regardless, Harry slipped the sweater on, sighing happily when he felt how warm it was. The yarn was soft and not prickly, much like what Harry imagined clouds would feel like. He made a mental note to send a letter thanking the woman he met on the platform for her thoughtful gift. The next present was unsigned, with the sender remaining anonymous. It was wrapped in dark paper, but from the weight and shape, Harry guessed it was a book. His guess was correct, it was titled The Mechanisms of Potion Making. The book wasn't new, as indicated by its chipped edges. On the first page, there was a note written in elaborate cursive, "Merry Christmas. E. Prince." Harry doubted that E. Printer was the one who had sent the book to him. The ink looked old and smudged, as if it had been written some time ago. The woman inside, Harry leaned in closer, his breath catching in his throat. The woman in the locket had long, wavy hair and a warm smile that lit up her face. She looked kind and nurturing, a stark contrast to the harsh memories Harry had of his own childhood. "That's my mum," Theodore said softly, his eyes shining with a mix of pride and sadness. Harry nodded, feeling a sense of connection. "She looks nice," he replied, trying to hold back the emotions that were bubbling up inside him. The two boys sat in silence for a moment, both lost in their thoughts. The warmth of the summer sun in the picture and the bond of shared memories filled the air around them. "Do you miss her?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. Theodore hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, sometimes. But I like to remember her like this." He smiled, looking at the locket again. Harry understood. He felt the same way about the picture of his mother. Even though he had never known her, moments like this made her feel real to him. As they shared this quiet moment, the weight of their pasts felt a little lighter, bound by the memories of their mothers. A beautiful young woman with the same curly brown locks as Theodore smiled gracefully. The same locket Theodore was holding hung around her neck. "She's really beautiful," Harry commented softly. "Yeah," Theodore said wistfully, gazing longingly at the picture of his mother. "Don't say sorry." "I won't." Harry understood that Theodore didn't want sympathy. He wanted someone to understand instead of apologizing for his mother's absence. Often, apologies made things worse. While Harry realized most people were just trying to offer their condolences, the word sorry often intensified the pain. The two boys sat in silence, shuffling closer together to feel the warmth of each other's bodies. Somehow, in the light of Christmas morning, Theodore and Harry reached a new understanding, bringing them closer than before. "Hey, Harry?" "Yeah?" "Merry Christmas." Severus didn't know whether to stay quiet or barge into the headmaster's office demanding an explanation. The silvery fabric lay crumpled on his desk, practically mocking him with its sheen. It was the cloak that should have been with the Potters on their last night. The cloak that could have made the difference between life and death. The cloak that should have protected his childhood best friend from the Dark Lord's murderous intent and ensured her survival. Instead of being with them when they needed it the most, the cloak was in the hands of no one other than Albus Dumbledore. At first, Severus thought it was paranoid to sift through the gifts sent to Harry before they were delivered to his dorm. Now, he was grateful for his paranoia. Why did the headmaster think it was a good idea to give a first year an invisibility cloak, of all things? Despite belonging to Harry's late father, it was still a promise of trouble from every angle. Unless that was exactly what the headmaster intended. Severus felt his blood boil at the thought. He had always sensed that Albus's actions were motivated by deeper reasons. There was always an underlying cause that would impact them like a line of falling dominoes. But to set up those dominoes for an 11-year-old child, Lily's 11-year-old child, was too much. Irritated, Severus glared at the cloak, watching its shimmery sheen flicker in the candlelight. Yes, it belonged to Harry, but he questioned whether he should leave it in the boy's supervision at all times. He suspected that Harry wouldn't use the cloak for mischief, but others might have different ideas. Draco, for one. Hermione, for another. While he knew they meant no harm, Draco's personality, shaped by his father, and Hermione's relentless curiosity could lead to unpredictable situations. He imagined Harry could easily find himself in a troll encounter, or worse. This whole matter was giving him a headache. Severus sighed and rubbed his temple. It was Christmas, for Merlin's sake. Why was he stressing over this when he should be enjoying the peace of the echoing castle? He decided to put off his worries for later, tossing the cloak into one of his desk drawers. But after a moment, he returned to fold it properly. Despite his resentment for the cloak's previous owner, it was now Harry's, and it didn't deserve to be carelessly thrown around. After ensuring his security charms were in place, Severus left his office and headed to the festivities in the Great Hall. However much Harry loved the library, he wasn't particularly keen on spending the whole morning among the shelves doing more research. He also had a feeling that Madame Pint would throw them out. So there he was, seated in a great hall, enjoying fresh bread and pudding, a treat he would never have gotten to enjoy at Privet Drive. "Well, look who it is, Fred," exclaimed a voice. The next thing he knew, Harry was surrounded by a pair of redheads wearing identical grins and sweaters with a giant F and a G. "Our newest sibling, dear Harry," one of them said. Only a few steps behind them was a messy-haired Percy, looking slightly disgruntled with his glasses askew. The prefect wore a sweater like the twins and Harry's, but with a giant's P instead. Eyeing his twin brothers, Percy sighed, looking both annoyed and apologetic. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas," beamed Harry in return. "Merry Christmas, Fred, George." He glanced at each twin in turn as he spoke their names. No one thought much of this until the twins froze, jaws dropping. They turned, comedically slowly, to look at each other and then back at Harry. "How did you know I was George?" asked the twin wearing the G sweater, looking amazed. Then, as if he had just remembered, he slapped his forehead comedically. "Oh, of course, must have been the Weasley sweater that gave it away." Scrunching his eyebrows, Harry squinted at the twin, eyeing his sweater doubtfully. "You're Fred, aren't you?" Percy didn't think his brothers could look any more surprised, but they did. "How?" said the twin in the F sweater, throwing his hands in the air. "Impossible." Hold on, said Percy, now getting a better understanding of the situation. "Harry can tell you two apart?" The twins looked amazed. Not even their mother could tell Fred and George apart, but here was Harry, a random, scrawny kid, who could distinguish them without hesitation. Harry tilted his head innocently, looking confused. "Well, Fred has this darker patch of freckles on his nose, and George tends to move his eyebrows more when he's talking." The twins' jaws dropped in disbelief. Beside them, Percy huffed triumphantly, placing his hands on his waist to emphasize his point. "See," he said proudly. "I made the right decision by adopting him." Meanwhile, somewhere in Scotland, seated in a cottage and sipping a cup of warm cocoa, Oliver Wood sneezed, cursing the sorting hat under his breath. Chapter 16. A Wintry Morning. One winter morning, a few days before the holidays ended, Harry sneaked out early, determined to avoid being dragged to the library first thing that day. Fortunately for him, Theodore had stayed up late, deciphering a book written in ancient Norse that he found during his research. Creeping past the snoring boy, Harry tiptoed out of the Slytherin dorms, dressed in his warmest cloak, with the key to Slytherin's broom rack snug in his pockets. Marcus had pressed the small metal key into his hands in the Commons on the day the train left, insisting Harry practice whenever he could. Now, trudging along happily with Marcus's spare broom, Harry began to think of some maneuvers Terence had shown him during practice, as well as some tricks he had read about in a Quidditch book. Already feeling excited at the thought of flying, he skipped his way towards the pitch, but not before catching sight of a black figure descending the white hills towards the forest. "Out so early, Mr. Potter?" said Professor Snape, raising an eyebrow as they crossed paths. "Yes, sir," Harry replied enthusiastically, his breath forming white clouds in the air. The potions master huffed and said nothing more, continuing on his steady descent towards the forbidden forest. To his surprise, Harry trudged after him, stumbling through the thick snow with the grace of a newborn deer. Deciding against making a remark, the two walked in silence, the air between them filled with Severus's quiet breaths and Harry's occasional yelp when he stumbled over twigs and roots. "Don't step on that," Severus said abruptly as they neared the edge of the forest, their path already littered with small ferns and plants. Harry stopped immediately, his curious eyes flicking to the plant the professor was pointing at. "That's a species of hawberry. Remember their properties, Mr. Potter?" Pausing to recall the information, Harry answered, "They have a tendency to increase the wateriness." "Viscosity," interjected Severus. "Viscosity," Harry corrected, "of potions, and they can also be used to lower the toxicity of many draughts." "Indeed," hummed the professor approvingly. Without realizing what he was doing, Severus ruffled Harry's hair, only catching himself when Harry squirmed in protest. Clearing his throat, Severus feigned ignorance as Harry also realized what had just happened. The man squatted down to get a closer look at the plant. Wild hawberries can differ in properties and reactivity compared to grown ones, commented the professor, gesturing at the plant. This makes them better suited for certain concoctions. Harry nodded attentively, shelving the information to jot it down in his textbook when he got back to the castle. "Watch carefully now, Mr. Potter," said Severus, pulling up the sleeves of his robe. "No matter what plant you're dealing with, the method of harvest greatly affects the effectiveness of the ingredient. A damaged plant does your potion no good." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded vigorously, scuffling closer to get a better look. The potions master paused. "Mr. Potter, you're blocking my view." Blushing furiously, Harry stumbled out of the way, using his thick, fluffy hair to hide his embarrassment. "Sorry," he mumbled, cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. "Didn't mean to, Professor." Flicking Harry's forehead gently, the potions master scowled. "If your objective was to trample half the plants behind you, Mr. Potter, you've succeeded. Stop moving and watch." The potions master wrapped his calloused fingers around the base of the plant, tugging the whole herb, roots and all, out of the snowy ground, occasionally feeding Harry little bits of information about how the different parts of the hawberry could be used. When the entire plant was out of the ground, the professor muttered a quick spell to keep it fresh, dusting off any dirt before tucking it carefully into his coat. "Come along now, Mr. Potter." "I don't have all morning," Severus said frostily, watching Harry from the corner of his eye as the boy looked around in awe. "Before we enter the forest, let me warn you that it is strictly forbidden for students to wander in here alone. Unless, of course, you desire an early death." Harry jumped at the thought. "There are many unpredictable dangers in the forest, and not just living ones," the professor warned. "I expect you to follow exactly as I say if you are coming with me. All instructions are final. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "It better be. Don't wander too far and stay close." Now jittery from his head of house's ominous warnings, Harry stayed close to the lanky professor, never more than a step behind him. His emerald eyes flitted from side to side, glancing at blurry patches of foliage where he heard noises. The boy felt more nervous than a baby kitten without its mother in a dark alley. Under his breath, Severus muttered a few protection spells, watching as they wrapped around Harry, dissolving into the fabric of the boy's coat. He was confident he could handle any danger they might encounter in the forest, but a little precaution wouldn't hurt. Besides, he was used to defending himself alone. It was possible the boy could get hurt if they faced a threat. On second thought, Severus decided to change his plan. His intention had been to head into the heart of the forest for some herbs that only grew there. But now that he had a young snake tagging along, it would be smarter to stay on the edge of the forest and avoid the dangers of the depths. After all, he could always return later for any additional ingredients he needed. As they walked, Severus Snape stopped occasionally to gesture at various plants around them. He quizzed Harry on their names before demonstrating how to harvest them, sharing their properties and any other relevant information. Harry's presence quickly transformed Severus's ingredient trip into a spontaneous field trip. "What plant do you suppose this is, Mr. Potter?" Severus asked, pointing to a clump of white flowers. "Snowy daisies, sir." Harry replied, recognizing the flowers. "It's used in a household potion to remove odor." "And what property of it contributes to the odor-repelling potion?" Severus countered, a smirk forming as he noticed Harry falter. Harry hesitated, sifting through his knowledge before coming up empty. I'm not sure, sir," he admitted, feeling guilty. He had studied his textbook thoroughly and wondered if he had missed that detail while skimming through the pages. "There are many answers you cannot find in the textbook, Mr. Potter," Severus advised. "Critical thinking is just as important as remembering what you read." Without saying more, the potions master continued walking, glancing at the plants underfoot. Harry followed, contemplating Severus's words. Knowledge was important, but understanding how to apply it wisely made the difference between being clever and being smart. Severus took a few more steps, observing some half-frozen vines hanging from the empty branches above. He suddenly realized that Harry had fallen behind. Just as he was about to express his irritation about the boy not following closely, Harry spoke up. "Is this a winter honeysuckle, sir?" he asked, gently holding a flower in his palm. He caressed the thin petals with his thumb, careful not to bend the pistils at the center. "Indeed," Severus replied. "Your mother used to put these in her hair." "Now, stop dallying and hurry along," Severus said after a short pause, adding absent-mindedly. He walked on, his face twitching in irritation when he didn't hear Harry following him. Spinning on his heels, Severus glowered and said, "Mr. Potter, I don't like to repeat myself." "We don't have all," he faltered, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Harry was staring at him, slightly teary-eyed, still holding the flower in his palm. "You knew my mother?" Harry whispered, his eyes brimming with tears. Well," Severus began, fumbling with his words, unsure of how to approach the unfolding situation. "Yes, I did," he admitted at last. "We grew up in the same neighborhood and attended Hogwarts together. We were friends. Her parents let me stay over in their house many times when I was younger." "If I can ask, sir," Harry said shyly, "what was my mother like?" Severus frowned. "Did your aunt not tell you anything about your mother?" "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "Aunt Petunia burned everything belonging to her, and if I asked about my parents, I wouldn't be allowed to have dinner." After a moment, he added, "although she did say that they were drunks, and that they never wanted me anyway." "Ridiculous!" Severus exclaimed angrily, gripping his wand tightly. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to pay an impromptu visit to Privet Drive. "Your mother would have never. She swore off alcohol when she was carrying you." James Potter was many things, yes, but he wasn't a drunk. As much as Severus detested the former Gryffindor chaser, he had to admit that James Potter loved no one more in the world than Lily, and that the man was a good husband. Severus Snape reflected on James Potter, knowing that despite their troubled past, James would never have put his wife or child in danger. He loved them more than anything. Severus scoffed under his breath, trying to avoid Harry's hopeful gaze. With a dramatic swish of his coat, he turned and continued through the undergrowth, even as he heard the boy's disappointment. Despite this, Harry quickened his pace, following closely behind and staring sadly at his feet. "Your mother was exceptional at potions," Severus said quietly, examining a plant he had gathered. Harry's expression brightened at this compliment. As an afterthought, Severus added, "just as you are." When Harry didn't respond, Severus continued, "She was pursuing a chance degree while carrying you, right in the middle of the war. Lily, well, there was nothing she couldn't do if she set her mind to it. She was the kindest person I knew," Severus reminisced. "When she was young, she loved to lie on the grass outside her house during the summer, and she adored reading." A fond smile crept onto Severus's face as he remembered a dear friend. At Hogwarts, she was every teacher's favorite. Professor Flitwick, especially, adored her because she excelled in his class. Slughorn recruited her into his club because he wanted to keep in touch in case she ever became famous. Severus rolled his eyes at the memory of his former potions professor. "She was a Gryffindor, right?" Harry asked. "Yes," Severus replied. "She was a lion through and through. She never hesitated to stand up to others, even her own friends. Lily strongly believed in her morals and fought for them. Professor McGonagall adored having Lily in her house and made her a prefect in her final years at Hogwarts." Harry's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. "What about my dad, then?" Coughing awkwardly, Severus cleared his throat. He searched for an excuse to avoid praising James Potter to his son. Not that he had many praises to give. He was an aura. A brave one, I suppose. To put it lightly, he was a bit of a troublemaker during his school years. Harry beamed, eager to hear more. "He fought during the war," Severus continued, resisting the urge to shudder at the thought of dodging James Potter's fierce spells. "A decent duelist, I suppose." Using the word decent was an understatement. "What was his favorite subject?" Harry asked, skipping across the snow-covered ground. "Transfiguration, if I had to guess." Severus shrugged, remembering when Minerva burst into the staff room, saying, "He has his father's talent for transfiguration." Professor McGonagall always held him in high regard. Perhaps he was her star student. "I didn't know him very well, and you'd be better off asking Professor McGonagall." They walked back into the stone courtyard together. Severus shifted the topic from James Potter, thankfully, back to Lily, a subject he could discuss at length. Harry smiled happily as he absorbed the stories about his young, red-haired, bright-eyed mother. Severus allowed himself a small indulgence in his past. Eventually, they descended toward the dungeons. Severus purposely glanced away when they crossed paths with Phileas, who looked astonished at the sight of the two. Harvesting and storing ingredients, although not part of the syllabus, are also important skills to learn, Severus said. Severus flicked his office door open with his wand, his expression distasteful. However, the headmaster believes that adding these topics to the syllabus would increase our failing percentage. He paused for a moment. Picking up such skills can give you a head start. Severus guided Harry into the personal lab behind his office. You'd be surprised to know how many British students are at a disadvantage when studying for potions mastery, simply because the Hogwarts syllabus doesn't include pre-brewing techniques. Wide-eyed and curious, Harry watched as his professor unpacked various plants he had collected on a long, sleek work table. Severus noticed how the boy perked up at every noise, but chose to focus on his ingredients instead. With a slight flick of his hands, Severus began gathering the materials he needed. A polished, imported stone cutting board, a collection of knives, and a pestle and mortar all flew from different directions, carefully avoiding Harry, who was staring in awe. "Mr. Potter, retrieve a jar from the shelf behind you," Severus said, waving his hand in the general direction of the shelf, distracted by his work. Immediately, Harry scurried off, carefully selecting one from the numerous glass jars in the potions master's possession. "Is this one okay?" Harry asked, looking small next to his tall professor. The head of Slytherin glanced away from his work to nod approvingly as he took the jar from Harry. "Bursting mushrooms," he said, placing a couple of the red-spotted fungi into the mortar. "They are rather explosive, as the name suggests. I told you earlier that when harvesting them, you must not touch the gills." "Why is this so?" "Because bursting mushrooms release a slightly toxic powder when the gills are touched," Harry recited confidently, recalling information from earlier that morning. "That's correct," Severus said. With the care and grace of an experienced master, he took apart the mushroom, separating the head from the stem. "Look closely here. These are the mycelium threads," he said, gently prodding at the hair-like structures at the bottom of the stem. "Most inexperienced potioneers ignore them, but they are actually very helpful in many potions." They continued for another hour, with Severus chopping, dicing, and crushing the ingredients he had gathered. Some were powdered and stored in mason jars, protected from moisture by a quick spell. Others were flattened and set aside to be sun-dried on a good day. The remaining ingredients were separated into parts and stored accordingly. By the time they finished, it was past 9 in the morning. Despite his protests, Harry's stomach confirmed it was time for breakfast. As I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would say, "Mr. Potter, breakfast is a crucial meal that one must never skip. If she ever hears you skipped it, I dare say you'll be in for an hour-long lecture on its importance," Severus commented dryly, nearly wincing at the memories of the lectures Pomfrey had given him when he was younger. However, he hesitated before making a decision. "There is something I would like to show you before we head to the hall." Since Severus didn't trust Harry enough to leave him in his personal lab unsupervised, he didn't even trust Albus in his lab alone. He guided Harry to his office and instructed him to wait while he disappeared into his private quarters. Harry didn't have to wait long. Moments later, the older Slytherin emerged, carrying a thick, old book. Despite its age, it was clear that the book had been well cared for, with only the yellowing pages showing signs of time. Curious, Harry fixed his gaze on the thick book, much like a puppy would stare at something intriguing. Severus gestured for Harry to take a seat on the couch, the same one he had sat on after the troll incident when Severus had given them balms for their cuts and bruises. He followed suit, noticing how Harry was vibrating with excitement as Severus carefully flipped the thick cover open. However, That excitement quickly faded. Harry fell silent, realization dawning on him as he processed what the professor was showing him. On the first page of the book was a message written in delicate, relatively simple handwriting with little twirls on the YS, Merry Christmas. For Severus, from Lily. Your mother gave this book to me when we were 10, Severus explained softly. She said we would store all our memories together in here. It was oddly sentimental of him. Severus took a long time to open up to people. He had known Madame Pomfrey for most of his life and had only shown her the album 2 years ago. Yet here he was, revealing these embarrassing, intimate secrets to Harry, a boy he had known for barely 1 semester. If word ever got out that Professor Severus Snape kept an album gifted to him from a Gryffindor, especially a world-famous Gryffindor whose life ended a war, his reputation would be ruined. Lucius Malfoy would sever all ties with him, and Draco would be instructed never to speak to him again. But it was Harry, of all people. It was Harry, Lily's beloved child. It was Harry, not the boy who lived but the boy who never had anything of his mother's because his aunt was a petty old hag. Severus figured he could make an exception, just this once. Besides, no one had to know about it. I can't let you keep it, Severus said after a while. Harry had been silent for the past 15 minutes, wordlessly flipping through the album, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the pages. An 11-year-old Lily smiled, grinning at the camera. One arm was looped around Severus while the other held her Hogwarts acceptance letter. With another flip of the page, Harry saw his mother in her school robes, standing on platform 9 3/4, with Severus beside her, both smiling. It felt like Harry was watching his mother grow up. He saw 15-year-old Lily in a personalized sweater, home for Christmas break. The pictures became more spaced out as his mother aged. Next, Harry saw her in a wedding dress, James Potter standing where Severus used to be. But you can come here whenever you want, and I'll let you look at it, Severus said. It was then that Harry began to cry, tears flowing rapidly now that the dam had broken. He sniffled and nearly choked, trying to stop because crying meant weakness on Privet Drive. Yet, Severus did not raise his hand or look angry, as if there was an oncoming storm. Instead, the potions master rested a calloused hand on Harry's head, gently patting his fluffy hair. Even though this had never happened before, Harry instinctively tucked himself closer to the professor, craving a warmth he had only felt when he was an infant. None of his Snapes had ever behaved like this, leaving Severus completely unsure of what to do. Tiny little Harry James, at 11 years old, cuddled into his side, sniffling and wiping away his snot, trying desperately not to cry. Severus thought of Spinner's End, of a kitchen lit by a flickering bulb, and for a brief moment, he remembered what a comforting embrace felt like. Slowly, he wrapped one arm around Harry, pulling the boy closer. It wasn't much. Severus never had much, just bits and pieces of something that once was like a video missing half its frames. But for Harry, it was everything. Chapter 17, Bloody Flammel. Rather unsurprisingly, Hermione's parents knew nothing about Flammel. They promised to look him up through their dental records, but Hermione was certain their efforts would be in vain. Harry's letters, co-signed by Theodore, showed no sign of the mystery man either. The two had spent their winter break combing through whatever unrestricted material the library provided, but with no success. In one of their letters, Harry wrote that he had approached Madame Pince to inquire about Flammel, but the librarian stiffened and told him not to pursue the matter any further. It seemed all the Hogwarts staff knew at least a little about the corridor on the 3rd floor, the slobbering Cerberus, and the trapdoor it guarded. Feeling dejected that Professor Snape wouldn't be awarding her extra marks for her essay, the Muggle-born Slytherin slumped in her train compartment. For the first time since she started her studies at Hogwarts, her textbooks looked uninteresting. "See, cheer up, Hermione," Neville said, gently caressing a plant his grandmother had gifted him for being sorted into Gryffindor. The plant preened under his touch, rubbing its leaves against his palm, asking for more pats. Hermione had brought him up to date on Flammel, expressing her frustration at not being able to locate the man anywhere. It was as if he existed in a time before written records. "He must be somewhere," she said, running a hand through her curled locks and grunting when it got stuck. It's not as if the records could be wiped clean of him unless Flamel's just some sort of code name, or maybe Granger. The compartment door slammed open, and in the doorway stood Draco, his gelled hair looking a little unkempt. The boy's pale cheeks were flushed red, as if he had just been running. "I'm in the middle of a rant, Draco. Either sit down or close the door," she said. Hermione tapped her fingers impatiently. Stunned, Draco flicked his eyes over to Neville, who only laughed lightly and shrugged. Not knowing what else to do, Neville slid the compartment door closed and took his seat. "Like I was saying, Flamel has to be somewhere. Maybe we're just not looking in the right place." "Anything off the cart, dears?" interrupted the cart lady with a kind smile. "I'll have a chocolate frog," Neville piped up, digging around in his coat. Trevor emerged first, looking stunned by the sudden brightness compared to the inside of Neville's pocket. Pursing his lips, Neville continued to rummage through his pocket, growing more nervous as time dragged on while the cart lady watched him. I may have misplaced." "Here," Draco said, handing a couple of nuts to the cart lady, who in turn handed him a couple of boxes of chocolate frogs. "I'll have a pumpkin pasty too." Flushing red, Neville looked away, worried that Draco would ridicule him for losing his money just a day into the new semester. To his surprise, no snide comment came. Instead, Draco shoved a chocolate frog in his direction, refusing to meet Neville's thankful gaze. "You should keep a better watch on your money, Longbottom," Draco said, though not as unkindly as Neville had expected. He dumped the rest of his purchased goods on the seat and plopped down, unwrapping his pumpkin pasty. "Mother never lets me have any of these," he said between dignified chews. "She says I can't ever be caught eating them." "Lucky for you I don't have a camera then," Hermione sighed, as if regretting not bringing one. Draco snorted. "Anyway, I can't have this much chocolate. I have a figure to preserve." "Have some, Granger." Hermione, who rarely had chocolate due to her parents being dentists, was more than happy to dig in. Although she didn't look comfortable biting into the head of a moving and croaking frog, she did, savoring the melting sugar on her tongue. "It's so good," she sighed. "You know," Draco said, wiping his mouth elegantly, "if we really can't find Flamel, I could write back and ask one of the elves to search Mother's library." I was going to ask Mother myself, but she was too busy dragging me from shop to get measurements for my robes. You would not believe how many winter balls I've had to attend. "Guys," Neville suddenly interrupted, looking ecstatic. "I've found him." The two Slytherins shared a glance. "Found who?" Hermione asked, furrowing her eyebrows. "If you're looking for Trevor, she gestured to Trevor, who was staring quietly into the eyes of a chocolate frog, unblinking. "No!" exclaimed Neville, waving a small chocolate-smeared card in his hands. "Flamel! Nicholas Flamel! I've found him!" The compartment space was small, so Hermione and Draco collided into each other as they hurried to see what Neville was holding. It was a chocolate frog card, specifically, it was Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. 1945, 12 Uses of Unicorn Blood, his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Hermione read aloud, her excitement growing. Sparks danced in her eyes as she grinned widely, turning to Draco and Neville. "I think I know where to find Flamel now. The professor's got to give me bonus marks on my essay." The Muggleborn began to celebrate ecstatically, looking every bit like a giddy schoolgirl. "What bonus marks?" echoed Draco, confused. Instead of taking the boats across the lake, they were carted through the woods in magically drawn carriages. Hermione was brimming with energy for the whole ride, much to the confusion of Draco, who still hadn't figured out what bonus marks Hermione was getting. The sun was setting as they arrived at Hogwarts. While most students went to their common rooms to greet friends and freshen up before dinner, Hermione dragged Draco and Neville to the library, where she knew Harry and Theodore would be. "We found Flamel," Hermione whispered, her excitement barely contained. "You did?" Theodore glanced up from his book, Greatest 19th Century Wicks and Discoveries. Beside him, Harry quickly shoved away History of Quidditch. Stacks of books surrounded the two boys, including Forgotten Alchemy Breakthroughs, Achievements of Greatest Wizards, and Barnaby the Kraken-Defeating Wizard. Where? On Dumbledore's chocolate frog card, said Neville, holding up the card with pride. Before anyone could respond, Ron Weasley appeared from behind a bookshelf, looking both suspicious and triumphant. Aha! He said, pointing a lanky finger in their direction. I knew it. You're all up to something. It's about flannel, I bet. Flannel, corrected Hermione. And none of you had the decency to fill me in? Ron asked crossly. I was there too, you know. I saw the Cerberus, too. Sure. Hissed Harry, Hermione, and Theodore in unison. Across the library, Madame Pince was narrowing her gaze, sensing that the group was up to no good. After all, what would a group of snakes and lions be doing gathered together in the library on the first day back from winter break? For Merlin's sake, lower your voice, Hermione said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. She looked a bit haughty. Madame Pince is a minute away from chasing us out. I think I know where to find flannel now. The rest of you should leave first to decrease suspicion. We'll meet up after dinner in the unused classroom 1 corridor down from Charms. Yes, Draco replied, at the same time. Time that Ron grumbled, yes, Professor Granger. The moment the words left their mouths, they stared at each other, jaws dropped, horrified that their thoughts had synchronized. You! Ron yelped, scrunching his nose. Hermione made a shooing motion, chasing the boys out of the library, much to Madame Pince's approval. The young Slytherin shot the librarian a sweet smile as she returned, wearing her most innocent look while she subtly slipped back into the shadows of the shelves, running her fingers along the spines. Thinking hard, Hermione moved from row to row, her eyes trailing over the titles sharply. At last, her gaze settled on a worn cover with the title inscribed in gold. She couldn't help but let out a small excited squeal. Tugging the heavy book from the shelf, she brushed her hand over the cover, waving away the dust, her eyes shining. Found you, she whispered, staring at alchemy, ancient art and science. Seated in his office in the dungeons, Severus glanced through the abysmal essays he had to return to the students. He sneezed, having a foreboding feeling that he would have to award Miss Granger extra points on her assignment. He shook his head, looking wry. The wizarding world would not know what hit them when Hermione Granger was unleashed. I found him, whispered Hermione excitedly as she slipped into the great hall, blending in with the Hufflepuffs coming from the kitchens. Harry gave her a thumbs up while Theodore, across the table, grumbled unhappily, upset that they found flannel on a chocolate frog card, of all places. Found who? Daphne perked up, looking interested. It's a secret, said Draco, looking smug. His moment of importance didn't last long, as Hermione delivered a loud smack to his head the next second. Oh. He whined, glaring at her. Muggleborn. What was that for? Ignoring him, Hermione turned to Daphne and winked. I'll fill you in later. She slipped onto the bench next to Harry and urged her friends to eat faster. She desperately tried to catch Ron's eye after cleaning her plate spotless. The Gryffindor, engrossed in enjoying his chicken drumstick, showed no sign of looking up, which annoyed Hermione. Thankfully, Neville, who eventually felt as if someone was glaring straight at him, met Hermione's gaze and got the memo. He nudged Ron beside him. It was suspicious that 4 Slytherins and 2 Gryffindors across the hall got up at exactly the same time, especially since Ron was known for staying until the food was magically cleared away. Luckily, Fred and George were snickering with Lee Jordan, probably about something mischievous. Gemma Farley was busy catching up with her friends, and Caden Seymour was too far down the table to spot the first years. When Hermione saw Ron and Neville heading toward the same exit, she hurriedly gestured for them to use the other door to leave the Great Hall. However, the 2 lions mistook her gestures as walk faster instead of use the other door, and they scurried toward the Slytherins. Theodore and Draco had already ducked behind the archway, out of sight from those in the hall, while Hermione was furiously pointing the other direction and Harry was watching the staff table like a rabbit ready to bolt. By some miracle, The lions made it to the exit without any teacher stopping them. Hermione opened her mouth to scold the boys, but Harry tugged on her sleeve and whispered for her to let it go. "Spill the beans," urged Draco when they were finally settled in the empty classroom Hermione had mentioned. The blonde was shaking with anticipation, his eyes wide as he stared at the thick book in Hermione's hands. "Come on, Granger. If you would shut up for 2 minutes," Hermione snapped, flipping rapidly through the book after she propped it heavily onto the table. "I would." Suddenly, her eyes lit up and focused on a specific page. "There. Found him. Nicholas Flamel," Hermione recited excitedly. "He is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone." Silence fell over the group of first years as they processed the information. "Sorry, Em, what's the Philosopher's Stone?" Neville asked meekly. Humming, Theodore pursed his lips thoughtfully. "If I'm not mistaken." He shuffled next to Hermione to get a better view of the text. "It's a magical artifact that produces an elixir capable of making someone immortal, given that they drink the elixir before a time period runs out." "Makes sense," Ron nodded. "Who wouldn't want to steal a stone that granted him immortality, that made you live forever?" The redhead stumbled over the word a few times. "Immortality," Harry said helpfully. Ron flushed and mumbled the word under his breath, sounding it out. "Thanks." "It's got to be Quirrell," Hermione said, steering the conversation back in the right direction. "He's got to be the one aiming for the stone." "But why?" Ron snorted. "What other reason do you need?" "That stone grants him immortality," he said, looking pleased as he nailed the pronunciation. "Who wouldn't want a stone like that?" Classes started up the day after winter break. Hogwarts was operating at full speed once more after a couple of weeks of snowy silence. Students were bustling in the hallways again, still wrapped up in their scarves until the cold grip finally released its frigid hold on the castle. As one walked through the building, they could hear the voices of the professors, students practicing their spells, and the telltale explosions that signified a failed attempt. Despite his friend's frosty suspicion of Quirrell looked even paler and skinnier after the holidays. Each day, he seemed sicker. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for the man. Thinking that Quirrell wouldn't attack him in broad daylight, Harry approached him as they passed. He handed Quirrell a handful of chocolate and explained it was leftover from Christmas. "You looked like you needed it, sir," Harry said shyly, rubbing his arms. "My aunt always gives Dudley chocolates when he's sad. It makes him feel better." After a moment of surprise, Quirrell stammered his reply. "TT thank why you, Mr. P.P. Potter." He jumped slightly when he noticed Hermione, Draco, and Theodore glaring at him from a few feet away, but he didn't say anything and walked away shakily. The week after winter break was rather uneventful. Harry felt safe, especially with his friends and Quidditch teammates, Terence and Marcus, along with Percy and Oliver, all occasionally glancing over their shoulders to ensure he hadn't been kidnapped. No child in Hogwarts was safer than Harry. With the upcoming Slytherin versus Hufflepuff match, Quidditch practice started up barely a week into classes. Marcus was determined to compete with the Hufflepuff captain, Suzuka Naoki, and both were eager to claim the pitch whenever they could. News was circulating that Hufflepuff had acquired a new seeker who was 3 years older than Harry. "He's almost twice your height," Terence said kindly. "Don't worry too much about it, though. You've probably got half his weight, which makes you faster." "The Hufflepuff team isn't that good anyway," Marcus snorted. "Even if this degree guy is as good as they say, the rest of their team isn't impressive. Our chasers, beaters, and keeper are better than enough to win this game." Harry didn't feel reassured. Rumors had spread quickly, and the entire school buzzed about the handsome Hufflepuff seeker who might be the one to take Slytherin down. Soon, Harry caught his first glimpse of Diggory, surrounded by students wearing every color but green. "Take them down, Cedric. Show the snakes who's boss. You've got to win the game next week." Cheers erupted from the crowd as Cedric humbly laughed it off, saying he would try his best. Tucking his head down, Harry quietly slipped past the group, hoping to go unnoticed. He was small, after all, and he had learned how to be invisible during his years at Privet Drive. Despite claiming that the Hufflepuff team wasn't as good as everyone said, Marcus pushed the team to their limits. He began each practice with stamina training, instructing the players to run laps across the length of the pitch. Harry was breathless by the first lap and couldn't understand how Damien and Tracey still had the energy to race each other back. "You've got to eat more protein," Terence said, patting Harry's back. His hair was damp with sweat, but he looked like he could still complete another 5 laps and finish looking pristine. Harry figured Terence was used to this kind of training, having years of experience on the team. "I'll try," Harry panted, pressing his hand against his constricting chest. His lungs felt small, as if something was caging them, preventing them from expanding fully. Next, Marcus released the bludgers, instructing the beaters, Peregrine, who asked Harry to call him Perry, and Adrian, to send the concussion-inducing balls toward Harry, Terence, Tracey, and Damien. The beaters flew around, swinging their bats with all their strength, while the chasers and seekers moved gracefully through the air, skillfully avoiding any potential injuries. Meanwhile, Marcus sent quaffle after quaffle toward Miles, who flew around blocking shots while glaring intensely at Harry and Tracey across the pitch. After bludger training, Terence released the snitch, and the 2 seekers began their long game. They soared around the pitch, straining their eyes to catch sight of the golden, winged ball. Below them, the chasers darted from one end of the pitch to the other, dodging bludgers hit by the beaters in their quest to score. By the time it became too dark to continue training, Harry felt ready to collapse on the ground. Tracey wasn't much better, denying her exhaustion between yawns. Even though the older students laughed at their younger teammates' antics, they too were slumping, longing for a warm bath and then bed. "Good job, everyone," Terence said warmly, a smile creeping onto his lips as Harry slumped over on Tracey's shoulder, his eyes fluttering shut. "Let's head back." Anxiety bubbled in Harry's chest like a potion gone wrong. His sheets felt heavy, pressing down on him and creating cracks in his ribcage. Moonlight shone, tinted water green through the black lake, with rays dancing across his blanket. All around him, glass windows displayed the vast unknown, hidden by the water's surface, yet Harry had never felt so claustrophobic. Realizing that tossing and turning was useless, he quietly got up and tiptoed out of the dorm. He softly entered the common room, leaving the fireplace unlit. One wall of the common room was replaced by a curved stretch of glass, bordered by kelp and seaweed on the lake bed. Harry stared into the depths of the water, unmoving, as the squid waved one of its great tentacles across the window. Harry felt trapped. It was as if something mysterious was closing in on him, like a net or a cage. Hogwarts at midnight should have felt serene, but instead, he felt suffocated. With the dawn of Hufflepuff approaching, he knew he should be in bed, resting for his match. Something inside him stirred and yearned for the sky. He realized it was a bad idea from the start. Shaking his head, he tried to clear his thoughts. It was foolish to go flying at night. He had never flown alone in the dark before. If he got injured out there, no one would know. If he got caught, Professor Snape would be furious. Terence and Marcus would scold him, and even though he had faced reprimands before, he knew being lectured by them would hurt more than anything the Dursleys had ever said to him. He cared about what they thought. He wanted them to love him, and for once, there was someone he could make proud. Staring into the lake again, his heart yearned for the sky. He took a step, then another, and another. "What are you doing?" Startled, Harry jumped. Just before he stepped into the archway leading to the staircases, Caden Seymour appeared, narrowing his eyes at him. "Shouldn't our seeker be in bed?" the prefect asked, arms crossed. I couldn't sleep," Harry stammered. "I wanted to go out for a fly, to settle my nerves, but I thought it was a bad idea because—" He trailed off, hesitant to mention that Professor Snape, Terence, and Marcus would be upset if they found out. "Be mad at me," Caden said. "A night fly?" He raised an eyebrow. "You're right, that's a bad idea. If you hurt yourself out there, no one would know. You could be there for hours before you were found. Yeah, Harry replied, hanging his head. The prefect sighed. Can you sleep if you go back now? Probably not, Harry mumbled. Caden contemplated this for a moment, dressed in a worn cotton t-shirt and old sweatpants. Well, he said slowly, if we're quick, I suppose it'll be fine. This caught Harry off guard. He stared at the older Slytherin, confused. What? I said, the prefect cleared his throat, embarrassed, if we go quickly and come back quickly, well, Professor Snape would never have to know. I know a spell to override the protection spells on the broom locker. Harry brightened. I'll wait for you here, Caden said, casting a few warming charms on Harry's clothes before doing his own. The younger boy was already holding his nimbus, practically shaking with excitement. Not longer than 5 minutes, you hear me? Yes, sir. Harry chirped. The prefect's stern look softened, and he nodded for Harry to move along. All right. Without waiting another moment, Harry tumbled down the path to the pitch, boarding his broom the moment his feet touched the grassy Quidditch ground. He took to the skies, exhilaration pumping through his veins as he soared higher and higher. His heart felt free, released from the net and the cage. The invisible chains that had tied him down were gone, burned to ashes that floated into the cool air. Somewhere in the forest, an owl hooted, swooping through the treetops for its nightly hunt. The emerald-eyed boy performed a couple of loops, flying in and out of the goal posts, skimming along the seats and against the towers lining the court. The wind sang his name, carrying him into the night. Harry wished he could stay surrounded by the stars and the half-hidden moon forever, never returning to Privet Drive. What a dream that would be! Sensing that his time was almost up, Harry swooped down, his toes brushing the tips of the grass until he slowed to a stop. His breath created small clouds in the air, and the only sound was his panting, along with the wind in the silent night. Potter. Chapter 18, Hufflepuff Fraternization. Flying onto the pitch, dressed in broomstick-patterned pajamas and a soft brown coat, was none other than Hogwarts' new star, Cedric Diggory. He landed gracefully and eyed Harry's oversized, hand-me-down shirt and pants so long he had to roll them up to avoid tripping. Out for a night fly, too? Asked the Hufflepuff seeker good-naturedly. Why yeah, Harry replied, flushing. He knew Caden wouldn't be pleased to hear there was an eyewitness to his little night trip. Flying at night helps my nerves, Cedric admitted sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm pretty nervous about tomorrow. You were awesome in the Gryffindor match, especially after your broom acted up like that. Embarrassed, Harry flopped his hair to cover his eyes, too shy to meet Cedric's soft, grey gaze. Thanks. I don't think I've ever properly introduced myself, Cedric said, extending a friendly hand. I'm Cedric Diggory. Harry. I'm pretty nervous about tomorrow's match, too, Harry confessed, running a hand through his fluffy hair. I don't want to let down my team. The other seeker laughed, not unkindly. I probably shouldn't say this, especially since you're my opponent tomorrow, but... Cedric looked half guilty as he spoke. The whole school's counting on me to beat you guys tomorrow, and honestly, all those expectations are driving my nerves up the wall. It's my first game. He waved his hands around, frustrated and anxious. If Hufflepuff wins, that's great. But if we lose, well, it wouldn't be the first time, but the whole bloody school's counting on me. That's awful, Harry said, looking apologetic. I think I'd break under all that pressure. It's bad enough with my own house counting on me, but with 3. Right. Cedric nodded in agreement. But I'm not asking you to go easier on me. I want a fair game. Fair and square. Whoever wins, wins. Whoever wins, wins, echoed Harry. The two seekers stared at each other for a moment longer, finding common ground under their anxiety and fear of letting their housemates down. They smiled, a new bridge forming between them, a badger and a snake shaking hands under the star-studded sky. I should probably get going, Harry said at last. Cedric nodded. See you tomorrow, Potter. Let's have a good game. Morning arrived, sweeping the whole school into Quidditch excitement. Students everywhere sported the colors of their houses, which meant that 3/4 of the school was dressed in honey yellow. By 9 in the morning, the entire school had flocked onto the bleachers, with the Slytherins looking small in the crowd of Hufflepuff supporters. "Ready?" asked Terence, placing a supportive hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry glanced at the crowd outside, hearing the chant of Hufflepuff. "Hufflepuff! Show them you're tough!" reverberate around the stadium. He thought he would be nervous, but to his surprise, the stormy turmoil inside him was strangely absent. Where his anxiety used to loom, a quiet logic now sat. Cedric's words echoed in his head, "Let's have a good game." Harry smiled, running his gloved palm along the length of his broom, his fingers tracing the word Nimbus. Terence blinked in surprise, especially when the younger seeker met his gaze with the quiet confidence of a young stag, one that knew its place in the food chain, one that knew when to fight and when to run. "Ready," Harry said. Terence's smile grew wider. "Good," he nodded approvingly. Standing back, the 7th year watched proudly as the young stag took to the skies. His emerald eyes were firm and steady as the youngest seeker of the century joined his teammates. Across the pitch, the Hufflepuffs had saddled up, their captain flying forward to meet Marcus at the center. "Slytherin, Slytherin, we're made to win. Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff, show them you're tough." The pitch was ablaze with chants, older students adding their voices in a battle of volume. "I want a fair game, you hear me?" Madam Hooch said, casting a sharp glance at Marcus, who shrugged nonchalantly. Naoki, the Hufflepuff captain, narrowed his glare at him, his jaws set fiercely. "Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go, folks, the game that decides the top 2 houses running for the Quidditch Cup this year. Slytherin's Tracey Davis has gotten the quaffle, damn, she can fly. Davis passes to Flint, and Flint scores." Lee Jordan was commentating again, sounding disappointed as he announced Flint's goal. "Come on, play up, Puffs." Suzuka Naoki, Hufflepuff captain, got the quaffle. "Oh, just barely avoided that bludger over there." Lynn from Hufflepuff got that. "What a swing, the bludger's heading straight for OOF." The commentator grimaced as the bludger smacked an oblivious Adrian right in the chest, knocking the chaser off his broom. Reacting quickly, Peregrine swerved into a steep dive, catching the chaser 200 meters before the ground. Madam Hooch blew her whistle sharply, waving her hands to temporarily stop the game. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to go towards him," Lynn apologized profusely as the 2 teams gathered on the grass. "I am so sorry." "Sorry." It's all right, Terence said distractedly as he tossed his broom aside after flying down from the reserve's tower. He brushed Madam Hooch away and squatted down next to the chaser, who was coughing. Little specks of blood landed on the boy's uniform, raising Peregrine's concern. "Adrian, can you hear me?" Weakly, the 5th year nodded. "You're going to be fine, you hear me?" Terence said, looking stern. "I'll bring you to the infirmary." "Marcus, call." Before the seeker could finish, the captain was already directing students to bring a stretcher onto the field. On the count of 3, Marcus said gruffly, securing his arms around the chaser's legs. 1, 2, 3. Adrian was heaved onto the stretcher, coughing harshly after they set him down. Terence muttered a levitation spell under his breath, holding it steady as he instructed another student to go inform Madame Pomfrey of the accident. Damien, the reserve chaser, who had followed Terence down from the reserve tower, jumped in surprise. He was standing by the stretcher, one hand on it to keep the already dizzy Adrian from swaying in the wind. "You're playing today," the 7th year said firmly, flicking his fingers to signal one of the nearby students to take the 3rd year's place. "Do your best out there and be careful. We can't lose a second chaser." Damien blinked once, then twice. "Yes, sir." He nodded. Glancing at Adrian, who was groaning softly, the younger chaser said, "I'll do my best." "Good," Marcus grunted. "I'll head over to the infirmary after the game." Once Adrian had been safely levitated out of the pitch, the players took to the skies again, waiting for Madame Hooch's cue. The whistle pierced the air, and the game was set in motion once more. Lee Jordan recovered from the shock of the accident, effectively drawing the audience's attention back to the action on the pitch. Here we go again, folks. Flint's got the quaffle. He passes to Davis. Davis throws to third-year reserve Damien Evereach. Evereach throws, and keeper Westwood blocks the goal. Jordan couldn't help but do a happy little dance as the Hufflepuff keeper flashed a confident smirk at the reserve chaser, who still seemed to be getting into the game. At the teacher's observation tower, Professor McGonagall clapped, grinning, while Professor Snape crossed his arms and grumbled incoherently. "I know it's sudden, but get your head in the game," yelled Marcus over the wind. "You do better than this during training, Evereach." Hufflepuff chaser Auriel has the quaffle. He passes to Captain Suzuka, who passes back. Auriel shoots, and the quaffle is intercepted by Davis. Close on, Hufflepuff, a smooth throw from Davis to Evereach. Evereach approaches the goal, shoots. Will he score this time? Westwood dives and misses. Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan sounded dismayed as the Slytherin students cheered. The reserve chaser looked proud and breathless. "Nice one, Evereach," complimented Tracey, grinning. "Do that a few more times, and we've got this game in the bag." High above the pitch, the two seekers circled the court like apex predators in a jungle, eyes sharp and claws flexed, waiting for the other to make the first move. Occasionally, one would make a sharp swerve, tricking the other into thinking they had spotted the snitch, only to reveal it was a fluke. Both seekers were fully focused, their nerves buzzing with electricity and anticipation, playing a game of luck and quick reflexes. Call it coincidence, call it fate. Cedric and Harry glanced down at the pitch at the same moment, both spotting the flash of gold. Gold whizzed past Marcus's ear. No one could say the outcome of the match was based on luck anymore. The two seekers spotted the snitch at the exact same moment. Without hesitation, they dove down, adrenaline roaring in their ears as they accelerated and plummeted in altitude. Both seekers are racing towards the ground. Had they seen the snitch? Gritting his teeth, Harry pushed his broom harder, his hand already outstretched. Suddenly, the snitch changed its course sharply, attempting to throw the two seekers off. The Slytherin seeker curved smoothly to continue chasing the golden, winged walnut, while Cedric was caught off guard by the sudden turn. The Slytherin seeker, Potter, pulls out of a sharp turn smoothly. Hufflepuff's Diggory is left behind. Potter reaches for the snitch. Another sharp turn, the snitch is not playing around today. Potter follows the snitch into the turn. Oh no, he turned too fast. In the stands, Draco stood up, panicked, as Harry lost control of his broom, skidding through the air after his second turn. Fortunately, the Slytherin seeker wasn't too far off the ground and tumbled onto the field ungracefully, rolling across the clipped lawn multiple times before coming to a stop. The crowd held their breath until Harry lifted himself from the ground, covered in mud and grass, a wide grin on his face as he announced, "I've got it." Slytherin erupted in thunderous applause. They were now in the running for the Quidditch Cup. Not far behind, the rest of the Slytherin team landed, cheering and ruffling their seekers' hair. They had won 170-0. One more match against the Ravenclaws and the cup would be theirs for the 8th year in a row. "You go, Harry," said Peregrine, breathless. The beater gave his hurried congratulations. Congratulations rang out as Peregrine clapped Harry on the back before rushing off the field. Marcus did not chastise the 5th year for running away. He understood that Peregrine was only thinking of his injured friend and had been hoping for the game to end as quickly as possible. "Good game," Marcus said, clearing his throat and giving Harry a rare, approving smile. "We'll be in good hands even after Terence leaves." "Hey, Potter!" The entire Slytherin team bristled at the sound of a voice as Cedric dismounted his broom and approached the group. The Hufflepuff raised his hands in surrender, a friendly smile on his sweat-slicked face. "Good game. You sure were quick on those turns." Harry smiled and reached out to shake Cedric's hand. "Good game." Sighing, Naoki stepped up as well, offering his hand to Marcus, who eyed it as if expecting the other to conjure his wand and hex him on the spot. "Good game, Flint?" Naoki continued, "Are you going to make me stand here forever, Flint?" Reluctantly, Marcus shook Naoki's hand, grunting, "Good game, I guess." Terence was usually the one who interacted with other houses, as Marcus was not the friendliest representative the Slytherins could offer. But with the older seeker gone, the captain had no choice, especially since Harry, their youngest, had already shown good sportsmanship by shaking hands with Cedric. Distracted by the surprising display of peace between Marcus and Naoki, no one noticed Dumbledore approaching Harry from behind. The headmaster clasped a hand around the young boy. Before Dumbledore could say a word, Harry leapt away and positioned himself between Miles and Marcus, two who regarded the headmaster like he was trouble. "Excellent game, my boy," Dumbledore said in a mysterious, airy voice. This caused every Slytherin within earshot to gape. When was the last time the headmaster complimented one of them? Had he really congratulated the Slytherins on something they did? If they hadn't thought the man was crazy already, they certainly changed their minds at that moment. Indeed. "Excellent game, Mr. Potter," interrupted Professor Snape's icy voice as he brushed past the headmaster. His gaze softened when he met Harry's emerald eyes, silently conveying his congratulations. "Now, I believe we have a beater in the infirmary, don't we? Someone should deliver the news of our victory to Mr. Derrick and Mr. Higgs." "What?" thundered the head of Gryffindor as Severus broke the news to her, calmly sipping a cup of tea opposite the Transfiguration professor. "Albus told me he would be safe there. He said he would be loved." Typically, the two heads of houses only met after a Quidditch game against each other, but Minerva found Severus's interruption at the headmaster odd and questioned him about it. Figuring it wouldn't hurt to drop by for tea and subtly boast about Slytherin's win, the potions master agreed, bringing them to their current situation, sitting in the Gryffindor office with cups of magically warm tea before them. "Well, Albus was wrong," Severus corrected coldly. "Harry Potter was abused, neglected, and hated by his family for 10 years. If word of this ever gets out, there will be blood. Trust me, you don't know how tempting it is for me to accidentally drop word of this in front of Rita Skeeter, just to show Albus the severity of his decisions. But Muggle hatred would be at an all-time high, and Harry would hate the attention." Minerva fumed, pacing back and forth in her office. "I saw them," she stressed, waving her hands around. "I observed them before Rubeus brought Harry to their doorstep. It was downright awful. I told him, and he claimed that Harry would be fine, that it would do him good to be raised away from all the NMHM, hummed Severus, slowly stirring his tea. "When he could have been raised by me, or you." "Why me?" "We could have raised him properly, let him know that his parents were good wizards who fought bravely during the war, instead of, what was it you said?" "Drunkards," supplied the potions professor helpfully. "Drunkards!" Minerva yelled angrily, sparks of amber magic dancing in the air at her fury. "James and Lily Potter, drunkards? Nonsense. A whole load of rubbish." "I agree," Severus nodded. At last, the Transfiguration professor slumped down in her seat, her head in her hands. "Merlin, he looked so tiny when I first saw him," she whispered, heartbroken. "They starved him." "That they did. If only I had checked on him," Minerva sighed, squeezing her eyes shut. "I wanted to. Albus told me that he was fine, that the Dursleys wouldn't want me prying around. Merlin, why did I listen to him? Why does anyone listen to him, really?" Severus said dryly, fiddling with his stirrer absent-mindedly. "He even had the nerve to call Harry a my boy after the match when he hadn't bothered to check up on him after leaving him on that miserable hag's doorstep." Does anyone else know?" asked Minerva, her graying hair falling out in strands from her typically neat bun. "That they treated Harry like. As of now," Severus said thoughtfully, "Poppy knows. She found out first when Harry completely disassociated after Longbottom's potion accident. Terence and Marcus know too. They've been monitoring his diet under the excuse of building him up for Quidditch. I'd say a couple of the brighter seniors might have caught wind of it too, by seeing the little signs here and there." "Good Lord," muttered Minerva, shaking her head. "I should have noticed. We all should have, Severus said. Especially me. It's not uncommon for cases like this to occur in my students, but I never thought that Harry, of all people, would be one of them. I let my prejudice get in the way. I assumed he would grow up like his father, and I let that blind me. Minerva reached across the table and clasped her hand around Severus's in a comforting gesture. You can make it up to him, she said softly. I didn't notice it before, but he trusts you, Severus. Back there on the pitch, when Albus congratulated him, he looked wary and stiff. But when you congratulated him, he looked like you had just given him the whole world. Severus was quiet for a moment. I've considered it. Briefly. Considered what? Minerva furrowed her eyebrows, confused. Taking him in, Severus said hesitantly. I would rather fight Albus than let Harry go back to that old hag in the summer. They hated him even before they knew for sure he was a magical child. Merlin knows what they'll do to him after he's confirmed in their words, a freak. The Slytherin professor groaned, pressing his face into his hands. By Circe, everything would have been so much easier if he had ended up in Gryffindor. Minerva snorted. As much as I would have loved that, the hat made him one of yours. No changing that now. I know, stressed the potions master. He was supposed to be Albus's golden child, and now he's not. As much as getting in the way of Albus's plans pleases me, it also means that the entire wizarding community has a preset prejudice against him. And given the large percentage of former Slytherins who used to follow the Dark Lord's footsteps, Harry's hated by pretty much everyone. The Gryffindor grimaced. You've got a point there. There are still rumors of me being a former Death Eater, Severus continued. If word gets out that Harry's with me, there will either be an uproar about Harry's safety or an uproar about how the boy who lived is now turning to the dark side. On top of that, said the potions professor, as if things couldn't possibly get worse, the other Death Eaters will start questioning my loyalty. When the Dark Lord comes back, and we both know that's inevitable, he'll either kill me or demand that I bring Harry to him. It's a lose-lose situation. The two sat in silence, the tea now untouched. I don't want to lose another one, Minerva, Severus said softly. It hasn't even been 6 months since Morgan. Terence, he's been strong. He tries not to show it, but he's still mourning. The potions master stared out of the window, remembering why only one 7th-year prefect existed. Either by magic, a trick of light, or fatigue, Severus glimpsed the reflection of a young girl, bright eyes, and an equally bright smile beaming at him, a greeting dancing across her lips. Good morning, Professor. We all are. Chapter 19, Does Hogwarts offer fire insurance? Severus should not have been surprised. Ever since he set up the drop box outside his office, Hermione Granger had taken full advantage of it. She left letters, dated on different days, filled with detailed inquiries. This time, he counted 15 letters, plus one from one of his note-taking Slytherins. Just before he headed back inside his office to begin writing his answers to Hermione, he spotted a slip of paper taped to the inner roof of the box. Suspicious, Severus ran detection spells over it. Once the results came back negative, he plucked the small piece of parchment from the drop box. It seemed all his precautions were unnecessary. As he unfolded the letter, he revealed 2 words from an anonymous sender, Philosopher's Stone. A smirk traced his lips as the potions master made a mental note to award the first-year Muggleborn additional marks on her essay. He considered throwing in a couple of extra points for Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Knott as well. There was no doubt that the other 3 were involved in one way or another, especially since Harry and Theodore had been frequenting the library during the winter holidays. Flicking his wand to check the security of his protection spells, the Slytherin professor retreated into his office for an evening of quiet essay marking. It would be an evening filled with headaches, dragging his eyes over the poorly written nonsense many students were turning in. Briefly, Severus glanced up from the stack of papers to wonder if his Slytherins were getting into trouble. Now that they knew what lay beneath the Cerberus, surely they wouldn't be foolish enough to venture further out of some childish curiosity. Thankfully, his first-year Slytherins were working diligently in the library, as Hermione had realized the exams were just a month away. Insisted they start their revision as soon as possible. Harry, eager to perform well in his exams, agreed right away. Draco, unwilling to let a Muggle-born and a half-blood surpass him in the finals, had no choice but to join them. Theodore thought it would be entertaining to watch Draco fidget restlessly. Plus, he could do some additional, irrelevant research. So, the four of them headed to the library, reserving a table with a nice view of the sunset. "I told you they'd be here," Ron exclaimed as he triumphantly led Neville to their table. "Hi," Neville said shyly, carrying a stack of books. The exams are coming up, and I really don't want to fail potions. I was hoping I could get some pointers, and Ron said you'd be here. Come sit." Hermione welcomed him warmly, making sure to keep her voice low. Neville happily settled in, surrounded by the group of first-year potions top scorers. "Come on, Ron," said the Gryffindor, handing his potions essay to Hermione, who was already scanning the parchment for improvements. "You know you need help, too." "Fine," Ron grumbled, pulling out a chair next to Theodore, who was casually browsing a book on Nordic runes. "Snape's going to fail me anyway." "He hates me." "Yes, he does," Draco commented idly, taking Neville's essay from Hermione. A list of criticisms was already forming in his mind. "Doesn't help that you're abysmal at potions to begin with, Weasley." "Well, sorry we can't all be Snape's godson, Malfoy," Ron shot back. "Merlin knows the only reason you're passing his class is because he favors you." "Oh, don't be fooled," Theodore interjected dryly. "The professor might not scold us in front of you lions, but he sure takes his sweet time chewing us out when you're not around. Slytherins are prideful, you know. The professor would never let us lose face in front of the Gryffindors. If the two of you are done with your blood feud or whatever, some of us are trying to study," Hermione interrupted, replicating Professor McGonagall's stern look. "If you'd like to continue, take it into the corridors and leave the rest of us in peace." "I didn't start it," Draco said smoothly. "Longbottom, I can't fathom how you keep messing up the terminology when the textbook gives you a whole vocab list to refer to. You've also somehow swapped all the clockwise and counterclockwise in your essay, which is honestly astounding, given how you could have copied all of this from the textbook." "Oh, Neville, when Draco's done with your essay, could you test me on herbology?" Harry piped up, his nose deep in his textbook. "I'm halfway through memorizing the characteristics of angiosperms." Ron looked horrified at the idea of memorizing things for the exam. "Wait, is that coming out?" "Sure is," Theodore hummed, scribbling some runes in another notebook. "The boy seemed to have an infinite supply of them." Sprout mentioned that characteristics would be included in the written portion of the exam. Scrambling out of his seat, Ron perched next to Harry, who moved to give him space. Quietly, the Slytherin started giving tips and pointers on what the herbology professor had subtly hinted for them to study more. Ron was dazed by the sudden inflow of information, but he listened anyway. Across from them, Draco continued criticizing Neville's essay dryly, while Hermione added suggestions to correct the mistakes. An hour or so passed when the group noticed Hagrid tiptoeing into the library. Not that his tiptoeing was very effective, given his size, but no one would tell the half-giant that. He kept glancing around shiftily, his beard twitching. Hagrid swayed as he moved, occasionally getting caught between the books. It was like he was in a comedy spy film. Hagrid in the library. "A sight I never thought I'd see," Draco snorted. "Didn't know he could read." Hermione almost shot a glare at Draco but decided to give him some slack since he was helping Neville with his essay and sitting at the same table as Ron without much bickering. To his credit, Draco's meanness had lessened quite a bit since the start of their time at Hogwarts. "What's he looking for?" Ron asked, eager for any distraction from herbology. "That should be the dragon section, I think," Theodore replied, sounding interested. "I have the feeling this isn't going to be good," Harry muttered under his breath. 1 hour of studying was all he got without any incident. He had come to Hogwarts expecting many serene hours immersed in knowledge, but instead found himself in days of accidentally running into trouble or being dragged into it by his friend's curiosity. Why would Hagrid be looking through the dragon section? Hermione narrowed her eyes, her interest piqued. She pretended not to hear Harry's grumble of "here we go again" as she focused on the half-giant, who was unaware of the first year's growing investment in his suspicious activities. "How about that's none of our business?" Harry suggested, but his words went unheard. Half an hour later, the group walked through the meadows, exchanging theories about Hagrid's library visit. Spring was returning to Hogwarts, with grass blades sprouting between tiles, green reappearing on dried vines, and flower buds slowly emerging from the soil. Sparrows fluttered above them, and a gentle breeze ruffled their feathers. The tunes of freedom filled the air, echoing the songs of the sky above. "Maybe," Hermione said seriously, "he's thinking of publishing a book about dragons." "Him? Publishing a book?" Draco laughed. "Keep it realistic, Hermione." He was too preoccupied to notice he had used her first name, but Harry, Hermione, and Theodore had noticed he was doing that more often. "Or," Theodore chimed in, "he's thinking of raising a dragon." "That's a horrible idea," Harry said, as if he were about to declare that the half-giant would have more sense. "It's so dangerous." Hagrid wouldn't. Well, he reconsidered. Dumbledore wouldn't let Hagrid have a dragon on the premises, would he? "There's a Cerberus on the 3rd floor," Theodore pointed out. "I wouldn't put it past old Dumbledore." "Not as a point," Ron agreed. "Or, Dumbledore doesn't know that Hagrid's planning to raise a dragon in his hut." "Professor Dumbledore will find out, sooner or later," Neville said timidly. He hadn't been keen on visiting Hagrid's hut, especially with the dragon situation hanging over their heads, but he and Harry had been outvoted. "Can't be easy keeping a dragon hidden, right?" Theodore considered this. "Maybe," he said slowly, "Hagrid hasn't thought that far. And maybe," Harry cleared his throat, "this is all just a theory, and Hagrid is just reading up on dragons because he likes dragons." As Harry finished, the group stopped outside the wooden hut that served as Hagrid's home. All the windows were covered with mismatched cloths of different colors, and a steady column of dark smoke was rising from the chimney. Even a few feet away, the students could feel the heat radiating from the building. "Maybe," Harry suggested slowly, "there was a recent sale of curtains." "As if," said Hermione, stepping towards the front door. "You guys coming?" "Only to see if that oaf is really trying to raise a dragon in there," Draco replied eagerly. Theodore nodded in agreement, following after his housemates. Ron hesitated but mustered up his Gryffindor courage and stomped after the three, leaving Neville and Harry behind. "This is a terrible idea," muttered Harry. "Just so I can say I told you so later." "Hagrid," said Harry, enunciating each syllable as if he were talking to a baby. "You live in a wooden house." "Wooden." Wooden house. As wild as it was, Theodore had guessed right. Sitting in a cauldron over the fire was a dragon egg, its shell glistening as if it were white-hot. If they squinted, the first years could catch the silhouette of a large lizard-like creature, its head tucked in between its arms. The whole hut felt like the inside of an oven, with the cakes Hagrid kept in his cupboards melting and dripping onto the plate. Hermione stared at the egg, unsure whether to be excited about seeing one in person or worried about the fact that Hagrid lived in a wooden house. Neville shared her sentiments and was seated as far from the fire as possible without being outside the hut. "How much did it cost?" asked Draco, his eyes gleaming. Hermione rolled her eyes at that. Of course, Draco's first concern was the price. "And where did you get it?" "Won it last night," Hagrid said, puffing up his chest proudly. "Was at the village last night and won a game of cards with a stranger. Gave it to me." He seemed pretty glad to have it off his hands, to be honest. Hagrid was so proud that he didn't even mind revealing this information to the son of Lucius Malfoy, who had a strong history of trying to get the gamekeeper fired surrounded them. "Interesting," Draco hummed, already considering asking his father to buy one for him. "But isn't it odd for someone to be walking around town carrying a dragon egg?" Maybe they were already thinking of getting rid of it, Ron shrugged. All they'd have to do is walk around and wait for someone to ask them about it. This caught Hermione's attention. I understand what you two are saying, but she narrowed her eyes at Hagrid. Isn't it very coincidental that someone just happened to be walking around with a dragon egg? If you really wanted to get rid of it, I'm sure there are other methods, selling it to a dragon sanctuary, auctioning it, maybe. But why walk around with it? It's a Norwegian ridgeback, by the way, Theodore commented suddenly, squatting by the fire. They grow pretty fast. 1 month after it hatches, it'll be about half the size of your hut, Hagrid. Even though Hagrid had no idea who Theodore was or why he was in his hut, the dark-haired Slytherin boy seemed to know quite a bit about dragons. In Hagrid's eyes, that made Theodore an automatic friend. I just can't wait to see him, Hagrid said tearfully. He's going to be such a pretty boy. You don't know for sure it's a male until it hatches, Theodore corrected. Although, by the egg size, I would guess that it's a female. Can't be sure, though. It's getting late, Harry said. We should get back before we hit curfew. Also, Hagrid, random question, does Hogwarts offer fire insurance, by any chance? Hermione remained suspicious about Hagrid's means of obtaining the dragon egg. If Harry wasn't so frazzled over the fact that Hogwarts didn't offer fire insurance, though to be fair, most of the castle was stone, and there were plenty of staff equipped with a good argumenti, he would have mulled over the matter. Muddleborn friend, Theodore had checked out a few more books on raising dragons during the week. He happily shared facts about how long they had before the dragon either outgrew the hut or could burn it down with a sneeze. The next day at breakfast, Hedwig swooped into the hall, landing on Harry's outstretched arm. The snowy owl preened happily, enjoying Harry's soft pets. She hooted insistently when he stopped stroking her feathers. While she had settled in nicely at the owlery, with plenty of feathered friends to keep her company, nothing could compare to Harry's soothing voice and gentle touch. Oh no, Harry said, his face falling as he read the letter Hedwig had brought him. He passed the letter to Hermione, who then passed it to Draco, and then to Theodore. Each of the Slytherins reacted differently to the message, ranging from concern to excitement. They decided that their first order of business, after classes of course, was to visit Hagrid's hut. Meet in the courtyard at 3 in the afternoon, Harry said quietly as he scribbled a note under Hagrid's handwriting. Hedwig picked up the note and flew over to the Gryffindor table, where Neville intercepted it. The pureblood lion looked uneasy at the idea but handed the note to Ron, who appeared both terrified and curious. A quick nod confirmed to Harry that their rivals, or rather, kind of friends, had received the message. If they were being honest, none of the 6 students could focus much on their classes, despite how interesting Professor Flitwick's lecture on Lumos was. Even Hermione, known for her single-mindedness in classes, was fidgeting with her quill between jotting down notes. When they were finally released from their last classes, the first years wasted no time dashing across the castle to meet in the courtyard. They were still equipped with their book bags slung over their shoulders, the 6 students made their way across the rolling meadows towards Hagrid's hut. A thick, wavy streak of black smoke drifted into the breezy afternoon. I wonder what it's like to have a peaceful semester, Harry mumbled. When Hagrid opened the door, a wave of intense heat hit them. It was so hot that Harry thought if he cracked an egg on the floor, it would be cooked in no time. Oh, it's out, Hagrid announced, sounding like an overly excited nurse. His beautiful, oh, wait a minute. There were several crashing sounds behind the door, followed by a distinct pain yell from Fang, who soon scrambled out of the hut to sit in the garden. I want to go home, murmured Neville, who never intended to be dragged into this mess but came along because Ron didn't want to be the only lion in the group. Come on in, Hagrid said cheerfully, reappearing in the doorway with part of his beard torn away. The first years hesitated as they heard more crashes from inside. There was a living, breathing baby dragon inside the hut, causing chaos in the small space. After exchanging glances, Ron stepped up bravely, gulping heavily as he took the first step into the hut. Following him were Hermione, Harry, Theodore, and then Draco and Neville, who hid behind the others. Say hi, Norbert, encouraged Hagrid. Norbert was a baby dragon the size of an adult dog, though not as large as Fang yet. Harry thought it looked like a crumpled black umbrella that had just been tossed through a hurricane. Norbert garbled nonsense at them before latching onto one of Hagrid's new curtains, ripping it off the window before prancing onto the dining table. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the chaotic scene. Light danced all over the room, the only source of illumination in the otherwise dark hut. Hagrid hurriedly searched for something to cover the window, accidentally toppling a couple of buckets filled with chicken blood and brandy. "Merlin help us all," Neville prayed. He could not have spoken sooner, as Norbert launched himself towards the group, suddenly interested in the first years who had invaded his territory. The first years slowly tried to back away, ignoring Hagrid's frantic yells of, "He's harmless, don't move." "Granger!" Draco shouted at Hermione, who had frozen when she saw the dragon's beady eyes fixate on her. Without thinking, Draco leapt towards her, and the two crashed to the ground as Norbert pounced, colliding into the wall behind them. Scrambling to his feet, Draco pulled Hermione up, and they dashed across the room to join their friends. "Skjold," whispered Theodore, a Nordic rune tracing itself into the air. Instantly, a translucent, white orb surrounded the first years behind him. Norbert leaped towards them, bouncing off the conjured shield harmlessly. Confused, the dragon whipped his head back and forth between the group gathered behind the shield and Hagrid, who was desperately trying to patch up his window. Curiously eyeing the shield, Norbert raised one claw and tapped the translucent orb. He seemed delighted when Theodore's Norse magic rippled like a glowing, white pond. To their horror, the baby dragon began playing with the shield, making noises that they assumed were expressions of amusement. "Anyone have a plan B, maybe?" Theodore grunted, sweating from the effort. His shield was flickering uncertainly and wouldn't last much longer under Norbert's playful claws. "Nobody panic, don't run, he's harmless," Hagrid yelled from the other side of the room, though it was hard to take his message seriously when a baby dragon was causing chaos. A jaw large enough to chomp down on any of the first year's arms was right in front of them. "He's harmless. Someone do something." Draco roared, terrified. "I'm the only Malfoy heir. I can't die." "Nice to know at least Malfoy still has his priorities straight," Ron yelled back. "You've got 7 brothers," Draco hissed in retaliation. Even in the face of danger from a curious baby dragon, the two were determined to continue their blood feud. "Your parents won't even notice if you're gone." Just before Norbert delivered the killing blow onto the protective shield, Hagrid, who had abandoned the curtains to stumble over empty buckets in his hut, found a piece of half-mauled chicken. Deep wounds tore through the meat. If it weren't for the crooked, wing-like limbs at the side, no one would have known it was ever a chicken in the first place. "Norbert!" Hagrid waved the mauled chicken like a flag, flinging blood everywhere across the hut. "Who wants some chicken, eh? You want some chicken?" Excited at the prospect of food, Norbert bounded over, sending books and furniture toppling as he made his way across the room. Theodore, who had clearly never pulled off such an impressive shield before, stood shakily. Ron caught him just before he fell weakly to the ground. "Thanks," Theodore mumbled, slumped in Ron's grasp. "I should practice more before I try that again." Widening his large, still toothless jaw, Norbert gobbled the chicken whole, bones cracking in the baby dragon's mouth as he crushed his food. For a moment, everyone let out a breath of relief. Unfortunately for them, Norbert was not easily distracted. Gulping down chunks of meat and broken bone, the newly hatched baby turned its reptilian eyes on the first years once more. This time, Theodore was too drained to even try. "Norbert," Harry swallowed. A hand extended toward the creature as it slowly moved closer, a predator with an unblinking, unmoving gaze. It was a hunter with a singular focus. "Norbert, down," Harry said, his voice shaky. The dragon did not stop its approach. Instead, it maintained eye contact with Harry, as if taunting him. The reptile moved forward, a born killer, placing one claw after another. The sound of its razor-sharp claws echoed against the wooden floor. It was almost as if the dragon was testing Harry, seeing how far it could get, how much it could push before something snapped. Then, as if someone had flicked a switch, Norbert stilled completely. They almost thought it had been a dream. The muscles in the dragon's legs rippled, unnervingly slow. No one breathed. Suddenly, Norbert pounced. Chapter 20, A Lesson in Dragonese. Down! Harry hissed angrily, standing protectively in front of his friends. He gave his sharpest glare to the dragon, which was so shocked that it fell out of the air mid-jump. Bad dragon. Bad, the boy hesitated. Dragon. Whimpering, Norbert slumped onto the ground, resting his head between his scaled paws. He stared forlornly at Harry, who continued to look sternly at the reptile. Oh no, don't go thinking you're very cute by doing that, Harry huffed, crossing his arms. You're a bad dragon. Norbert whined apologetically, flattening himself pitifully against the floor. Harry, Hermione spoke up, staring at him as if he had just grown a second head. What was that? I just scolded him, said Harry, feeling embarrassed. Now that he thought about it, throwing himself in front of his friends before a lunging dragon was probably not his best idea. But he had acted in the moment, it was the first thing he thought to do. In what language? Ron blurted, looking wild and impressed. You just hissed at it and it just stopped. Scrunching his eyebrows in confusion, Harry blinked at his friends. What do you mean, hissed? You hissed at it, Draco said, trying not to look excited. He wasn't doing a very good job, however, as he was on the verge of ventilating and asking for Harry's autograph. I didn't think they were real, Harry, you're a parcel mouth. It seemed that Draco wanted this reveal to be very dramatic. He threw his arms up exaggeratedly and paused, waiting for the echoes of gasps from his fellow first years. Instead, everyone simply stared at him, befuddled, with awkward silence hanging in the air. What? Harry cleared his throat. A parcel mouth. Hermione murmured, tapping her chin. Oh. I've read this before, in notable figures of wizarding history. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 Hogwarts founders, was a parcel mouth, Hermione explained. She noticed the confusion on Harry, Ron, and Neville's faces and added, that means people who can talk to snakes. And so was. Her voice trailed off suddenly. A heavy feeling settled on her shoulders as the facts sank in. The Dark Lord. Draco finished for her, oblivious to Harry's flinch. Father has to hear about this. He'll be so pleased that I'm friends with a parcel mouth. In fact, Harry, you could even be a descendant of Salazar or the Dark Lord himself. Before Draco could stir up more trouble, Ron nudged him, giving him a sharp look. It was then that Draco realized Harry was shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other, staring at his shoes as if he had never seen them before. Oh, Draco said softly. I forgot. It's okay, Harry replied, offering his friend a cheerful smile. That explains a lot, actually. Does SSN talk to any of you? Who? Hermione blinked. SSM, Harry said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The snake at our common room door. The one who asks for passwords. Let me get this straight, Hermione said, her voice a mix of astonishment and excitement. The silver snake on our common room door is called Sam and it talks to you. Well, it talks to all of us, Harry corrected. It hisses passwords at us when we're going in, and sometimes it says farewell when we're leaving. You have got to teach us how to speak snake sometime, Theodore slurred. He was still half slumped over Ron, who grunted and lifted him up to prevent the Slytherin from sliding onto the floor. We should write a dictionary or something, Theodore continued. Ron panted, struggling to hold up his friend, strong for his age but not strong enough to support Theodore, who was just as lanky as him, for long periods. We'll put him on the couch. The red-head-eyed Norbert, who was still whining pitifully and begging for Harry's forgiveness. That should be fine, right? His harmless, Hagrid decided to rejoin the conversation. He was just excited, that's all. I nearly died, Draco proclaimed, clutching his chest dramatically. harmless and that thing do not belong in the same sentence. Hagrid bit his lip, or rather, he bit his beard, which was covering his lip, looking nervous. Norbert, he's just a babe. This may be irrelevant, but that's a Norberta, not a Norbert, Ron provided helpfully, still assisting Theodore in moving his limp limbs onto the couch. Her snout is long, her scales are quite shiny, and her hip bones are too wide for her to be a Norbert. I can verify, said Theodore, sounding a little dazed. That is indeed a Norberta. What? Noticing that Hermione was staring at him with a befuddled expression, Ron turned away, his already flushed cheeks from the heat radiating off the walls turning even redder. I didn't know you knew about dragons. Hermione looked impressed, seeing the redhead in a completely new light, as if she was truly seeing him for who he was for the first time. Well, Ron scratched his neck, feeling awkward but enjoying the attention. My older brother, Charlie, he's a dragon maniac. Loves them. Has tons of books about them. He's working in a dragon sanctuary now, in Romania. When I was young, he used to spout random dragon facts at the dinner table while we were out chasing garden gnomes or cleaning the shed. I just picked up a few things over the years, I guess. Anyhow, he interrupted. Neville looked at Norberta, her tail wagging and hitting the coffee table, making the plates rattle. It's really not a good idea to keep Norberta here, Hagrid. Like Theodore said, in a month's time, Norberta is going to outgrow your house, Hagrid, Hermione added factually. But seeing the half-giant begin to tear up, she softened her tone. Hagrid, if anyone finds out, you're going to be in big trouble. There'll be a huge scandal. You don't want to cause Professor Dumbledore any trouble, do you? If anyone had doubts about Hermione being a Slytherin, they were erased right then. Ron chimed in, supporting her. Plus, Norberta's been here for a grand total of a day, and Fang's already getting abused. But the first years grimaced as Hagrid yanked one of the curtains off the wall and sneezed loudly into it. He's just a babe. Well he go. The gamekeeper wailed mournfully, staring at Norberta, who was still begging for Harry's forgiveness. Charlie, Ron supplied instantly. I'll write him a letter. We can pass Norberta to him somehow. She'll get all the nutrients she needs at the sanctuary. She'll have plenty of wing room. Think about it, Hagrid. If she stays here, she'll never get to fly outside or play with other dragons. At the sanctuary, she'll be happy. I think that's a great idea, Neville nodded. And you won't have to worry about getting fire insurance. Or medical insurance for Fang, Hermione pointed out dryly. The half-giant sneezed into his curtain again. Can't we keep Norberta for just a little longer, though, pleaded Theodore, staring at the dragon longingly. Think about it. How many times in our lives are we going to see a dragon this close? You almost died, Draco snorted. Not, get your priorities straight. Succeeding my family tree isn't my main concern, Draco, Theodore replied. Like I said, get your priorities straight. As much as I hate to say it, Hermione sighed, I have to agree with Draco. Ron, how long will it take for Charlie to reply to us? If I have to use Percy's owl, perhaps a week, Ron said thoughtfully. Hermes is always flying everywhere. I think he's off in London getting Oliver's weekly Quidditch magazine subscription. We can get Hedwig to deliver the letter, Harry offered. He had finally given in to Norberta's pitiful whining and was gently stroking the reptile's back, running his fingers over her newly formed scales. Much like a cat, Norberta was purring happily in Harry's lap, small puffs of smoke escaping from her nostrils in delight. Although she's never been to Romania, will she get lost? Owls have a natural sense of direction, Ron explained. Not to mention Wixen-bred owls. They're much more intelligent than wild ones. Trust me, Hedwig could fly to China if you asked her to. Ron paused. Although she might have to make a couple of stops. Wixen-bred or not, they still need sleep and rest. From the way Hermione was looking at Ron, she was starting to like him a lot more. So how do I say good morning, how are you, in Parseltongue? Theodore asked, pursing his lips with a quill held steady in his hand, one of his many notebooks on the table. Across from him, Hermione was also tense with attention, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Morning," hissed Harry. I don't think there's a translation for the how are you. Snakes don't really do niceties." Interesting, Theodore hummed, scribbling in his notebook, drawing alphabets and arrows as he jotted down little remarks in the margins. "About." Stop, Harry provided. Snakes really like dragging the chess in their words. Hermione nodded. "That makes sense. How about? What would you like to eat today?" asked Theodore, firing off question after question. Fortunately for him, Harry was more than happy to help with his pursuit of Parselton research. "What would you like to eat?" hissed Harry, scrunching his nose and licking his lips. "Parselton makes my mouth dry." This time, Theodore didn't respond. Instead, he delved back into his notebook, furiously jotting down words across the pages. It was an utter mess of knowledge. No one, besides Theodore, could ever dream of deciphering the page's contents. "Ron?" The first-year redhead froze, making his best in not up to anything suspicious face. Unfortunately, it wasn't very convincing, and Percy's gaze narrowed sharply at his younger brother. It wasn't long before the prefect's observant eyes trailed down to the letter in Ron's hand, fingers gripping the sealed envelope tightly. "Who's that for?" asked Percy slowly. "It's..." Ron swallowed, glancing around shiftily. He had been on his way to the Owlery, and Percy was on his way back from it. A candle started flaming inside Ron's head, and with little time under his brother's scrutiny, the young Gryffindor jumped headfirst into the first idea he got. "Oh, is that Oliver's Quidditch subscription?" The prefect seemed surprised that Ron knew about the subscription, surprised enough to take the distraction. "Yeah. How'd you know?" "Well," Ron shrugged, "I've seen Oliver reading weekly Quidditch in the common room basically every Friday. The magazine is released every Thursday in most bookshops in Diagon Alley, and yesterday Fred asked you if he could borrow Hermes, and you said he was in London." "Right," Percy said. Ron nodded, looking impressed by his brother's sudden deduction skills. "Of course. I'm writing a letter to Charlie," Ron said honestly, deciding it was best to stick to the truth as much as possible. "One of my friends recently developed an interest in dragons, and we were wondering if Charlie could send over some reference books since we've already finished all the ones in the library." It seemed Percy bought this story completely, as he smiled approvingly at Ron's academic interest in fire-breathing reptiles. "All right. Don't be gone too long, it's almost curfew." Ron nodded, unable to hide the triumphant, relieved smile on his face as Percy left, whistling a cheerful tune as he continued on his way. Chapter 21, Mission Impossible. For the mismatched group of snakes and lions, the afternoon was as normal as it could be, until Ron burst into the library, shooting an apologetic look at the appalled Madam Pince. Draco rolled his eyes at the redhead's entrance, but aside from him, the rest of the gang perked up in interest, knowing that the Gryffindor brought news. "Charlie's replied," Ron whispered excitedly, waving a letter in front of their faces like candy before a toddler. "He says," Ron took a moment to catch his breath, ripping the letter open. Even Hermione was too eager to know the contents to lecture him about littering. "He'll meet us at the Astronomy Tower, Saturday night." As silently as they could, the group cheered, until Harry noticed the glaring flaw. "Sorry to interrupt the excitement, but..." He cleared his throat awkwardly. "How are we getting Norberta up to the Astronomy Tower?" The excitement skidded to a halt, much like a comical car braking right before a cliff. "That..." Hermione bit her lip, frowning worriedly. "Is a good question. Also, doesn't Hogwarts have an invisible shield around it that prevents people from apparating or flying in?" Harry said meekly, knowing he was being the wet blanket of the group. "How are Charlie and his friends going to meet us at the Astronomy Tower if they can't even get past the barrier?" Ron grinned smartly. "That won't be an issue. You see," he lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. The rest of the first years leaned closer, and across the library, Madam Pint squinted at the suspicious group of students but then brushed it away. After all, they were only first years, how much trouble could they get into? A few years ago, my eldest brother, Bill, and Charlie. Ron glanced at his friends, all listening with rapt attention. They created a hole in the barrier that even Dumbledore doesn't know about, Ron said confidently. How sure are you? Theodore asked, absent-mindedly eyeing the proud-looking Ron. Very, Ron affirmed. Bill's a master curse-breaker for Gringotts. He started studying protection spells, sigils, and charms before he graduated. Breaking through Dumbledore's shield was his greatest achievement then. Not anymore, though, because he does much cooler things now. Turns out, the Weasleys are smarter than they appear, Draco shrugged, impressed but pretending he wasn't. If Charlie and his friends meet us at Hagrid's hut, they'll have to fly past a lot of towers and windows. That increases the chance of them getting caught by someone walking by, Ron explained apologetically. So, we've got to meet them at the tower? Harry nodded. All right, so there's nothing we can do about the location. We just have to figure out a way to sneak Norberta into the castle and up the astronomy tower. Saying it seemed easy enough, but it came with the caveat of not being seen. The group glanced at each other, waiting for a brilliant idea to spark. Harry can keep Norberta calm, right? Suggested Neville. It's just that to keep her calm, I have to pet her constantly and whisper to her the whole way, Harry replied gloomily. If we do that, unless we can get a spell that mutes me and Norberta, we're bound to get caught. Professor McGonagall or someone else will get suspicious if they hear me saying, "Good girl, Norberta, good girl," over and over again. Why don't we just, Ron said brightly, knock her out? She's a baby. It can't be that hard. We can just use a really strong bucket and smack, problem solved. That's actually not a bad idea, in concept, Theodore mused. Are we magical children or what? Hermione sighed, holding her head in her hands. Let's. More civilized method, a sleeping potion, Ron said, blinking. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I know potions isn't my best subject, but... Neville hesitated. Let's say we do get our hands on a sleeping potion. It would have been brewed to take effect on a human, not a dragon, right? Good to know all my hard work hasn't gone to waste, Draco snorted. He had been spending a good amount of time criticizing the other's poor potion's background. But yes, Longbottom's right. Any sleeping potion we steal from the infirmary will have been made for humans. A dragon's nervous system will have much higher resistance than a human's. The sleeping potion simply won't work. Then where do we find a sleeping potion made for a dragon? Hermione bit her lip, thinking seriously. Theodore sat up straight, his eyes bright with excitement. Simple, he grinned, clapping his hands together. We make one. And here I thought Gryffindors were the ones in charge of rash ideas, Ron smirked, crossing his arms. Neville raised his hand. As politely as possible, I object. All of these calculations are made under the assumption that a dragon's affinity to sleeping potions is linear to the adult human to adult dragon ratio, Harry explained, pointing his wand at the drawing board they had borrowed from one of the empty classrooms. Generally speaking, we'll need about 3 times the ingredients needed for a human sleeping potion. The group huddled in one of the empty classrooms, with Professors Potter and Granger at the front while the others took their seats at the student tables. The drawing board, usually used for writing spell incantations, was now filled from top to bottom with complex arithmancy, all thanks to the two's Muggle education. There are 1,003,000 ways that our sleeping potion can go wrong, Hermione continued. She noticed Ron's raised hand and gestured at him. Yes? How exactly did you find the 1,003,000 ways that the potion could go wrong? Ron raised an eyebrow. Just curious about the specifics of that number. It was figurative, Hermione sighed, feeling exasperated. Continuing from where I left off, there are a lot of ways that our potion can go wrong. Given the time constraint, we won't have enough time for a trial run. So, we're going to need backup plans. A really strong bucket? Ron suggested. No, Hermione replied flatly, gesturing for Neville to take the stage. We, the Gryffindors, have herbology tomorrow, Neville said, flipping the drawing board from Harry and Hermione's tedious calculations to a poster of a plant with a funnel-shaped flower. This plant here is called the sleeper's trumpet. Every 2 hours or so, it puffs pollen into the air. Once someone breathes in enough of the pollen, they go into an induced sleep. Harry gave Neville a thumbs up and a supportive smile. Professor Sprout has a few specimens of this plant, Neville continued, trying not to let his voice shake. From today until Saturday night, there's enough time to collect over 100 cubic centimeters of the sleeper's gas, which should be enough to keep Norberta under for a couple more minutes in case the potion wears off. So on top of needing to steal potion ingredients, we need to steal a deadly plant that can put us to sleep with pollen too, Ron summarized. Neville cleared his throat. I was thinking of nicely asking Professor Sprout for it. I'll still bring a bucket just in case, resolved the youngest Weasley brother. I believe it's my turn to speak, Theodore said brightly, catching the piece of chalk that the Muggleborn threw at him. Listen up. Tapping the drawing board with his wand, he cleared away all of Harry and Hermione's calculations. It's time for Operation Infiltrate Snape's potion store for Norberta's sleeping potion ingredients. Silence returned. Theodore rolled his eyes. It's a working title. Severus was having as good a night as he could, but his group of fourth-year potion-taking dunderheads wasn't making it easy. The professor loved assigning minimum 4-foot-long essays to torture his students, but some days, he found it was more torturing himself than his essay writers. With his head in his hands, he scribbled cutting remarks in the bottom margin of a paper before tossing it aside and moving on to the next. 2 sharp knocks came at his office door. Absent-mindedly, the professor waved his left hand, letting the door swing open. In came the Muggleborn from his first-year Slytherins, empty parchment in hand. Internally, Severus groaned, already regretting his life decisions. Professor, chirped the young girl, I've got some questions regarding the essay that's due tomorrow. The drop box exists for a reason, Miss Granger, sighed Severus tiredly. In fact, it exists solely for you. Hermione pouted. But the essay's due tomorrow. There won't be enough time for me to leave my questions. All right, Severus interrupted, already looking 3 times more exhausted. Go on. Brightening, the Muggleborn began launching into her list of never-ending questions. The topic you've assigned us was effects of the living draft on existing conditions. I was wondering, Despite all her attention seemingly focused on firing inquiries at the tired professor, Hermione's gaze was actually flitting around the room, picking up the locations of the ingredients they needed. Whenever the professor spoke to answer her, she scribbled hastily on her blank parchment, recording the shelves they needed to get to. This way, their infiltration would go much faster without having to search all over. Ms. Granger, this information should be readily available in your textbook, which I believe you have memorized from cover to cover, Severus pointed out. Yes, but the information only covers the topic rather shallowly. I wasn't sure if that was enough since you said we needed 10 points in our essay, Hermione continued. Meanwhile, standing outside the professor's office, Theodore was running a Norse detection spell. It beeped softly every time it found a magical tripwire of some kind. He was unsure whether to be impressed or annoyed. The head of Slytherin had woven an entire network of charms, sigils, and protection spells around his quarters, making it a challenge to infiltrate. Cutting through the weaves was not an option. Once a single spell was cut off completely, the potions professor would surely know. The only way to bypass the woven net of magical tripwires was to carefully and meticulously pull the weaves apart to create a slight space in between. Of course, this was easier said than done. That's all, Hermione said brightly when she had found each ingredient they needed. Have a good night, Professor. Once she shut the office door behind her, the Muggleborn smiled triumphantly and gave Theodore a thumbs up. He returned the smile, and they high-fived in success. Without wasting another moment, they hurried back to the Slytherin common room, eager to share the fruits of their trip. Back in his office, Severus Snape frowned. It might have just been his exhaustion, but he could have sworn he felt some kind of Norse magic at work right outside his quarters. "Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley," said Professor Sprout kindly, spotting the two Gryffindors lingering behind even after the rest of their class had departed. "Do you have a question?" "Yes," said Neville shyly. "I've recently taken an interest in Sleeper's Trumpet, and I'd love to own one of them, so I was wondering if you had a specimen of it." The head of Hufflepuff looked at Neville before sighing fondly. She gave in to the Gryffinder's pleading gaze. "All right, Mr. Longbottom. But you have to promise me that you will care for it properly. I am certain you know the consequences should the plant's fumes get around your dormitory." "Of course," Neville nodded eagerly. 10 minutes later, the Gryffindor duo was making their way back towards the castle, Neville cooing happily at the Sleeper's Trumpet in his hands. Professor Sprout had kindly provided the herbology enthusiast with an entire set of apparatus needed to maintain the sleep-inducing plant. This included a glass case to keep the plant in, which had a little funnel at the top for collecting Sleeper's gas. She had also given him a gas mask and special goggles for when he needed to open the glass case to water and trim the trumpet. If one good thing came out of Operation Dragon, it was that Neville got to add another plant to his vast collection. The window in the first-year Gryffindor's dormitory was quickly becoming Neville's private nursery. On the night of Operation Sleeping Potion, a title proposed by Hermione and supported by the rest of the group, Harry, Hermione, Theodore, Ron, and Neville headed down to the professor's quarters while Draco lurked outside Snape's class, watching the third-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. "Ready?" whispered Hermione, even though no one else was in the corridor. "All right. Commencing Operation Sleeping Potions now." The group paused. It felt rather anticlimactic. All right. Harry, Hermione, get in formation." Theodore glanced at the other two, who had arranged themselves in an equilateral triangle. Taking a deep breath, the boy cupped his hands together, and his chanting filled the air. "Honi, Gioss din Velsignels, la oss lane stillheaton din. Loki, god of mischief, grant us your mind." Around the trio, sigils began to form on the floor, glowing the color of Theodore's soft, woodland green eyes. A perfect circle traced itself into the ground, drawing on the Norse boy's magic and encasing Hermione and Harry within it. "Show us the passage," Theodore murmured. "Allow us." At that moment, dust fell from the dungeon ceiling, floating softly onto Neville's nose. Ron noticed Neville's fidgeting, his eyes widening in horror as he rushed over, hand outstretched. The shorter Gryffindor scrunched his hands into fists, nails digging into his palm as he tried desperately not to. Achoo! Though soft like a kitten's sneeze, it broke Theodore's concentration. The Norse spell, which had begun to crawl toward the potion master's quarters, faltered for a moment, flickering uncertainly. Thankfully, Theodore quickly regained his focus, continuing as if nothing had happened. Once his steady voice returned to the lines of Norwegian, the spell strengthened, glowing brightly once more. Without any further mishaps, the spell was completed. Theodore breathed quietly, the exhaustion of using Norse magic weighing on him. Cautiously, Ron approached the door, pushing it open gently before glancing nervously down the corridor, as if he expected Snape to come thundering down at any moment. "Go on," Hermione urged. "Theodore, you too." Muttering an incantation under his breath to transfer ownership of the spell to Harry, Theodore followed the others. The two tallest students of the group entered the office, holding copies of Hermione's hastily written ingredient locations. The Muggleborn had assigned specific ingredients to each of them to avoid grabbing 2 servings of the same item. A few corridors away, in one of the potions classrooms, Severus frowned, sensing that something was not right. For a brief moment, the charms around his quarters flickered quietly, like an old light bulb losing power. The warnings quickly faded, as if muffled by some spell. Although he did not typically believe in intuition, a nagging voice in his head urged him to pay attention. "Dismissed," Severus said abruptly, startling his class. Without waiting for them to pack up, he stormed out of the room, his robes billowing behind him. As he rounded the corner, he caught a glimpse of blonde hair and heard soft, hurried footsteps. Someone had sent a scout to watch him. Drawing his wand, the professor growled, ready to cast hexes at anyone invading his private quarters. Wordlessly, he cast charms to prevent the intruders from escaping down the corridor. A wicked smirk crossed his face as he stepped into the hallway, his voice already taking on a menacing drawl, eager to catch the culprits in the act. Well, Severus paused. The corridor was empty. Chapter 22, Mission Possible, the sequel. Let's never do that again, panted Harry, clutching his chest. Minutes earlier, Draco had burst into their corridor. The panic on his face made it clear to the other first years that the dungeon bat was nearby. Hermione dashed into the office, helping Theodore, and Ron shoved the rest of their ingredients into a pre-prepared storage container. Outside the office, Harry quickly retrieved an erasing sigil, a small, translucent wax stamp-like object, and tossed it onto the ground where Theodore's Norse spell lay. Instantly, the light faded away, and within seconds, it was almost as if it hadn't been there at all. They slipped out of the corridor just before Snape's spell locked down. Without waiting to see the furious expression on their head of house, the students scurried away, narrowly escaping. We could have been expelled, breathed Hermione, shuddering at the thought. You say that like we forced you to come with us, snapped Ron. Enough, Harry said, stepping between them. We got away without getting caught. We'll think about what Professor Snape will do to us only if we get caught. It's too late to back out now, we've got the ingredients. I agree, Theodore hummed, though his face was still flushed from running. We'll just stick to the plan. 7 in the evening, girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Don't be late. With that, the group dispersed, heading back to their respective common rooms. For some, 7 o'clock couldn't come fast enough, while for others, it arrived too quickly. Regardless, when the clock finally struck 7, they gathered together, with Draco scrunching his nose in disgust as they stepped into the unused bathroom. Good evening, Myrtle, Theodore greeted eloquently. I hope you don't mind. I brought my friends. We've got a little project going on. If you could keep this a secret from everyone, with the exception of those of us who are present, I'd greatly appreciate it. The ghost agreed eagerly, her drenched, outdated Hogwarts robes floating behind her. It didn't take long for them to get to work. For a group of first years, some of whom had just been introduced to magic months prior, they worked swiftly. Although there were hiccups here and there, they resolved them quickly. More often than not, Harry found himself playing the peacemaker. Between Draco, Ron, and Hermione, fights were bound to spark if the three were left unsupervised. Stir clockwise until the potion changes color, Theodore instructed, flipping through their research notebook. Various notes filled the pages, written in Draco's perfected cursive, Harry's small, neat scribble, Hermione's slanted letters, and Theodore's incomprehensible scrawl, which only he could understand. Sticky notes and extra flats of paper were taped onto the notebook. It's changing, Harry called out from behind, steadily stirring the cauldron's content with the metal stirrer he was levitating. What's next? 3 pinches of dusted fairy wings, Theodore recited, tracing the instructions with his finger. Then immediately after, finely crushed oak marrow. Just a bit more, Longbottom, Draco directed, looking toward the side. Neville was clutching a mortar and pestle, carefully grinding the oak marrow under Draco's guidance. The instructions say finely crushed, so don't stop until it's as fine as you can get it. Listening attentively, Neville noted everything the others were saying, keeping it in mind for his upcoming potions exam. Like this? Just a little bit more. Look closely. You can still see some clumps that aren't fully powdered yet, Draco pointed out. Weasley, at this rate, Longbottom's going to have a better potions grade than you. And studying too, defended the redhead, who was crouched over his potions textbook, occasionally glancing up to observe what the others were doing. Hermione, pursing her lips in concentration, gently rubbed her fingers over the cauldron, adding 3 pinches of fairy wings into the bubbling mixture. Once she finished, Draco took the mortar from Neville and brushed all of their crushed oak marrow into the potion, careful not to waste a single grain. The liquid began to froth, transforming into a mercury-like substance right before their eyes. All that's left is to let it simmer for 47 minutes, Theodore concluded, clapping the notebook shut with a satisfied expression. One agenda done, what's next? A few minutes later, Neville sat in a large wooden crate, looking uneasy and terrified. "I don't like this, guys," he whined. "Can't someone else be Norberta instead?" On the count of 3, Hermione directed, everyone ignoring Neville's plea for help. The first years gathered around the wooden crate they had acquired from the kitchens, which had been used to hold large fruits. 1, 2, 3. In unison, the 6 first years pointed their wands at the crate, chanting the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Neville yelped and ducked into the crate, afraid to look over the edge. Slowly, the crate levitated into the air, shaking side to side, much to Neville's despair. "Steady now," Hermione said encouragingly, keeping her eyes on the crate. Cautiously, the group began moving the crate, with Neville inside, across the bathroom, walking in a full circle before lowering him back onto solid ground. That wasn't too bad, but we could definitely improve our coordination. As Neville halfway clambered out of the crate, he received an expectant stare from the bushy-haired Slytherin. With a resigned sigh, he tucked himself back in. They maneuvered the crate back into the wooden box. After a few more laps around the bathroom, with Myrtle watching them with great interest, they managed to levitate the crate together without Hermione's verbal directions. A few rounds later, Neville assured them that the journey would be smooth enough to keep Norberta asleep during her trip up the astronomy tower. "Oh," Theodore said, glancing at his inherited pocket watch, "it's almost time to take the potion off the fire." "Harry?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Harry crossed the bathroom, trotting over like a baby deer. He waved his wand and murmured an incantation under his breath. The fire smushed itself together, as if sucked by a vacuum, and floated back into Harry's wand in a steady stream. He smiled, satisfied with his magical technique, and gave Theodore a thumbs up. The group gathered around the cauldron, peeking and prodding at each other to see the results of their hard work. "Looks just about perfect," Theodore announced proudly. "We've got everything down for Operation Dragon." "Just one more thing," Hermione chimed in with a charming smile. "Deception Diaphanum." On Saturday night, Severus still couldn't grasp the identity of the students who had stolen from him. It infuriated him that a handful of students, he assumed they were students, had gotten past his protection charms and taken from him. A quick check of the ingredients they had stolen gave him a rough idea of what they were planning to make, either several doses of sleeping draught or an intoxication reversal, in other words, a hangover cure. He was convinced it was one of the older years, wanting a surefire way to show up to class sober after a night of drinking. But to go so far as to steal from him? Severus couldn't help but have doubts. After all, what student in their right mind would steal from him just to brew an intoxication reversal? There were simpler ways to cure a hangover. He imagined the thieves, all giggly and mischievous looking on Saturday night, slipping out from his quarters in search of trouble. In his mind, he was already concocting punishments for when he caught the culprits. They wouldn't get off easily. Although he wouldn't admit it, the theft had not only robbed him but also damaged his pride and confidence in his protection charms. It was infuriating to think someone had gotten past his barrier so easily. As he strode into the great hall, he noticed a few shocked gazes and even a surprised yelp. He eyed his first-year Slytherin suspiciously. They smiled meekly in response. Hermione chirped, "Good evening, Professor." But it did nothing to ease Severus's unease. Sure, he didn't often attend dinners on weekends, but did his first years have to act so surprised? The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. Was it possible his first-year Slytherins were behind the thievery? Severus. Minerva's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She was staring at him, mildly annoyed. "For the love of Merlin, where has your mind wandered, Severus?" She huffed, looking cross. For a moment, he flashed back to his schoolboy days. While Poppy had promised to keep his secrets, Minerva eventually discovered his home life and Slughorn's neglect. I was just asking if you finished preparing the revisional papers for your 7th-year students, he replied. Albus needs me to begin drafting a revision schedule for those taking their newts. Severus, are you listening? He was not. His eyes were focused on a group of suspicious first-years leaving the hall, whispering to one another while the rest of the students remained unaware of the mischief brewing among the 4 Slytherins and 2 Gryffindors. Students were allowed to leave after finishing their meals, free to roam the castle as long as they returned to their common rooms before curfew. Yet, a nagging feeling told Severus that these 6 students had ulterior motives for their timely exit. Sorry. Please excuse me, Severus said absent-mindedly. He left his seat after taking only 2 bites of food and swept out of the great hall, his robes billowing ominously behind him. The remaining students could only hope that whoever had provoked the potion's master would not suffer the consequences. Severus hurried down the corridors, careful to maintain a pace that wouldn't alert them to his presence. As he rounded the last corner, he spotted 6 small silhouettes, 3 lanterns bobbing between them as they stumbled over the grassy fields toward Hagrid's hut. It's minutes to curfew, he muttered under his breath. What were these little troublemakers up to? Draco, Neville, Ron, and Theodore could easily lose track of time, but Harry and Hermione were responsible enough to know when they were supposed to return to their common rooms. Surely, they didn't think a 5-minute window was enough for a trip to the hut and back. Deciding to take action, Severus chose to hide and wait, planning to smirk as the students returned while dishing out detentions. There was a certain satisfaction in punishing Minerva's Gryffindors, and his first-year Slytherins needed to learn that there was no messing with him. Otherwise, they would spend the next 7 years believing they had free reign of Hogwarts grounds. Severus was a patient man, he could wait. So he waited. And waited. And waited. Yet, they never returned. Suddenly, Hagrid's front door swung open. A furious potions master stood in the doorway, glancing around anxiously for his missing students. He was met by a sobbing half-giant in hysterics and a floor covered in used, snot-soaked tissues. Under normal circumstances, Severus would have wrinkled his nose in disgust, but there were more urgent matters at hand. 6 students had gone to Hagrid's hut just minutes before curfew, and they had not come back. The potions master had stood by the main castle entrance the entire time, keeping his eyes on the grassy plains. No one crossed the field, and no one entered the castle. Where are they? Severus demanded, having no patience for Hagrid's emotional breakdown. Hagrid, for the love of Merlin, those kids came down here, didn't they? Where are they? They took Norberta, Hagrid cried, blowing his nose into a napkin with such force that Severus nearly stumbled backward. Norberta? She's just a baby. She's not ready to leave yet. The potions master was on the verge of losing his temper. I asked you where the kids are, Hagrid. Who is Norberta, anyway? Norberta, my baby, Hagrid sniffled, tears streaming down his face at the mention of her name. Oh, my little baby, Norberta. She was such a beautiful girl, the absolute prettiest, her smooth scales, those cute little smoke-breathing nostrils. Just as Severus was about to snap another remark, the truth struck him. The pieces fell into place in his mind, and the big picture began to form. Merlin, no. Hagrid, Severus began slowly, feeling increasingly constricted. Norberta is a dragon. The half-giant nodded and blew his nose so loudly it shook the foundations of his home. And you are telling me that 6 first-years are running around somewhere with a dragon? They said Norberta would burn my house down if I kept her here, Hagrid sobbed, wiping his eyes with the same napkin he used for his snot. They insisted that they gave her away to somewhere safe. What's his name, Charles? Charlie Weasley, Severus guessed quickly, urging the half-giant on impatiently. Okay, so they have a dragon and they're trying to hand it off to Charlie Weasley. Where? Norberta, Hagrid continued, picking a used tissue from the floor and blowing into it. Norberta, you'll be good for Charlie, won't you? You'll have friends. Hagrid, where are they meeting Charlie? Severus hissed, nearing the end of his patience. He was worried, and Hagrid was not helping. Hagrid? The astronomy tower, Hagrid sniffled. Severus, don't be mad at them. They wanted to come to you about Norberta, but Harry was scared you'd get me fired or not let them come down to see me again. They're good kids, really. Having gotten the information he needed, Severus thundered out of the house. He hadn't learned how they had gotten past him, but at least he knew where they were heading. A rough blueprint of the castle formed in his mind. Knowing Harry, or Hermione, or Theodore for that matter, those three were far too bright and witty for their own good. They must have plotted the shortest route to the tower. Severus knew, more or less, which way they would be taking. There was no time to waste. This is why, Severus hissed to himself, I never had kids. When he was young, he had imagined himself at 30 as a pioneer in potion making, breaching new frontiers and introducing more efficient methods into the industry. But there he was, in a dusty old castle, trying to chase down 6 children he could not see. He had no idea how, but the kids must have mastered some sort of disillusionment charm. On second thought, given their combined intelligence, it might not have been completely unachievable. It wasn't as if he didn't have years of spy experience under his belt. About 5 minutes later, he had roughly located where the kids were. He didn't know exactly where, but he could point in their general direction. If he listened closely, he could hear the scuffling of their shoes, their quickened breathing, and the whispers they passed like notes in class. We're almost there, Hermione whispered, trying to sound reassuring. The tremble in her voice gave it away, however. She was just as nervous, if not more, than the rest of them. The astronomy tower's just up ahead. The young witch trailed off, and Severus glanced up to see why. Descending into the very same corridor were Minerva and Argus, the 2 people the troublemaking students wanted least to run into while they were in the midst of their plans. Although he couldn't see them, Severus could practically feel their fear as all of them stood frozen, completely unmoving. Realizing that the 2 adults were about to bump right into the kids and the dragon, Severus slinked out from the shadows, taking everyone by surprise. Good evening, Minerva, Argus, he greeted coolly, subtly maneuvering himself so that the adults would move toward him and clear the way for the first years to proceed. Caught any students out past curfew yet? Before anyone could reply, the loudest, most abrupt, raspy-sounding yawn echoed through the corridor. It was clear. To everyone, it was clear that no human made the sound, which made the alarm in Minerva's eyes multiply tenfold. What? She blinked, glancing around wildly. She stared at the approximate origin of the sound but found nothing. Well, if you'll excuse me, Severus continued, as if he had heard nothing. He subtly spoke louder to cover the scuffling of 6 first-year's feet. I believe a few students are out of bed past curfew. I've got some detention to give out. He smiled, rather wickedly. Good night, Minerva, Argus. That was painfully close, Ron breathed, feeling like his heartbeat was as loud as 1,000 drums. Not only did they run into Professor McGonagall and Filch, but they also ran into Snape. Luckily, Harry had the forethought to feed Mrs. Norris some catnip before their operation, so she wouldn't sniff them out and come bounding in, giving them all away. At the moment, the feline was happily snoozing in Filch's office, dreaming of dead rats and cat treats. Right. Hermione shivered at the thought of getting caught. Behind her, Harry and Neville were feeding Norberta the gas from the sleeper trumpet. The Gryffindor held the glass tube to the dragon's snout while the other stroked the dragon and whispered soothingly. Oh, is that them? Is that Charlie? At Hermione's excited words, the rest glanced up to see it was Charlie, indeed, with 3 friends riding their broomsticks onto Hogwarts grounds. Unable to contain their excitement, the first years whooped quietly, so as not to wake Norberta, and let down their disillusionment charms. The whole dragon affair was about to be over very, very soon. Sup, Charlie greeted as they finally landed, whistling appreciatively as he settled his eyes on the snoozing Norwegian ridgeback. Ooh, she's a beauty indeed. A sleeping beauty, I should say. He chuckled, approaching the box. As the first years parted for him like the Red Sea, Charlie said, all right. Let's get this crate hooked up, and we'll be out of your hair. His dragoness friends got to work immediately. They retrieved heavy-duty hooks from their satchels and attached them to the four corners of the crate and their broomsticks. A few additional spells were cast over Norberta to ensure that the journey into Romania would be uneventful, and with that, they were ready to depart. 8. Charlie clapped his hands, grinning at his juniors. I honestly can't believe you, Romikins, smuggling dragons in your first year. Mom would ground you until you're 30 if she ever found out. You won't tell Mum, right? Ron protested, looking horrified at the idea. Don't be stupid, of course not, Charlie rolled his eyes. I'd be in trouble too, for helping you with this whole operation. With one last wink and a salute at the first years, Charlie climbed onto his broomstick, tugging on the chain to make sure it was secure. That'll be it, lads, work hard in school, got it? By the first years chorused, waving off the former Gryffindor as he took to the skies with his friends, the dragon-containing crate hovering beneath them. With Norberta gone at last, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All the tension in their shoulders disappeared at once. The anxiety they had been carrying for the past week was suddenly gone, along with the dragon. Just as they got to their feet, ready to drag themselves back to their common rooms for a good night of sleep, Severus smiled. His anger was thinly veiled by the expression he wore. If I were you, I wouldn't have let down my disillusionment charm until I was back at the common rooms. Chapter 23, Aftermath. Harry had never felt so terrified in his life. They were gathered in Severus Snape's office, as he had ordered the night before. It's rather late, he said, eyeing them with his cold smile. I'd suggest you lot head to bed. I expect to see you in my office tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, no excuses. 8 o'clock came way too fast. The potions professor looked completely unbothered, absent-mindedly flipping through his fifth-year students' essays with mild interest, almost as if 6 very terrified first-years were not standing before him. No one dared to break the silence. What could they say, anyway? It would probably be less stressful if the professor just yelled at them instead of giving them the silent treatment. Professor, Hermione blurted at last, unable to take the silence any longer. We? Them? Severus hummed, glancing up uninterestedly. One moment, Miss Granger. As you can clearly tell, I'm slightly preoccupied at the moment. He gestured to his essays, most already marked with various strokes of red, and returned his attention to the papers, ignoring the way Hermione trembled. After what felt like another hour of Snape's quill scratching across the parchment, he finally decided to break the deafening silence. I believe you've had sufficient time to think about what you're going to say, Severus began smoothly, his gaze trailing over each of the first years. Some wouldn't even meet his eyes. Now, which one of you wants to explain the mystery of my missing potion ingredients? I was the one who stole it, Professor. In a display of Gryffindor courage, Ron spoke up, trying his best not to let fear shake his voice. Irritatedly, Theodore shot a glare at the other lanky first year. Shut up. He snapped, his steely eyes flicking towards the professor. I did most of the work. Theodore huffed, clearly annoyed at Ron for trying to take most of the credit. I helped, too. Neville added meekly, yelping when Severus's gaze shifted to him. I know you all had a part in it, Severus said, standing up from his chair, rounding his large desk, and approaching the first years. I want you to tell me what you did with the ingredients. Hermione inhaled deeply. We brewed a modified sleeping potion for a dragon. She said it all in one breath, wincing and looking anywhere but at the professor. Repeat that, but slower, Miss Granger, Severus said slowly, feeling his heart rate pick up. Merlin, he hoped he heard her wrong. We brewed a modified sleeping potion for a dragon, Harry mumbled, fiddling with his fingers and the hems of his garments, focusing on the loose thread on his shirt. You? What? Severus took a moment to breathe, needing to physically calm himself while the 6 first years looked on in confusion. None of them understood how dangerous brewing modified potions could be or the amount of pre-procedural testing required before the final modifications could be tested. Merlin, how was he supposed to explain to the Weasley, Malfoy, Longbottom, Knott, and Granger families if their children had died using his ingredients? We followed the normal sleeping potion procedure and changed the quantities to make it strong enough to affect a dragon's nervous system, Theodore explained. Yes, I get that. Thank you very much, Mr. Knott. Closing his eyes, Severus prayed for Merlin to provide him with patience. Do any of you understand how volatile modified potions can be? Even certified potion masters have to go through weeks of research and testing before the final modified potion can be brewed. If your calculations were even a little wrong, your potion could have blown up. I'm sure you're all smart enough to conclude what happens next since you're smart enough to steal from me. The first years fell silent again. Merlin, give me strength, Severus muttered under his breath. He sensed that as long as these 6 students roamed the halls of Hogwarts, he would be at risk of heart failure. Brewing modified potions, on top of smuggling a dragon out of school, detention for all of you. That goes without saying, until exam week. I'm not taking any arguments, yes, that includes any arguments from you, Draco. Unless you want me to send a very detailed letter to your mother explaining exactly what got you into detention, don't even think about telling your parents. Draco, who had opened his mouth, shut it without a word. I'm going to assume that you at least did some research. If you didn't, Severus didn't even want to consider that possibility. Well, hand it in. The first years exchanged glances, and within 2 seconds, they reached a collective conclusion. Theodore stepped forward and drew a small, worn notebook from his robes. Already feeling a headache coming on, Severus accepted it and flipped through the pages. He found extensive notes written in recognizable handwriting, Harry's small, neat script, Hermione's tall, slanted letters, Theodore's incomprehensible scrawl, and a few delicate cursive words from Draco. Additional pages had been stuck in here and there where the space had run out. Clapping the book shut, Severus tucked it into one of his desk drawers and locked it with a non-verbal spell. Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott, Miss Granger, he began, watching the students flinch, except for Theodore, who simply watched him expectantly. Detention with me every Saturday and Sunday morning, starting tomorrow. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, you will have detention with Professor Sprout, which I will arrange. She requires help cleaning out the greenhouses. Severus paused, expecting protests, but none came. Very well. Dismissed. As he watched the 6 11-year-olds scamper out of his office, Severus sank back into his chair with a tired sigh. For the next 7 years, he would have to keep a close watch on them. Merlin knew those 6 would find trouble. Harry was a trouble magnet. Hermione and Theodore were far too smart and curious for their own good. Draco had a natural inclination to meddle in everything. Ronald was a Gryffindor, that was enough said. And Neville would be dragged along, whether he liked it or not. On the other hand, Severus smiled to himself. Albus Dumbledore had been thrown off balance ever since young Potter was sorted into Slytherin. The perfect poster boy the headmaster had envisioned never existed. Harry was not naturally charismatic and confident like his father, nor did he possess the welcoming presence of his mother. Instead, Harry James Potter was soft-spoken and humble. He shied away from attention and focused on excelling in his studies. The headmaster was floundering in unfamiliar territory, unsure of what to make of the boy from Privet Drive. Severus found this amusing. Dumbledore loved to play the mysterious, wise figure, always concealing information and manipulating his people like puppets. But how could the senile man control Harry when the boy's strings were cut? Now that Harry had formed connections, Hermione, with her insatiable curiosity and sharp mind, Theodore, with his deft hands exploring ancient Norse magic, Draco, who knew how to navigate high society, and Ron, who appeared ordinary but was a jack of all trades, Severus felt a sense of satisfaction. Trades in making. Neville had outstanding, unnoticed potential in herbology. Severus couldn't help but smirk this time. Forget Albus Dumbledore. The wizarding world wouldn't know what hit them when those 6 graduated. You've got to wake up, Theo, whispered Harry, shaking the other boy gently. We're going to be late for Professor Snape's detention. Grumbling incoherently, Theodore tugged the blankets over his head, ignoring Harry, who was already dressed in his white button-up and a green-collared sweater. Meanwhile, Draco was going through his morning facial routine in the bathroom. Across the dorm, Blaze, Crab, and Goyle were still sleeping peacefully, enjoying the Saturday morning by staying in bed. Sighing dejectedly, Harry gave in. "All right, but you've got to get up once Draco's out." After what felt like half an hour, Draco strolled out from the bathroom, his hair styled and his face looking fresh. In stark contrast, Theodore glared at the blonde, his eyes darker than usual as he slammed the bathroom door behind him noisily. "Well, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed," Draco huffed, crossing his arms petulantly. "Let's go wait for Hermione and Theo down in the commons," Harry suggested, tucking his wand into his back pocket. In the common room, Hermione was already seated on a couch before the fireplace, looking miserable. Her perfect track record had been ruined by the potion master's detention, but she supposed they deserved it. "Morning, Mion," greeted Harry softly, sensing that the Muggle-born girl, like Theodore, wasn't in the best of moods. "If Theo comes out early, we might still have time to grab some breakfast." He brightened optimistically, trying to cheer her up. The truth was, he felt rather down about the detention too, but Professor Snape had made a valid point, and the detention was necessary. Theodore did not come out early, which was completely justified. With no time for a detour, the four Slytherins hurried down to the dungeons. Harry and Hermione rushed, while Draco insisted on strutting instead of running because he thought it was ungentlemanly and he had just done his hair. Sleepy, grumpy Theodore had to be tugged along by the sleeve. As the clock ticked to 8, Hermione raised her hand and knocked, catching her breath. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing the professor of the dungeons, dressed in his swoopy, bat-like robes. "You're late," he said helpfully. "Follow me." Without waiting for a response from the first years, the dungeon bat swept across his office and into a doorway behind the desk. His four snakes trotted dutifully behind him, glancing around curiously. They hadn't had much time to explore the last time they were there since they were preoccupied with stealing ingredients and trying not to get caught. "You'll be preparing ingredients for my third-year class tomorrow," Severus announced at last. He had led them into a personal lab of sorts, where the rows of tables they were used to were replaced by professional-looking workbenches. "I will show you once how to prep these, and once only. Mr. Knott, would you like to wash your face?" After a short demonstration on the correct way to remove the thin, protective film over a lacewing scaled, butterfly-like wings, and the method to pry a black-tipped sea urchin from its tight, spiky shell, Severus set them to work. He left them alone in his personal lab as he returned to his office. Figuring they could have been scrubbing dirty cauldrons instead, the group immediately got to work, eyeing the jars of lacewings and buckets of urchins they had to go through. The lacewings were finicky, and the film was too thin to be seen, requiring an incredibly steady hand. The urchins, well, they had spiked shells. Enough said. By the time they finished, their hands were shaking and they were sweating as if they had just run laps around the Quidditch pitch instead of sitting in the cold dungeons. Done? For a moment, Severus Snape looked mildly surprised, almost impressed. The quality of work could be improved, but it is adequate for your first attempt at preparation. He hummed as he examined the defilmed lacewings. The first years watched anxiously, wondering if they could leave for the Great Hall now that they were done, as their stomachs grumbled. "I intended to keep you here until 10, Severus cleared his throat and retrieved a small black notebook from his sleeve. It was the same notebook they used to take notes for their sleeping potion. "Since there's half an hour left, I've reviewed your research. There were slight miscalculations, which might explain why your potion wore off much faster than you expected." For the next few minutes, the potion's master lectured them on the various mistakes and corrections they could make. He noted the changes with his red-inked quill. The first years gathered around him, hanging on his every word. Theodore, who had looked furious earlier after poking his fingers on the urchins for the 1000th time, now seemed much more awake. In basic theory, increasing the ratio of certain ingredients may enhance the concentration of your dosage. However, remember that potions are finicky. For instance, increasing the amount of powdered moon spider can make your potion more unstable. The typical ratio of ingredients has been tested thousands of times to ensure that all the amounts counter each other, creating the most efficient potion. Messing with that is likely why your potion's efficiency decreased. Additionally, as I mentioned, you've altered the stability of your potion, which is why adding a stabilizer ingredient would be a good idea. Stabilizer ingredient. Hermione murmured under her breath. Red-dusted daisies, suggested Harry after a moment of thought. Severus shook his head. Try again. Red-dusted daisies add heat and explosiveness to a potion, Mr. Potter, quite the opposite of what you're trying to achieve here. Snowdrops? Draco said, grinning smugly when his godfather nodded. For the highest effect possible, the snowdrops should be boiled on low heat, strained, and kept on cold stone cubes for at least 3 hours. Then, they should be crushed for their sap, which is added to the potion as a stabilizer, Theodore concluded, tapping the table thoughtfully. Beside him, Draco glared at Theodore, annoyed at having his moment in the spotlight stolen. Correct. Severus couldn't help but smile slightly, noting what Theodore had said in their notebook. A quick glance at the clock told him they still had 25 minutes. If you get started now, you can prepare your stabilizer in time for rebrewing the sleeping potion next Saturday. This was rather unexpected and resulted in Severus being met with 4 wide-eyed, surprised stares. Embarrassed, the head of Slytherin cleared his throat and slipped the book across the workbench toward the first years. Well, there are still cauldrons you could clean. All at once, the 4 students scrambled from their seats. Harry and Hermione began tidying up their workbench, while Theodore and Draco hurried to gather the materials and equipment they needed. I've got the snowdrops already, Draco, Theodore called out, his voice echoing across the lab as Severus headed back to his office to grab a few papers. There was no way he was letting them work in his personal lab without supervision. Get a simmering stand. No, not that one, Draco. Do you know what a simmering stand is? Of course I do. Draco replied, flustered. I'm not an idiot, not. Draco. Grab some clippers while you're at it. We have to destem the snowdrops, Hermione called out as she wiped urchin juice from their workbench. Beside her, Harry tugged a bucket of deshelled urchins over to the corner. Severus set down his work on an empty bench. He suppressed the urge to smile fondly. No, he wasn't getting fond of his little first-year snakes. Absolutely not. He was Severus Snape, the cold, unbothered dungeon bat. He definitely wasn't feeling proud, not like how a parent would be. Definitely not. Chapter 24, Strawberry Tart. Despite spending Sunday morning in detentions, the 6 first-years were in rather good moods. For one, the 4-snake snowdrop stabilizer had gone successfully and was now bottled up in the potion master's office, waiting for their next detention to be used. Neville, on the other hand, was preening happily. His detention with Professor Sprout was more informative than punishing, and even Ron had to admit that it was nice of the Slytherin professor to let Neville serve his detention in the greenhouse. While he wouldn't say it aloud, Ron had a rather fruitful detention too. Initially, he had mentally prepared himself to be bored for 2 hours or so while Neville fawned and cooed over various plants. However, as he stepped into Professor Sprout's private greenhouse, filled to the brim with her collection of exotic fauna, the redhead couldn't help but spot something that sparked his interest. Ahead of him, the 2 herbology enthusiasts were already deep in discussion, the head of Hufflepuff proudly introducing her specimens. Awkwardly, Ron cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt, but what's that? Surprised by his interest, Professor Sprout turned to the direction of Ron's gesture. That's a sap extraction device, Mr. Weasley, said the professor, looking vaguely intrigued by his question. This model in particular is used to extract sap from moderately-sized leaves. Different components of a plant, flower petals or tree bark, for instance, have slightly modified models to enhance the quality of the sap. It looks like a blender? Ron mused to no one in particular. Making an aha face, the redhead flushed with embarrassment when he noticed both the professor and his housemate staring at him in astonishment. It's a muggle device. Thing. Well, Professor Sprout cleared her throat, if that sparks your interest, Mr. Weasley, I have a storeroom filled with apparatus that could use some dusting and wiping down. Professor Sprout had barely finished her sentence when Ron readily agreed. He would do anything rather than spend the entire morning fawning over plants. After she handed him some rags and water, the professor led him into a storeroom filled with variously shaped mechanisms used by Wixon for all their herbology needs. She couldn't hide her surprise at the bright spark in Ron's eyes. She attributed it to his father's passions. It was only natural, she thought, that Ron inherited Arthur Weasley's curiosity, especially with his father's great interest in Muggle-related matters. As they left their detention, Neville was practically vibrating with happiness. He had seen exotic specimens of plants he had only glimpsed in books. By his side, Ron looked comparatively subdued, but there was no denying the flickering ember of his newfound interest. Back in the present, Hermione, as expected, insisted on another library visit in honor of the upcoming exam season. To think I'd be spending so much of my first year in the library, Ron complained as they strolled past the doors. Harry waved politely to Madame Pince as they passed her counter. Unbelievable. Draco had to agree. He had imagined more Quidditch playing, more mischief making, and more sneering at the Gryffindors, and much less fraternizing. But as it was, Hermione and Harry were topping their classes, and Draco refused to be left behind by two students from Muggle backgrounds. His pride would never recover. On the other hand, Theodore was barely listening. He flipped over the notes Professor Snape had made in their notebook. With a stern warning not to try any brewing on their own again, the professor had returned their hard work and detailed research. If only Theodore could pay more attention to the corrections made. It went without saying that Severus had doubled the protective charms surrounding his chamber. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he was taking no chances. Aloud, but honestly, to have 6 first years successfully breach the perimeters of his office, he'd never look anyone in the eye again if word got out. While the rest of the first year settled their things by a rare, empty table in the library, most spots were already booked by senior students starting to panic about the year's coursework and the fact a majority of the things they had forgotten about would be tested. Hermione and Theodore instantly left to browse the numerous shelves. Hermione sought reference materials while Theodore looked for any vague, miscellaneous topic that piqued his interest. Shortly after, Neville joined them in their browsing, leaving Harry to spectate the ongoing Weasley-Malfoy feud. Luckily, he was quickly saved. "Neville, Ron!" he whispered excitedly, hurrying back to their table with a thick book in hand. "You won't believe what I found." In all his excitement, Neville tripped on the library carpet. The book he was holding flew out of his hands and onto the table, sliding dramatically until it stopped right in front of Ron. Illustrated in bold colors across the cover was an appliance identical to the one they had seen in the greenhouse, a blender. A beginner's guide to Muggle appliances and how they work, Ron read aloud, pointedly ignoring Draco's scoff. "Ho. Interesting," he murmured, flipping past the hard cardboard cover and onto the first few pages, which consisted of a contents page listing all the appliances the book covered. From there, more drawings and sketches of the discussed machines appeared, with labels written on their parts and their respective functions. The awe in Ron's eyes brightened as he skimmed through the book, tracing his fingers over the illustrations. "Ooh, a toaster," Harry hummed. "Looks quite like my aunt's model." "I'm going to check out this book," Ron said abruptly, looking shocked at the words spilling from his mouth. Merlin, what would Fred and George think? Percy's influence was really starting to rub off on Ron, and he couldn't let his brothers find out. Not even Percy, who would surely go on for half an hour about how proud he was of Ron's academic pursuits. Horrified at himself, the youngest Weasley excused himself without another word, grimacing all the way to Madame Pince's counter. "I think you just induced a whole identity crisis in Ron, Neville," Harry remarked. Tuesday morning arrived, bringing flocks of brown, white, and grey owls. They carried parchments in their claws and beaks, dropping them onto platters of food or, if they were lucky, into the laps of their intended recipients. One of those recipients was Hermione. She picked up a letter, her confusion quickly turning into bubbling excitement as she hurriedly opened it. "A letter from your parents, I presume?" asked Daphne pleasantly. "Nope. replied Hermione enthusiastically, ripping the letter open with her fork. It's Professor Snape's answers to my 15 questions. I submitted 2 more on Thursday. Why am I not surprised? Draco commented dryly. Final season was just days away from sweeping through Hogwarts, so it was decided that the last Quidditch match of the year would be held on a weekday instead of the usual weekend. The first exam was the following Monday, and students would want their Saturday and Sunday for last-minute cramming. Despite Hermione's protests, all classes on Tuesday were shortened to make space for the match after students were released from their classrooms. As it was the last game of Terrence's schooling career, Harry had insisted that the 7th-year play and had even gone so far as to politely threaten to involve. Professor Snape would likely agree with Harry's opinion about having Terrence play. Although he was doubtful of the younger boy's threat, Terrence laughed heartily. It was clear that the senior seeker felt some anticipation for the very last match he would play. Standing in the reserves tower with Damien, Harry cheered and clapped for his teammates, nearly beside himself with excitement every time Slytherin scored a goal. Off the pitch, Harry appreciated the game much better without the constant pressure of looking for the snitch. When Terrence finally pulled off a sharp maneuver, clutching the snitch victoriously in his hands, Harry jumped and clapped so hard that his hands would be red for days. In the teacher's stand, Severus smirked at Minerva's resigned sigh. The Quidditch Cup would bear Slytherin's name for the 8th year in a row. In honor of their achievement, the potions master turned a blind eye to the late-night festivities in the Snape's common room, despite classes beginning early the next day. Strangely enough, Terrence was nowhere to be seen during the celebrations. While the rest of the house was slightly disappointed at his absence, they continued to celebrate regardless. Most disappointed of all was Harry, who, not 5 minutes later, succumbed to his curiosity and waddled through the crowd to tug on Marcus's sleeve. "Where's Terrence?" mouthed Harry, not bothering to shout over the noise. For a moment, a grave expression crossed Marcus's face. He pulled Harry out of the crowd to a quieter corner of the common room, grabbing a tart from the pile of refreshments that Severus had anonymously requested the house elves to supply. "You'll find him in the astronomy tower," said Marcus slowly, as if he was. "Bring this to him. If he asks, please don't tell him it's from me. Just say you thought to bring him one because they looked really delicious or something." And, the captain hesitated before continuing, "Harry," the boy tilted his head curiously. Marcus opened his mouth, then closed it again, managing a rare, fond smile as he ruffled the young seeker's dark hair. "Just be you. That's exactly what Terrence needs right now." Although Harry didn't fully understand his captain's words, he did as he was told. He stumbled out of the common room door and made his way upward, climbing through the height of the castle and finally up the spiraling staircase at the astronomy tower. He tried to keep his footsteps as silent as possible. It felt eerie being alone at night, with the echo of his feet bouncing off the stone walls. As he neared the top, Harry slowed to catch his breath. That was when he heard it, soft, restrained sniffles, almost as if the source was trying to smother them. Purposefully, Harry made his last footsteps louder. As he rounded the corner, he found Terrence just regaining his composure, wiping the last tears from his eyes and plastering a shaky smile for Harry to see. "Oh, it's just you, Harry." The look on the 7th year's face was one of disappointment, as if he knew he was going to be let down, and was still let down anyway. Harry had always been perceptive, and he sensed that Terrence was expecting someone he knew he could not expect. "I brought this for you," Harry said cheerfully, revealing the carefully carried strawberry tart in his hands. "I tried some of them, and they were really nice, so I thought I'd bring you one." Terrence stared at the tart as if he'd seen a ghost. Thank you, Harry. That's awfully nice of you." Quietly, The emerald-eyed boy shuffled over to join his senior on the floor of the tower, gazing up at the stars that dotted the night sky. "You were super cool today," Harry said at last, his admiration evident in his gaze. "I really, really, really hope I can be as good as you one day. Or maybe just half as good, that'd be enough, I think." A cracked laugh escaped from Terrence, who held the tart like it was the most priceless gem in the world. As he turned to face Harry, tears formed in his eyes. Embarrassed, He turned away, knowing that Harry had seen them. You just always know what to say, huh? Terence said absent-mindedly. You know, for an 11-year-old, you're a lot more perceptive than plenty of others older than you. They sat in silence for a little while longer, and Terence nibbled on his tart, as if trying to appreciate every single crumb. The team will be in good hands, Harry, he breathed, unable to resist ruffling the younger boy's hair. There was just something about Harry's dark, messy locks that made them irresistible. Give us 9 years in a row, you hear me? Harry grinned. I'll try. A comfortable silence settled between them until it was broken by a shy shuffling. Terence looked over questioningly, and upon meeting his gaze, Harry flushed and snuggled closer to his senior's side, leaning into the older boy's warmth. At that moment, Terence's composure, which had been held together by fine threads, finally broke. A choked sob escaped from his throat. Harry sat wordlessly, offering all he had to give, a small, warm presence. In Terence's memories, a girl smiled brightly down at him, her eyes containing the same genuine, innocent spark that Harry's gaze held. Laughter bubbled from her throat as she ran down the hallways, hand in hand with him. Clasping his hand, she urged him on. Filch's furious yells felt miles away from their happy little bubble, where even detention in Snape's dungeon seemed insignificant compared to what they meant to each other. Pride shone in her eyes as she cheered, jumping up and down in the stands while Terence hovered in the air, hand held high to show the captured snitch. Adoration filled her gaze as she looked up at him, her golden curls a mess as she sat across a library table. She knew very well that Terence was doing his best to appear focused, though his eyes trailed distractedly over his charms textbook. Hiding up here again, Mr. Star Seeker? She teased, her voice wafting through the air as she finally joined him on the floor of the astronomy tower. Somewhere far below, the Slytherins were celebrating yet another Quidditch victory. How pompous! The man of the hour refuses to join the festivities. Fifth-year Terence rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Oh, so I'm the pompous one? They're the ones who yelled slurs at me in the corridors, threw hexes over their shoulders, and insulted my mother in front of me. The moment I start winning Quidditch for them, it's all, oh, we love Terence. He's great, the finest seeker we've ever had. Her giggle made Terence's sarcastic smile turn into a loving one. Geez, no need to get so riled up. Here, I snatched you a tart from downstairs. Well, the seeker cleared his throat, staring at the slightly squashed strawberry tart she had smuggled for him. Not much, but I suppose. Beggars can't be choosers, she interrupted, wagging a finger at him seriously until she couldn't hold in her laughter. Why can't you learn to be thankful just once? Ungrateful brat. Oh, all right, Terence replied, rolling his eyes in good humor as he smiled. Terence leaned forward to brush a stray crumb from Morgan's face. Look at you. All pure blood breeding this, pure blood breeding that, and you can't even eat properly. How shall you ever find a husband like this? Her laughter burst forth like fireworks. Just shut up and eat your tart. He grinned and tugged her closer until she was snuggled against his side. Shush your protests. You're going to start sneezing in 5 minutes, and Merlin forbid you get a cold. What shall we do when Professor Snape questions why you've gone down sick when you should have been all worn down in the commons? Thank you, Harry. Chapter 25, Harry's Lake. Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside, now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. A piercing scream shot through Harry like a bullet, jolting him awake. He sat upright in his bed, glancing around the dormitory wildly. It took him a minute to assess the situation. He was in the Slytherin dorms. The black lake reflected in the large, full-length glass panes that measured the height of the room. The rest of his yearmates were sound asleep, except for Theodore, who had stirred at the noise and was staring at him blearily from the next bed. Harry? Murmured Theodore, squinting at him in the darkness. Yeah. Everything all right? There was a strange understanding in Theodore's grey eyes, even in the dim light of the room. Something about the other dark-haired boy seemed to reflect bits and pieces of Harry, similar yet dissimilar experiences shining from their past. Yeah, Harry said, not quite sure of his answer. Just had that dream again. Wordlessly, Theodore shuffled over, bedsheets rustling as he climbed onto Harry's bed, tucking both of them under the covers. Want to talk about it? Nah, Harry shrugged, snuggling closer to the lankier boy. It had become their practice to share a bed when one of them sat awake in the darkness of the night, woken by nightmares that annoyingly plagued them more often during the final exams. An invisible bond had formed between them since Christmas. As far as 11-year-olds were concerned, it was the same one. Green light? Yeah. There were more details this time, though, added Harry as an afterthought. Like the edges of the dream were clearer, if that makes sense. It probably didn't make sense, but Theodore entertained him anyway. Maybe you're getting more creative with your dreams. Nightmares? Theodore grinned, stifling a laugh as Harry glared at him. Hey, it's a compliment. I hate this, Harry pouted. It's awful. I get the same thing every night. There's no originality, really. I can't even focus when it's daytime and I'm supposed to be awake. Yesterday afternoon, at the library with Hermione, I stared at the same page of Professor Filtwick's revision notes for 30 minutes. How absurd and inconsiderate of your brain not to let you concentrate, Theodore nodded solemnly. I say, you must raise this complaint to Professor Snape. This behavior will not be tolerated in the House of Slytherin. Harry glared at him. But honestly, it could be a good idea to talk to Professor Snape. He could probably give you something for the dreams if they're really affecting your concentration. Theodore shifted, tugging the covers so they covered both of them. I could go with you to see him, if you'd like. Although Theodore had kindly offered, Harry insisted he would be fine. He left for the professor's office right after their last class, waving goodbye to Hermione, Theodore, and a reluctant Draco, who was heading off to the library for some more revision. As a stress-relieving activity, Hermione had drafted revision schedules for everyone and was coaxing their entire friend group into following the schedule strictly. Halfway down to the dungeons, Harry bit back a hiss, feeling his scar throb with pulses of pain. Not too far away, he could hear a couple of third-years doing last-minute practices for their defense exams. Beneath the yells and hollers of defense spells, Harry could hear Professor Quirrell's shaky, unassuring remarks. Good job, everyone. Keep it up. Rubbing at his temple, Harry tried his best to ignore the pain, making a mental note to raise the issue with Professor Snape, however ridiculous it seemed. Hi, Professor. My lightning-shaped scar, which I supposedly got from a car crash involving my supposedly drunk parents, hurts sometimes. Do you have any remedy that could make it go away? Thanks. Come in, drawled the professor, clearly expecting a seventh year panicking about their exams. Mr. Potter, he said with mild surprise, how may I be of assistance? Good evening, Professor, Harry replied politely, feeling shy as he stood in front of the older Slytherin's desk. I've been having dreams. Professor Snape blinked. That is a perfectly common occurrence, Mr. Potter, he said slowly. Yes, but, Harry swallowed thickly. It's the same dream every night. I hear a woman screaming. And she's always saying, take your time, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape sounded unusually gentle. She's always saying, Harry took a deep breath, already feeling tears pricking his eyelids. She's saying, not Harry, please, please not Harry, and there's this man. He tells her to step aside, and she keeps begging. Then there's a flash. He had never really cried when he spoke about his dream to Theodore, who was well versed with the story now. But now that he was standing before his professor, his tears just kept coming. Hiccups interrupted his breaths, and the corpses of his words piled up in his throat, drowning out his voice. Hastily, he removed his glasses, desperately wiping at his tears, hoping his professor wasn't staring at him in disgust. Take it easy, Harry. Professor Snape's voice was much closer than he'd expected, startling him. A long arm wrapped around his back, and then Harry was being pulled into an embrace, surrounded by thick, black cloth that smelled of dried potion ingredients. Harry sniffled, tears streaming down his cheeks until they soaked into Professor Snape's shirt. The silence stretched on for a while before anyone spoke. In that quiet moment, Harry noticed a few things. His professor flicked a hand at the door, and he heard a locking click echo through the chambers. Then, he felt the rustle of heavy, cloak-like material wrapping around him. It was only then that Harry realized he had come down to the dungeons in just his white button shirt, having left his sweater on his bed in the dorms. "Done?" Snape asked. "Why, yeah," Harry replied, drawing back, embarrassment flooding his face. "I'm sorry." He glanced at the darker spots where his tears had stained Severus's garments. "I'm assuming you're here because you can't concentrate on your studies, yes?" Snape asked, getting straight to the point and sparing Harry any further humiliation. "I can give you a couple vials of dreamless sleep. I hope you haven't been slacking off that much, Mr. Potter. Surely you know what they are?" Harry nodded. "And you must also know that they're addictive?" Severus continued, retrieving a few vials of pale blue liquid from his desk drawer. "Not more than a vial a night, Mr. Potter." Harry accepted the vials gratefully, still too ashamed to meet his head of house's gaze. "Now, this isn't a long-term solution," the potions master continued. "Perhaps after your exams, we could set up some other help for you." Although the thought of recounting his dreams about his mother's death to anyone else made him uneasy, Harry nodded stiffly, carefully pocketing the vials. "Yes, Professor," he mumbled. "Mr. Potter, look at me," Snape said, his voice quiet but firm. When Harry finally met his gaze, his soft, lily-like eyes locked onto Severus's. The former Death Eater had to mentally prepare himself, seeing the ghost of a friend in his first-year snake. "I may be busy for the next few days, but I want you to understand that you can come to my office whenever you need to." "Understand?" "Even if it's in the middle of the night. Just don't make a ruckus and wake up half the castle on your way down." "Yes, sir. I am your head of house, Mr. Potter. It is my responsibility to care for your well-being, which includes your mental health." "Understood?" Even though Harry hadn't had a full night's sleep in days, he managed a small smile. "Yes, sir." Severus was thinking. He knew it was technically illegal to use legitimacy on any student, especially an 11-year-old. But when Harry met his gaze, a sea of unknown emotions lingered beneath the emerald surface. Severus pressed gently, like dipping a finger into a still lake. To his surprise, there was resistance, as if the boy were practiced in occlumency. Since when was Harry Potter an occlumens? To be fair, the boy had survived the killing curse. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for him to be a natural occlumens. However, he was still an 11-year-old. How much practice could he have with legilimency? Severus reconsidered, noting that one of the wizarding world's most famous legilimens, Albus Dumbledore, was the principal of their school. The other, the Dark Lord, had attempted to murder the boy and failed. Okay, so perhaps Harry had faced a number of powerful legilimens. Still, he was a child. Severus pressed firmer against the lake's surface, and to his immense surprise, the surface began to investigate him. The water came alive, forming a blob that circled his hand, scrutinized his palm, and trailed over his fingers before returning to the main body, making the lake still again. It was as if nothing had happened. Then, the lake rose and enveloped him whole. Severus gasped, feeling the coolness of the water around him. The lake had come alive, it had a mind of its own. It acted like an occlumen's barrier but seemed to possess a soul rather than being merely an extension of the occlumen's mind. There were many implications in what he had just experienced, but Severus set those thoughts aside for later contemplation. As the world around him came into focus, he realized he was beneath the lake. The scene before him quickly became familiar and filled him with dread. Unlike normal memories, where he could observe from the sidelines, this memory from Harry's mind was experienced through someone else's eyes. From an unknown perspective, he strode down the street of Godric Hollow with a clear destination in mind. Raising a wand, he flicked it powerfully, sending the front door crashing into the living room. "Lily, take Harry and go." James Potter stared defiantly at him, anger blazing in his eyes, more intense than Severus had ever witnessed. Severus sneered. Who did James Potter think he was, standing up to him without a wand? Then it hit him, he wasn't Severus in the memory. A voice rumbled from his chest, even though his throat felt too frozen to form a coherent sentence. James Potter froze, all movement halted. If it were any other day, Severus might have found the situation comical. James's hazel eyes glassed over, and without another word, he fell, eternally motionless. A disgusted snarl crept across Severus's lips as he stepped over the body and approached the stairs. He could already hear a woman doing her best to soothe the child in her arms, though she might have been trying to reassure herself as well. The stairs creaked beneath him as he ascended them, one step at a time, as if he had all the time in the world, knowing what was to come. Severus felt a sense of inevitability, as if he knew nothing could stop him. He hadn't seen Lily's face in years, 11 years to be exact. Not Harry, please, not Harry. He tugged at his accoutrements barrier, wrapping it around himself like a cloak. He would not care. He would not feel. Pulling away from the memory felt like emerging from icy water. Forcing himself to refocus, Severus looked into the eyes of Harry Potter, and it felt as if no time had passed since he began pressing against the lake's surface. I am your head of house, Mr. Potter, Severus said, clenching his fist behind his back. He would not let his voice shake. It is my responsibility to care for your well-being, including your mental well-being. Understood? Why was the Dark Lord's memory of October 31st implanted in Harry Potter's mind? Why was Harry Potter an accoutrement, and a rather accomplished one at that? Why did the Sorting Hat leave Lily's child in his house, making him responsible for Harry's care, worry, and sleepless nights? Severus gritted his teeth, having tossed and turned in bed for the past 2 hours. Realizing he wouldn't get any more sleep, he stumbled out of bed, grumpily promising himself to take it out on his incompetent fifth-year potion students the next morning. He had a million questions, all stemming from Harry Potter. Perhaps he was starting to understand why Ms. Granger spent so much time in the library. Ripping a random piece of parchment from his desk, Severus began jotting down his questions in his worst handwriting. It was 3 in the morning, after all. Why did Harry Potter have the Dark Lord's memory implanted in his mind? How is Harry Potter an accoutrement? How does his accoutrements barrier have a mind of its own? Severus sighed and leaned back in his chair. He hadn't thought anything could be more mentally draining than marking 57th-year potion essays, but Harry Potter had proven him wrong. Tapping his quill on the table, the potions master began to mark out topics of interest, topics that could lead to a significant conclusion. When he finally finished, he stared at the question that might hold the answer to them all. How did Harry survive a killing curse? There was limited research on the killing curse, as most who were cursed by it never lived to tell the tale. The one person who did was far too young to remember anything, except the Dark Lord was definitely old enough to remember. Holding his wand to his temple, Severus took a breath and gently drew out the silvery memory of himself watching on October 31st beneath Harry's lake. He searched through his desk for a vial and finally found an empty one. Carefully, he hovered the stringy substance into the glass bottle. He watched it curiously for a moment, tapping on the walls of the vial as if that would provide the answers he sought. As far as anyone knew, the Dark Lord's corpse was never found. Severus would know. He had been the first on the scene at the Potter's home after the house was blasted apart by a green light that blinded the entire street. The Dark Lord had disappeared. Or maybe he hadn't. Severus tapped his finger on his desk, pondering the laws of magic as he understood them. Was it possible that the Dark Lord had somehow embedded his soul into Harry's? Chapter 26, Softy Snakey. On Hermione's insistence, Professor Filtwick had agreed to hold a final revisional class on Sunday afternoon before their written and practical exam on Monday. Naturally, Hermione had also made Harry, Theodore, and Draco attend the extra class. She placated Theodore's complaints about waking up early by reminding him of his top grades throughout the year. "We'll go back first, Mion," Harry told Hermione, who had stayed back to ask the professor a few more questions. The class dragged on longer than it should have, cutting into their lunch hour. Draco began whining about how hungry he was, insisting that having lunch later than usual would make him gain weight. Theodore, usually the one to help quiet Draco, was too grumpy and sleep-deprived to say much. Harry guided his two friends down the corridors toward the Great Hall, confident that the prospect of food would lift their spirits. They got distracted, as always, but this distraction was particularly compelling. As they passed Professor Quirrell's garlic-smelling classroom, Harry felt his scar throb painfully. He bit his lip and swallowed the pain, focusing instead on what he heard inside. "I'm sorry, Master, please forgive me," Quirrell whimpered pitifully, sounding as if he were being tortured. "Please forgive me, Master, I have not been competent." The defense professor's voice was filled with quiet desperation. Despite the pain radiating from his forehead, Harry felt a twinge of pity for the man. "Master, please spare me, I promise, yes, I will, I promise you, Master." Go, hissed Theodore, shoving Draco across the corridor to keep them out of Quirrell's line of sight as he exited the classroom. Luckily for them, they managed to duck behind the corner just in time. Before the defense professor opened the door shakily, his arms trembled as if his nerves were fried. "Let's wait to see who comes out after him." Food was apparently less important than sticking their noses into matters that didn't concern them. This was something both Theodore and Draco could agree on. "I sincerely hope you aren't getting up to any trouble." The three Slytherins jumped, varying levels of fright on their faces, as Professor Snape approached them, silent as a viper, from the back. He eyed each of them, Draco, who looked as though the bloody Baron had just walked through him, Harry, who appeared embarrassed at being caught, and Theodore, who was completely unbothered once he got over the initial shock. "Certainly not," Theodore answered smoothly. "We just heard Professor Quirrell whimpering in the classroom, and out of concern for our beloved professor, we stuck around to see who had been threatening him." Professor Snape raised an eyebrow. "This classroom?" Theodore nodded with an innocent smile. "Yes, sir." Without hesitation, Professor Snape knocked and sauntered into the room, only the tip of his wand visible, the rest concealed by his long sleeves. In line with their curiosity, the three Slytherins scrambled to stand behind their professor to find an empty classroom. "Interesting," hummed the professor, arching an eyebrow, a thinly veiled threat behind his eyes. "Mr. Not, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, if this was a prank of some sort, well, I expected better quality work from you three, despite Miss Granger's brilliant intelligence missing from your little trio." "We swear, Professor, we heard Professor Quirrell in here," Harry insisted, wincing at another flare of pain. He was saying things like, Draco fumbled to back up their argument. Master, please forgive me, and, please spare me." Professor Snape arched his eyebrow once more, raising it impossibly high. "Thank you for the excellent reenactment, Mr. Malfoy," but at that moment, Harry collapsed. "His scar has been hurting and not a single one of you thought to tell me?" Severus hissed, pacing in front of Harry's bed in the infirmary. Across the room, Madame Pomfrey was soaking another cloth in icy water to replace the one currently cooling Harry's burning forehead. "He said he was going to tell you," Theodore defended fiercely, lowering his voice. "When he came to you about his nightmares?" Halting his pacing, Severus recalled the previous day. Harry had cried in his office, briefly describing his dream. After calming down, Severus had given him a couple vials of dreamless sleep. Caught up in the shock of everything he had seen in Harry's head, he hadn't thought to ask if there was anything else before the boy left. Cursing under his breath, the potions master glowered at himself and resumed his relentless pacing. "Ms. Granger, if you could kindly help me replace the washcloth," Poppy said kindly, shooting an exasperated look at Severus. "And Severus, if you could stop that bothersome pacing and sit down or make yourself helpful, we'd all greatly appreciate it." "How long has the scar been bothering him?" Severus asked sharply, too worried to feel annoyed when Theodore glared back at him. "Since the school year began," Theodore answered, bristling. He said he first felt the pain at the opening feast. He said he looked at you, and his scar felt like someone slit it open with a small knife. Severus fell silent. He looked at me? And throughout the rest of the year, Theodore continued, ignoring his professor's question. It especially tends to hurt during Quirrell's classes. Severus was too preoccupied trying to piece the information together to correct Theodore. Professor Quirrell, Mr. Not, Severus said, not that the nervous man deserved the title of professor anyway. But he keeps attributing that to the garlic. Only Harry Bloody Potter would think his scar hurting is due to garlic, Ron snorted, trying to lighten the mood. What, is his scar allergic to garlic? Is his scar a vampire? We were outside Professor Quirrell's classroom when Harry fainted, Draco observed quietly. And he's the one who cursed Harry's broom. Hermione bristled at that. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat. Fellow Slytherins, as much as I may or may not agree with your accusations, let's apply some subtlety. Keep that to ourselves or discuss it in closed quarters, certainly not in the infirmary where anyone may enter at any time. Madame Pomfrey's a Slytherin? Ron said, going through 5 stages of shock as the Medowitch walked away to get more washcloths for Harry, who was still running a fever. His temperature was soaring, and he was going through stacks of ice-cold cloths without a single drop in body heat. Regarding Harry's first bout of scar pain, Theodore spoke quietly. I think that was a false alarm. If I recall correctly. Professor Quirrell sat beside Professor Snape at the feast, Hermione concluded, her eyes bright as she replaced another washcloth on Harry's forehead. Harry may have seen Quirrell past you instead, Professor. The dark-haired Notaire nodded. It's very possible. Plus, Harry's scar always hurts more when Quirrell's back is facing him, Hermione added. Whenever, Professor Quirrell turns around to write on the board, Harry immediately ducks his head down. Severus paused. Quirrell's back makes Mr. Potter's scar hurt. As ridiculous as that sounds, Theodore pursed his lips. Yes. Interesting, Severus said. What's interesting? Mumbled Harry, squinting at everyone gathered around his bed. Myon, is that you? Has your fever made you dumb, Potter? Draco snorted. It's clearly Granger. Who else has hair that wild? No, he can't see, you idiot, Theodore swatted. Myon, his glasses. How long was I out? Harry fiddled with his glasses. And why is my shirt wet? For hours, Theodore supplied helpfully. And because you went through 20 washcloths per hour for your burning forehead. Pretty sure we could have cooked an egg on your head. For hours? Harry's eyes bulged. I haven't finished going through my revision material for charms. Mr. Potter, you fainted and were unconscious for 4 hours. Charms should not be on your top list of worries at the moment, interrupted Severus dryly. If it makes you feel any better, however, Phileas has been raving about how much of your mother's talent you inherited for the entire year. Mind you, she was his best student in years. You are going to be perfectly fine if only you rest and follow the rest of Madame Pomfrey's orders. As if she had heard her name, the Medowitch hurried over, checking Harry's temperature with a quick diagnostic spell. Oh, wonderful, she breathed happily. Your temperature's more or less back to normal now, Mr. Potter. Drink this, your body's exhausted from fighting your fever. If your temperature stays low for the entire night, I'll approve you to go for your charms exam. There is a possibility of me missing the exam? Harry looked like a kicked puppy. Well, you can't sit for the paper if you're burning up and unconscious, can you? Poppy crossed her arms. All you've got to do is drink lots of water and sleep well, Mr. Potter. But? No buts, Mr. Potter. Severus gave him a stern look. You will behave for Madame Pomfrey, or I shall refuse to mark your potions paper and you will receive an ungraded. Harry opened his mouth and closed it again. I'll have the elves send up dinner for you. Is it all right if they stay, Poppy? Severus asked curtly. Yes, but you all will have to leave when I say so, Poppy replied, giving the first years a no-nonsense look. Mr. Potter needs his rest, especially if he wants to sit for his charms exam tomorrow. The children reluctantly agreed, and the two adults walked away, out of hearing range. Never thought I'd see a student genuinely faint the day before exams and not be overjoyed about it, Poppy murmured. That's Lily's son, all right. If he didn't have the looks, I doubt he was James's. Severus snorted. Luckily for Severus's blood pressure, the rest of exam week passed without much fuss. After every exam, Hermione would interrogate them about their answers. What did you put for question 2? Name 2 identifiers of the foghorn plant. Which essay topic did you choose? I picked effective draft of living death in combination with Boyle's remedy. For the love of Merlin, Granger, Theodore grumbled as they left the exam hall after their last paper, the written portion of the Transfiguration exam. Let it go. In celebration of their exams ending, and to keep Hermione from losing her mind to worry, the first years decided to spend the rest of their days roaming the grounds. The flying lessons had been abruptly cancelled after the incident in the first class, Neville's fall. As a result, Hermione never really learned how to fly, which incited an entire outrage from Draco, who couldn't imagine a life without flying. You're a witch, Granger, Draco argued. Doesn't Muggle culture constantly portray witches as people on brooms? How can you be a proper witch if you can't fly? More surprising than Draco's knowledge of Muggle representation was the fact that Hermione agreed to let her friends teach her how to fly, on the condition that they were all practicing with a cushioning charm to catch her if she fell. Harry pulled a few strings, politely asking Marcus if they could borrow some brooms from the Quidditch team. Of course, Marcus could never say no to those puppy eyes. Their Transfiguration paper had been early Friday morning, and it just so happened that Friday afternoon was warm yet cooling, the perfect day for a first flight. After a quick stop at the broom shed, the group set off, strolling through the meadows in bliss while the older students, who still had exams for the next 2 weeks, glared at them with envy. Ready? Ron grinned as he helped Hermione onto her broom. Above them, Harry was already circling the air, ready to catch Hermione if she fell. Theodore sat comfortably on the grass, twirling his wand between his fingers, prepared to cast a cushioning charm at a moment's notice. No. Hermione protested, feeling terrified now. You're going to be fine, Ron assured her. You've got Star Seeker Mr. Potter over there, who has the fastest broom in the industry and even faster reflexes. You've also got Mr. Knot, Charms Extraordinaire. You're going to be fine, Hermione, relax. Shakily, the Muggleborn agreed and gently kicked off the ground, gripping the broom like it was her lifeline. Don't grip too hard, Harry advised, swooping over to fly beside her, steadying her broom with his hand. Imagine it's a live animal, a horse, maybe. I've never ridden a horse before, but imagine that the broom has its own feelings. Just be gentle but firm with it. You're in charge, and make the broom know that. How do I make a broom know I'm in charge? Hermione yelped. It took a while, but eventually she got the hang of flying and began to enjoy the feeling of the wind in her hair. Ron, Draco, and Theodore joined them in the skies as well, while Neville, well, he was still. Neville felt a bit traumatized from the last time he flew. Using a transfigured moss ball, they played a simplified version of Quidditch for about an hour, with Neville acting as referee from the ground. When they finally trudged back to the castle, everyone was sweaty and tired but filled with excitement. Hermione even admitted that flying wasn't so bad, and she could understand why boys were obsessed with it, though Theodore made a mock-insulted face at that. Worn out from the exercise, the first years sleepily made their way into the Great Hall, mumbling softly as they joined the conversation around them. At the staff table, Severus hid a small smile behind his cup. While supervising a written herbology paper that afternoon, he had caught a glimpse of the first years out on the fields. Initially, he had wanted to storm over and reprimand them for flying without supervision, but he realized they had ended up perfectly fine, and he had kept an eye on them throughout the afternoon. I hate chess, Hermione grumbled in the Slytherin common room later that day after losing her 5th match in a row. She had faced Daphne first, which was a sure defeat, followed by Draco, Theodore, and Harry twice. Your playing is too rushed, Theodore commented as his knight triumphantly took down Draco's bishop. Across the table, Draco yelled in frustration until Daphne shot him a polite yet scathing look. "Take your time, Hermione, and open your eyes. Harry's a terrible player, and he still managed to ambush you twice," Daphne advised. "Hey!" protested Harry. Terrible is a rather strong word, don't you think? As with all 11-year-olds, the group had an absurdly short attention span. They still had 1.5 weeks to wait while the older years completed their exams and had exhausted most of their ideas to pass the time. School days. On a boring afternoon, Theodore suggested they take a harmless walk around the castle grounds. Hogwarts was ancient and had housed countless students. Surely, there would be captivating things among its halls. "If we run into Professor Snape, we'll just say we're taking a walk to stretch our legs, that's all," Ron assured Hermione for the millionth time. He had been the biggest supporter of Theodore's suggestion and immediately ushered the group out of the library, which had become their hangout spot since the common rooms were out of the question. "That sounds believable," Harry snorted. "Gee guys." Neville stuttered, having lagged behind the group. The rest of the first years had rounded the corner, leaving Neville alone and unseen. "Longbottom, for the love of Merlin, could you walk any faster?" Draco huffed as he backtracked to grab Neville. "We've got a whole afternoon and so much of the castle to see. Father wouldn't tell me where any of the secret passages were, and I want to find at least one." "Really? How interesting," Professor Snape hummed, his gaze fixed on Neville, who looked terrified. "Do continue, Mr. Malfoy." Poppy blinked, wide-eyed and in disbelief. "You're getting first years to brew potions for my infirmary? Severus Snape, what happened to your quality control standards?" "They are not high, Poppy, you're exaggerating," Severus corrected, slightly annoyed. "They're only brewing the simplest of brews. I've got to keep them occupied somehow. Merlin knows they'll be 2 feet deep in trouble the moment I take my eyes off them. Still, I will check all the work they produce before sending it up to you," the potions master continued. "Merlin knows those brats will slack off during the process. Summer and forget everything I've thought. They need all the practice they can get before the holidays," Severus said distastefully, as if the idea of summer had personally offended him. "All the ingredients they're using are bought with the school budget. There is no way I'd let them near my personal stores. Besides, those ingredients will rot soon, and I've already set aside all the ingredients the upper years are using in their practical exams. It's a win-win situation." "I cannot believe you, Severus Snape," Poppy said, shaking her head, laughter bubbling up in her throat. At the man's quizzical look, she laughed even louder. "1 year with them and you've become a totally different man. Merlin, look at you." He scowled. "I can hardly fathom what you mean, Poppy. I'm the same man." "Keep telling yourself that." Annoyed at her cryptic words, Severus stomped out of the infirmary, though there was no real bite to his stomping. The Medowitch was beside herself, humor wrinkling her eyes. Somewhere inside his cold, fortified soul, Severus had found room to care about 6 first years. 1/3 of those 11-year-olds weren't even his snakes. From what she'd heard from Pomona, the Slytherin professor had arranged for the 2 Gryffindors to spend the rest of their afternoons at the greenhouses, under the guise of the herbology professor needing Neville's expertise at caring for her exotic plants, and Ron's newfound talent with herbology-related machines. Of course, Severus being Severus, the cold, resident dungeon bat of Hogwarts corridors, had to come up with excuses, keeping the first years out of trouble, using up ingredients that would otherwise start to rot and expire. "Merlin help us all," Poppy giggled to no one in particular. Severus Snape's gone soft. Chapter 27, The Parasite and the Pesticide. Quirrell had been quiet lately, Severus mused to himself as he assigned a generous 60% to one of his 4th-year students. Across his workbench, 4 of his first-year Slytherins were busy in one of the empty potion classrooms, brewing separate batches of stress reliever. Poppy had upper-year students barging into the infirmary every half hour, grabbing the relievers by the dozens as they worked on their final papers. The protection charms had also remained undisturbed. With the recent developments, mainly Harry's scar-induced fever, Severus had gathered the rest of the castle staff for a meeting where Dumbledore was not allowed. They unanimously agreed to increase the wards around Cerberus's chamber. Of course, Quirrell had not been informed of this meeting and was unaware of the additional protections that had been added. "There's another batch," Hermione said, tapping her quill against her cheek as she mentally calculated the amount of reliever they had produced. Theodore, Harry, and Draco gathered around her, peering over her shoulder at the numbers she had jotted down on her clipboard. "That's 56 liters, divided by 0.7 liters, 80 bottles of reliever," she exclaimed. "Good job," Severus hummed, making a mental note of how many fourth-year students would qualify for his new level classes next year. There's still sufficient time before lunch to brew one more batch of. He glanced at the list Poppy had sent him, which detailed all the potions she was low on. A calming draft, perhaps? It didn't take long for the Slytherins to get back to work. They scurried around the lab, gathering the ingredients they needed and grabbing scales and balances from the shelf to measure out the required portions accurately. Severus turned his attention back to his work, crossly circling the ridiculous content his students had written in their exam essays. Had none of them listened during class? Who had he been lecturing? Ring. Severus sat up straight, alert. He waited for the alarm again, and it came, ring. He quickly shoved the remaining exam papers together and shot the first years a stern glare. "I will be right back," he said briskly. "If anything explodes, duck, and if anything spills, Exugat Spongia should do the trick. If anyone gets hurt, get the nearest professor or a 7th year. Do not leave this room unless there is an emergency. Understood?" "Yes, sir," they chorused. Satisfied, Severus swept out of the room, murmuring protection spells to latch onto the door. Only the professors, excluding Quirrell and Dumbledore, and Severus's most trusted students, Terence, Marcus, and several other prefects, would be allowed to pass into the classroom. As long as his first years remained inside as instructed, they would be safe. At that moment, he would focus on one issue and one issue only. The third-floor corridor had been breached. "How kind of you to join us, Severus," Poppy greeted easily as the potions master stormed into the corridor. Minerva and Phileas were already gathered by Cerberus's door, and Severus assumed that Pomona was invigilating and couldn't leave the students unattended. "Shall we?" Phileas's eyes gleamed as he readied his wand. On Minerva's count of 3, they blasted the door open, greeted by the slobbering faces of the Cerberus. Phileas shot a well-aimed charm at the harp by the creature's foot, and instantly, Debus's clair de lune filled the air. 1, 2, then 3 of the Cerberus's heads swayed to the music, and half a minute later, the 3-headed dog was sound asleep, its dreams filled with Debussy. "I hate that thing," Severus commented, his lip curling. "I think Can we all agree on that?" Poppy murmured, stepping over one of the dog's large feet. "Minerva, the trapdoor?" The head of Gryffindor wasted no time. She levitated the trapdoor so the Medowitch could shoot a ball of blue fire at the writhing plant below. Hissing angrily, the devil's snare retreated from the warmth, clearing the way for the professors. "Ah, one of my favorite spells," Severus hummed in appreciation, gleefully remembering how Hermione had set Quirrell on fire with absolutely no remorse. That girl was one of his snakes, all right. It wasn't long before they found Quirrell, a pathetic mess of a professor, looking equal parts exhausted and terrified at being discovered. The defense teacher didn't even try. He was outnumbered 1 to 4, each of whom were among the best wizards Hogwarts had ever produced. "Dear me, Quirinus!" Phileas exclaimed, making an exaggerated face of surprise. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" "Struggling, clearly," Severus remarked dryly. Quirrell was trembling from head to toe, surrounded by a flurry of flying keys, attempting to stun the correct one. He had gotten weaker over the months, to the point where he couldn't keep his wand unsteady enough to cast a sure stupefy. Severus, on the other hand, was perfectly healthy and perfectly capable of a well-aimed stunning spell. "Stupefy?" "Well," Phileas said cheerfully. They were gathered in Severus's office, Quirrell magically bound to a chair Minerva had transfigured from a piece of fractured wood. The man's head hung low as he discreetly flicked his gaze from one colleague to another, looking immensely tired and terrified. Crisis averted. The curse on the defense position continues. With a quick flick of her wand, Minerva reversed Severus's stunning spell. "Would you like to explain yourself, Quirinus?" Minerva asked, giving the defense professor her coldest glare. "Why yes, I can explain, I promise," Quirinus stuttered, words spilling out now that he could speak again. This is all a misunderstanding, Minerva. Surely you don't think IW would attempt to steal the S-stone, would you? I would never dare. And yet, Severus cut in, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, "You dare to jinx my seeker's broom in broad daylight." This revelation shocked Minerva and Phileas. They looked like they had just received the shock of their lives as the weight of the truth sank in. "Hold on now, Severus. You're saying that Quirinus was the one who attempted to throw young Mr. Potter off his broom?" Minerva asked. "Correct," the potions master sneered. "And you were stopped by an 11-year-old girl, no less. How pathetic to be outwitted by someone half your age." "Silence!" an unknown voice commanded, shocking everyone in the room. Wands were quickly drawn as they searched for the source of the threat. Quirinus moaned softly in his chair, terror evident in his eyes as he conveyed a single message to his fellow professors: "Run." "No," Severus whispered, a possibility suddenly occurring to him. His 3 snakes had overheard Quirrell being threatened in an empty classroom before Harry had collapsed, unconscious, with a burning fever. The mysterious voice had somehow left the room, although his boys only saw the defense professor leaving. Severus had searched the room himself, muttering spells to expose anyone using invisibility charms or other disguises, but his search had been fruitless. The windows were all locked from the inside, which meant the door had been the only exit. That left only one possibility: the mysterious voice had left with Quirrell, perhaps on the back of his head. Gasps echoed around the room as Quirrell's turban fell to the cold stone floor of the dungeons. A menacing laugh filled the air, and Severus's office felt much colder than usual, sending chills down his spine. His dark mark tingled. "It seems our little game is over, Quirinus," the voice said. "All 4 witches and wizards were old enough to have participated in the war, old enough to recognize the Dark Lord's voice, and old enough to understand that the same voice was coming from the back of Quirrell's head. Horror crept beneath their skin as reality hit them. The Dark Lord, acting as a parasite on their defense professor, had been roaming freely through the halls of Hogwarts for at least a year. The Dark Lord had been left unsupervised in classrooms with children, Muggle-born children, half-blood children, and children from families that had scorned him. Not to mention the boy who lived himself. I must say," the Dark Lord drawled, "I missed these very halls. They remind me of my days, venturing around the castle on my prefect rounds. Yes, I missed this place. Dumbledore's fortress, they say, and yet, here I am." No one dared to speak. No one dared to mention how awkward the situation was, as the Dark Lord was still facing away from them, talking to the wall of Severus's office. As if things couldn't get worse, someone called out, "Professor Snape!" "Mr. Potter!" Severus hissed. As if terror wasn't already freezing his blood, Harry single-handedly stopped all flow of blood to Severus's heart. Never mind that Harry had been in and out of Quirrell's classroom for the past year. The Dark Lord was now present in all his exposed glory, though no one could really see this glory since he was still facing the wall, and the one soul that the Dark Lord wanted was right there. Harry had just walked into the room. "What did I say about staying inside the classroom?" To only come out when there's an emergency," Harry stuttered, his eyes flickering around the office in confusion. But Draco burned his hand, and Mr. Potter." The Dark Lord was practically grinning in glee. "We meet again at last." Severus was absolutely not prepared when Harry looked up at him, confusion painted on his features as he searched for answers in his professor's eyes. Squeezing his eyes shut, the potions master prayed for Merlin to give him strength, patience, and hopefully a pay raise. "Your parents died for you, Harry," the Dark Lord continued. "They laid down their lives for yours. You're insignificant, Meaningless little life. Harry blinked, stunned by how direct the mysterious voice was. Well, yeah, I've been told. Whatever the Dark Lord had been expecting, it wasn't that. You've been told. Yeah, Harry shrugged, still glancing around the office, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Subconsciously, Severus pulled the boy closer to him, wrapping him in the fabric of his long black cloak, which had protective charms embedded in it. Harry Potter would leave the office untouched, or Severus was going to flip. Then he would probably curse Quirrell into oblivion. My aunt would tell me all the time that my parents died in a car crash, drunk and everything, because they didn't want me. Minerva sucked in a harsh breath, and Phileas looked like he'd just been smacked with a levitated desk. They did want you, Severus whispered quietly, because he knew Lily loved Harry. She loved him to the ends of the world, enough to lay down her life for his without even thinking. Lily Evans loved her son fiercely, so fiercely that she would defy the Dark Lord. James adored his son, his little look-alike. With that love, he faced the Dark Lord wandless, giving his wife and child a few precious moments to escape. I know, Harry said, smiling up at his professor. For a moment, Severus felt a sense of hope. Harry Potter grew up believing his parents were alcoholics and that he was an unwanted pregnancy. But now, Harry would know that his parents loved him deeply, that they were among the bravest wizards, and that they fought fiercely to protect him. Everything would be all right. My parents died fighting a wizarding terrorist, Harry declared, glaring fiercely. They died ending a war. My parents are pretty awesome, that's what they are. Even without seeing the Dark Lord's face, it was clear how Harry's speech had caught him off guard. No matter how powerful or strategic the Dark Lord might be, Severus mused, nothing could prepare him for the unpredictability of 11-year-olds. You're not insignificant, Harry, Quirrell said, looking mournful as he gazed into Harry's eyes, 1,000 regrets reflected there. Not trusting him, Severus kept a protective hand on Harry's shoulder, feeling angry at his colleague. You are kind and compassionate, Quirrell continued softly, wincing as Voldemort's anger surged through their connection. Hard-working, too. You have more of an impact than you realize, Mr. Potter. You insolent fool. The Dark Lord growled furiously. Silence. The chocolates you gave me, Mr. Potter, Quirrell persevered through the pain, during Christmas. I will never forget them. They were very delicious. I'm glad you liked them, Harry said, his gaze softening with concern. Quirrell whimpered in pain. The Dark Lord did not like being defied. Can we help him, Professor Snape? What's the matter with him? Harry asked. I am no small matter, Potter, the Dark Lord sneered, menacing as ever. Severus tugged Harry closer, gripping his wand tightly. He cast every protection spell he knew to shield the boy from any tricks the Dark Wizard might have up Quirrell's sleeve. I am the greatest Dark Wizard of all time, I am. That's the Dark Lord? Harry whispered in disbelief, clutching the fabric of Severus's cloak. Yeah, Severus shrugged. He should feel more on guard and terrified, considering that the wizarding terrorist had manifested as a parasite on a Hogwarts staff member. However, Harry's disbelief was downplaying how terrifying Voldemort truly was. Plus, the facial disfigurement was turned away from them, hidden from view. Out of sight, out of mind. Is he just a bodiless voice? Harry scrunched his eyebrows, glancing around the office as if he expected the Dark Lord to appear as a ghostly mist. No, he's attached to the back of Quirrell's head, the head of Slytherin told him offhandedly. Oh, Harry nodded in understanding. Like a parasite? Yes, like a parasite, Phileas chimed in with a wide grin. The rest of the professors seemed to catch on. Talking about the Dark Lord casually made him seem a lot less terrifying, significantly decreasing his fear factor. Excellent comparison, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin. So he's just... Harry blinked. A little bug latched onto the back of Professor Quirrell's head. Poppy couldn't contain her laughter and burst out laughing. The Dark Lord, the most feared wizard of their time, was characterized as a puny bug by the boy who had vanquished him at 15 months old. On the back of Quirrell's head, the Dark Lord made a noise similar to a kettle going off. "I am the Dark Lord," he insisted angrily, emphasizing each word. "I am to be feared." "He has a pair of very large lungs for a small parasite," Harry whispered to Severus, making the older man crack a smile. "Indeed he does," the potions master replied, amused. His office had returned to its normal temperature now, and the Dark Lord attached to Quirrell was as intimidating as, quoting Harry, a small parasite. No one could hold back their smiles now. Even Minerva was hiding hers behind her sleeve, and Quirrell, though warm, was cracking a grin at the corner of his mouth too. The Dark Lord was nothing but rumpled skin, and he was as threatening as, well, rumpled skin. Without hands of his own, the darkest wizard of all time was just an angry voice that no one could see. "Silence!" roared the Dark Lord, sending sharp, excruciating pain through Quirrell, who screamed in agony. "Can we help him, please, Professor Snape?" Severus glanced at the other professors, who nodded in agreement. True, Quirrell had been secretly housing a prejudiced, evil wizard in a castle, but he was still a colleague of theirs, and the mournful expression on his face showed that he regretted it. With a resigned sigh, the potions master agreed. "We can try," Severus said. He didn't have much experience with wizard terrorists turned parasites, but between the four professors, they would come up with something. Unexpected as it may be, there was a lot of common ground between Harry and Professor Quirrell's interests. While the rest of the professors racked their brains for a magical pesticide designed to rid the world of terrorists, Harry sat on the floor before Quirrell, who was happily sharing all the research he had conducted in his earlier years. Voldemort had been silenced by a spell, while Minerva curled her lip in disgust, muttering about how he couldn't possibly get any more hideous. As a Ravenclaw student, Quirrell had a passion for learning and was known for his gift in the theory of defensive spells, a topic he eagerly rambled about, and one that Harry was more than happy to listen to. The boy soaked up the knowledge like a sponge, nodding attentively and asking questions from time to time. Never before had the defense professor seemed so much in his element. Defensive magic, in general, is a giant umbrella of many spells and charms, more than you can imagine, Mr. Potter, Quirrell said animatedly, despite his hands being bound to the chair. Certain spells can fall under both offensive and defensive magic, as their intention is only limited by the creativity of the caster. "Unbelievable," Severus muttered. Nearly the end of the year, and now he starts acting like a proper teacher. Now, Severus, no need to be jealous," Poppy cooed. Severus recoiled, looking aghast. "I'm not jealous." "Sure, Severus," Minerva snorted. Phileas, hypothetically, would a complex extraction charm, coupled with a warped containment charm, hold him? Would that work? The short professor scrunched his eyebrows together and pursed his lips. There was a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, despite the dire situation. He was a Ravenclaw at heart, and the face of a challenge only fueled his thirst for knowledge. "It is an interesting proposition, Minerva," Phileas tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Quirinus, what do you think?" Phileas asked, looking thoughtful. "You can't possibly, Phileas," Severus interjected, making a strained noise in his throat. What? Me?" Quirrell exclaimed, surprised by his sudden involvement in the discussion. "Well, possibly, yes. It largely depends on how the two spells interact with each other, of course. If they were both cast with warm-toned wands, perhaps Dragon Heartstring and another contrasting core, the chances of the spells interacting correctly would be higher." Severus, though reluctant to take Quirrell's opinion to heart, considered it. "Would a Quirine tail core work?" he asked. "I don't see why not," Quirrell shrugged. "Of course, there is a possibility that this may backfire, creating a magical black hole, so to speak, and suck the remaining life force out of me. But I honestly do not see what I have to lose." Harry looked at Quirrell with sympathy in his green, lake-like eyes. "It's going to be okay," he said softly, reaching out to pat Quirrell's knee in reassurance. However, instead of reacting with thanks, Quirrell let out a violent scream that echoed around the room. With a terrified yelp, Harry leapt away, tears springing to his eyes as Quirrell's skin dried up rapidly, burning away under an invisible fire that consumed his body like a monster devouring its prey. Severus instinctively pulled the young Snape to him, wand raised against his colleague, questioning if it was a trap. I didn't mean to. I don't know what I did," Harry sobbed, burying his face into the potion master's robes. His own hand, the one that had touched Quirrell, burned red, blood vessels flushed against his skin. Poppy had already leapt into action, numerous spells and charms flying off the tip of her wand. Blue tendrils wrapped around Quirrell, coaxing the fire away from him as his skin turned from pale to red to burnt. She gritted her teeth, desperate for a cure against the flames that had engulfed her colleague, consuming him at an alarming speed. As skilled as the Hogwarts healer was, there was only so much magic could do. The professor stood in silence, Quirrell's crumpled, coal-like body laying in a fossilized, fetus-like position. The Dark Lord had received the brunt of the damage, and without help from Poppy, obviously, while he could still be out in the wild, the part of him that had been attached to Quirrell was now reduced to ashes. "I didn't mean to," Harry whimpered, still crying, not daring to look at what he had done. "You didn't do anything," Severus interjected firmly, kneeling and forcing the young Slytherin to meet his gaze. "Do you understand, Harry?" Slowly, the boy nodded, tears prickling his eyelids again as Quirrell's body came into view. "Can we do something?" he asked, sniffling and wiping away his tears. "Oh, what about the stone? Can we maybe—" "The stone," Minerva gasped. "Of course," Phileas murmured, glancing at Poppy, who nodded, signaling that it was worth a try. "I shall return with it immediately." The charms professor wasted no time fetching the Philosopher's Stone, a glistening, multifaceted ruby that shone as if it were emitting light. Unable to resist his curiosity, Harry peeked from the safety of Severus's robes, watching hopefully as the Medowitch gently shaved off a small amount of fine crystal from the surface of the stone into a goblet, which Minerva quickly filled with wine conjured from Severus's quarters, which he was not too happy about but didn't complain. With her wand, Poppy diluted the powder of the Philosopher's Stone in the wine and held it up to. Quirrell's lips began to change. For a moment, nothing happened, and as Poppy sighed, ready to admit defeat, the coal-like skin cracked away, revealing red, sore skin beneath. Piece by piece, Quirrell's body rejuvenated. While he still bore patches of angry red scars, it was infinitely better than the burnt, unrecognizable state he had been in just moments ago. "I shall call St. Mungo's and inform them that we are on our way," Minerva said curtly. Poppy returned to work, running diagnostic spells on Quirrell, fixing whatever she could to keep him steady until he could receive proper help. "Perhaps you should bring Mr. Potter back to the Commons, Severus, and see to Mr. Malfoy's burn." "Of course." Severus felt reluctant to leave. They were in his office, having just witnessed the temporary death of his former, or current, master, the Dark Lord. However, Minerva knew best when it came to kids, and he was no fool. The adults were armed with years of war and experience, yet they were still shaken. At this rate, he would have to put Harry through therapy until the boy was 30. "Come, Harry. He'll be okay?" Harry asked softly, his eyes lingering on the professor. "He will get the best help there is," Severus replied. It wasn't a definite answer, and from the reluctance in Harry's steps, he knew the boy sensed it too. Regardless, Harry accepted it without another word. Chapter 28, Leaving Hogwarts. The matter with Quirrell and the brief resurfacing of the Dark Lord passed unnoticed by most of the school, as many were still focused on their exams. Severus took on the role of the defense professor for the remainder of the term, since Quirrell had taken an early leave due to a family emergency. Hermione, Draco, Theodore, Ron, and Neville were all informed of the incident. Severus gathered the first years after leaving his office and escorted them to the infirmary to have Harry checked and to tend to Draco's burn. Their reactions varied. Hermione, Ron, and Neville were mostly horrified and worried for Harry. Draco felt conflicted, having heard bits and pieces about the Dark Lord from his father. Theodore was unusually quiet and contemplative. While invigilating and marking examination papers for both Minerva and Phileas, who kindly helped with the workload, Severus kept a close eye on the first years. He had quite a bit to explain to Dumbledore, as his defense professor had been abruptly sent to St. Mungo's, burned to a crisp with no warning. The headmaster was not pleased. There was a disgruntled twinkle in his eyes, and Severus was becoming adept at interpreting such twinkles. With that, another school year came to an end. Severus was relieved, as he wasn't sure how much more he could endure. He glanced away from the last potions essay, another atrocious piece of work he couldn't believe he had to read, and realized it was time to put away his work and, believe it or not, have his fourth heart-to-heart session with Harry Potter. He was having therapy sessions with the son of his sworn enemy. Given that the boy had defeated a terrorist at 15 months old, grew up in an abusive family believing his parents were alcoholics, and almost accidentally killed the host of the terrorist he had defeated, there was a lot to unpack. Professor? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Severus gathered the rest of his essays. He had half a mind to burn them all with a simple incantation and cleared his throat. Come in. Harry entered, closing the door behind him and quickly taking the seat he had occupied for 4 nights in a row, a soft couch that Severus had transfigured from one of his office chairs. Good evening, Professor. Good evening, Harry. Severus nodded in response, wishing he hadn't put away his papers so he'd have something to occupy his hands. It was always awkward starting their sessions, and so far, they had always begun with greetings until the potions master found a way into an issue they needed to discuss. How are you feeling today? Good. Harry responded, his emerald eyes meeting his professor's. An improvement, Severus noted. In previous sessions, Harry would let his gaze wander around the office to avoid meeting the potions master's eyes. Are you nearly done with marking the papers, Professor? Yes, Severus cracked a slight smile. I'm nearly done with all the atrocious nonsense your seniors are writing in their exams. Harry allowed himself a laugh, although his shoulders remained tense. What are we talking about today? He asked carefully. In their previous sessions, Severus had been cautious not to push the boy too far. Slytherins appreciated a subtle approach. A quick search in the library had provided him with a couple of manuals on handling children with trauma. Severus didn't have any of the natural warmth that Poppy had the experience that Minerva did, but if there was one thing Severus could do, it was research. What would you like to talk about? He asked, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together. Their first session focused on Harry's guilt over nearly killing Quirrell. It wasn't Harry's fault, yet Severus continued to explore the scientific and magical reasons behind his reaction. In their second session, Severus tried to delve into Harry's nightmares. However, that did not go well. Harry clammed up after a few questions hit too close to home. That night, he mostly responded with nods and short answers, saying yes or no. Realizing he wasn't making progress, Severus dismissed the first year, but he followed Harry back to the common room to ensure he got there safely. Determined to correct his earlier mistakes, Severus adopted a gentler approach in their third session. He avoided sensitive topics and gave Harry a potion manual to read while he marked papers. They engaged in casual conversation, mostly about the upper year's assignments. Toward the end, Harry reluctantly began to share some of his dreams on his own, which made Severus feel immensely proud. It wouldn't be easy, but there was progress. I dunno, Harry shrugged, averting his gaze again. Don't do that, Severus reprimanded, giving him a pointed look. No shrugging, Mr. Potter. Slytherins do not shrug. It's improper. Do you understand? Sorry, Professor, Harry mumbled. Resisting the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose, Severus corrected him once more. No mumbling either, Mr. Potter. You wish to become a healer, correct? You must carry yourself with confidence. Of course, your confidence must be backed with knowledge, which I believe you have no trouble acquiring. Mr. Potter, no mumbling and no shrugging, Severus said. Harry straightened up, which Severus saw as a positive sign. Pomona had informed him about Harry's interest in medicine, and he was more than happy to encourage it. Knowledge, as he had mentioned, would not be an issue. From what he had observed, as long as Harry was interested, he would give his all to study it. If he maintained that attitude for the next 7 years, which Severus would ensure he did, he would be well on his way to becoming a healer. "Let's make a deal, okay?" Severus proposed. "Madam Pince has told me you've exhausted the medicinal books in the library. I happen to have dabbled in healing while completing my master's and have a few advanced texts. For every question you answer, I'll give you one. If you want, I'll even ask Madame Pomfrey for some from her personal collection." Harry perked up at this offer. Dumbledore would have been jealous of the bright twinkle in his eyes. "Do we have a deal?" Severus asked. "Sure," Harry replied, then hesitated. "Can I choose not to answer some questions?" "Of course," Severus agreed. "As long as you answer a question, any question, you get a book. If you don't want to answer one, we can skip it, and you can answer something else. No penalty for skipping questions." "Okay," Harry nodded. "First question, then," Severus began, noticing how the boy seemed to shrink into himself. "You've just about finished your first year. Which subject do you like the most?" Caught off guard by the question, Harry frowned in contemplation. "Will you get mad if it isn't potions?" "No," Severus said, rolling his eyes good-naturedly. "I will not." Pursing his lips, Harry considered his options. "Can I choose more than one subject?" "I suppose." "Potions and herbology, then," Harry answered. Severus smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He raised his wand, and Crockett's Beginner's Guide to Healing, a textbook commonly used for undergraduate students in healing, flew down from the shelves to settle on the desk before Harry. "That's one question. Shall we move on?" "Yes, please," Harry replied, nodding eagerly. "Next question, you brewed the 15 potions covered in the first year's syllabus, and on top of that, you've done a couple of upper year brews as well. Which one do you like brewing the most, and why?" "That's a tough one," Harry said, sounding a bit whiny. "I like all of them." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Even the herbicide potion?" The herbicide potion was a foul-smelling, disgusting-looking brew that bubbled ominously while it boiled for half an hour. The potion's classroom reeked during the week they studied it, and Draco's complaints about his robe smelling could be heard from all corners of the castle. Severus almost agreed with Ronald Weasley when the redhead threw a comment across the Great Hall that week, "We know you stink, Malfoy." "For the love of Merlin, please shut up." "Okay, maybe not all of them," Harry corrected sheepishly. "Well, of everything we learned, the Wiggenweld is probably the most useful, and it doesn't smell half bad, but I think I enjoyed brewing Norberta's sleeping potion the most." He glanced at Severus experimentally. The professor looked exasperated but did not appear ready to scold him. Instead, he gestured for Harry to continue with a slight tilt of his head. "I think, since we had to put a lot of research and calculation into it, it was the most fulfilling," Harry explained carefully. "I guess, of everything else we brewed, I was happy when it came out good, but Norberta's potion, we kind of did everything by ourselves, and we didn't know if it would work, so when it did, it was the best feeling ever," Severus grumbled under his breath. "Of all the choices you could make, you picked the one that put your life in the most danger and the one you brewed without supervision. What did I expect?" With another displeased grumble, he raised his wand, and another book descended from the shelves. This one was by Yellowworth, one of the first renowned healers in magical Britain. "Next question," Severus cleared his throat. It was now his turn to watch Harry carefully. He knew that how he phrased his next question could determine how the session would go. "The semester's nearly over. How do you feel about going back to your aunt and uncle's?" While they hadn't addressed it directly yet, Severus knew without a doubt that Harry did not look forward to returning home. Judging by the way the boy froze, he was right. I am," Harry mumbled, glancing at his fidgeting fingers. "It'll be nice, I guess. Some of the potions and charms I've learned could really help Aunt Petunia with her chores. And she would appreciate that, I'm sure." The boy went silent. Maybe," he said quietly, his voice almost inaudible. "You haven't gone home for the whole year," Severus said, trying to sound gentle, which was not something he was accustomed to. "Are you looking forward to seeing your relatives?" Harry was squirming now. It'll be nice, he repeated. Going back, where I'm familiar with. I see. Even though it was clear that Harry wasn't being entirely truthful about his feelings, Severus didn't press on. He levitated for more books from the shelves to add to the pile on the desk. Anything else you'd like to add? There were a million unsaid things that Harry was holding back, Severus knew. But if it didn't come from the boy willingly, he wasn't going to try to force it out. Severus Snape had found the second session with Harry Potter to be quite effective. He was already enticing the boy with the promise of books and resources. All he needed to do now was be patient and hope that, over time, Harry would learn to trust him enough to accept his help. No, I don't think so, Harry mumbled. All right. Glancing at the clock, Severus noted, it's getting late. You should return to your dorm, Mr. Potter. You may keep these books with you and return them to me when you come back for your second year. Thank you, Harry said as he tugged the heavy stack of thick books toward the edge of the table. The stack must have weighed at least a third of his body weight, and from the soft huffs he was making, it was clear he would struggle to make it back to the common room. Dryly, Severus asked, has Professor Filtwick not taught you the levitation charm, Mr. Potter? Oh, Harry flushed, as if suddenly remembering he was a wizard. Right. Embarrassed, he muttered the incantation under his breath, and the books began to float before him as he trudged to the office door. Severus watched as Harry hesitated just before shutting the door behind him. See, could I, maybe, Harry said softly, his gaze dropping. Remember what we said about mumbling, Mr. Potter? Severus raised an eyebrow and stood from his desk. When Harry didn't respond, Severus approached him. The boy opened his mouth, then closed it again, hesitating. Mr. Potter, a verbal answer, if you could. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, more clearly now. Would it be possible for me to maybe stay at the castle over the holidays? I'll be good, I promise. I won't get into any trouble, I promise. I'm afraid there's no staff at Hogwarts over the summer, so no. Harry drooped like a withered flower, hanging his head as he accepted the answer. Dejectedly, Harry said, Oh. Okay. Good night then, Professor. However, Severus cleared his throat, speaking impulsively. I will be writing a letter to your aunt. You must remain with her for the first few days of summer, but you will be spending the rest of your summer with me. Your potions grade is mediocre, and you require extra one-on-one tutoring to keep up with your peers for the next year. Do you understand? For a moment, Harry was confused. His potions grade was just fine until it hit him. Then, it hit him. There was a flurry of falling books, which Severus caught with a levitation charm of his own. Just as he opened his mouth to berate Harry about damaging his textbooks, the first year latched onto Severus's leg with a tight hug, his face burrowed in the potion master's robes. Rendered wordless, the professor stood, stunned and unsure of how to react. Before he could come up with an appropriate response, however, Harry unlatched himself, bringing his sleeves up to wipe tears from under his glasses. Thank you, Professor, he mumbled happily, sheepishly picking up the textbooks with his wand. Good night, Professor Snape. Remember to write, Harry, Hermione insisted as they neared King's Cross Station. She had gone green with jealousy when she saw the stack of medicinal textbooks Harry was packing into his luggage. He had left one out for the train ride. And tell me all about everything you read. I will, Mion, relax, Harry laughed, feeling so full of happiness. He was surrounded by the greatest group of friends he could ask for, and he would be spending most of the summer with Professor Snape. The potions master had never said what day he would come to pick him up, but Harry was hopeful. He knew that Severus would keep his word. Harry would just have to be good for Aunt Petunia for a couple of days, and then the summer would begin. Rest of the holidays with his professor. I'll write, too, Theodore said. And Hermione, I'll send you some books from the Knot Library. It's my mother's collection, shelves and shelves of Norse magic. Just try not to attempt any spells or charms that have a skull on the top of the page. You might blow up your neighborhood. I'm going strictly theoretical during the summer, Theo, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes. Remember what Professor Snape said? We aren't allowed to perform underage magic. The Ministry will track us down if we do. The Ministry's rules don't apply to Not Manor, and they certainly don't apply to the warding charms my mother set up around the place. Theodore grinned. The Ministry would have been onto us a long time ago if they knew what kind of Norse magics we were testing there. I'd got to continue my mother's work, so it's a summer-long research session for me. Hermione pouted. That's so unfair. The only thing I can do is potions, and even then I have to stick to the basic ones. But you'll get to be with your parents, Harry reminded her. Oh, I think I see mine. Draco grinned, catching a flash of light blonde as the train rolled into the station. Oh, look, a whole bunch of redheads, must be yours, Weasley. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron shot back, spotting his younger sister, Ginny, waving excitedly at the incoming train. Blimey, Ginny's grown so much in a year. Hard to believe it's really been a whole year, huh? Oh, I think I see Gran, too. Neville piped up, patting his pocket to make sure Trevor was still safe. In his hands, he held the sleeper's trumpet that Professor Sprout had gifted him, one of his most treasured plants. Harry, Hermione, you've got to come meet my Gran, she'll love you both. I'd love to, Harry said, unlatching Hedwig's cage and rousing the owl. Off you go, Hedwig. Meet us at Privet Drive, and stay out of Uncle Vernon's way, all right? The owl hooted sleepily but lifted her head from under her wing and hopped onto Harry's arm. He carried her to the open window, allowing her to stretch her wings and take flight into the sky. If she stayed in her cage, she would be locked up for the next few days. Harry couldn't bear to do that to her, especially since she had grown used to freedom at Hogwarts. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said, sending a smug look Hermione's way when he successfully levitated both their trunks out from the storage compartment. How's that, Granger? Oh, shush, Ronald, she replied, rolling her eyes. Hey, are you guys coming? Neville, no, Neville, just hold on to your plant. I'll get your trunk for you. Merlin, help us if you drop the sleeper's trumpet on the ground. That'd be fun, Theodore snorted. The entire train will be asleep in 2 minutes. Draco, if you're done adjusting your hair, could you move over? Harry and I are trying to get our things, you know. Patience is a virtue, not, and a virtue you do not have, Draco huffed. Theodore hummed. What I do have, Malfoy, is your wand and an extensive knowledge of Norse hexes that your parents don't know the counterspell to. Draco, your hair looks perfect, and I'm sure your parents won't love you any less if you show up with a hair out of place, Harry assured him, levitating his and Theodore's trunks down now that Draco had moved out of the way. Shall we? Hermione, Ron, and Neville are already down on the platform. While Augusta Longbottom initially had concerns about her grandson's Slytherin friends, she begrudgingly acknowledged that they weren't so bad. Neville had changed completely since she first saw him off on the Hogwarts Express. He stood with more confidence than ever. Before, there had been a glow in his eyes that wasn't there before. If a group of Slytherins and one other Gryffindor were responsible for this change, well, as long as it was for the better, she had no complaints. I'll be right back. I think I see my parents waiting over there, Hermione said, shooting off through the crowd to collect her confused and amazed Muggle parents. Augusta! Molly Weasley greeted the older woman as the Weasley clan approached them. Ron had brought them over to introduce his parents to his friends. Like Augusta, Molly, and Arthur had been worried about Ron mixing with the Slytherins. However, one letter from Percy talking about how sweet little Harry was had been enough to put them at ease. Thankfully, Draco had enough sense to leave the group and not bring his parents over. There would be a live rendition of the Weasley-Malfoy feud on the platform, on a big scale. At least Ron and Draco could get along now, somewhat. Their fathers, however, were a different story, and hell would freeze over before Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy could agree on something. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Harry greeted. Thanks for the sweater. Oh, no need for thanks, dear, Molly said kindly. Did you have a good year? Harry smiled, thinking of all the people he'd met, all the things they'd learned, and all the trouble they'd gotten into. The troll, breaking into Snape's office, smuggling Norberta, Quidditch. Yeah. It's been a great year. That's nice to hear, Molly smiled. I think I see my aunt and uncle, Harry said suddenly, spotting a disgruntled-looking family standing by a pillar. From the looks of it, Dudley was whining about something, and Aunt Petunia was coaxing him with the promise of extra bacon for dinner. I guess this is it. Right, lots. Hermione yelled, cupping her hands around her mouth so he could hear her over the commotion of the station. Until September, Harry, Hermione said. Harry smiled and replied, until September. Chapter 29, 715 Wrensbury Lane. Harry didn't expect his relatives to greet him with open arms and wide smiles, but he didn't think they would be so harsh either. Unable to use magic, he struggled to push his car down the bumpy road to where the Dursleys were parked in the furthest corner of the lot. Thankfully, when they reached the car, Uncle Vernon helped him toss his trunks into the back. However, he looked absolutely repulsed at the thought of touching Harry's belongings, wiping his hands on his slacks afterward. With a bit of persuasion from Aunt Petunia, who said, "He's not going to give you a pig's tail, Dudley. He can forget about stepping foot into our house if he even dares raise his hand against you," Dudley reluctantly climbed into the car. He sat pressed against the window, as far from Harry as he could get without actually being outside. At Privet Drive, Harry's robes, books, including the ones he had borrowed from Professor Snape, and wand were all tossed into his trunks. Those trunks were then shoved into the cupboard under the stairs and locked with a key that Uncle Vernon wore around his neck with a wicked grin. On his third evening back, something peculiar happened. Harry had been minding his own business, mopping the kitchen after his relatives had retired upstairs, when Aunt Petunia strolled in. She gestured to him wordlessly with a snap of her fingers. It was astonishing when she opened his previously locked cupboard, clicking her tongue at him and telling him to be quick. He blinked in surprise but didn't wait for her to say more before diving into his trunk. He fumbled for his wand, Professor Snape's textbooks, and a few vials of potion-based fertilizers he had brewed to bring home for Aunt Petunia's garden. The roses on the front lawn had lost their vibrant color. During the time he had been gone, and with only a few days left before he left for Professor Snape's, Harry wanted to restore Aunt Petunia's garden to its previous glory. It was Aunt Petunia's garden, but it felt as much his, considering how long he had been caring for it. "It's for the garden," he explained quietly when she gave him a suspicious glare. "I had some spare time before our semester ended, so I brewed some fertilizers to use on the roses." Turning her nose up at him, Aunt Petunia harumphed. "Don't you dare kill them," she warned, sniffling angrily. "Mrs. Holden across the road complimented my roses today, and yesterday, Mrs. Turner. Whatever you're doing in the garden, keep at it, or else you'll be putting all of those back." It dawned on Harry then. Aunt Petunia's plants had withered without his attention. Now that he had returned, they were coming back to life, and the neighbors on Privet Drive had noticed. The roses were Aunt Petunia's pride and joy, aside from Dudley, and seeing them brighten up in just a few days of summer must have soothed her wounded ego. Unexpectedly, she credited him for the revival of her beloved flowers and rewarded him for his work by allowing him access to a few items from his trunk without Uncle Vernon knowing. "Thank you," he said, bowing in gratitude. He would pour his heart and soul into restoring the roses. He couldn't bear to see them in such a terrible state, but now he was determined to give 200% to it. In the next few days, Aunt Petunia was kinder to him. He noticed she was sending him out often, not just to tend to the garden but also to keep him away from Dudley and Uncle Vernon, limiting the time they had to snicker and laugh at him. Most mornings, he was allowed to slip out after cooking breakfast, avoiding their scrutiny. Breakfast time jeering filled the air. Life was good, or as good as it could get. Then, the letter arrived. It was a Tuesday. Harry had picked up the mail, of course, and noticed it was addressed to Aunt Petunia, despite bearing the Hogwarts wax stamp. "Here," he said, surprising Uncle Vernon. Most mail was directed to him, as the pile of electricity and water bills on the dining table could confirm. It was rare for a letter to arrive for his wife, which Uncle Vernon would have grumbled about if Petunia hadn't gone pale at the sight of the Hogwarts symbol. With trembling hands, she unfolded the envelope and drew out the letter. Dear Mrs. Dursley, I hope this letter finds you well. I must inform you that due to the state of his potion grades, I am requesting that Mr. Potter attend extra tutoring over the summer until the week the new school semester begins. Please have him pack his school belongings, as I shall pick him up tomorrow morning. Do not hesitate to write should you have any inquiries. Regards, St. Snape, Head of Slytherin House, Potions Master. Summer tutoring? She repeated, looking shocked. At her words, Uncle Vernon grinned widely. He would be rid of Harry just a few days into the summer holidays. It was absolutely spectacular, and Dudley's matching cackle showed he shared his father's sentiments. Due to the state of your potion grades, she spat the subject name, you insolent boy. Don't tell me you didn't study properly. In truth, Aunt Petunia was less concerned about her nephew's grades than she was about her garden. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Harry's thumb was greener than hers. After everything he'd learned from herbology, he had returned from school with a thumb greener than ever. Uncle Vernon couldn't have been more delighted. Due to the state of your grades? He cackled wickedly. You aren't any better there than you are here, are you? As much as Harry wanted to defend his grades, third in the year, thank you very much, he had lost to Hermione and Anthony Goldstein. So, he kept his mouth shut and accepted it. Professor Snape would be picking him up the next day. That was worth all the insults they could throw at him in a lifetime. When Professor Snape said tomorrow morning, no one had really expected 7 o'clock in the morning. That was when the potions master, dressed in Muggle clothing, showed up on the doorstep. Harry had just been washing the pots and pans as Uncle Vernon and Dudley trudged down the stairs for breakfast when the doorbell rang. Good morning, Mrs. Dursley, said Professor Snape smoothly, not faltering even when she paled to a deathly white. I believe Mr. Potter has his belongings ready? She stuttered, her hand trembling. You? Oh, forgive me, Severus interjected, sending a polite nod toward Uncle Vernon, who was glancing back and forth between his wife and the dark-looking man at their front door. My name is Severus Snape. I'm Mr. Potter's potions professor and his head of house. You're his professor? Petunia hissed, jabbing a finger at him. To his credit, Severus only raised an eyebrow, showing no offense. Yes, Mrs. Dursley, said Severus. Unfortunately, I neglected to bring the employment contract I signed with Headmaster Dumbledore. You know him, I believe? However, what I have brought is Mr. Potter's report card, which, as I know, has yet to be delivered to his guardians. Uncle Vernon laughed loudly at this, rubbing his hands together. Read it aloud, then. Boy, whatever you're doing, come out here. Very well, Severus nodded as Harry emerged. Mr. Potter. Astronomy exceeds expectations, 6th in overall year. Charms, outstanding, 3rd in year. Defense against dark arts, outstanding, 1st in year, tied with Mr. Goldstein. Herbology, outstanding, 4th in year. History of magic, 1st in year, tied with Miss Granger. Potions, 1st in year, tied with Miss Granger, Mr. Knott, Mr. Goldstein, and Mr. Malfoy. Finally, Transfiguration, 2nd in year. Whatever the Dursleys had expected, it wasn't that. It was hard to tell who looked more pleased, Harry, for his amazing results, or Severus, for the expressions on the Dursleys' faces. As his head of house, I must say that Mr. Potter did remarkably well in his first year, especially considering he had no exposure to the course material before attending Hogwarts. Overall, I am pleased to inform you that Mr. Potter finished 3rd in the year, an impressive placement. Severus finished with a polite smile. Then, what in the bloody hell is the tutoring for? Uncle Vernon blurted out angrily. Severus said, looking pleased that the topic had been raised. Mr. Potter, while young, has demonstrated a talent for potions and has expressed interest in experimental brewing, which I will be doing a lot of this summer. To cultivate his enthusiasm for potions, I am offering him an opportunity to learn additional material that is not covered in the syllabus, as I believe his grades prove he is more than deserving of this chance." Harry smiled so wide that his cheeks began to hurt. "He's quite the well-rounded student," Severus continued seriously. "In addition to excelling in his studies, Mr. Potter is the star player of his house sports team. He is the fastest we've seen in quite some time." "Not fair!" Dudley shrieked. He hadn't made it onto Smelting's football team, despite his father's expectations. "I want to be on a sports team too." He stormed upstairs in a tantrum, his heavy footfalls echoing in the hallway after he left. "I believe you are packed, Mr. Potter?" Severus asked pleasantly. "Yes, Professor," Harry replied, drawing his wand questioningly. Uncle Vernon looked horrified at the sight, while Aunt Petunia turned away. "May I?" Harry asked. Severus nodded and cast a non-verbal spell under his breath to jumble the Ministry's tracking spell on underage wizards. It was illegal, of course, but he was Severus Snape. It wouldn't be the most illegal thing he had ever done. "Go ahead," Severus said. "Alahomora," Harry whispered, unlocking his cupboard. "Wingardium Leviosa." "S. Parva," Severus said, shrinking Harry's trunk so he could tuck them in his pocket. "Is that everything?" "Yes," Harry said, but then turned back, as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh, Aunt Petunia. I've left the fertilizers in the back of the shed. They're labeled. You should sprinkle sparse amounts of the first one, the dark green one, every 2 days. The blue one, that's the flower brightener, every morning, and the yellow one, that's for repelling bugs and providing a fresher scent, every weekend. There should be enough for 2 months. I'll mail some more back during the school year, okay? Don't you dare send it by owl mail," she hissed at him, crossing her arms stiffly. "What fertilizers?" Uncle Vernon howled. "Come, Mr. Potter," Severus interjected timely, leading Harry outside the house. "Call for your owl." Upon hearing Harry's whistle, Hedwig descended from the skies, grumpy since it was early in the morning. She perched on Harry's shoulder obediently. "Good girl," he murmured, running his fingers through her ruffled feathers affectionately. "Meet us at Wrenberry Lane," he instructed quietly. She tittered in understanding, giving Harry's ear a playful nibble before taking off again. "Is this your first time side-apparating, Mr. Potter?" Professor Snape asked. "Side what?" Harry replied. "Side-apparating, Mr. Potter. Hold on tight and do not let go, no matter what, do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Harry nodded, feeling nervous. As he turned to look at Privet Drive one last time, he caught his aunt's gaze just as her husband forcefully pushed the door closed. Harry imagined him saying the neighbors would come out soon. Before he could mouth goodbye, the colors of number 4 whirled together in a mess of hues, and then they were gone. Had Professor Snape not been holding onto his arm, Harry would have crashed into the ground at what felt like 100 miles per hour and probably would have crushed his ankle. Still jolted by the whirling feeling in his stomach, he belched, trying not to feel sick. "The first time can be a bit rough," Professor Snape commented dryly. "If you're feeling better, we don't have all day." As the queasiness faded from his mind, Harry stood up and took a good look at their surroundings. They had landed in a little town with houses pressed together in odd ways, tall and lanky, in shades of muted grey and blue. Ravens and crows perched on the rooftops and on the occasional lamppost, cawing into the greying skies and calling to their friends behind the murky clouds. Harry let Professor Snape lead him out. They stepped onto the main road, a roundabout cobblestone path framed by a grocery store, a barber shop, and a bookstore. They passed winding roads, going down and down, through streets lined with odd, lopsided houses. Eventually, they veered off the main path and down a little street. Harry recognized it from the street sign, Wrensbury Lane. "Number 715, Wrensbury Lane, Ivyworth," Severus said. "Remember?" "Yes," Harry replied, nodding in astonishment as he saw Hedwig perched on the mailbox before number 715. It used to be a mailbox, but someone, probably Professor Snape, had removed the metal box, leaving only a pole for her to perch on. "Hedwig!" Harry called. She chirped in greeting, almost approvingly. "Come," Severus said, already at the door. The door was dark blue, with faded silver framing the small peephole. The metal numbers were nailed into the wood beneath. The houses on their street were tall and lanky, much like Professor Snape himself, Harry thought. He clicked his fingers for Hedwig to hop onto his arm and followed the older man inside, unable to help but gawk at the interior. It wasn't a fancy place with unreachable ceilings, but it was high nonetheless. A single bulbed, simple chandelier hung above them in the entryway. A few grayscale pictures, each showing the front of different houses, were framed along the hallway, but Harry didn't have long to stare. Professor Snape was already deep inside the house, impatiently calling him along. The hallway opened on the right to a living room, complete with 3 large windows around the corner, right above a comfy-looking grey couch. The rest of the living room was adequately decorated with ceiling-high bookshelves, a coffee table adorned with a terrarium and a stack of newspapers. Books were everywhere, stacked neatly in corners, stuffed into every available nook on the shelves, and arranged on the windowsill. Beside the living room was a small kitchen, featuring cupboards in faded dark blue and silver black. Stove, an electric kettle, which surprised Harry, and a rack of neatly stored plates, pots, and pans. On the wall, there was a collection of polished knives. It made sense, as Professor Snape was a potions master, and a collection of various blades was likely very important to him. "Mr. Potter," Professor Snape called impatiently, standing further down the corridor in front of a pair of staircases, one leading up and one leading down. "If you could please be bothered." "Sorry," Harry replied, hurrying to catch up with him. "That leads to the basement," Professor Snape said, "which is where my lab is. As I told your aunt, you will be doing research with me over the summer. You will not be allowed to slack off on your studies under my watch. However, you are not permitted to go down without my supervision, ever. If I am working in my lab alone, you are not to disturb me unless there is an emergency. Do you understand?" Instead of answering, Harry stared numbly at the older man. He hadn't expected to actually do research with the potions master. Sure, Professor Snape had allowed them to rework Norberta's potion, but to actually work with someone of his caliber. "Mr. Potter, an answer, please." "Oh. Yes," Harry stammered, feeling embarrassed. Satisfied, the professor led the way upstairs into a short corridor with 3 doors. The walls were covered in faded blue wallpaper, and when Harry looked closer, he noticed a subtle, shimmering pattern of wildflowers along the hallway. "This is my room," Professor Snape said stiffly. "You are not permitted to go inside at all. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. Professor Snape then led Harry to one of the 2 remaining rooms. He showed Harry the one with the wider door first. "This will be your room." Harry's jaw dropped. The room was furnished rather simply. The room had a bed with a thick green comforter, a cupboard with a built-in mirror, a desk, and shelves lining the walls. A set of bay windows adorned a corner, and below it was a simple, built-in couch that was perfect for reading on a rainy day. Overall, it was better than anything Harry had ever had at Privet Drive. "The bathroom is the door beside yours," said the professor. "Now, whenever you finish gawking, feel free to join me downstairs for breakfast." Breakfast was the best thing Harry had ever seen. It wasn't as varied as Hogwarts, but the bowl of yogurt, fresh strawberries, and crackers still looked exquisite. Professor Snape was already halfway through his own bowl when Harry descended from his room, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. In a small green bowl opposite the professor was Harry's own serving. Unable to contain himself, he reached forward for it, watching warily for the older man's reaction as he picked it up carefully and retreated to a corner of the kitchen to eat quickly. "What do you think you're doing, Mr. Potter?" said Professor Snape irritably, looking away from his newspaper. "Oh, Harry stammered, unsure of what to do. Professor Snape was still staring at him expectantly, and Harry didn't know if it meant he was supposed to eat in his room or somewhere out of sight. "Do you need an invitation to the table?" The professor raised an eyebrow when Harry still didn't move, his body frozen. Blinking, it dawned on Harry what he was supposed to do. Professor Snape had left his bowl in front of a seat, which meant it was intended for him. Feeling embarrassed now, he shuffled over and climbed onto the wooden chair opposite the older man, trying very hard not to meet his gaze. "They didn't allow me to eat at the table," Harry mumbled as a weak explanation. Rather angrily, "Professor Snape." Snape cursed under his breath in a language Harry didn't understand and looked him in the eyes. "From now on, you will eat at the dining table for every single meal unless I say otherwise. If you wish to have tea or snacks on the couch, you may, but if you get crumbs everywhere, you will be responsible for the cleanup. Am I clear?" That seemed simple enough. Harry nodded, and with that, they each returned to their breakfast. The young boy rejoiced at the taste of fruit in his mouth. It tasted like heaven after a whole week of burnt bacon. Hogwarts had spoiled him with all its milk, fresh fruit, cereal, and porridge. He finished his meal quickly and, by habit, brought it over to the sink to wash. Professor Snape didn't use the same dishwasher as Aunt Petunia, but it was lemon-scented, so Harry had no complaints. Using a neatly hung washcloth, he wiped his bowl dry. To his delight, the head of Slytherin gave him an approving nod when he was done. Just to go that step further, Harry took his professor's bowl from the table while Snape was still reading the paper and washed it too. "Thank you, Harry," hummed Professor Snape, casually reading a scandal in the ministry about the current chair of finance cheating on his wife and 4-year-old daughter with his half-blood subordinate. Where can I do my homework, sir?" Professor Snape lowered his paper to ponder this. "Either your room or the living room, I suppose." While he had been the one to tell Harry he could stay in his room for homework or whatever else the boy was getting up to in there, Severus was starting to regret it. "Mr. Potter," Severus rapped on Harry's door, trying not to feel annoyed. He had to be patient with the boy, considering the Dursleys had done such a great job of raising him. "Lunch is at 12 o'clock. It is 12:07. After a few long seconds, the door swung open to reveal a flushed Harry standing in the doorway. "Yes, sir." "Sorry." Severus noticed that the boy looked a bit stunned, likely due to the Dursleys' poor parenting. As he watched Harry stumble down the stairs, he quickly realized what had caught the boy off guard. Harry hadn't expected him to knock, let alone wait outside until he opened the door. The Dursleys had a unique understanding of boundaries. Lunch turned out to be mostly uneventful, and Severus took this opportunity to establish some ground rules. He would be spending his summer, willingly, with the son of James Potter, one of Hogwarts' most infamous pranksters. He didn't think Harry had the prankster mindset, or maybe he did and was just clever enough to avoid detection. Still, the boy had managed to smuggle a dragon out of the castle and had committed theft from Severus himself. "As we mentioned earlier, you are allowed to take snacks onto the couch, not your room, Mr. Potter. Absolutely no eating on your bed, but you will have to clean up if you make a mess," Severus said. "As for meal times, breakfast will be at 8:30 on weekdays and 9 o'clock on weekends. Lunch is at noon and dinner at 7. Do you agree?" "Yes, sir. We might come up with a few other rules as we go along, but let me make a few things clear, Harry." The boy froze at the change in tone, his entire body stiffening and his gaze shifting away. "Harry," Severus said firmly, "for your entire time here, I promise I will not ever hit you. Never, not even for punishment. If you ever need to be punished, it will involve chores, an earlier bedtime, or no snacks. And just as you may not enter my room without my permission, I will not enter yours without your permission, unless you are sick and—" "Do you understand?" Severus asked, noticing Harry's blank expression and the way he was blinking. It was clear that he did not. "My house is very different from your aunt and uncle's," Severus established sternly. "I do not hold the same values or beliefs that they do. Do you understand, Harry?" Severus repeated. "Yes, sir," Harry finally replied, nodding. He felt confused, stunned, and somewhat grateful all at once, unsure of what he was supposed to feel. "Good," Severus said, satisfied with Harry's answer as he returned to his lunch. It was going to be a long summer. Chapter 30, A Quiet, Quiet House. Number 715, Wrensbury Lane, was an oddly quiet house. Yes, it was situated in a quiet neighborhood in a quiet town, but it was quiet even compared to its neighbors. The only resident of 715 was a lanky, tall man often dressed entirely in black. However, word had it he was seen a few days ago with a young boy, around the age of 10 or 11, by the overly concerned Mrs. Kettler. Wrensbury Lane was not a neighborhood known for gossip, but when events occurred in an uneventful place, word was bound to spread. Within a day, rumors had sprouted and took over the area like an infestation of wall-climbing ivy. Wrensbury had a new resident. The two living in 715 were unaware of the veiled curiosity lingering outside their door. In fact, they were a little preoccupied with their own problems. It had been 2 days, and despite housing the boy under his roof, Severus felt like he'd hardly seen Harry at all. It was ironic, given that the Severus of 9 months ago would have wanted as little contact as possible with the boy and those bloody green eyes. He tried not to think about it. After all, Harry staying out of sight was a good thing, wasn't it? He could feel morally at ease with himself. Lily's son wouldn't have to endure the hells of Privet Drive. But at the same time, he wouldn't have to look into a James Potter look-alike during the scarce days of summer he had to himself. Right? As dinner rolled around, Harry's door clicked open right on time. Severus had charmed all the clocks in the house to align, because Merlin forbid the Potter spawn make an excuse about being late due to his clock slowing down. As casually as possible, the potions master glanced up from his seat on the couch, lowering his book just slightly to peer at Harry, who flicked his gaze at the living room clock just to check the time. Sure he wasn't late. With a nod, Severus acknowledged Harry's presence, and they took their seats at the dining table. The food was already warm and ready, mashed potatoes, ham, and green peas. It wasn't as exquisite as the buffet at Hogwarts, but no one complained. After being reprimanded for eating too quickly like a starved child the previous night, Harry made an effort to slow down, appreciating the meal. As was routine over the past 2 nights, Harry took the dishes to the sink after they finished eating. He washed them meticulously until they were squeaky clean. Severus wondered if Harry knew about dishwashing spells, but he wasn't going to let the boy skip out on chores. Settling comfortably on the couch, Severus picked up his book and continued reading, keeping an eye on Harry over the rim. The dark-haired boy moved around the kitchen, drying the plates and arranging them on the drying rack. He wiped down the counters with a rag, following a clockwork routine that seemed all too familiar. Perhaps it was how his aunt and uncle had conditioned him, Severus thought. Over the past 2 days, Harry had only been visible during mealtimes. At all other times, he remained eerily silent in his bedroom. Severus sometimes had to cast a spell to ensure the boy was still in the house and hadn't run away on a whim. "Harry," called the professor, causing the boy to freeze. Severus had started to recognize Harry's cleaning routine. He knew that when Harry wiped his hands dry on the rag, he would soon retreat to his bedroom until breakfast the next morning. Awkwardly, Harry paused, folding the rag into a neat square and hanging it on the oven handle. "You can work in the living room instead of hiding upstairs all day," Severus suggested. "Day," Severus clarified, watching the boy's reaction carefully. There was no initial change in Harry's demeanor, except for a brief flash of hesitancy in his eyes. "Mr. Potter, I should have made this clear. I expect you to be honest with me throughout the summer. If something is on your mind, voice it." Harry remained quiet, his fingers fidgeting, a telltale sign of his nervousness. Severus was determined to correct that. "But," Harry hesitated, "but you're always out here." "This is my house," Severus replied, raising an eyebrow. "No. That's not what I meant," Harry mumbled, his shoulders drooping. "Then clarify what you mean." Harry pursed his lips and began absent-mindedly fiddling with his shirt. I didn't want to disturb you." "Why do you think you would be disturbing me?" Severus questioned. "Are you going to be loud if you work in the living room?" To put it literally, you are absolutely silent when you work, or whatever it is that you do up there in your room. "Why yeah, but Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would always say I was being a nuisance," Harry mumbled. "They told me to stay in my room so I wouldn't be in the way." Once again, Severus resisted the urge to pinch his nose, curse aloud, and punch someone, preferably the Dursleys. First of all, we've spoken about this, Harry. Do not mumble. Second, forget everything your aunt and uncle have ever told you. I do not find you a nuisance. I willingly let you stay in my house. I should feel like I actually have a child living here instead of a silent ghost that comes out for mealtimes and disappears for the rest of the day. Harry gave Severus the same blank, semi-confused, and semi-thankful look once more. It would likely become a very frequent expression over the next few weeks. You are allowed to make noise, Severus continued. Noise is acceptable, within reason, of course, but I do not expect you to be completely silent, the professor explained, trying to suppress a sigh. If I wanted my house to be totally quiet, I would not have decided to house you for the summer. Since I did allow you to stay, it goes without saying that I expect some noise. For the second time, this is not your aunt and uncle's house. The rules you were given there were unreasonable, and I will not be enforcing the same rules. Is that clear? From the way Harry was staring at him, it was not clear. Harry, I agreed to let you live here. That means, for as long as it is summer, you are allowed to be anywhere in the house, as long as it isn't my bedroom or my lab downstairs, Severus explained again. Do you understand that? Yeah, Harry nodded. Good, Severus said, feeling satisfied. To his exasperation, Harry took this as the end of the conversation and quickly exited the living area. His soft footsteps echoed as he climbed the staircase, across the upper floor corridor, and into his room. The professor felt like banging his head against a table, then against a wall. After that, he thought he might make a quick trip to Privet Drive and punch Petunia for what she had done to a child, her sister's child, no less. Before he could act on those thoughts, footsteps echoed from the stairwell again, this time descending instead of ascending. Harry emerged with a book and his pillow. Shyly, he climbed onto the couch, made himself comfortable, and snuggled in for a good read. A small smile crept across Severus's face as he watched Harry find a comfortable position, curled up against the corner of the couch, book propped against his knees. Warmth blossomed within the professor's chest, a small flower unfolding its petals, gently brushing against the pulse of his heart. By the end of the week, their nightly post-dinner readings became a regular event. Harry eagerly dove into Severus's collection, reading one book each night. His emerald eyes darted over the lines, absorbing the words, phrases, and sentences. Severus felt quietly impressed, though he would never admit it. Harry was an avid reader, and if he consumed food at the same rate he devoured literature, he would quickly regain the weight a normal boy his age should have. Professor, Harry said quietly one night, as Severus sipped his tea. On the coffee table, a small mug, now designated for Harry, was filled with tea and accompanied by a little chocolate chip cookie that Severus had allowed. An old, worn book rested on Harry's lap, its cover well-loved and corners carefully repaired. Yes, Harry, Severus replied patiently, glancing over his newspaper. Harry's gaze was fixed on a dash of black ink across a blank page, a signature that Severus had traced many times. To Severus's surprise, Harry remained silent. Instead, he put down the book he had chosen for the night and padded lightly up the stairs. The creak of his door was followed by the sound of a child tumbling down the stairs. Moments later, Harry returned, a new book in his hands. Professor, he said, slightly breathless and his eyes shining, did you get me this book? The front page bore an identical signature to the one he had just discovered, E-Prince, written in a graceful cursive that perfectly reflected Severus's mother's elegance. Yes, I did, Severus admitted, seeing no reason to lie. She is my mother. The corners of Harry's eyes glistened with excitement. Severus smiled, and if he wasn't holding a heavy book in his arms, he felt he would have been tackled and embraced in a hug. You gave me the photo of my mother? Yes, I did, Severus nodded. I thought you ought to own one. Thank you, Harry whispered, his voice revealing the deep emotions hidden beneath the surface. I keep it on my bedside. Would you like a photo frame, perhaps? Suggested Severus, feeling oddly light. Harry was affecting him in ways he didn't expect. If Harry weren't an 11-year-old boy, Severus might have thought he had been cursed by a spell that released all the locked and chained feelings he had sworn never to let free again. The smile on Harry's lips widened, and Severus turned away, trying to ignore the fluttering sensation in his chest. "I would love that," Harry said. Chapter 31, The Bravest Man of All. "I'm heading out to do some shopping after breakfast, if you're interested," Severus said casually, over coffee and breakfast. He noticed how Harry instantly perked up with interest. The Dursleys never took the boy out. Merlin knew Harry had a vitamin D deficiency. Days in Hogwarts dungeons didn't help either. "I can come?" Harry asked, wide-eyed as he stared at the professor. Severus grunted distastefully at the reaction. By Merlin, it wasn't as if he was offering the boy the world. He was just giving him a day out in the sun, which should be a given during summer. But of course, Harry's relatives deprived him of all basic human rights. "Of course you can," Severus sighed, already getting up. With a quick flick of his wand, their dishes were discarded in the sink. With another flick, the potions master activated the dishwashing charm. "If you are ready, we can leave at once." Harry was so excited he didn't even notice the presence of the spell. He practically jumped with joy as Severus murmured a glamour to hide his lightning-shaped scar. He couldn't have the neighbors asking questions. After a quick once-over of Harry and himself, Severus deemed them both adequately dressed for daylight, and off they went. Harry was enamored with every single building on the block, taking in their architecture as they ventured down the street. There was a skip in his every step, and Severus swore to bring the boy out more. Amazement danced in Harry's eyes, absorbing the color and sounds of Ivyworth into his happy, stimulated brain. "Ah, Mr. Snape. Back for the summer?" Severus stiffened, instinctively pulling Harry behind him to face a group of beaming, overly interested elderly women. Unable to contain his curiosity, the child peeked out from behind Severus. Behind the professor, Harry offered a shy smile. "Yes," replied Severus awkwardly. "And with a little visitor," one of the women said, giggling. "Pray, introduce the handsome little man to us." With a weary sigh, Severus gave in, nudging Harry forward and nodding to encourage him. "Go on, then. Introduce yourself." "Hi," said Harry, waving meekly. "I'm Harry. Harry Poe." "Harry Evans," Severus cut in abruptly, clearing his throat. "Ah, my nephew." "Yes." "Oh, my," exclaimed another woman disapprovingly. "You never told us about her sister, Severus. You must bring her around sometime." "Well, Harry, my name is Meggie Marfry. You may call me Ms. Marfy, if you'd like." With that, the other women chimed in with their names: Miss Frufield, Mrs. Brown, Ms. Rittyhill, and Mrs. Rosette. "Hello," said Harry again. "It's nice to meet you." "He's such a sweet little boy," cooed Miss Frufield. "Oh, he's got your hair, Severus, and what brilliant green eyes." At this, the other women scrambled to get a good look, cooing and ahhing as they admired his emerald-colored eyes. "We must get going now, I'm afraid," Severus said apologetically. "We need to do some grocery shopping before afternoon." "Harry, say goodbye, and we'll be on our way." With much reluctance, the ladies bid their farewells, and the duo continued down the street, encountering more of Ivyworth's interested residents. Severus hushed them all with a quick, "He's my nephew, yes, here for the summer. We must get going before lunch." By the time they reached the main road, Severus was considering leaving the house with an invisibility charm next time. "Whoa," said Harry as they stepped onto the main street, a long road lined with shops on either side. They passed a grocery shop, a bookstore, a small florist, a tailor, and several local restaurants. "Come on," Severus said, already moving toward the grocery shop while pulling a list from his pocket. "Make haste, Harry. We can gawk later after we get what we need." Severus moved through the aisles methodically, selecting items and placing them into their trolley cart, which Harry eagerly pulled. He collected a carton of eggs, a new box of healthy cereal, oats, milk, carrots, potatoes, and meat. It had taken a year to help Harry adjust to a complete diet, and Severus was determined not to undo the progress that Terence and Marcus had worked so hard to achieve. The boy would eat. That's about all of it, Severus hummed, glancing at his watch. When he turned around, he noticed that Harry was lagging behind, staring longingly at a shelf of chocolate cookies and bars. Harry? Startled, the boy flushed, clearly embarrassed, and quickly shuffled after the professor, trolley in tow. Sorry, he muttered. Take one, Severus said simply. Just one, though. Too much chocolate is bad for your teeth. When Harry looked up at him with an overly grateful expression, Severus reminded himself to be patient. He watched as Harry approached the shelf slowly, reached out for the bar he wanted, and wrapped his fingers around it, all while maintaining eye contact with Severus, as if he expected him to change his mind at any moment. Very well. Shall we? Severus said once Harry had the chocolate bar firmly in hand. Without another word, he headed for the counter, hearing a slight pause before Harry's footsteps followed him. Severus wondered if Petunia had deprived Harry of all the joys of childhood. Mr. Snape. The cashier greeted. Welcome back. How was the school year? Terrible, as usual, Severus replied dryly. Harry, help me unload our groceries onto the counter. And say hi to Miss Isabel. Hello, said Harry, struggling to lift a large bag of carrots onto the counter. I'm Harry. Isabel was a young girl who, like Severus, had just returned from a boarding school for the summer. Hello, Harry. How'd your year go? Primary school, I suppose? He studies where I work, actually, Severus said, placing the milk cartons onto the counter for Isabel to scan. Harry, don't forget to give her your chocolate bar. Why, he's terribly small. You can't be any older than 9, exclaimed Isabel as the machine beeped twice for the milk. Say, how old are you, Harry? I'm 11, said Harry, offering his chocolate bar to Isabel. Thank you, he added as she handed it back to him. He's a small boy, Severus interjected as an explanation. Yet to hit his spurt, I suppose. Isabel laughed. Well, by the look of how many potatoes and carrots Mr. Snape has got here, he intends to feed you full until you hit your spurt. Perhaps by next summer, you'll be high enough to see over the counter. I hope so, grinned Harry, standing on his tiptoes to watch Severus pay. Here's your receipt. Have a nice day. Come by again soon, Mr. Snape, and Harry, Isabel waved as they left the groceries and returned to the main road. As they exited the shop, Severus muttered a lightning charm on one of the bags, handing it over to Harry to carry. Now, he said, glancing at his watch, we've got time before we need to be back to make lunch. Pick one shop to explore, Harry. Taking a moment to think, the boy decided, and as Severus expected, he pointed in the direction of the bookshop. Off to bed with you, said Severus. Harry yawned for the 5th time. But it's not bedtime yet, he protested, resisting another yawn. I want to finish this chapter before I sleep. The book will still be here when you wake up tomorrow, Harry, Severus interrupted, wondering how any child of James Potter could be such a book addict. You were out for half the morning and spent the rest of the afternoon wandering around my garden like a baby fawn. Off to bed with you. With one last pout, Harry got off the couch, leaving his new book on the coffee table. He dragged his blanket and pillow with him up the stairs. When I check on you in 15 minutes, you better be asleep and not reading a book under your covers, Severus called over his shoulder, practically sensing the way Harry slumped despite not being able to see him. Good night, Harry. From the top of the stairs came a reply, mid-yawn. Good night, Professor. When Harry woke, he wasn't in his bed at number 715, Wrensbury Lane, Ivyworth, in Professor Snape's home. Instead, he found himself standing in an oddly familiar living room. A cozy red couch sat in the center of the space, facing a fireplace. Photo frames of a dark-haired baby boy lined the walls, interspersed with pictures of a 3-member family, a fat cat, and a beaming couple on their wedding day. Hello, little prongsling, a voice said. Harry turned, surprised to see a man who had not been there before. He had dark hair and wrinkled hazel eyes. It took him a moment, but quickly he connected the dots. The man before him was the one in the photos. The more he looked, the surer he became. The man was none other than James Charles Potter, smiling and grinning, alive and in front of him. "Youngest seeker in a century," James declared. "A bit disappointing that you're playing for the Snakes, of course, but I couldn't be any prouder of you." Stunned, the boy stood. James stepped closer to Harry, ruffling his hair with a calloused hand. "I think your mother and I did a good job," he said with a hum. "You got the best from both of us. My talent in transfiguration and charms, and Quidditch, of course. Your mother's talent in potions, her kindness, and her compassion. It's a pity you don't have the redhead temperament. You could be a little fiercer, but that's fine." James smiled, puffing out his chest with pride. "My little look-alike," he said, ruffling Harry's hair again. "We're very proud of you, kiddo, and we want you to know, Slytherin or not, your mother and I are very, very proud of you, and we love you with everything we have." Harry felt a warm streak trickling down his cheek, followed by more tears as he found himself unable to speak. There was so much he wanted to say to his father, but no matter how hard he tried, his voice refused to cooperate. "We love you, Harry," James said, although he was starting to disappear, like smoke diffusing into the air. "More than you can ever imagine." Severus snapped awake with a start, sensing something was wrong. The last thing he remembered was falling asleep on the couch with a book still in his lap, but he was no longer there. Instead, he found himself standing on the front lawn of Godric's Hollow, a ghost of the house still intact and pristine, as if it had never been attacked and destroyed. "Harry," he breathed, seeing the misty figure of the 11-year-old boy inside the house. "Harry, get out of there, no, Harry." "Severus, calm down," said a voice he hadn't heard in years. "Lily," Severus breathed, feeling his heart sink into his stomach. Desperately, he tried to cast a legitimacy barrier around himself. Merlin was trying to attack him through his mind. How would they know to use Lily, Godric's Hollow, and Harry? Lily smiled warmly at him, but he could see a tint of sadness in her eyes, as if she was pitying him. His first instinct was to brace for an attack, but who could blame him when years of warfare had shaped him into the broken man he was? "You're going to be an amazing parent, Severus," she said. "I just know it. Harry loves you with so much of himself. He doesn't even realize it, and you've done so much to help him heal and grow." Severus stared at her, dumbfounded. "I just hope he can help you heal, too." Before Severus could catch his bearings, he was whisked away. The shadowy figure of Harry remained inside the house, deaf to Severus's calls. Forlorn, Harry watched as the delusion of his father faded away. Good things never last, he thought. While the memory of James Potter may have disappeared, the warm, loving feeling the man instilled in him still lingered within Harry's chest, wrapping his heart in an embrace, like a hand-knit sweater. The creators of his hypothetical sweater may have gone, but their everlasting love lived on within each knit and stitch. "Oh, my baby," said a soft voice, a voice that caressed him and coddled him. Harry spun around, knowing who to expect when his gaze settled on an auburn woman with the same green eyes he saw whenever he looked in a mirror. Lily Evans smiled lovingly at him, her eyes crinkled around the edges as she took in the sight of her baby, all grown up into a young boy. "You've grown so much," she whispered, kneeling before him, her misty hands reaching to wipe a tear off his cheek. "My baby boy." Harry opened his mouth, half crying, as he mouthed the words he longed to say. Once again, his voice refused to cooperate. But from the way Lily's expression softened, she understood exactly what he couldn't express. "I love you too, baby," she said, pressing a gentle kiss on his forehead. The display of affection felt so familiar that Harry instinctively nestled against her chest, her kiss a soft breeze against his skin. "You have been so brave, and so persistent, and ever so kind." She ran her fingers through his hair, brushing through the soft, black locks. "You've come so far, and you still have so much further to go." Lily smiled, pride shining through her features. "Whether you want to be an aura like your father or a healer, you'll always be our baby." So don't worry about anything, and go be what you want to be, all right?" Before Harry could respond through his tears, promising he would never let them down, his mother began to fade away. The living room blurred, and suddenly, everything turned black. When Severus opened his eyes again, the face of James Charles Potter stared back at him, unscarred with the fresh, flawless beauty of everlasting youth. "I guess we're even," said the voice of the supposed to be dead Potter. A youthful smile, one that hadn't seen the horrors of the world, appeared on the lips of the man partly responsible for Severus's childhood hell. It was ironic, as Severus remembered exchanging hexes and curses with the fierce duelist that Gryffindor had been, all while hidden behind his mask. One might say that James Potter was naive, but no one could claim he was unexposed to the world's grim realities. In fact, Severus was certain that James Potter fully understood how dark those days could be. Severus knew the truth. "And I guess I can't call you Snivelus anymore." "Pity." The man sighed, charm glinting in his eyes. He stood relaxed, not the tense posture Severus would expect when facing an enemy from his school years. "Even?" Severus sneered, unable to hold back his disdain for the man he loathed so much. This was the same man whose features had been passed down to the boy now living under his roof, under the name of his nephew. The longer he looked, the more he saw the similarities between Harry James and his father. Does the Whomping Willow ring any bells? Silence hung between them. James stood casually, dressed in a warm, faded sweater, his marriage ring shining as brightly as the day it was bought. Severus, on the other hand, was tense, like a trapped animal ready to spring, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. "I'm sorry." The man spoke suddenly, his hazel eyes soft with sincerity. "And no, Lily did not set me up for this. I really am sorry. I was an absolute jerk to you when we were younger, and nothing I say can excuse it." If Severus was caught off guard, he hid it well, managing a practiced sneer that felt as familiar as James's smirk. "Where's this coming from? I never took you to be self-reflecting, Potter." "I watched him, you know." James interjected, unbothered by the snark in Severus's reply. "Harry." "I watched that cousin of his." Disdain colored his voice. "I watched that overfed, obese brat mistreat my son for years. And it took a while, but I realized that I was just as bad as that boy. I was to you what Dudley was to Harry." All of Severus's practiced sarcasm vanished. That left him speechless and vulnerable before the last person he wanted to see him at his worst. "And for that, I apologize." "Thank you, Severus." "It hurts me to admit this," James chuckled, "but Harry couldn't be any better off than in your hands. Please take care of him for me, for us." Jumping awake, Severus whirled out of his seat. His book fell to the ground as he leaped up the stairs. He didn't know what to make of the dreamlike sequence he had just witnessed, but his mind was yelling at him to check on Harry. Thankfully, the boy was safe. Severus allowed himself a breath of relief before he noticed the continuous tracks of tears streaming down Harry's face. The child didn't speak, but from his own experiences, Severus felt he knew the cause. "It's okay," Severus said softly, settling onto the bed next to Harry. Embarrassed, the boy turned and stuffed his teary face into a pillow, muffling his cries into sniffling. They sat in silence for a while until Harry had rid himself of all the bittersweet happiness in his system. Swallowing thickly, the boy wiped away the remaining wetness on his shirt sleeve. Although Severus typically would have scolded him, he couldn't find it in himself to do so at that moment. "Harry," Severus said at last. "Why, yeah?" sniffled Harry. The older man hesitated, took a deep breath, and continued. "I didn't know your father well. He and we didn't exactly get along. If you want to know about him, you're better off asking Minerva or Lupin, perhaps. But know this, Harry. When people say that your father was a brave man, he is a brave man. Do you know why, Harry? Because he died. Protecting me and my mother?" Severus shook his head but smiled wryly. Of course it would be James Potter, of all people, who died a heroic death. The typical Gryffindor. Partially, yes. Listen carefully to what I say. I'm not going to repeat this for you, Harry. The boy nodded, shuffling closer. Severus composed himself. Merlin, he couldn't believe the words he was about to utter. While he didn't know if it was the actual ghosts of the two deceased that visited him, and possibly Harry, given how shaken the boy had been, there was no doubt in his mind that it was some manifestation of the late Potters they had seen. With James's words still ringing in his mind, the older Slytherin spoke. The bravest man of all, Harry, is the one who can admit and apologize for his mistakes.